If you're new to our channel, we'd love to have you join our little community. Just hit that subscribe button and turn on those notifications. We promise it will be worth your while.
It has been over 22 years since the Finn family was established, as the family knew it. Over that time, the family saw their youngest members born, then grow into kids and teens, and finally find their roles in life. Some were still finding their way, but had the family to help them along their paths in life. Not everyone in the family had it easy. Their usual were bouts of illness, the unfortunate passing of 4 elders of the family, and fighting typical bigotry and sexism. The family tried their hardest to overcome the odds and always came out on top, often with those who challenged them going down in flames. Things seemed like they were ideal, but they weren't always. Tragedy did strike the family at times, no matter how much they tried to avoid it. Even the most stable of the family was not immune to those cases, but sometimes from tragedy comes greatness. Paige Smith was just an average girl from Winit, until she married Brian Smith just after their freshman year of college. He and his family were wealthy, and while she had inherited money from a beloved great aunt, it was nothing compared with what he had in his own trust funds. It was a storybook wedding, as Paige had married alongside her lifelong best friend, who had coincidentally also married Brian's best friend. She endured years of anger and frustration at her birth parents, before they were exposed as the frauds that they were and led to her and her sister being adopted into a group of loving people. Paige's family was middle class, but acted as if they were born into riches. Paige helped expose that fraud, and in doing so, caused her family to change forever, as she and her sister were adopted by a kindly social worker who had grown to become like an aunt to Paige in the 2 years she had known her. Paige was a natural psychologist and found her calling when she helped her boyfriend's family out as it expanded over time to include multiple new siblings, cousins, and second cousins. Paige's new mother supported her in ways that her birth parents never did, including encouraging her to pursue her dreams of being a teacher and helping children through life. Her experience with kids in trouble and being the big sister to just about every one of the girls and boys in her generation paved her way to do just that. She became pregnant and gave birth to twins before her junior year of college, then had to raise them on her own as a single parent for a year, as her husband was sent overseas to help repair war, ravaged cities in Africa. Her family supported her, and after Brian was discharged from the National Guard, the two moved away to a small town called Bradford, to enjoy their lives apart from their families. Brian used his degree and experience in the National Guard to obtain a job as a city planner, while Paige worked as a teacher, earning her job based on her experience with all kinds of students. Paige taught during the day and started to earn her master's degree in psychology with the hopes of earning aside at night and on the weekends. Her hopes were put on hold as she endured a traumatic car accident that resulted in her losing her 3rd child and being unable to have any more children. It devastated Paige and saw her turn her full attention to teaching children and ensuring that no child was hurt under her watch, and those who did hurt children would pay dearly. Paige was set to earn her side after 15 years of postgraduate work, but plans changed to put those plans on hold. Brian's twin sister Paige's best friend, Hannah Smith, needed Brian to take over their family estate's interests from their ailing grandfather and keep the estate in working order while Hannah was on the road promoting her latest book. She found herself pregnant for the 3rd time and needed her husband, Brian's best friend Pete, to ensure that she was doing everything that her doctor told her to do and didn't overexert herself, harming Hannah and the baby. Brian had no choice but to resign his job in Bradford and move to England, with Paige by his side taking a job as a teacher, while she put her side on hold for a year. Pete and Hannah asked them to do them an even bigger favor by taking care of their daughter Elise for them, as she refused to join her siblings and cousins in staying at their great-uncle John's home. Paige loved Elise deeply and happily took her in as her own daughter for the year, with Elise reluctantly taking to the loving Paige. Paige didn't need to work, but saw an opening at a school, not far from their home in Oldham, the borough that the Smiths had moved to for the year. It was for year 5, the US equivalent of which Paige had just finished teaching in Bradford. It took a few weeks, but she was the only applicant to have both the credentials, the training, and degrees to show that she could easily take the job and thrive. Paige had Elise placed in her class at Hannah's request, so she wasn't forced to endure humiliation from other students when she didn't spell things correct. As Hannah didn't trust the school not to allow bullying of her, just to show that even though she was the daughter of a noble, she wasn't better than the others. She and Elise were close to the point of Elise feeling jealous of Paige being so different than her mother and wanting her to be her real mother instead of Hannah. Paige loved being a mother to a young child again, but she only saw Elise as her niece. She loved her deeply, but would never cross the line to being a better mother to her niece than Hannah was, especially as the two women were so alike to all who knew them. In contrast to the life of luxury and acceptance that Paige enjoyed, life was terrible for Anil Patel. The little 9-year-old boy was the unwanted son of a Punjabi mother and a wealthy English father who was unable to be together with her, despite being married to her. He never knew his father. When he was born, his father stayed for a month before running off to someplace north and never left his mother with any sort of way of contacting him that he knew of. Anil was a decent kid. He was well behaved and friendly with all of his neighbors and went out of his way to ensure that his slice of England was his own. Sadly, being the unwanted son of an unmarried woman who went against her own family's wishes in marrying the love of her life made things tough on the little boy. Even though he was nice to everyone, he was ignored until he was needed by almost everyone he met, and even then, he was quickly forgotten by them. Anil got used to the isolation and at times was glad to have it. His mother was always out trying to earn money for the two to eat and pay rent, which allowed him to delve into his passion. Being a girl, he was transgender and knew from an early age that he was not what he should be, and to become a man meant the death of him. As a person, the only way to escape that pain was to have moments of dressing and acting like a little girl, even if he could never show it to the outside world. His mother didn't know about his secret side. She was strict and would not hesitate to go after him at the slightest provocation. Had she found out that he was transgender, she would not hesitate to kill him for both making her life worse and for being an abomination. His mother wasn't so much against transgender people, she just could not deal with the trouble that it brought. She loved Anil in her own way. But there were a lot of things that she had to deal with that he would never understand, and his being transgender would be one of a long list of things. To counter the pain of being unable to be his true self and avoid his mother's wrath, Anil was always working hard in school. He was one of the many kids who received free lunches from the school due to low income, and much to his humiliation, he also sported hand-me-down uniforms that his mother had to scrounge to buy even with the council's subsidy payment. During lunch breaks, he would always shy away from the other kids and the constant harassment of him and his bad economic situation, and stay inside where he could be alone with his thoughts. His teacher, who was coincidentally Paige, was accommodating to his need for privacy and isolation from the bullying, and would eat with him while talking to him, to keep his mind occupied and away from the troubles. She empathized with the boy. He was so much like so many others that she had known over the past 23 years that she couldn't help but feel for him beyond her role as a teacher. He was well behaved and an all-around good person. He just had a bad hand dealt to him in life. He was bright and had a mind that was both creative and festive, always finding ways of improving your mood when you were feeling down. He was one of the best at helping others during bad days, especially when you needed a smile. When one girl's grandfather died, he was the only one who was able to get her to open up and release her grief. which helped the girl improve mentally, even if she didn't do much after that to get close to Anil. Anil was an enigma to the school. The teachers all knew that he was dirt poor, yet there was little being done to help his family out, especially as his mother had years of work experience and degrees, but always struggled to provide the basic things for Anil and herself. The council wasn't keen to do much. Social services outright ignored their plight and told anyone trying to report the family as being in dire need of their help that they couldn't do anything further for them. Headmaster Colehill was concerned about Anil and asked Paige to keep an eye on him every second of the day. To the other teachers at the school, it seemed like it was doing too much beyond their abilities. But he was looking for something that could be used to help the boy, even if it meant he was removed from his mother's care. Cole feared for him. He wasn't getting help, and it seemed like unless there was a stronger reason for social services to get involved, he was not going to get the help that he needed, and even then, it might not be until it was too late. After years of being a teacher and knowing many children in similar situations, Paige had feared that one day she might experience this. She had been a teacher for 15 years, but thus far had never had a student who was in danger, let alone needed a close watch. Anil was an angel in her eyes. She could not fathom anyone hurting him, let alone his own mother. Mrs. Patel was a good person at heart. She just had too much going on in her life to be the mother that Anil needed in his life. Paige could see the sadness, desperation, and loss of all hope of ever improving in her eyes. It was what she had seen in other mothers at the end of their ropes. Anil was a sad victim of his mother's apathy and depression. It was rubbing off on him, causing him issues that the school was trying to take action to help alleviate, but which should have been taken care of a long time ago. Paige did as she was told and kept a close eye on Anil during school and watched as he left school and headed directly home, always without his mother and never interacting with other students. Paige had to tell Cole that she thought that he might be in danger just by that alone, but Cole needed more. He was going to ensure that Anil was safe, even if it meant that he was hurt first. Social services would have no choice but to react then, even if it meant Anil never saw his mother again. Paige spent the first 3 weeks of the school year trying to get close to Anil, but was always pushed away by the boy. He only let her know that he was fine and didn't like going outside due to the kids harassing him. He appreciated that Paige tried to help him, even if he knew that if he ever told her the truth about his life, he would be taken away from his mother, and it might be the end of her life. Anil kept close to Paige during school hours and walked home with her several times. She actually lived not far from his home in a council tower block, several hundred feet away, and was happy to walk with him. It gave her a sense of pride and allowed her to act like a parent to a child again. Anil enjoyed Paige immensely. He had to fight back tears as she left him at his door, as he felt pains at his wanting her to be his mother instead of his real mother. The two were not taking the walk alone. Paige had Elise alongside her during those walks, and who often tried to ignore Anil in any way possible. She wasn't like her siblings, Harry and Lillian, or even her cousins BJ and Ophelia. She was aloof most of the time and mainly a follower who acted like other kids, and who treated Anil like he was some plague victim who needed to be kept as far away from them as possible, and hated to be seen with her aunt and Anil walking to his tower block. It pained Paige to see Elise treating Anil this way, but she was her own person and needed to learn the hard way that how she treats someone was a reflection on herself and not her social standing. Paige understood why she was the way she was. It was tough to be a new kid in school, especially one from another country, and being the middle child. Even if her brother wasn't yet born, she felt the need to act out. Elise took to the kids quickly, but at the expense of who she really was, the smart, savvy, quick-witted little girl who could make you run for cover when she was upset. Like her mother. Whenever they returned home, Elise would hole up in her room to avoid her aunts complaining about her treatment of Anil, especially her grunts of annoyance at his being around them and disgust at seeing his home. She would go right on her tablet and talk with the girls in her class about Anil and make bad jokes about his looks and where he lived and how poor he was. Paige would angrily shut down those discussions, much to the amusement of Elise's friends, followed by warnings for all of them to do their homework or risk failure, which would lead to more fighting and Elise storming off to her room until dinner was finished, as the humiliation of the girls was made clear to her through their messaging. Elise's parents, Hannah and Pete, just couldn't care for Elise as she needed them to due to Hannah's concrete contractual obligations to her book tour that fall. Elise had initially refused to join them on the tour. She chose to live with her aunt and uncle in the UK for the year, rather than stay with her maternal grandparents in Winit, or stay with her great Uncle John alongside her siblings and cousins. It was a tough decision, but Paige convinced them that it was going to be okay and best for Elise, but the way Elise was acting was starting to make Paige regret doing that. Elise conveniently never told her parents about how she was acting around Anil during Elise's frequent calls to her parents, but Paige always did, leading Elise to get scolded by them. Elise simply didn't care. They were in some random city in Canada or the US and couldn't do anything to her. Paige didn't have the heart to send Elise back to the US to stay with her grandparents, despite the friction that she was causing. But if she continued down her path, Paige would have little choice but to do so for Anil's sake. Paige's husband Brian was unaware of his wife's activities and let her handle Elise until he had to do something that required both of them, thankfully for him. An extremely rare situation. He hated not having a stronger role in their home life, but he was busy with his family's estate and business interests, so he couldn't take on a more active role. Elise used this to her advantage at times and manipulated her uncle, forcing him to give in while Paige was backed into a corner by Elise that would only lead to fighting and arguing between the three. Brian worked hard, but was getting to the point that he needed to have his father take over the family estate so he could return to his own job as a city planner. He just wasn't cut out to endure the life of a noble, let alone going multiple places around England and helping keep the family's business interests afloat with barely an understanding of the investments they had made over the decades. He loved his grandparents deeply, but it just wasn't his job. He was a good civil planner and engineer, but wasn't cut out for business meetings and investing opportunities as his father and grandfather were. The Elise issues were just the tip of the iceberg for the Smiths. He was worn down by constant work, checking in on the various properties that the Smiths owned, as well as maintaining the Lincolnshire estate from London. When his parents took over, Elise, Paige, and Brian would return to the US and pick up where they left off that summer, but with Elise now being by her parents' sides, as their new son was welcomed into the world. His mother was an investment manager, while his father was able to handle meetings with the people who were seeking to utilize the family estate for a variety of purposes, giving the Smiths two people who could handle the job that Brian was struggling to do all on his own. Elise's actions had an impact on Anil. He hated Elise for treating him badly and doing so because she could get away with it, especially as the other kids used her to do what they didn't dare do themselves. He didn't know that her aunt hated her actions, but to him, it was her letting Elise do as she pleased even if Paige didn't mean to do it. He tried to stay as far away from Elise as possible, but it was tough when they were always together in school. She was even his partner in many of the activities that Paige had them doing in class, with Elise putting on a false facade for her aunt, which nobody believed. Anil just wanted to be left alone, but Elise made it tough to do that, and Paige walking him home made it impossible. By mid-September, the two were at odds to the point that Anil lost his cool and yelled at Elise, causing the two to get in trouble. Paige didn't fully blame Anil, but both were at fault, forcing her to keep the two after class. Elise complained about missing the chance to go over a friend's house, but Paige was all too happy to shut down those plans and try to nip their fighting in the bud and keep Elise out of the clutches of some bad influences. Paige sat the two down and demanded Elise explain what she had against Anil and why she felt the way she did about Anil. As she suspected, none of Elise's excuses were valid, and Anil was actually more of a friend to Elise than her so-called friends were. Oddly, the boy wanted nothing from Elise, yet all of her friends only cared about her toys, game systems, and her large house with indoor pool. By contrast, Anil only wanted her to leave him alone and let him do his schoolwork in peace. Paige saw that he was just a lonely person and made Elise see that he was just a boy who had nothing and who was trying to live, and as he had done nothing wrong, she had no right to treat him that way, especially if it was only her trying to impress kids who really didn't like her. Elise was forced to accept that, or else she would have invoked the wrath of her parents, who would know something had happened to her in school as they were about to miss their scheduled Skype call. The month of September wore on, and Anil started to show up to school with bruises on his arms and legs. He would never say where he got them from and refused to even acknowledge that they hurt him, but the wincing was hard to ignore. Paige reported her suspicions to Cole and received no action from social services as he expected. They chose to ignore his calls and never returned his phone calls, despite the urgent need to get Anil some help. Things came to a head at the end of the week, as Anil had a swollen eye and cuts on his lips. This time, Paige refused to back down from the social services apathy and called in help from higher up in social services, as well as from the Metropolitan Police Service. This was serious now. Action had to be taken to protect Anil, or the next time the two saw him would be on the news after his mother had killed him. Paige called in a favor at the Metropolitan Police Service and got an immediate response from them due to her name being one of the few that they could never refuse to help right away. The constable, a young man named Max Evans, who Paige had known since he was 11 years old, took one look at Anil and called social services himself. He told Paige he'd be back later. Anil was in her care until then. Cole was unsure how to react to the situation. It wasn't a good thing for the school to allow, as it opened up the school to liability that they could ill afford to endure. Paige wasn't about to let Anil slip through the cracks any longer. He was in trouble and they had an obligation to help him out, regardless of the cost to the school or the borough council. Paige sighed and produced a card for her solicitor, telling Cole, "Call this man and explain that Lady Paige needs his help immediately. If he presses for information, do not try to lie to him. He is one of only 4 people that I would trust fully in all of London, with the exception of my husband, and will protect me from you if need be. You are a friend, but he won't hesitate to protect me." That wasn't an empty threat. She was telling the truth about her solicitor, a man by the name of Arthur Evans, who just happened to be the elder brother of Max. He was ruthless in protecting his family and friends, and Paige was one of the few people that he considered to be a close friend. He would ensure that Anil was receiving proper help, or there would be hell to pay and that people lost their jobs. Cole made the phone call and was surprised to be asked the specifics on Anil, from his family to his home life to his schoolwork. There wasn't much that Cole could tell. He parroted what was in Anil's file, but it was mostly good remarks, but some snide comments about him being small and a sissy by one of the sports teacher. That same man was not retained, as he had done the same to several boys and had violated the school's rules regarding treatment of children with his harsh words and frequent abusive behavior during class to them. When Arthur hung up, Cole was left fearing for his job as he felt the world collapsing in on him thanks to Anil's familial issues coming to a head. When Max returned with angry members of social services, introduced to Paige and Cole as James Benson and George Hedges, Cole knew that things were about to get worse for all now. He tried to steel himself, but it was tough to do knowing that he would be the one taken out by the media if things went pear-shaped and Anil was hurt. Max pulled no punches and was adamant that social services take action on behalf of Anil, or he would personally have them brought up on charges of neglect and child abuse for ignoring a clear assault on a child. Benson and Hedges tried to call his bluff, but a quick phone call from Gary Grant, the director of the council social services department, forced them to remove Anil from his home and then place his mother under arrest for child abuse. They had no choice in the matter, and their excuses for not taking action were unsubstantiated. Benson and Hedges weren't happy to have to answer unwanted questions and did as they were told by Gary. Max took their official request for an arrest warrant for Mrs. Patel while officially taking Anil into protective custody. They called Anil into the office and explained what was happening and why, and would take him off of Cole's hands. In a side room, Anil was questioned under the supervision of Max and the school secretary. He didn't hold back and told Benson and Hedges what they wanted to know. What he told them caused both Max and the secretary to get sick to their stomach. Anil's mother had found him wearing a dress that his neighbor had him playing in as a way to pass the time after school at her flat in their tower block. It wasn't the first time that he had been found in girls' clothing by his mother that week, as the girl loved to put him in her clothes so they could act like sisters. His mother told him that if he ever wore it again, that she would severely beat him. And she did, much to the horror of his neighbor and her mother. Anil was dragged to the social services office at Town Hall and forced to wait while the duo acted like they were setting him up with a foster family. Anil was no fool. They were just going through the motions and were going to dump him in a group home right after dinner. He was only there because they were forced to make it a show for Gary, but they already had the paperwork ready for Anil. Anil thought about running away, but that wouldn't do any good. He was only 9 years, old South Asian, and had nowhere to go and no money to get there. He stuck out for all of the wrong reasons, and as soon as he left the group home, he'd be pounced on by any kind-hearted person or any pervert looking for a good time with a defenseless kid. He couldn't take the tube, and he would get noticed right away on buses, making it impossible to use most normal means of transit. The regional and national trains wouldn't let him get one stop before chasing him off the trains, especially if he was heading away from London. He was stuck in the group home until he either was beaten to death or he ran away, with being beaten most likely. Things started to go from bad to worse for Anil as he entered the group home. It was a dump with half of the kids inside it were emaciated, tired, and wearing filthy, torn clothing. The other half had flashy clothes and jewelry, but reeked of booze, sex, and cigarette smoke, making Anil think that they were doing sexual things with people to earn money to buy all of their flashy things. The smaller kids looked at Anil with shame and desperation. He was a marked boy without having said a word, as the larger boys eyed him with evil intentions as soon as they laid eyes on Anil. The smaller boys ran off when the boys started to get near Anil. He had nowhere to run to and prepared for whatever the boys were about to do to him. As expected, Anil had to endure a beating from all of the larger boys. When that was done, everything he had was taken from him and his clothes picked over to see if they were able to use them. Anil was wearing panties at the time, which made the larger boys try to go after him for some fun. But Anil was fast enough to avoid them and lock himself away in a room until he could make an escape. In the morning, he had to wait until the boys had all left for school before he could leave his room and find some food to eat, then make his way to school. He barely had a chance to change into his uniform before he ran off. It was from a different school, so none of the boys could take it and wear it, but his trousers were torn and dirty, thanks to their picking over his clothes. He had to make do for now. He just hoped that Paige didn't say anything about them in front of the class, which would only make his already miserable day all the worse. Paige was upset at the lack of information about Anil, especially as Arthur turned up little from Benson and Hedges once Anil was in their care. Arthur didn't like what he was seeing. Something smelled awful, and the two were behind it. He called in every favor that he had among social services, and all were saying that Anil wasn't in the system. And whatever happened wasn't done by the books yet. None would dare say that Benson and Hedges had broken any rule or law. Anil showed up for school, late and in a state of filth. He refused to speak to anyone, and anyone who tried to say something about his clothing were stopped by Paige. She glared at Elise and dared her to say something about Anil. Elise kept her mouth shut, lest she finally causes her aunt to snap and ship her off to stay with her grandparents in the US, as she had already threatened to do. During lunch, Paige approached Anil and asked how he was doing, and how he was feeling. She saw the pain that he was in and tried to offer words of encouragement, but he wasn't accepting of them. She had to fight back tears as he looked forlorn and felt like it was only a matter of time before he was forced to do some nasty things with the older boys, but he couldn't bring himself to ask for help, no matter how much he wanted to. In his eyes, he wasn't worth the fight Paige would be in. Paige drove Anil to his new home and saw just how bad it was firsthand. She made notes to inquire about it with the proper people, as she didn't like the look of the place, nor how the kids were reacting to Anil and her. When she left, she could hear the boys having a go at Anil, with Anil running off scared while the boys threatened to hurt him even more than they already had. Anil fought off the boys, but paid the price by getting several more punches to the face, bloodying his lips again and making his teeth loose. He wasn't able to eat anything, and when he tried to leave his room, there was always a larger boy ready to grab him. He resigned to the fact that he was going to have to hide away until late at night, but more likely until the early morning hours when all were asleep. He woke up early and made his way to the kitchen to steal some food before setting out for school. He got there just after the caretaker opened the gates for teachers and Cole to enter, allowing Anil a chance to get inside and bathe as best he could. He didn't have his bag with him. He had to leave it at the home, as the others had grabbed it from him, right as he entered, leaving him without his homework. He hated knowing that Paige was going to chastise him for not having his homework done, but Paige was not about to do any such thing in front of the class. She was trying hard to think about how to help Anil, even if it meant taking him into her home until he was able to be placed in a safe environment. Arthur was already actively seeking Anil's father and trying to contact his maternal family. But by the way, he sounded Anil was on his own unless someone intervened to help him. Paige saw Anil enter the boys' restroom and waited until he exited to talk with him. She could see that he was tired and looked like he hadn't eaten in days, which was mostly true, as the only meals he had were the few small amounts of food that he grabbed just before he left and the lunches he ate in school. She asked where his bag was, only to get a scared look, which she knew to mean that it had been stolen by the other boys in his home and he wasn't able to do his homework. Paige opened up her classroom and had him do the work while she prepared for the day. She also got him some food to eat, insisting that he eat all of it so he didn't get too weak and give the other students anything to say against him. He finished both quickly, with Paige pleased that he listened to her and that he was showing her signs that he was on the mend. Anil asked where her niece was, getting a look of anger and terse. "She's with my husband. She didn't want to go in early, and my husband is working nearby, so he opted to let her sleep in a little. Seeing you here this early, it's probably a good thing that she isn't here yet, as she likes to show off her Uncle Carr." Anil understood what she meant. Elise's friends liked all of her expensive things, and Brian loved his little Porsche 911. Paige hated it. But then again, she hated most cars, as she didn't understand the need to show off your wealth. Brian rarely splurged, and the Porsche was his biggest show of wealth. Anil and she had an unspoken moment of bonding, one Elise shared with Brian as she loved his car. Elise finally arrived as they cleared up Anil's homework, coming inside with a group of girls who could not stop talking about her uncle's car and how handsome he looked driving it, or how lucky she was to have such cool things. When they saw that Anil was already there, and at his seat, they scoffed at him and told Elise that they felt sorry that she had to associate with such poor trash. Paige grinned and told the girls that they were in school and such abuse toward a fellow student wouldn't be allowed. And if they made such a remark about anyone else, they would have to stay after class, making the girls glare at Elise while Paige proudly smirked. Elise wasn't happy and let Paige know it. This would cost her dearly as her friends wouldn't let that slide. She had directly caused them to get in trouble, even if she hadn't said anything herself. Class went smoothly after that, with the girls trying their hardest to trip up Elise so she would get in trouble in retaliation for them being in trouble. Paige caught them in the act of plotting to do something to Anil and Elise, with the girls being sent off to Cole's office with a note explaining why, leading to the girls being put in detention and forced to forgo school events for 2 months. Elise was humiliated, but Paige was not going to let her get away with harming Anil or let the girls get away with their antics. They were the kind of girls who would go on to become classic bullies who can cause major psychological damage to kids, especially ones like Anil and Elise. Nipping it in the bud was the only real option to avert future damage, especially among those who were passive participants in it. After school, Anil walked with Elise and Paige and ran inside the group home, while Paige and Elise walked on to buy dinner from a takeaway that both liked. The two were going out for the evening and trying to visit the Vitae Museum of Childhood, so Paige could get through to Elise and understand what was bothering her and give her a way of reaching Elise instead of always punishing her. It was to be the final olive branch from Paige. If the two couldn't see eye to eye, Elise would have to go home to the US, as she was getting too out of line to the point of openly defying Paige at every turn, and neither wanted things to come to that, even if they never said so to one another. As soon as her friends heard about Elise going to a museum, they mocked her and joked about her being just another Yankee tourist instead of a real Brit. It hurt her immensely. She was just as British as them, especially as she was a child of a noble. Born in the US but spent the next 4 years in the UK after her birth with her parents at the Smith Estate in Barnstead, Lincolnshire. They also didn't know that Paige could hear them until she asked Elise if that was the kind of friends that she wanted to have, now that they showed their true faces and how they really felt about her, getting the girls to cut off their call as they tried to deny what Paige had said. Elise seemed to understand now why Paige was so hard on her for acting that way. She didn't have any real friends, and the one person who treated her like a person, and not as a way of getting something for themselves, she had treated with disgust and hate. Paige sat her on a bench and asked, "Do you really hate Anil?" Elise shook her head no, and shed tears as her aunt finally broke through her false facade and exposed the real Elise Anita Smith under it. The two spent 2 hours at the museum before calling it a night, with Elise starting to let go of some of her frustrations toward her aunt. She was lost in thought until she saw someone walking along the side of the road, covered in blood and heavily bruised. She gasped as she screamed at the sight. Anil was out there in the streets after dark all alone and looking like he was beaten badly. Paige called 999 to get an ambulance as well as the police to respond, then stopped Anil before he ran off. Anil looked up at Paige and knew that he wasn't going anywhere, but seeing Elise caused him to try to back away in fear before Paige could ask him anything. Elise was told to go back to the car and stay there. She would handle Anil as Elise was just scaring him and making things worse for the boy. An ambulance came within minutes and checked out Anil, giving him a look of pity as the medics put bandages on his wounds and readied him for transport to the hospital. When they finished, a constable came over and looked over Anil, then said a couple of snide remarks about those kind of people, which Paige asked him to repeat as she was recording what he said for the record. This only led to him then threatening her, but didn't get the response he wanted from Paige, one which he hoped would make whatever she was going to threaten him with moot. Paige sighed, told him that she was complaining to his superiors about his racist words regarding a victim of an assault, especially a young child, and would ensure that he faced disciplinary actions for what he had done. She wasn't bluffing. She called Max to get the ball rolling, then called Arthur to beg him to find a way of allowing Anil to be placed in her care so he was away from the group home for good. Paige didn't need to know what happened to him. She could tell that he was abused by the other boys in the home just based on what he was wearing and how he was reacting to the constable. Max met them at the 8 at Outram University Hospital and had a go with the constable who was to be assigned to them, letting the man know that his father had heard just what he said about Anil, and it was going to be a long time before the man was out on the streets of London. He tried to threaten Max, but Max simply pointed to the sergeant nearby and had him send the constable back to the station for debriefing before he was suspended without pay while awaiting his disciplinary hearing. Max took no pride in having his father know what was going on, but with Paige and Arthur involved, he would be involved in the situation regardless. Paige was phoned by Max's father, Sir Charles Evans, and asked about Anil's situation. Charles gave her a groan, told her to tell whoever showed up on behalf of social services that this was a criminal investigation and to tell Brian to prepare a room at their home. Paige knew what this meant and felt her heart flutter, as she was all but drafted to be Anil's new foster parent until things cleared up. She had gotten her request to foster Anil granted by default. At the same time, Anil was being examined by a doctor, under strict guard by a nurse. He tried to ask about the clothes Anil was wearing, but Anil refused to answer any questions out of fear of what the doctor and nurse would do to him. The nurse told the doctor that it was best to leave it to those who would do something. It wasn't their place to probe further and might ensure issues for them from those who might end their careers. Anil was led to the waiting room, where Elise was busy talking with some people. Paige said a couple of things to them, but Anil tried hard not to listen. He felt bad enough as it is that his teacher now knew his secret. Even if he didn't tell her, she seemed to know why he was dressed, as he was, especially after knowing about his earlier incidents with his former neighbors. Elise was busy talking with her cousins BJ and Ophelia and their aunts, Jamie and Nicole. Jamie asked about Anil, getting a groan from Elise, which led to her telling everything that she knew about him and what she had heard her aunt and uncle talking about. Jamie was probing for answers and secretly analyzing Anil while she was thinking about what was going on with him. Like any psychiatrist would do in her situation, given the facts handed to her. She looked at Nicole, who seemed to gather what Jamie was thinking, and boldly told Elise, "He's not a normal boy. He's a girl inside. It's the same way we acted when we were his age." Jamie added, "His mother hurting him must have been due to her suspecting that his dressing up with the girls wasn't an accident, and that he was wearing the neighbors' clothes because he liked to wear them. He was too willing to do it and enjoyed it too much to have been the first time. It is tough to think about, but it's the only thing that fits the situation. Anil is transgender and needs help." Elise didn't believe her, but Jamie wasn't one to make bold assessments with little information. She had what she needed, and she was standing by her initial assessment of Anil, especially as he was still in panties, when he was removed from his home, and he didn't bother to change out of the girls' clothes that he was found in when he was freed from whatever the boys were doing to him. She was a fully licensed and practicing psychiatrist focusing on child gender identity issues, so she was an expert on it. Jamie asked them to hand the iPad off to Anil so she could talk with him for a few minutes. This was not a request. Jamie was putting on her doctor's hat and trying to help Anil, so he accepted Paige and Brian as his foster parents and knew that they would get him the proper help. Anil was reluctant, but hearing that Jamie was a psychiatrist and knew what he was going through eased his anxiety a little. The two talked for a bit as Jamie went through her standard battery of questions, then gauged the truth. She was satisfied that Anil was not a boy. Anil was born wrong and needed help from a professional so he could become what he needed to be. He was more like Anne or Annabelle than Anil and needed the help of someone who could guide him through his changes, especially as his struggles would only get worse, likely to come shortly now that Paige and Elise knew the truth about him. As they were talking, a doctor tried to stop the questioning, as it was getting a bit too clinical to the point of being analytical. Paige stopped her and calmly explained, "She's Dr. Jamie Samuel's Aunt P. She is a practicing psychiatrist, specializing in the field of child gender issues. She is doing that as a need to get Anil help for whatever is going on with him and sees something that needs attention." Paige entered and calmly asked, "Is Anil truly transgender? Or is this all just a phase?" Jamie waited a few seconds and clinically stated, "Anil is female in mind, and based on how Anil acted thus far, it is well hidden due to the abuse Anil has suffered through at the hands of Mrs. Patel and others. Anil needs removal from the group home for safety and needs to have a full, concise, fair assessment by one of my colleagues in London. I'll call her to alert her of your request. She's the only one I trust to help you." Jamie signed off, allowing them to await social services removing Anil from his group home. Max was with them and had Arthur speaking with the higher-ups in social services to work out something so Anil wasn't thrown back to the wolves. He had the paperwork drawn up to have Paige and Brian put as the new foster parents, with Paige's relationship being best for Anil until he could be placed elsewhere. Before Arthur got there, Benson and Hedges barged into the hospital looking for Anil. Both were angry at Anil and grabbed him from his chair and tried to drag him back to the group home, with Benson telling the boy that he was going to get what he deserved for running off, leaving the boys to hurt the other shrimps in the house. He never noticed Max nor his entering colleagues, leading to Benson being tossed onto his chest and placed in handcuffs while Hedges had the same done to him, as Anil rushed to the awaiting arms of Paige. Max happily placed both under arrest for kidnapping, assault, threatening behavior, and neglect for the intentional placement of Anil in the care of a home known to be harming him. The two threatened the constables, but Max produced a recorder and played back the threats, then demanded the paperwork that placed Anil in their care as they had never filed it when he was removed in the first place. It was a tense moment, but Max had them caught and unable to say or do anything without causing more charges. Benson and Hedges ran off when they were being transferred to other uniformed constables, causing Anil to grow scared as he knew that they would be back to get him. Paige hugged him tightly and tried to calm him, which only caused him to ease up on her, but still cling to her tightly. Paige started to feel amazing as he clung to her. It was a feeling that she had been lacking for a long time, especially as her son and daughter had grown too old to show their affections to her. Arthur arrived after another half hour and showed Paige the paperwork naming her as Anil's new foster mother, with Brian acting as his foster father. Paige was perplexed about how quickly she had been able to obtain guardianship of Anil, but Arthur smiled and happily explained, "Brian had me doing this for months. It was slowed down due to interference in the office, which I'm starting to think was Benson and Hedges. You had everything going for you. You have a steady job and money to support yourselves and Anil, as well as space in your home, and a background check on file with the service they use. You two are just about the most perfect candidates, but the duo stopped your application from processing." Paige was told that they could leave, with Max escorting them out as the constables encircled them. Arthur was on the phone with social services to ensure that Benson and Hedges were suspended with the intent to terminate them for their actions, while Max tried to have a warrant put out for their arrests. Paige thanked the two, with Elise hugging Max while Anil silently gripped Paige, causing the two to vow that they would get Benson and Hedges and ensure that the kids in the home were helped out. Brian was waiting for them at the house when Paige drove in. He took one look at Anil and asked if he needed to get some skirts and blouses or t-shirts and trousers. Paige glared at him, but he gave her a smile and soft, "I'm not going to fool around. I don't want him suffering anymore. If he's a she, then we have to help her be the girl she needs to be. We are the most qualified to help. I doubt very much that it will be worked out by social services, especially with those two scumbags hot on Anil's trail." Paige kissed him for being considerate and trying to help Anil for Anil's sake. She sighed and said that she would ask Anil directly what he wanted to do and go from there. It was too early to start building a wardrobe if it was only a passing phase. Brian seriously doubted it. Anil was still wearing the girl's clothing and had shown no disgust at wearing it, nor tried to remove it yet. Elise kept well away from Anil and was unsure how to feel about that evening. She felt pity for Anil, but wasn't sure if she was supposed to help Anil or stay away and let her aunt and uncle help him. It was made even worse when she heard what he was talking to her Aunt Jamie about, making her think that he was even more of a freaking weirdo than he already had been. Elise just grabbed a snack and went up to her room to sleep, with Anil waiting for instructions from Paige and Brian. Paige led him up to his room and laid out a set of pajamas for him to wear, telling him that it was all right and he was not in any trouble. She then gave him some food to eat, ensuring that he ate everything before putting him down to sleep. Anil didn't go to sleep right away. He felt weird to be dressed in pajamas that belonged to a girl and felt as if he was going to have his world crashing down any minute when Paige realized that this wasn't just some dream and he really was dressed as a girl. He still wore the panties that the boys had forced him to wear. Paige hadn't said one word about them, nor that he was happily putting on the pajamas that were clearly owned by Elise and were too girly to ever be a boy's set of pajamas. He drifted off to sleep once he was sure that he wasn't going to be hurt, with Paige checking in on him before she herself went to sleep. Brian kept quiet, but looked at her with a knowing look as she sighed and explained. He didn't react to wearing Elise's spare pajamas. He's wearing a different pair of panties than he was wearing the other day when he was removed from his mother's care, and he looked like Nicole looked when I first met her. Brian kissed her cheek, then added, "I was right about Anil. She's a girl. This proves it in my mind. We need to get her some help from people who can help her become the girl that she should have been born as. Jamie is no fool. Neither is Nicole." They saw the real Anil shining through the tears and bruising. "I don't care if we have to fight tooth and nail until this goes to the highest court. We are not letting Anil get hurt. Even if we have to adopt her as our own, Anil is getting help." It was a school night, so the kids were up early and fed breakfast while Paige got their things together. Anil didn't have her bag, but it was understandable. Paige had a spare bag that her son had left behind, so it was given to Anil to use until they could get Anil something of her own. It hit her hard that she was starting to think about Anil as a girl and looking at her long hair and actions. There was little difference between her and Elise, which nobody had seemed to notice until just now. Brian handed Anil a regular shirt and trousers to wear until they could get her a new uniform shirt, as much as she may have wanted to wear a girl's polo shirt. It was too early in her transition to do that. Anil understood. She was just happy to wear something new and would happily wait to wear girls' clothes, especially if Brian and Paige were her foster parents. Anil got dressed and received help from Paige in putting new bandages on the cuts on her face, arms, and shoulders. Paige drove in with both Anil and the grumpy Elise. She knew that things were going to be bad for her in school because Anil was staying with her. The kids wouldn't dare say anything in front of her aunt, but when Paige was out of earshot, they would happily make her feel miserable because Anil was there. Paige led the two into her classroom, then sought out Cole in his office. Paige presented paperwork to Cole to show that she was now fostering Anil and was acting on Anil's behalf. She then shut the door, locked it, and asked Cole to please not repeat any of what she was about to him to anyone. Cole gave her a look of deep concern, but told her that if it was illegal, immoral, or a danger to students, he would not make that promise. Paige sighed and carefully explained, Anil Patel is in my care due to abuse at his former foster home. The police are investigating his situation and have 2 people on the run for their role in his abuse. The men who took Anil away the other day are being sought by police for abducting Anil. Instead of properly placing him in a home, as should have been done by rule and law. If they come here trying to obtain Anil, call the police and refuse to act. No matter how much they threaten you, do not allow them near Anil. Anyone helping them will end up in legal trouble, including you. They have no rights to him. Any threats against you are lies meant to intimidate you. Do not help. Cole was concerned, but Paige added, as we were awaiting release, Anil was examined via video by my cousin Jamie, who is a psychiatrist. Anil is suspected of being transgender, and the actions taken by the kids in her group home, as well as her dressing up in clothes with her neighbor, gave Jamie the strong impression that Anil was transgender. My husband is calling a doctor. Jamie recommended to examine her here, and when we have confirmation, we will allow her to transition. Cole knew this was going to be trouble for both him and the school. Paige just smiled and added, my solicitor, Arthur, knows full well the laws, rules, regulations, and procedures for transitioning, so there is no issue for you. Once we get confirmation, you simply need to announce to the class that she will be coming to school as a girl. That won't happen for 2 weeks as it's half-term break next week, but you will have plenty of time to prepare all legal avenues and cover yourself. We will fight all challenges in court, and Arthur will ensure that social services back off of her, as they are in enough trouble, as is thanks to Benson and Hedges. Anil has full support from all of the right people, so there is no issue. Cole was caught between 2 competing situations and had to surrender to Paige's might, as she could easily bring in a lot of people who would tear the school, council, and country apart just from her legal defense alone. Her family had extremely deep pockets, and that was just from her husband's personal wealth alone. Factor in Paige and Brian's uncle, cousins, parents, in-laws, and grandparents, and it was a lost cause for all to dare challenge the 2 of them. Paige left him to figure out his next move, but knew he'd do the only thing he could. Support Anil. She went to her classroom and saw Elise sitting alone, trying not to stare at Anil while Anil finished her homework. It pained her to think that Elise disliked Anil, but peer pressure was a pain to kids, especially new kids from another country like Elise. Soon after Paige entered, the rest of the class entered. It didn't take long for the students to start to joke and whisper about Anil, especially as he had visible cuts and bruises on his face. Anil ignored them, and Elise tried hard not to join in on the fun, but it was a losing effort. She chose to not respond when they tried to make her joke alongside them. All she did was subtly glance at her aunt, which caused the kids to see that Paige was waiting to say something about their harsh words regarding Anil. Paige started the class, but first let the kids know that she would not allow them to harass, tease, or even joke about another student, especially as it was against the rules of the school. She dared them to try to say something, with the ones who she knew were the biggest instigators being asked to go to the headmaster's office, where they would face more discipline. For the kids, it was a suspension and would lead to their being placed in another class upon return from half-term break. Paige taught the lessons until lunch, then bought Anil's lunch alongside Elise's. The kids gave her an odd look, but Paige didn't respond to their goading. If she responded, then they would use whatever she said against her and Anil. Elise was caught in the middle and had to figure out what to do, but the look on Paige's face told her all she needed to know. Don't fall for their tricks. The 3 ate in silence with Paige, and Anil returning to class with Elise being forced to endure the kids on her own. Paige was no fool. It was her reckoning, and she would either stand up to the kids and do the right thing, or she would face the consequences. She knew exactly what the punishment would be, and Elise would not like it one bit. Elise was encircled by the kids in her class and asked what the freak was doing hanging around her and her aunt now. Elise didn't lie. She told them, "Anil is Aunt Paige's foster child. Aunt Paige and Uncle Brian are looking after him because of what the kids in his foster home did to him." This got the kids laughing and asking, what did he do to get kicked out? Elise saw no reason to lie, so she blurted out, "They made Anil dress up like a girl." He was wearing a skirt and blouse and panties when we found him. He has done it before. His neighbors would make him dress like a girl for them. That was the worst possible thing that Elise could have done, as the kids all laughed at her for letting a freak and pervert into her house. It didn't matter that she had no say in the matter. The fact that Anil was found in girls' clothing was what mattered. She tried to act like it was no big deal, but the kids started to tease her for letting Anil stay and not kicking him out or doing something to get him kicked out. Cole was nearby and heard the kids' reaction and looked at Paige for guidance. Paige was furious, but she held herself together. Anil was resigned to them harassing him, and what mattered was keeping him safe from the kids. Causing a scene would only cause others to react to Anil, causing him further issues. Cole made his presence known and announced to all of the kids that any further talk about Anil, what happened to him, or any derogatory remarks about him, his situation, or his foster parents would result in disciplinary action. It hit the kids hard, but most said they would tell their parents about what he was doing to them. Cole welcomed the challenge. He had plenty of time to prepare for their complaints. Anil was on the verge of fleeing, but was taken into a hug by Paige, with Elise looking down in shame as he was about to cry heavily, if she even said one syllable to either of them. Elise just sat in silence as the other kids entered and glared at the trio, with Elise wincing while Anil didn't react. Paige simply ignored their attitudes and started class again, working straight through the day without a break. Class ended and Elise faced off against her classmates. Anil stayed out of earshot with Paige, who was trying to let Elise see just how nasty the kids really were. She just hoped that Elise had some sense of right and wrong and didn't act on the feelings of others and insult Anil any more than she already had, but given how she had reacted in the past, it may have been misplaced hope. Elise received the first of the comments from the girls she thought were her friends, with the two worst offenders being the girls who she had thought were best friends, but who actually had little interest in her. The girls ripped into her, calling every sort of name they could, as they complained about Elise getting them in trouble, despite it being their own words that were their downfall. Elise was on the verge of tears, but kept herself together, letting the girls get their anger out on her. When they were finished with tearing into Elise, the class bullies got their shots in, making fun of Elise for being a fraud who had no actual parents, or else she would have lived with them. She was accused of being the bastard kid of Paige, as it was the only reason she was even allowed to live with Paige. The accusations hurt Elise deeply. There was no basis for the claims yet. The others were quick to jump onto them as facts with their own twisted justifications, made to be what they felt was the truth. Elise finally had enough and left, with the kids teasing her as they walked out. They stopped as soon as they saw Paige, but she had already heard everything. The first thing she would do when they got back was to seek to move Elise and Anil to another school, while also resigning as soon as she could no longer teach a group of kids who were clearly uninterested in learning and spent their days plotting ways of hurting people. Anil kept out of sight and hid in the car when Elise got in, knowing that as soon as she was seen by Elise, that Elise would rip into her for causing all of her friends to abandon her because of the way they acted. Elise didn't say anything at all. She just got in the car and waited for Paige to finish before they drove off to their home. Paige made little mention of what Elise had done in school. It didn't need saying, and it would only spark another fight between the girls. Elise holed up in her room until she couldn't stand it any longer and sought out Anil. As soon as she saw Anil, she screamed at her for ruining her life and making things miserable for her. She blamed her for all of her troubles, even if Anil had nothing to do with her parents not being there or her siblings trying to finish their last 2 years of school in the US. Anil was in tears and openly sobbing at Elise's tirade, especially as she started to call Anil every sort of name in the book, from freak to pervert to a variety of gay slurs to racist terms taught to her by her classmates. It took all of Paige's might to not slap the little girl, but she did the only thing she could think of. She called Pete and Hannah and had them handle their daughter's punishments, as it was too far beyond her ability to punish her. They had the most creative punishments you could come up with, especially if you harmed someone who was innocent as Anil was. When the couple answered, Paige explained everything, which caused Pete to need to hold back Hannah before her blood pressure shot up and she needed a doctor. Hannah cursed several times and demanded to speak with Elise, which was followed by the little girl rushing to see her parents, hoping that they would send for her to take her home so she could be with them. That wasn't to be, though. Hannah saw her tear-stained face and the cowering Anil clutching Paige just behind her, only causing her already high blood pressure to get higher. Pete nodded to her to stop. He would handle Elise for her, as he could hold his temper in check. Hannah heeded to his request. She hated to show weakness to her daughter, but if she continued her screaming and angry outbursts, she was putting herself in danger. Pete didn't hold back and demanded an answer for why Elise felt the need to scream at the innocent Anil for what the others had done to her, and why she felt the need to call Anil names that she knew was wrong, and what her punishment should be. She had no right to do that to Anil. She hadn't caused any of her friends to abandon her or treat her like garbage. She knew the words were vile, and she was never allowed to use that kind of language, not even if she was crying in pain from being physically hurt. Elise knew that she wasn't going to get what she wanted, so she just went out and asked for it anyway, so her parents knew just where she stood. She begged to be sent back to the US and stay with them, even if she had to be tutored by someone that they hired. She needed to leave the UK. She hated it there and couldn't stand it any longer, and if she had to beg, she would do just that to get what she needed. Pete immediately and authoritatively stated, "No, you are staying with your aunt and uncle until we are done. Your mom is ending her tour early due to the baby, so it'll only be another month. When you leave for Christmas vacation, we will all go to the estate and discuss this further. Until then, you are going to stay with your aunt and uncle. We hate being apart from you, but you are better off there than here." He drew a calming breath, then stated, "As for your punishment, you will muck the stables for 2 days next week. This is non-negotiable. You knew you were wrong and did it anyway. You intentionally tried to hurt Anil with your words. You know full well that your Aunt Nicole is like Anil, and you know just how many of your second and third cousins are like them. You are upset with us, but that doesn't give you the right to lash out at Anil because you are upset. We taught you better than that." Hannah could see the pain on Elise's face over that, but it had to be done. Pete was stronger at giving punishments than she was, and much to her mother's humor. She was her mother's daughter. Elise needed to learn her lesson, and if it meant that she would endure presents from the horses, then so be it. Elise walked away in shame, feeling sorry for herself and not liking Anil one bit. Hannah turned to Anil and asked if she had picked a new name for herself, as Anil didn't fit her at all. Anil was unsure what to do. She was asking an honest question, but Anil hadn't thought she would seriously become a girl. Anil meekly replied, "I don't know. I was always called Annie by my neighbors. It was close enough to my name to be okay in case others heard them." Paige felt great pride over hearing that while Hannah groaned at the coincidence of a name that meant something to the Smiths. Pete laughed, then told her, Anne, it is. Anne is Paige's mother's name, and it was supposed to be her little girl's name. It's fitting that her new daughter carry on that name. She will love being your mother." The newly dubbed Anne looked up at Paige, who nodded at it being true. Anne hugged her tightly, with Hannah joking, "It's a bit early, but you are acting like her mother." That got Anne to cry at the thought of Paige being her mother, while Pete told them not to get ahead of themselves, but he did see that it was what Anne wanted, even if she hadn't vocalized it yet. Pete and Hannah signed off with Paige telling Anne to go to her room and do her homework so she could cook dinner for them. Brian entered and saw Paige near tears and asked what happened, with Brian hugging and kissing her as she started to cry into his shoulder. Pete had brought up a lot of old memories, which she now saw as projecting on the kids, especially Elise. The kids ate in silence after that, with Paige and Brian not wanting to push things with either girl. He was just happy that Pete laid down the law and understood his daughter's needs and why she acted out, but it was still tense between Paige and Elise. Anne was just content to bask in the glow of being given a name that meant a lot to Paige and was closing a hole in her heart that she had tried to fill with others. After dinner, Anne was handed new panties, pajamas, and a bathrobe and told to take a shower and use the special soap and shampoo instead of Brian's body wash like she used the night before. It was a small gesture, but to her, it was the world, as it was the first girl clothing that she had been able to wear as her own, and a show that they truly were going to treat her as a girl. She eagerly showered and had Paige brush her hair, with Anne smiling the whole time as she loved the motherly gestures of love. The kids went to bed and Brian and Paige were immediately questioned by Jamie and Nicole about Elise and the other kids reacting to Anne. Paige didn't hold back and went after Elise, venting all of her frustrations that had been building up for weeks as Elise became more and more like her now former friends. Jamie had what was needed from Paige. She was concerned that Paige was holding back, and it would cause issues if she did not try to let it out of her system. Nicole asked about what she was going to do with the doctor. Paige had completely forgotten about it, but Brian happily added, "She has an appointment tomorrow afternoon." I figured Paige wouldn't be able to get around to calling, so I called for her. She seemed to be pleased that I did. Jamie had done the preparations already, and she was awaiting my call. Jamie just smirked while Paige thanked her for predicting what would happen. Nicole asked how she knew. Getting a quick, the kids wouldn't hesitate to go after Anne for any little thing they could find, and Elise would have to react in school one way or another. Aunt Karine told me that she would get upset and blame Anne, even if she was innocent. It was what Hannah had done before when you guys were in school. Apparently, she went off on Brian the same way pretty frequently. Paige nodded silently while Brian groaned and added, "She punched me out because she couldn't go with Paige on a trip to Florida because Mom couldn't afford it. She hated me for a month before Paige came back and forced her to stop being a brat. Mom punished her, and Paige wouldn't speak to her until she said she was sorry and showed that she didn't mean what she said to me." Jamie asked if she was going to try to keep Anne with them as long as possible. Paige refused to give an answer, instead hiding her tears from Jamie's view, while Brian answered for them. He wasn't going to lie. He admitted, "We can't let her go. She won't last anywhere else. Something stinks about Benson and Hedges, and unless we know she is going to go to a home that will help her transition, we can't let her go. If it comes down to it, we will file for adoption to keep her safe. She needs a loving home. We can give it to her." Paige looked at him with tears in her eyes as she realized just what he was saying. Brian nodded to her. It was what he had been planning all along, as Anne was in too much trouble to allow to go back into the system and get hurt. She needed parents and family, and Paige needed another child to love. Nicole got them back on track and asked about their grandparents. Brian didn't want to admit it, but he had not told them what they had done, nor had he told his parents either. Nicole just smirked and added, "She has to go north with you anyway. It'll be a surprise, but it's not something they can't deal with. We all know that they will be fine with her. It was inevitable that one of our kids would end up being transgender." The duo signed off to allow Jamie and Nicole to get back to work while Brian and Anna went to bed. They cuddled for a while before falling asleep, with Paige weeping the whole time. The idea of her becoming a mother again filled her heart and made her feel like she was not a failure as a mother now. The loss of her child 10 years before had finally been put to rest by Anne's arrival in their lives. In the morning, the kids woke up and got dressed for the day. Anne didn't say anything to Elise, but it was clear to Elise that Anne wouldn't provoke her and wanted to be left alone. It hurt Elise more than anything that it was easy for Anne to close off her mind to Elise's presence and ignore her. Elise hated being ignored by anyone, especially when that person had justification for ignoring her. Brian made breakfast before telling them that he'd have their bags ready for the trip north. Anne was shocked and looked scared, but Paige explained, "We are going to our family's estate. We were originally going to go to the US, but you being with us changed that. It'll be all right. There's a lot of things for you to do up there. Elise will be mucking the stables for a bit, but the two of you will still ride horses, swim, and we will visit a couple of children's places in Boston and Lincoln as well." The kids didn't say anything after that. Anne wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not that she was going on holiday with the family while Elise knew that her punishment was already set in stone and she was not going to get out of it. She ignored Anne on the drive to school, with Anne not even trying to talk. At school, the two went inside and got ready for class while Paige talked with Cole Hill. Cole was unsure if he should tell Paige the good news or wait until she returned, but the majority of the borough council was not going to stand in the way of Anne becoming a female. He read between the lines, and they were facing a hefty lawsuit that couldn't be won thanks to Arthur Evans, ensuring everything was followed to the letter of the law, making acceptance the only real option for the borough. Paige asked if Arthur held back, or did he have a lawsuit ready to file. Cole didn't try to lie and admitted. He had them by the purse strings and let them know it. There was nothing that they could do without it costing them. "I have no issue with her, and anyone who does have an issue will have to explain it before I set them straight. She has a right to attend as a girl, and we will abide by her rights." That was all Paige needed to hear. She knew Arthur wouldn't let Anne suffer because of someone's old-fashioned bigotry. The council would have to have a good reason for taking any kind of legal action and would have to explain to the taxpayers why they cost them millions. It was better to endure the few complainers than to endure the hundreds of angry voters. Politics mattered most to politicians, after all. Paige started her class and went through things faster than expected. She had a lot of time at the end, so she asked the kids what they were going to do during their week off. As expected, Anne was silent, but Elise kept to herself, lest she is forced to admit that she had to muck the stables to the others and endure the guaranteed laughter and heckling that would bring. When it came time for Anne to speak, Paige spoke for her by saying, "Anil, Elise, my husband and I are going to be visiting our family estate up in Barnstead, Lincolnshire. As much as some of you may disbelieve that my husband, I, or any member of our family are nobles, sadly for you, it's true. Grandparents in law have lived on the estate for centuries, and despite your disbelief, my husband does indeed have the title of Viscount Braintree. We were originally going to the US for the week, but due to Anil staying with us, we are staying at the estate. And before you say anything, it'll be a full week of horseback riding, swimming, and enjoying the events in Boston and Lincoln. So by all means, try to insult their activities, as many of you are staying home with your parents and not likely to leave your bedrooms except for meals and bathing." She dared the few who would disbelieve and make fun of them to say something. Paige was showing pictures of the estate and casually showed pictures of her grandparents. in-law, and the other Smiths at the elder Smith's investiture ceremony, 17 years before, and them at the recent coronation of H. King William V, complete with coronets. She happily added, "Yes, that is my husband with His Majesty." The two had met several times thanks to mutual acquaintances before he ascended to the throne and struck up a bond that has led to several trips to Kensington Palace and was among the few who were part of his entourage at his crowning ceremony at Caernarfon Castle. She saw their faces drop as they saw proof right in front of them that they were important enough to meet the king, father, and grandmother. She happily added, "I might as well say that the man next to my husband is my brother-in-law, Peter, Baron Gosfield. Alongside him are my brothers-in-law Ethan, the Earl of Frampton and future Marquess of Lincoln, and his brother Nigel, who's the future Earl of Boston. We had our cousin, Sir Michael Finn, Kate, Kay, with us, but he was busy taking pictures for us, which is why I'm in the background. He's the one behind the camera. And yes, he was knighted by the Queen and was presented the Courtroom by Her Elizabeth I. It was done the same time as grandfather was knighted by H. He and the A. Prince shared some great laughs over the years, especially after the Duke of Sussex met him. The poor fool didn't know Prince Harry was a great joker in private. Anne was happy to see all of them speechless, while Elise complained, "You could have told me you were showing those. I hated that dress." Elise blushed as the kids gasped at her being in the picture, and with several other women, one of whom they knew was the king's daughter. Paige happily added, "She's with myself and her mother, the Lady Hannah Smith, Baroness Gosfield, as well as her aunt, the Lady Nicol. Yes, that is her mother. Despite what some of you have claimed, she is her real mother, and is, in fact, my husband's twin sister. I know darn well that she is her mother, as I was alongside her when Elise was born. Her grandparents are just out of frame talking with the Prince of Wales about football and other sports. He was pretty fun to talk to and is his father's son, but thankfully has his grandmother's compassion and empathy and his uncle's sense of humor." Paige felt smug as the kids left class, whispering about the Smiths and who they knew. It was actually common knowledge, as the Smiths were an old aristocratic family with branches extending over 1,000 years into the past and had a hand in many of the region's historical events. They were shrewd people who kept their heads down during times of internal fighting among the aristocrats and spread out their money across dozens of investments over the centuries so they would always have money, even if they fell out of favor with whoever was on the throne, and backed the right people at the right time, so were left alone by most overzealous social climbing nobles. It was a shady part of their past, but they kept neutral during multiple civil wars and baronial uprisings and only supported someone if they knew they were going to be successful, even if it was unpopular. It was how their ancestor became a knight, then became a baron, then finally an early, and eventually a marquess. The real secret behind the Smith family was that the ladies were the ones who held the real power, with their husbands choosing wives wisely, and knowing that they could get more done behind the scenes via their wives' actions than directly themselves. Elise was told this history directly when she turned 8. She asked her great-grandfather about it and was rewarded with 2 hours of the family history, which she hated but learned just how key the family was in the past. She may not have been a Smith by blood, but she was part of the family and lived up to the reputation of being strong women who knew what was right, even if it was unpopular. Seeing her great-grandparents in the pictures started to give her a crisis of conscience as Anne walked beside her out to the car for the long drive north. Instead of going north, the two were driven to a doctor's office for Anne's appointment with a gender psychiatrist. Elise sat quietly with Paige while Anne was taken inside on her own. When Anne came out, Paige went inside to talk while Anne sat next to Elise, not saying a word. Inside the office, Paige was asked a battery of questions that probed her inner thoughts about Anne and why she was really taking her into her home. It was a clear attempt to see if Paige was trying to replace the child that she lost nearly a decade before, but Paige showed that she was trying to help Anne be the person that she needs to be, even if it meant that she had to adopt her as her own to protect her. Paige expected this third degree and countered that she had been through this too many times to count with her sisters, aunts, cousins, nieces, and nephews, so there wasn't anything she hadn't encountered before. The doctor just nodded and told Paige authoritatively, "I fully believe that Anne is transgender, and as she has shown a strong belief that she won't survive if she doesn't become who she has to be, it is necessary to allow her to transition now. She won't need blockers for a while, but she can wear female clothing and attend school as a girl. As you have already alerted the school and the council, there is little reason for her to remain as a male any longer." Paige thanked the doctor and left with the girls. She drove home, got the bags loaded, then drove north in her Range Rover while Brian drove in his Porsche. Paige groaned at his flashy car, but with her in the Range Rover and him still working during the week, it was needed for ferrying the girls around. Paige drove north at a steady speed and only stopped to pick up some food for dinner, as it would be too late for Chef Payne to cook for them. She had her daughter and young son home that week, so she would have a lot to keep her busy and needed the rest. Plus, it would be best to calm down the girls first as they ate their dinner at the takeaway shop before driving the final hour north. As they drove onto the estate's private lane, the huge estate came into view and was even larger than Anne could have dreamed. Elise wasn't all that impressed by it, but then again, she was used to the large homes of her dad's friends, which she happily got to visit when they spent winter and spring vacation in the UK before her parents left on the book tour. She took it for granted, but the estate was actually twice the size of any of the other estates that she visited, as the terrain and trees hid some of the distant fields that the Smith owned and rented to tenants. Elise dragged Anne out of the Range Rover and grabbed their bags before going inside. They didn't get far before they were met by the family's butler, Clarence Harrison. He looked down on the girls and was about to say something about Anne, but Paige harshly told him, "I do hope that you were not about to insult my foster daughter, Harrison. I know you dislike Yankee trash, but surely you wouldn't dare try to insult either my niece or my foster daughter in my grandparents' home." Paige dared the old-school butler to say something. The man had gotten on her nerves since he was first hired 2 years before, after the previous butler, Reardon, retired to live in a small house on the estate with his ex-wife and their children. He was a regular visitor to the main house and a happy tenant, and was sorely missed by all members of the household staff. Harrison called her bluff and asked if she was using the estate as a hotel because she couldn't afford one, or if she was there to actually visit her grandparents-in-law without her husband. Paige just grinned and asked if it mattered to him, as she was entitled to both stay at and even live at the estate if she wanted to, and however long she stayed was of no matter to him, as she was a member of the family and thus had a right to be there. He didn't dare press further, as she had him outwitted and was visibly getting angrier by the second, and likely to have an outburst that would cause him to get in trouble with the Smiths. Off to the side, Lord Bradford and Lady Ophelia Smith saw something that Harrison had kept carefully hidden away from them since being hired by them 2 years ago: his attitude toward the couple's 6 grandchildren. Bradford was not one to allow family to be treated badly by staff, especially the head of the household staff himself. Harrison would be let go soon. They just needed to find a replacement first. Bradford entered the foyer and greeted Paige and Elise warmly while trying hard not to ask about their other guest. Paige explained to Bradford, "This is Anne Patel. She is staying with Brian and I until she is able to be housed in a more suitable foster home by the council. I am sorry to have the 4 of us come without notifying you first, but we had a busy week and needed to settle a few things first. I'll tell you more out of earshot of Harrison." She glared at the butler standing off to the side of Bradford and walked to Bradford's private office, with Bradford closing the door after Paige entered. The kids were led up to their rooms by one of the maids, while the housekeeper got them settled in and had their clothes put away. She asked why Anne had so little but didn't get a response from her, only a look of fear. It was a touchy subject. The lady sensed that it was best to not probe further, especially as Harrison would be looking to use it against the girls and Paige. She may have been South Asian, but she was in the care of the grandchildren of the lord of the manor, thus making her a part of the family, thus their boss. It was also nice to them to see Paige looking fierce and ready to defend the girls against Harrison. She was a favorite among the staff already, but her actions that night added on to their respect for her. Down in Bradford's private office and away from Harrison's control, Paige explained to Bradford and Ophelia, "Anne is like Nicole. She's in our care because of abuse allowed at the foster home. She was in and due to her mother's abuse and neglect before her removal. We are investigating her circumstances and are seeing things that make no sense, such as a lack of information about her father and why her mother was allowed to abuse her for so long until we forced intervention. We are helping her to start transitioning, but Brian and I feel like she may be with us permanently." Bradford was pleased to hear that she was doing the right thing with Anne and trying to be the parent that she needed, even if it would be difficult for her. He asked about how Elise and Anne acting around one another, getting a look of disgust and anger followed by her saying, "Elise is slowly starting to see that the kids in school are frauds who only want what she has." She got to see just how nasty they can be toward others when they learned Anne was with us. They learned the truth about Elise after a month and a half of disbelief and are going to start acting even more like her friend, but really aren't. Bradford could understand what she is saying. It was exactly as so many others had acted toward him. He asked if she was being disciplined by her, getting a smirk and happy. Marion will be receiving help for 2 days from Elise. Sometime getting dirty among the horses will do her wonders, especially as I have to take Anne shopping for new clothes. The poor girl has only a few cast-offs from Elise to wear and needs a few more outfits to last the week. Ophelia was fighting saying something about that, but realized that she must have had school clothes at home. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to attend school. It was still tough to hear, with Ophelia needing to excuse herself so she could talk with someone in private. Paige didn't bother to say not to do it, but there was no way Ophelia would let the little girl do without, especially under her roof. Ophelia called the shop that she frequented and asked them if they could gather a wardrobe for her new great-granddaughter and to make it something that any 10-year-old girl would love. The shop was more than happy to help their biggest customer with a rare special request, especially as it sounded like it was for a girl who was like so many of the customers that the shop catered to. Even if they were wrong, they would have her settled in with multiple dresses, blouses, skirts, leggings, and coats along with shoes of different types. Ophelia sought out the girls and introduced herself to the scared Anne. She asked her name and if she is enjoying staying with Paige. She tried her hardest to show that she was safe, but Anne still feared her. Paige entered and hugged Anne, confessing, "Grandmother is trying to show you that you are safe here. She wants you to enjoy yourself, especially as she doesn't get to see her great grandchildren often. It's tough to get Ethan, Nigel, Nicole, and Emma away from school and work, especially with Ethan, Nicole, and Emma having young kids. Emma works hard at the hospital helping sick kids recover, while David, Emma's husband, works hard investigating criminals. Melinda, Ethan's wife, is always in the middle of a new case prosecuting some of those criminals. They don't get enough time off, so visits outside of Christmas break are rare. She is happy to meet you and wants to show that you are welcome here by her and her husband. Nicole works as a physicist at MIT, and her husband Joshua works at a biotechnology laboratory trying to help create a true artificial womb for women like you." Anne looked at Ophelia, who offered her a hug. Anne happily and tearfully hugged the elderly woman, unable to hold back as she felt the warmth and love of Ophelia. Ophelia could see why she was so close to Paige. She was starved for affection and latched onto Paige the same way she had seen her grandson latch onto Paige and Hannah when he first met the girls many years before. The housekeeper entered with a warm drink for Anne, so she could calm down, which she was joined in by Paige and Ophelia. Elise was asked to join them as well, but chose to just stew in her own room, so she didn't have to deal with Ophelia's looming questions. The girls went to bed after their drinks, and a hug and kiss from Ophelia, and Paige with Anne smiling in her sleep as she relished the affection. Brian arrived late and upset Harrison as he entered. Brian didn't play Harrison's games and told him that he was not going to let Harrison act like a jerk, especially toward his wife, niece, and foster child. Harrison dared him to do something, to which Brian casually mentioned that he had mentioned to a few of his friends and colleagues in the nobility that the family would need a new butler soon, and had a few lined up for interviews, which only caused Harrison to dare him to try to get him fired, as he had nothing to lose and would gladly take out Brian's reputation after he was fired. Brian just smirked. He actually had been out interviewing people all day to be Harrison's successor, and he had found the perfect choice. He was an unconventional choice, but he was able to do the job and not afraid to keep people in order. He was about to lose his job due to the family that employed him going bankrupt, but without family and with a willingness to move, he was tough to pass over. The fact that he was transgender did not matter one bit to Brian. The man was trained at one of the most prestigious schools in the UK and earned the respect of his peers and the maids who worked alongside him, while also being constantly humiliated by members of households who couldn't look past what he had in his trousers. Brian was happy to have him interview and was pulling for him to be the best of the group, which turned out to be justified. Brian ignored Harrison's looks and threatening behavior and walked upstairs to his room, happy to see Paige and the girls fast asleep as he checked in on all three. He kissed each on the cheek and went to bed himself, letting the tension of the day go free and enjoying the sounds of Paige's breathing. In the morning, Paige kissed him awake and smiled at him to show that she was happy to see him and that everything was all right with his grandparents. The two cuddled in bed before being roused by the girls, specifically Elise saying they're probably having sex, which Anne gasped at, causing the two to get dressed and join them in the breakfast room. It was classic Elise. Brian had trouble not smiling at her mother, shining through her just then, while it took all of Paige's might not to hug the girl over the fond memory of Hannah and herself doing the same to her own birth parents at her age when her mother stayed over at Paige's house. It was tough not to accidentally call Elise Hannah at times, as the little girl made you feel like she was Hannah in the flesh, even if she wasn't there. Elise just shrugged at their reactions as they sat down, while Anne didn't want to say anything, just in case it was a touchy subject. It wasn't lost on her, though. There was something about Elise that caused Paige and Brian to act oddly then. She didn't try to dwell on it. Instead, ate what was placed in front of her and almost overwhelmed herself as she enjoyed the food too much. Elise was about to make fun of Anne, but stopped when Bradford and Ophelia entered to eat their own special meals. She knew not to make trouble around them, or she'd have to join the maids in cleaning all of the rooms, as well as help cook the meals. Ophelia was a strict disciplinarian, and if she was upset with you, she would ensure that you paid the price for upsetting her and her household. The kids finished and were instructed to head upstairs to change into their clothes. Anne needed to be told what to do, and was saved by Ophelia telling her that she was going with them to shop, so she just had to put on the clothes she came to the estate in. Harrison scoffed at hearing that, which only led to Ophelia smiling at him and asking him if he was really scoffing at her future great grandchild's need to obtain new clothes, or if he was scoffing at her wearing the only clothes that she had with her. Harrison knew that he was beaten badly by Ophelia's wit and forced to back off, or he would go too far and end up fired. When he went off to oversee the meals for the rest of the week, Bradford asked Brian if he had gotten a new hire lined up and received a happy. His replacement is ready, willing, and able to be the man that you need. He can do the job, despite what some may believe about him or say behind his back. He is well worth hiring and should be working in the royal household or 10 Downing Street. Ophelia asked what the issue was that he had going for him. Brian mumbled a terse, he was born she, and despite years of hormones and breast reduction surgeries, he is still seen as a woman masquerading as a man. He is worth taking a chance on. If he doesn't work out, he will find a job with my parents or uncle in the US. He's covered regardless, but I doubt that he won't work out for you here. It was all that they needed to hear. He would have a job and be ready to replace Harrison as soon as the next day. Brian knew Harrison would have some words with Paige that afternoon as soon as his spies came back with the truth about Anne. He wasn't as slick as he believed himself to be. Brian had the household staff in his corner, and after years of making amends to the family, he had members of both the Lincoln Constabulary and Lincolnshire's Social Services staff support as well. Brian and Bradford left to tour the estate grounds with the estate's groundskeeper, while Ophelia sought out Paige and the girls. Paige led the now dressed Elise to the stables to help Marian muck out a night's worth of horse droppings and move hay to the stalls. Marian was all too eager to help the young lady in her punishment, but as it was a school break, he was busy with the family's horse rental business and let his 16-year-old daughter Lucy take control of the punishment. Paige had to smile as the girl had grown into a lovely young woman and who had her heart held by her own son, Bradford John Smith, or BJ, as he insisted on being called by the family. BJ and Lucy had a lot of time together over the years, and it saddened Paige that the two couldn't get closer than a long-distance relationship at the moment. He was faithful to his love for Lucy, but was resigned to the fact that such a beautiful girl would have a lot of boys trying to date her, making things tough for him. Lucy saw Paige and immediately hugged her while fighting back tears of joy, while Elise groaned at her falling back into her lovesick form and trying to please Paige yet again. Paige ignored her usual snarky groaning and explained to Lucy, "Elise, here's being punished for how she has treated her new foster cousin in school and at home. If you would be so kind, can you show her how to muck the stable and do whatever is needed to be done to ensure that the horses are properly cared for? She'll be doing it tomorrow as well, so don't let her overwork herself or finish all of it early." Lucy looked at the annoyed Elise and asked about the specifics, as she didn't want to touch on a sore subject just in case it came up. Paige nodded and explained, "We have taken in a young lady who is like Nicole. She had nothing to her name before she came to us, but Elise insisted on treating her like she was less than her due to that. She did it to impress the kids in school and knew it was wrong, but did so anyway. When she got home from school, after they humiliated her, she said many horrible things to Anne. She's being forced to work for you for 2 days, but it could be extended if she slacks off." Lucy asked where the little girl was, getting a smile and happy. "She is getting ready for some shopping with grandmother." Lucy nodded and led Elise away, with Elise asking if she was really going to force her to move the smelly mess. Lucy handed her a shovel and asked, "Do you really want to go against your father or worse? Your great-grandparents? I know why you're acting as you acted. You can drop the act as I have seen it before. She misses you as much as you miss her, and being a brat to your aunt and uncle can't bring her home earlier. It's always hard to be away from your loved ones." Lucy knew Elise too well to not know the real reasons for her acting as she did. Paige was too close to her to notice it, but Lucy knew her well enough and was far enough away to see the full picture. She was missing her parents and was doing whatever she could to fill the gap in her heart, even if it's wrong. Lucy didn't work her too hard, but ensured that she did what she needed to do and moved the heavy hay while Elise fed the horses grains and a treat. Elise didn't get too much on her clothes, but still needed a shower, and for her shoes to be washed off by the maids when she entered the manor again. Lucy went with her after changing out of her work clothes, acting as Elise's babysitter by default, as she had been unknowingly set up by Paige with Marion and the Smiths out for the time being. In her room, Elise was asked by Lucy what was really bothering her and not to lie to her. Elise tried to hide her tears but openly wept as she explained, "I want my parents back. I hate living with Aunt Paige and Uncle Brian and putting up with all of the whispering and rumors being spread about me. Mom and Dad screwed up and ended up pregnant with my brother and forgot about me when they went away. I hate it. I made a mistake in not staying in Winit with my friends at Grandma's house. It sucks that Harry and Lillian get to live with Grunkle John while I get stuck here in a new school with kids who hate me and ones who only want me because Uncle Brian has a flashy car and pool in our house and a lot of money in the bank to buy me whatever I want. They don't care about me. They just want me to buy them things, and when Aunt Paige says no, they think it's because I'm not really their niece and I am some unwanted bastard Uncle Brian fathered, and are trying to hide from others." Lucy held Elise close and let her cry herself out. She was really lonely, and it was eating at her inside. She wanted to reassure her, but she knew that Hannah and Pete were not going to be able to come home until their son was ready to be born, and even then, it wasn't clear how long it would be before they were forced to go back out on the road to promote the book. Lucy spent the rest of the afternoon with Elise in Elise's room, helping her with her homework and ensuring that she ate her lunch while avoiding Harrison as much as possible. Harrison hated that Lucy was given the run of the house whenever any of the Smith grandchildren were there. She and her brother Hamish had befriended the kids and were treated like they were part of the family, even though their parents were the cook and groomsmen for the estate. Hamish hated him as much as he hated the young boy, with Harrison refusing to let Hamish inside the house beyond the kitchen unless he was there with one of the Smith grandchildren, which turned out to be pretty frequent since he and the young Jerry Peterson, Brian and Hannah's sister Emma, Peterson's son, were inseparable during times that Jerry would visit the estate. Harrison made snide remarks to the housekeeper about the lowly daughter of the chef and groomsman, but unknowingly did so in front of the arriving Bradford, who happily told him that she had been with the family doing more to help them since she was born than Harrison had ever done since he was hired. It then hit Harrison that he had made a deadly mistake, with Bradford happily informing him, "As much as it pains me to admit it, your services at this estate are no longer required. Please leave by sundown. A train ticket to London will be made available to you at my expense. Where you go is up to you, but you are no longer welcome here." Harrison was led to his room by the Smith chauffeur, Baldric, who carefully observed everything that he was loading into his suitcases and stopped him from taking anything that belonged to the Smiths or that he would try to use against them. Baldric was a loyal servant and was easily the only member of the staff who could talk freely with Bradford and knew more about the estate than anyone else, just by being the eyes and ears of the family, and always acted as the benevolent defender of the family. He was not about to let the disgraced Harrison slip away with something that would damage Bradford, not with Anne being the obvious target for Harrison to go after. Harrison was led away an hour later, with Bradford handing him the train ticket and the contact for a person in London who would lead him to his new bedsite, where he would have 1 month to find a new job or be out on the streets. He'd have a steady paycheck from his job seeker's allowance, but it would only last for so long, and his savings would dry up in a month. He was in deep trouble and would have to beg, borrow, or steal to get a new, better job, especially as a butler. With Harrison gone, Brian called his pick at his home. The man answered immediately and had trouble believing that he was wanted for the job or that the job was legitimate. Brian didn't take offense. He told the man to come by the next day so he could interview and expect to stay the night as a guest. In his London bedside, Theo Baker was unsure whether to be relieved or suspicious that he was in line to receive a new job with the household. The Smiths sounded like an odd family, but he was not about to give up a chance at a good-paying job, especially doing what he loved. He was at wit's end. He had no chance of getting a job in any household in the London area, and other places refused his service as word had spread thanks to his old acquaintance and rival, Harrison, telling others about him. He looked into the Smith family, especially the names that Brian mentioned. What he found about them caused him to cry. It was a dream come true for him. They understood him, even if they didn't say it. It had been a long, tiresome struggle for Theo that Theo was now finally seeing could have been worth it. Ever since he stopped fighting his inner self and started to become the man that he had born to be, he had fought a battle with others who tried to stand in his way. Harrison was the worst offender, with Harrison doing everything in his power to ensure that he was never able to find a long-term job, and the jobs that he did find were ones that he was overqualified to have. After graduating from his local high school as a female, Theo left his home and started to transition to male. He lost every friend and family member that he had as he revealed his true self to the world, with his parents telling him that they had a daughter, not a son, and would only ever contact him when they were both dead. They cut him out of their life, but not out of their wills. He would tell them that he was still alive and thriving as who he needed to be, but they had no contact other than an annual letter home. In the butler training academy that he entered after he graduated from his university, Theo was constantly tormented by Harrison to the point that Harrison was forced to withdraw and enroll in another school, while Theo was left with marks on his record, but only stating that he reacted due to the actions of another. When they both graduated with high recommendations and commendations from the instructors, Theo struggled to find a job and was forced to take menial jobs as waiters and a maitre d'hotel before he was able to find a lasting job as a butler for his previous family. He couldn't find any evidence, but Theo knew that it was Harrison who had been behind his lack of job offers and responses to the CVs that he had sent out to various households who were inquiring about hiring a new butler. His last job was one that found him being more than just a butler. He was the surrogate nanny for the family, as the children were left alone in the house and needed him to help them do basic things such as cleaning and doing their homework. It was part of the job description, but it still stung him that he was just a glorified housekeeper and nanny to the family instead of the trained butler that he applied to be. It was the only job that Harrison didn't impact, and it was one that he was sad to lose, but after 2 years of being in their care, the family had to leave, making Theo need to find a new job. The accommodations that Theo was staying in was less than ideal, but they were far better than he had when he first set out in search of a job after finishing his training. He could endure a year there before he had to find another job, but he was happy to leave on his own and take the job. The Smiths were the best possible place he could go, thanks to the high pay, good hours, and full use of his experience, even without their understanding of his life. Brian just smirked as he got off the phone with Theo. He was more than happy to hire someone who is the ideal match for the family in terms of experience with children and overseeing a household the size of the Smith household. There were fewer maids than there had been in the past, but it was still busy and needed someone to coordinate things, especially when the younger Smiths were staying there. Bradford only asked for his resume so he could see just what Theo had done and asked if it was a joke as he had only 2 years of service, and even then it wasn't doing normal butler duties. Brian happily told him, "He's the real deal." Word among several households is that he was blackballed by Harrison and has been kept from working, as he should have been. His previous job came about because the family was a bit underhanded in how they described the job, and he had just been let go by. The restaurant where he worked, making the job sorely needed. He's well worth taking a chance and will be a true treasure to the family. Unlike Harrison, but quite like Reardon, he is sympathetic and understands children, which are an asset to any household. The fact that he has a special, understanding that Nicole and Anne have helps even more. We would be fools to ignore the chance to hire him. Bradford heeded to Brian's logic and agreed to the employment of Theo, provided he passed the interview with the family. Bradford was happy to set up a test for Theo, with the hopes that he was as good as he seemed, but it was going to be tough to go against Brian's gut instinct, especially as he was never wrong about things regarding the staff. He had only wished that he had consulted Brian regarding the hiring of Harrison, but it was done by Bradford himself, and Harrison had hidden his true self from view and was careful to avoid showing his major drawbacks until well established at the estate. Over in Boston, Paige and Ophelia were enjoying their day shopping with Anne and helping her build her wardrobe. Anne didn't really need much, but the way Paige saw things, with the return of Pete and Hannah Ann, there was little reason to stay in the UK, and once the year was through, Paige and Brian would move to the US to live. She had unknowingly committed herself to adopting Anne as her own daughter and thinking that way, as the only way Anne could leave the UK was as her daughter. Paige had shocked Anne by showing her several pieces of clothing that she called gaffs, which would be used to hide her birth defect, as she called Anne's male anatomy. Anne was overwhelmed with a sense of wonderment as she tried them on and saw just how she looked in them, weeping over her body being so feminine and her looking just like other girls her age. Ophelia was given a memory that she had not considered before. This was like her son Nigel had felt when he saw Nicole dressed the same way 24 years before, when she stopped trying to be Nicholas Smith and became Nicole Smith. The ladies who owned the boutique that they were shopping at knew just what to have on hand and in the right sizes, thanks to the general description of Anne by Ophelia. They were pleased that their hunch had been right, and Anne was a newly blossoming girl who needed a strong start to her wardrobe and a sense that she was a real girl and not a boy posing as a girl. They had everything that she needed and in the right sizes, with anything that was missing being shipped to the Smith estate the next day. Once they had several weeks' worth of clothes, they went shopping for shoes to go along with those clothes. The boutique sister store had the right styles for Anne and even had the right kind of sneakers that Anne would need for home. She hated trying on the different sizes, but they found the right sizes and got several pairs of each in different colors, so Anne could color coordinate her shoes with her different styles and colors of skirts and blouses. Anne fell in love with a simple pair of black Mary Jane shoes in the back of the store, away from the more popular styles girls her age wore. The look on her face showed the ladies that they were the exact kind of shoes that Anne had always dreamed of being allowed to wear, and it was going to be hard to leave the store without having at least one, but most likely 2 or 3 pairs of the same shoes. Paige was more than happy to snag 3 pairs, with matching white shoes for when she would wear a different style of blouse and skirt. The ladies stopped for lunch, with Ophelia insisting on buying and Paige being forced to accept being spoiled by her grandmother-in-law, while Anne went along with whatever they were doing. Anne asked what they were eating, with the two telling her about different foods as she chose whatever she wanted from the large menu. The waitress looked like she was annoyed at the need to explain to the little girl about the foods, but neither bothered to humor her and focused on helping Anne choose. Anne chose a simple chicken meal while the ladies chose salads. Anne wasn't ready to start exploring a new meal, so went with what she could recognize and knew was okay to eat. It was different than Elise being picky about what she was eating, as she often would be. It was Anne being uncomfortable. Anne's meal was better than the salads that the ladies ate, with the chicken cooked perfectly and to the way they liked, while the veggies were crisp and flavored nicely with a special salt blend. They were jealous that she had chosen the better meal. It wasn't hard to make a salad, but it was easy to screw it up in the way the chefs in the kitchen made theirs. It was slapped together haphazardly. Anne was happy to hear the simple praise of something that she didn't think was anything to be praised for, but was happy to accept it from Paige and Ophelia. The ladies walked some more and took Anne to get her ears pierced, with Ophelia feeling like she was getting even more special memories as she got to experience mothering to a little girl more than she had ever hoped she would. It pained her to recall missing out on these little things with Nicole, but it was still better to experience it now than to have never experienced them at all. Anne was even more eager to please them, especially as she saw the earrings that Paige wanted her to put in her ears. After 2 quick winces and some tears of joy, Anne now sported 2 beautiful pink studs in her ears. She was crying heavily as she received them, with Paige having to hug her to calm her down while Ophelia paid for the earrings and several other pairs that she would wear in a few days once her holes had permanently opened. Paige had to hold back her own tears as she was starting to enjoy mothering Anne more than she had mothering her own daughter Ophelia, named after her great-grandmother. The day had taken a lot out of the ladies, and after the emotional high of Anne getting her ears pierced, they headed back to the estate to rest before dinner. Brian helped bring in the bags while Elise stopped in her tracks at seeing the sheer number of things her aunt and great-grandmother had bought for Anne. It took all of her might to not make jokes about Anne, but when she saw Anne with her ears pierced, she had to start asking questions, which led to Paige telling her that it to help Anne feel more like a girl. Elise was about to say something when Brian asked her when did she get her ears pierced, then asked her if there were any girls in her class who didn't have their ears pierced. Elise was caught in a losing situation, so she gave up and conceded that it made sense, and it was hard to argue against her having them pierced since every girl she had met their age had them, and some had even more piercings. She knew that her own sister had ones in her nose, which always made Elise laugh, especially as she got in trouble and had to beg her parents not to take out her piercing. Up in Anne's room, Elise looked over the clothes with a fine-toothed comb and tried her hardest to not criticize the choices. She was immediately jealous of many of the clothes that she had gotten, especially the skirts and dresses that were beautiful colors and patterns. When she saw the gaffs, she asked what they were for and immediately blushed as she heard the answer. It was a little too much info for her. Elise asked if she was wearing one right now, getting a blush and a nod. She told Anne to show her how she looked in the clothes, causing Anne to start changing and giving Elise a glimpse at her lack of a bulge, without Anne even realizing that she was putting on a show for Elise. Elise was surprised at how natural it looked, but didn't dare tell Anne for fear of upsetting her. Elise was bored, so helping Anne felt like it could kill some time. After a few minutes, it actually started to become fun for her, as Anne kept asking her about things that Elise had learned years ago from her mother and aunt that Anne hadn't learned and needed to know. It felt good to Elise to talk with Anne about clothes and colors and textures and how the clothes felt and should look. She hadn't had this kind of talk with a girl her age before, and as they talked, the more she started to like Anne as a person. She had to hide her excitement and contentment as Anne tried on her clothes. She tried to put on a stoic facade, but it was tough to maintain as her smile kept creeping across her face as Anne asked more and more questions, getting a happier response from Elise. It was unlike anything Elise had felt before. It was as if Anne was a friend to her, while what she felt towards other girls was empty and forgettable. Elise silently had to fight the urge to burst into tears at Anne being what she was told a friend should be, but in her haste and self-pity, Elise had not seen the truth. The girls in her class would have tried every possible way of insulting Anne for looking cute and asking questions that they already knew the answers to then try to act like they were smarter than Anne, and Anne was a simpleton for not having their knowledge. Anne was her friend. She just never noticed it before. Anne modeled each of her outfits and combinations and put together a respectable wardrobe with Elise's help. The two were so engrossed in the clothes that they never noticed Paige silently standing in the doorway, watching them as the two talked with one another. When they finally looked toward the door, they gasped in fear as Paige had a big smile on her face, which showed that she had been listening to the girls talk to one another and get a sense of friendship that they had been unable or unwilling to seek out in one another before then. As much as she wanted to say something about their behavior, Paige simply told them that it was time for dinner and they needed to put the clothes away. When they were done, she sent Anne down ahead of them and hugged Elise deeply. Elise wasn't sure how to react, but she knew that Paige was about to say something to her about what she saw the girls doing. Before Elise could say anything, Paige calmly explained to her, "I'm proud of you. You have no idea how much that meant to Anne. I know you may not realize it, but that is what family does for one another. She needed her cousin's help, and you gave it to her. She can be the friend that you need, and what the others in class won't be if you give her the chance. The kids don't see the little girl inside that you just saw, just as they don't see the caring, smart, and intuitive young lady that Anne just saw. She just wants to be your cousin, but she wants to be your friend even more." Elise was in tears now, as her facade of the aloof, sarcastic, bratty little girl that had existed since she had to move in with Paige and Brian melted away. Paige calmly asked her, "Do you really dislike Anne?" Elise couldn't lie anymore, not after she had been caught by Paige, so confessed, "I didn't like Anil because the kids were making me feel bad for being nice, but it felt right to like Anne. Everyone hates Anil, but nobody wants to say. It's because of how girly he is. She really is a girl, isn't she?" Paige just nodded and added, "You see the real Anil Patel and now Anne Patel, or if she allows, Anne Smith." Elise asked if she was really going to adopt her, getting a nod and soft. "There's nobody else who can help her. If she goes to another foster family, she will get hurt. If she goes into a group home again, she will be killed. She needs help that only we can give. She wants a family who loves her. We all love her, and as God is my witness, she will be my daughter." Elise didn't ask anything further and walked downstairs with Paige once she had washed her face so her tears weren't seen by Anne. The two sat down to dinner with Brian telling Paige that Harrison was no longer employed by the estate and there would be a new butler coming the next day. Paige was just happy to have the chance to enjoy the week without his attitude and hoped that successor was better. The kids didn't ask about Theo, letting the adults have some solace as they didn't want to upset them or make them feel like they were hiring Theo due to Anne's gender change. The kids simply didn't want to know, and it didn't matter to them anyway. As long as he didn't make an issue about Anne, it wouldn't be a problem, and as he was like Anne, it would be tough to take offense to what he was himself. The kids ate then, were taken to the pool to swim. Anne was handed Elise's spare swimsuit by Paige, with Anne looking scared at wearing something so revealing. It was only the family that would see her, but to Anne, it was like being put on display for the world to see, something she wasn't ready for yet. Elise just grabbed Anne and pulled her into the bedroom and started to strip her. She went so far as to try to remove Anne's gaff, but once she saw what she had done, she begged for forgiveness. She looked down at the birth defect that Lucy had called Anne's little piece of anatomy and saw nothing but a piece of flesh that didn't belong on a girl. The last bit of whatever doubts she may have had about Anne flew away as she saw that it wasn't right on Anne, and Anne really was a girl with a genetics issue. Elise helped Anne get into her swimsuit and hugged her, telling her, "It really is a birth defect. Aunt Nicole and the others like you call it that, but it really does look like one. It doesn't belong on you." Anne was shaking in fear, but Elise kissed her cheek and reassured her that she was all right and she was not going to make fun of her for what she had just seen. Elise giggled that the first real one that she had seen, and it wasn't even one that she wants to see. Anne looked at her oddly, to which Elise whispered, "Don't tell Auntie I said that. She doesn't know that I know what they look like." Paige cleared her throat and told her that it'll be the last one she sees for a very long time, which caused Elise to plead innocence, but Paige just let it go. She hugged Anne, and told her that she could wear her gaff if she didn't feel comfortable without it, getting Anne to grab it and rush off to the bathroom to put it back on, then put the swimsuit bottom on over it. Paige looked at Elise and sighed, telling her, "Don't push her. You may mean well, but you could accidentally do the wrong thing and hurt her deeply. It's not something that she should wear while swimming, but we don't have a sarong to hide her bulge, so it's going to be needed until she gains the confidence to forgo them." Elise hung her head in shame until Anne returned. Paige told the two that they should probably start to swim or they'd lose out on their movie afterward. Elise rushed and practically dragged Anne behind her. The smile on Elise's face showed that she was starting to feel better and was back to being normal. Anne admitted that she wasn't a strong swimmer, despite having learned to swim in school, but tried to keep up with Elise. It surprised Anne that she wasn't as bad as she believed. She was keeping up with Elise in their short sprints and was going deeper than she had before. She loved the feel of the water. She felt right floating and swimming back and forth as she raced Elise. When they finally got out after an hour, Elise asked how she was so good. Anne just shrugged, telling her, "I was always the worst, so I don't know how I was so good. The boys always pushed me into the water and made me swim away from them, or they tried to drown me, so I guess I was faster than I thought." The former games teacher was fired thanks to the boys always playing around and never stopped them. One of the boys almost drowned because he let them chase me. Elise was going to say something, but Paige stopped her, explaining, "Some people like to believe that only the strongest should be taught, and that some should be allowed to do as they please because they are stronger, faster, smarter, better looking. Those boys aren't better than anyone," and the teacher was fired for trying to teach the boys wrongly. He did a lot more than just letting them dangerously fool around in the pool and on the fields. He also allowed them to assault smaller kids and hurt one badly. That's the real reason he was fired. He got caught letting kids get hurt under his watch. Elise felt shame about thinking the worst about Anne, but it was hard to argue that it was wrong, and she had a reason to hold back. Elise was so used to a loving, supportive family and teachers who were good to you that she hadn't thought that maybe there were others who didn't share her former teacher's views. It was a painful revelation, but it was also something that she could understand and wanted to change. The girls got showered and into their pajamas and lay in Elise's bed, where they were going to watch her favorite movie before bedtime. She had a large TV in her room that came up out of the foot of the bed, one that Anne didn't have, as she didn't have a permanent room assigned to her yet. It was easier to watch the movie in Elise's room, so they didn't have to have Paige or Brian watch them until they slept. Paige needed the break anyway. She simply put the movie on and walked down to the drawing room to recharge alongside Brian while awaiting the interrogation from Jamie and Nicole. Paige napped for a bit before being awoken by Brian, who handed Paige her tablet to talk with the inquiring Smiths. As expected, Jamie was there with Nicole, but also saw Paige's sisters and mother with her. Paige just sighed and asked if they could save the interrogation for the morning, as she was in no mood to answer dozens of questions, nor disturb the girls. Anne Connors wouldn't let her daughter get away easily and asked what was going on and not to lie or hold back the truth. Paige looked at Brian, who nodded to her, then explained, "The girls had a tough day, and it only got tougher when Elise saw what Anne had in her gaff. She is trying hard to accept Anne, but it is always coming back to Anne being scared and Elise making a goof in one form or another." Anne turned into the doting grandmother and asked how Elise reacted, getting meek. She seems to have seen a few of them before. "I don't think it's from changing her cousins either." Anne giggled and asked if she remembered when she started to get curious about boys and the difference between the sexes, which Paige tried to avoid, but her sister Christina happily said, "You showed me what they look like at 10. I said, "Yuck." "While you said it'll only be another 2 years before I wanted to see them too." Anne gave her daughter a knowing look, which meant that it was perfectly normal and not something that had to be directly addressed. It was also something for Pete and Hannah to take care of, as it was a parent's job to set those kinds of limits for kids. Paige knew that it wasn't her place, but it still felt like she should do something to stop her inquisitiveness, but realized that it was pointless, given who Elise's mother was, and how much they were alike at the same age. Talk turned to the younger Anne and how she was dealing with things so far. Paige sighed and told them, she is unused to people being nice to her and doing things for her best interests. It was tough to get her to try on the clothes, as she kept thinking that we would hit her if she didn't try on what we had in front of her. She did accept that we just wanted to buy her clothes and she wasn't going to be hurt, but it took a lot of effort to do so. She needs time and support. Hopefully, we can give her that. Sitting in the back, thinking, Paige's sister Jenna asked if everything was legitimate and in writing and filed with the proper people. Paige's only response to that was Arthur and Max are handling it, which got all of them to see that it was serious enough to get the brothers involved. Max would not directly go out on a limb and help Paige unless it was a matter that his family needed to keep a close eye on. He may have been involved as the initial constable to respond, but staying involved was family related. Jenna asked if Ruby had been involved, getting a groan about Paige completely forgetting Ruby being involved with social services for the council. Paige didn't have an answer, but the way Arthur and Max were reacting, she might have been intentionally kept out of the loop, so she didn't act on the younger Anne's behalf. She would protect Anne at all costs. She was as passionate about kids as her brothers were about the law, and not afraid to step on toes to get done what needed to be done. The elder Anne asked about her namesake's choice in name. Getting a smile from Paige, Anne got a big laugh as she didn't realize that she was why Paige asked Anil to be named Anne. Anne shed a tear at her daughter. Doing that for her, she loved knowing her name would now live on in a bright young girl, and that she had indirectly helped her namesake feel special and part of the family. The group ended their call with Anne needing a hug from her daughters. Jamie called back on her own account and asked about the younger Anne. She was trying to gauge Anne's reaction to Elise, as it was Elise that concerned Jamie the most. She was suppressing her feelings about her family situation and was likely to use Anne as her outlet. Paige offered a solemn. She talked with Lucy and confessed to being jealous and missing her parents. She is starting to finally realize that the friend she needed most was right there beside her. She is acting differently now. She is starting to fully accept Anne. The whole swimsuit incident only proved it. She cares about Anne as more than just our foster daughter. She is her friend. Jamie let her finish, then added, I talked with Hannah and there's no need for any more dates for the tour. The other places are smaller and can be handled in December, just in time for Christmas, giving those stores free publicity and driving up sales. She has a good personal relationship with the stores that will lose out on her tour and will be getting a more personal appearance than the standard meet, and greets the publisher set up for her. They prefer that anyway, even if some fans will be upset. Paige asked when that will happen, getting a solemn 4 weeks from Jamie. It was a long time, but it also meant that Elise would have something to keep her mind occupied as she counted down the days until her parents returned. It was tough on her, but she would settle down once school started again. Jamie signed off and was followed by Hannah and Pete calling about Elise. Paige steeled herself for what they are going to say, but both simply wanted to know how Elise was coping with her punishment. Paige smiled and offered a happy. She confessed to Lucy and had a mild breakdown. It's gotten better since then. She is taking to Anne as Hannah took to Jamie and Nicole, but with less sass. They asked where she was, getting a happy, watching a movie in Elise's room. I'll go get her. She was quick to rush to their room to get Elise, but what she saw made her smile brightly. She told the couple, I hate to say it, but you will have to wait until tomorrow to tell her the good news. She pointed the tablet at the girls and heard Hannah gasp as they were fast asleep in each other's arms. It was too cute. The girls had the blanket over them and were cuddling Elise's stuffed Cabot Sammy with Anne's head pressed against Elise's head, making them look like little angels as they slumbered. Paige couldn't believe it herself, but Pete happily added, "She's done fighting her feelings. That's our little girl shining through now. She won't let Anne feel bad anymore and will defend her from the other kids in school. She's her mother's daughter. Seriously, she is acting like you two at that. Age. Not that I'd know, but Mom told me to look out for certain things, and that's one of them." Both blushed deeply as they remembered sleeping like that, as kids, especially at that age. Paige was like Elise to Hannah's Anne. Elise had her mother's personality, but Hannah was the timid, poor daughter of a single parent who kids tormented like Anne was. Brian sought out his wife and saw the scene in front of him and hugged Paige tightly as she shed a tear of joy while Hannah and Pete signed off. The news could wait. It would be better to tell Elise when she was wide awake and ready for the day. She just hoped that Anne didn't think that she was the cause of Elise going with Hannah and Pete when they finally returned home. They were getting ready for bed when they received another call on the tablet, this time from their son and daughter, BJ and Ophelia. The two looked pensive as they spoke to their parents, prompting them to ask, "What did you do this time?" Both tried to come up with a quick excuse, but they were drowned out by a booming and frightening, "Tell them or I will." Both looked at one another and had to fight a laugh, as the twins were trying desperately to come up with an excuse that wouldn't result in their punishment. BJ finally broke and confessed, "We broke our curfew and went to a party last night. Gruncle John and Granty Valerie told us we couldn't go, but it's the biggest party of the fall and all of the kids in school were going. We couldn't miss it. It would have been social suicide if we did." Ophelia refused to look her parents in the eyes, which resulted in another booming. "Tell them the rest." Ophelia started to cry as she explained, "I got caught in bed with a boy at the party. Granty Valerie had to drag him off of me. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. I got so caught up in the moment that I didn't think." Paige asked Valerie Finn, the twins' guardian and Brian's aunt, what happened, knowing that she'd fill in the truth. The twins gave her a pleading look as if to say, "Please don't ask," but it was futile. If they were being forced to confess to their parents something, then it had to have been a major problem. Valerie gave an angry, "They left just after 10 when they thought we were asleep. We followed them to the party and let them have a little fun. But when they didn't come out after it hit, and we entered and found them drinking and a few girls trying to get BJ to give them some sexual pleasure. When I asked where Ophelia was, BJ realized that he didn't know which he started to panic about. She was upstairs in a room with a boy who was giving her a load of bull about doing it her first time, didn't need a condom, and other typical lies. She didn't want to do it, but he was laying it on thick and wasn't going to take no for an answer. When he saw me, he ran scared but forgot to put on clothes. She got dressed right away, but the damage is already done. He got arrested for indecent exposure a block away, but that's only a small consolation for her almost ending up pregnant. Paige looked at Brian, who was ready below a gasket, prompting both 16-year-old kids to beg him not to go overboard. Valerie just grinned while Brian growled, "Grounded for a month." "Ophelia, you are going on birth control and you are never leaving home without an emergency condom. I don't care if your social life takes a hit, you aren't going anywhere without Uncle John or Aunt Valerie with you. As for you, BJ, you will have the same, but you are also washing your grandparents' cars, then changing your second cousin's diapers. I know this was all your friend's idea to get you over Lucy. She is too good to give up on, especially as she is trying her hardest to help your cousin deal with being with us. The poor girl misses you as much as you miss her and is trying to remain single so you can be together." Paige added, "Those idiots can't get a girl on their own and are using you to get at one. That's the only reason they would dare to convince you to disobey Uncle John's rules. To get something from you, they are going to get a rude awakening. They will end up getting some poor, unsuspecting girl pregnant and have to give up on their future to raise their child. That is, if they are man enough to actually be a father to the child they helped create. Just be glad they didn't call in your uncles, or else the hosts would have to explain to your grunkle Willie why they were having a party with alcohol and sex without any form of supervision. Their parents are in trouble as it is, as it's not the first time they have had a party there, so they already have some questions that your grunkle Mark will want to be answered. Your grunkle John can't let what he saw slide and had to report them to Duff and the police for investigation. The name drops only made the twins wince harder. Their uncles were the last people that they wanted to become involved, especially when it came to their safety. Miles Finn would rip apart whatever claims were made about permissions and allowances, while David Peterson would not hold back his rage at the boy trying to have sex with his niece. Mark was not going to let the parents get away without facing repercussions, and Willie would ensure that his officers respond to the house whenever a complaint was issued and any response was followed up by action instead of forgotten and the reports deleted. Paige finally asked where her niece Lillian and nephew Harry were. Valerie smiled and offered a happy date night with two of their friends. These two really blew it. They should have been out with them, but they had to go to that party. Harry's girlfriend's twin brother has a thing for Ophelia, but she is not likely to know, as he is going to steer clear of her until he gets the all clear from us. That is all four of us. He won't make any moves until he knows you two are okay with them dating. He has too much respect for her to dare to go against your wishes, even if you are across the ocean from him. Ophelia looked down in shame, as she knew he had a huge crush on her, but had blown her chance, all thanks to her brother's idiotic friends. Paige saw the twinkle in Valerie's eyes and knew it was going to happen eventually, but she needed to learn her lesson. It was a huge leap for her daughter, especially as her son had already won the heart of Lucy the year before, making his sister jealous. Valerie sent the twins away to stew in their rooms while their cousins could be heard asking how bad it was for them. They were smart enough to not try to plead their cases to their aunt and uncle. It was a lot less than they thought Paige and Ophelia would get, and would send a message to the guys about treating girls with respect and not trying to get in their pants. They could wait a month before they were back to their usual weekend fun, especially now that it was clear that Ophelia liked her suitor. When the four teens were out of earshot, Valerie asked if they knew that Ruby Evans was angry at them for the whole Anne situation. This caught Paige off guard. She wasn't aware that Ruby knew what was going on, let alone had reacted to it. Valerie seemed to get the gist of the situation and asked if she was aware that Ruby had been the one who was supposed to be involved in Anne's case, but had been put on another case in favor of Benson and Hedges, Anne's current social workers. Paige grew angry at that. Ruby was one of the best social workers in all of London and had a high rate of finding good families for children in need, regardless of their circumstances, as well as ensuring that those who abused, neglected, or exploited their children were put in prison for their crimes. Paige only offered a terse, "I knew she worked for a London council, but not which one. Are you telling me that she works for the Autumn Council's Social Services Department?" Valerie shot back in upset. She is not only involved, she is heading the investigation into Anne's past and why the council didn't react sooner. She will be looking to speak with you and the principal, Mr. Hill, when you get back to London. Keep an eye out for rats, as she sounded like she was working on a tough part of the investigation, and things were starting to look like a cover-up by key people. Paige blurted out, "Benson and Hedges. Those bastards are involved in some way beyond being the ones who removed Anne from her home. They were keen on Anne staying with her mother until forced to take action by Max Evans. Why would they do it, though? Anne is nothing to them. And to top it off, they never officially placed Anne into their care, so when she was removed the second time, they ended up wanted for questioning by the police." Valerie grumbled. "She's something to them. I don't want to jump the gun, but this smells like a cheap soap opera plot. The more they control Anne, the more they control Anne, the more they seem to stay away from her. Since she went into your care, they have tried everything to get her back into that group home and allow her to be hurt or worse. They are up to something. Just keep an eye on yourselves, and if at all possible, don't leave the estate. Paige and Brian went to bed with an ominous feeling, as Valerie Finn didn't mince words when things were getting serious. They had to cancel their plans to visit some of the children's activities, but it wasn't catastrophic to their week. The girls would be fine riding horses and playing with Lucy while helping Chef Payne with some of the meal preparations, something that Elise had always enjoyed but never let anyone else know. If they were lucky, Hamish Payne may come by to see them and give Lucy a break, so the girls could play with someone closer to their age. He was going to be around anyway, and his mother could use the break from keeping an eye on him. What he knew about Anne was anyone's guess, but he was happy to play with girls as long as they were fine playing with him. Brian texted Ruby to ask her to come up there so they could talk, hoping that it would get her to calm down, while Paige texted Arthur to relay what Valerie had alluded to. Arthur immediately called to tell them that the investigation into Anne had stalled as files kept disappearing, and the man assigned to her case, Toby Ward, was struggling to explain how so much information could provoke so little action from him. He was a decent social worker, but he was struggling with Anne's case for some reason and looked to be covering for Benson and Hedges, but was on the hook for everything now. Paige asked about Benson and Hedges, getting a growling. They were removed from Anne's case, but no action was taken. As they weren't the social worker on record, it was Ward. He never had the chance to meet with Anne. It was handled by them on his behalf. He was supposedly working to get Anne into a caring foster family, but for some reason, the families he had lined up all refused to help Anne. Paige smelled something awful and asked if the families had been contacted by someone other than Ward, which Arthur had to now see as Benson and Hedges cutting him off from the front, so he was forced to put Anne in that horrible group home until a family was found. Arthur complained, "You just uncovered in 10 seconds what I've been trying to uncover in days. It's the only thing that fits. The duo is trying to get at Anne for some reason. Isla needs to speak with her. If she can tell her what she knows about her paternal family, she might be able to go with them by force. I know you have your heart set on her being adopted by you, but we have to follow the law, and it may be that she has family who would be able to take her in and help her be who she needs to be." Paige had to give in to him. It wasn't her right to keep Anne from her family, even if it meant she herself would be giving up Anne as a daughter. She just hoped that her family was willing to love her the way she needed to be loved, otherwise things could get bad for Anne fast. It pained her to think about Anne being male again, but it was something beyond her control if Anne's family intervened. Brian didn't get a response from Ruby, but Max did text to tell him that they would be up the next day. It was a long way to travel, but it was for Anne's own good, and he wasn't about to let someone else take over the case and blow it, potentially harming Anne. He was his father's son, even if they weren't blood. The two went to bed, feeling bad, but getting a solid 8 hours of sleep. They were awoken by the girls climbing into bed with them, with both hugging them. Paige couldn't help but smile and kiss them on their cheeks, while Brian carefully left to go to the bathroom and get changed in private. The girls let Paige get dressed, use the bathroom, then led her down to breakfast. There was a lot of fun in Elise's eyes as she looked at Paige and Brian as they ate. Anne was quiet but looked a lot better than she had looked the day before, even smiling more, as Elise talked her ear off. After breakfast, Paige sat Elise down and explained what was going on with her parents. Elise cheered as she realized that her dream was coming true. She was no longer going to be living with her aunt and uncle. Paige had to caution her that it was a month away, but it didn't matter to the little girl. Elise asked how she found out about her parents coming back so soon. Paige smirked and told her, "You missed their call last night. The two of you were fast asleep when they called. It was too cute the way the two of you were cuddled together, hugging Sammy tightly." Elise blushed while Anne asked, "Who is Sammy?" Elise whispered to her, "She's my Cabot. Auntie Cat gave her to me to sleep with when she went off to college. She says she had a boyfriend to cuddle with now, so I could have Sammy to cuddle with when Mommy and Daddy had to work." Anne snickered while Paige complained about having a chat with Cat about her little joke. She didn't appreciate Cat making a sex joke to a 5-year-old. Brian had to hold back his laughter as he was there with Pete when Cat gave Sammy to Elise. It was too cute of a moment to scold Cat, and Pete didn't get the joke until it was too late. Pete was glad Hannah wasn't there. She would have added her own take on the joke just to turn things around on Cat, as only one of the ladies of their family could. The kids were sent to change into their play clothes, which for Elise meant her mucking clothes. She was okay with doing her punishment, but she didn't expect Anne to join her in it. Paige was going to take Anne out to meet the horses and possibly entice her to try and ride one of them, then walk around the estate while Elise worked. It would help Elise focus and give Anne something to do until Elise was able to join them for their riding. In the estate's office, Bradford and the elder Ophelia were preparing for the arrival of Theo Baker. He would be staying in the butler's room in the staff quarters, even if he didn't take the job. There was little doubt that he would refuse the job, but it was always a chance. Theo arrived just after 9 a.m. and was led to the office by the housekeeper. Bradford and Ophelia were quick to introduce themselves while Brian entered and was introduced as the estate's executive director and the chief overseer for the Smith family investments. Theo wasn't aware that Brian was going to be his boss, but Bradford had to sadly explain, "I am no longer able to do much of the work that needs to be done to maintain the estate. My wife is a little better, although she hides her ill health flawlessly." Brian quickly added, "I'm only here temporarily until my parents can take over the estate. They are the ones whom you will have the most contact with. My brother-in-law was supposed to do this, but sadly, my new nephew came along, making my brother-in-law need to help my sister. They will be returning in a month, so I'll be able to handle the London area operations while he takes over up here." Bradford explained what Theo would be doing, who he would report to, who would report to him, and if there were any issues, then who had the final say. It was standard operations of a manor home, even if it was a smaller staff than some of the larger homes would have at a minimum. It was the same. He could see that the family was close and cared more about maintaining the property than doing as many of the aristocrats did and put on a false facade for the public while struggling financially. Bradford asked if there were any issues that needed to be addressed, allowing Theo to drop his news and accept whatever he expected Bradford to do to him. Theo carefully but methodically explained, "As you are likely to be told, I am transgender. I was born Tilly Cook but changed my name when I couldn't live as a female any longer. I know this upsets a great many people, but I will not compromise who I am for the sake of employment. I have had many offers rescinded thanks to word being spread by a colleague. I understand he was once employed here, a Clarence Harrison." Bradford smiled and proudly proclaimed, "He was fired yesterday. You are succeeding him. Your resume is a strong one, even better than his. You have integrity and treat children right. You won't be doing any of childcare, cooking, or cleaning here. Your job will be to oversee the domestic household, while their parents oversee the kids. That's actually one thing that my son and daughter-in-law have insisted upon for years, and their children have followed along with when they themselves had children." Ophelia felt that it would be best to come out with the truth, so things didn't get awkward later. She told him, "You are not the only transgender person who will be around here. Our granddaughter is also transgender and happily married to an incredible young man and has a young son via egg donor. Brian here is fostering a young lady who is just starting to be her true self. There will likely B. Meetings with our friends Charles and Grace and their son Arthur. Arthur is transgender like yourself and is both married and a father of 4. The message was clear to Theo, with Bradford moving the conversation on to compensation for the job as a seg to end the discussion. The pay was a substantial increase over what he had been paid before. Theo would have done anything to get the job, but they had made it clear that the interview was just a formality and he was already hired. With that out of the way, they showed him to his room and agreed to give him until the end of the week to move in, as he had to first clear out his bedside first. The fact that the room was included in the contract, as were meals and holidays off, made it a dream job for Theo. He was proud to be working for a family who was far ahead of their time and trying to be the family of the future, even if they still retained their past with dignity and respect. Theo was only too happy to be shown around the manor, then some of the key parts of the estate, and meet the staff who would be working under him, as well as the housekeeper, who would be working with him. The staff were unsure how to treat the new butler, but seeing Bradford and Brian liking the man gave the staff a sense that it was going to be all right now. None of them liked Harrison and saw 2 of the maids quit in disgust over his treatment of them. He did it when the housekeeper was away on a trip, visiting her dying parents, making it seem a little too coordinated by Harrison to have not been timed to ensure that he had no repercussions against him. Theo caught the eye of one of the maids who seemed to like what she saw in Theo. It was an unwritten rule that household staff didn't fraternize with one another, but it wasn't enforced by the Smiths due to it being hypocritical of them to do so after their granddaughter Emma became pregnant by her future husband, when she was part of the staff 18 years before. Theo didn't notice the looks, and even so, he wouldn't dare break the rules. Theo was the talk of the household as the kids arrived back from their horseback, riding and mucking. Anne was sore and bruised as she was unsure in the saddle and sat the wrong way, causing the saddle to whack her butt and privates at times. It didn't help that her gaff made her penis compressed and caused her severe pain at times as they rode over some bumpy terrain in the paddock. In her room, Anne inspected the damage in the mirror and winced at the bruising. It hurt, but it was nothing that you could see unless you tore off her skirt and leggings. Paige asked to see how she was doing, and upon seeing the extent of some of the bruising, decided to have a doctor look at the wounds, just in case something was hurt inside that none of them noticed. It would also help to have the injuries well documented, just in case someone made a false claim about the bruising coming from Brian or Paige. It wouldn't take much for someone to claim that they were possibly from spanking or worse. The duo left with Brian to go to the doctor to get Anne checked out. Elise had to be left with Lucy, who was more than happy to babysit. Elise says she was earning a nice sum of money from doing so. It was tough to explain to Elise what was going on, but she understood it involved Anne's private area and the horses, so she didn't even want to think about what might have happened. Anne was seen by the nurses and doctor on duty, who understood what was going on and why. He was not happy that Anne had chosen to ride with her penis restrained, even if she is transgender. It was not a good idea to do so, as it could cause severe injuries and tears of tendons and ligaments requiring major surgery. He understood the bruising, and the locations were exactly as any rider would know. It was standard first-time rider's bruising, but was more painful due to her restrained penis. They were released with Anne told to wait 2 days before riding again, and even then she had to have extra padding in the saddle to help with some of the impacts. She wasn't allowed to ride with a gaff on though. Paige had to explain it was for her own good, but she was still disappointed at hearing that. Paige suddenly realized that they may now have trouble because of the bruising being part of Anne's medical record. If Benson and Hedges started to dig into her personal files, especially her medical files, Anne might be removed for her own safety, and Brian and Paige put in jail on charges of abuse or worse. They had to beg Arthur for help, but he told them that it was being taken care of by Ruby. Ruby Evans was awaiting them back at the estate. She had interviewed both Ophelia and Bradford, then had to interview Elise while Lucy's mother, Chef Payne, observed on Elise's behalf. Arthur was there as well, but due to his closeness to Ruby, he couldn't directly get involved unless absolutely necessary. When they entered, Ruby took Anne off to the side and had Chef Payne join them again. Anne was asked what happened to her legs and privates, then what she told Paige and Brian, and what she told the doctor and nurses. Anne told the truth, with Ruby wincing as she heard just how painful it was. Ruby was satisfied that everything was in order just from the interviews of the girls, but she also read the doctor's summary and recommendations which backed up what the girls had said. She then asked to interview Paige and Brian separately, with both giving the same story, but with Paige giving a more detailed account, which was expected as she had been the one to see the bruises directly and was alongside Anne as she rode. Ruby was ready to draw her conclusion, but was stopped by a phone call from her superior, Gary Grant, who wanted to know what she was doing in Lincolnshire and why she was investigating Anne's case without his consent. Curious as to how he could have known about that, she asked if he was demanding officially or if he was asking as a professional courtesy. She had him now. If he was demanding officially, then she had all the reason to investigate, as she had reason to believe that there was a systemic abuse of Anne by the members of social services. If he was asking as a professional courtesy, he had no reason to know, and as she had not told anyone where she was going, there was no reason for her to answer him. Arthur wrote something down that got her to gasp as she waited for him to respond. Gary asked if she was aware of Ward leading the investigation already, but that didn't answer her question. He tried to stall, but finally stated, "Ward asked why you were looking into the Anil Patel case. He was assigned this case a week ago and was ready to close it out until you stuck your fingers in it." Arthur smirked. Ruby had never told anyone where she was going or why she was going to the estate. It was easy to see that someone had hacked into her phone and read the texts from Max, Arthur, and Brian. There was no warrant for the electronic surveillance of her phone, so someone hacked into it. Ruby chose her words carefully and asked if she was going to be disciplined for continuing to assist a police investigation that only a few knew about. Gary immediately clammed up and realized his own mistake and told her that he would not stop her from doing what she was doing. She responded with a quick, "It doesn't matter what you do. What was done is done. I'm acting on behalf of our office and assisting a child in need, which as of now will be backfiring against us. I'd have your CV in order, as I don't believe that the child's foster parents nor their solicitors will be letting this go. I'm protected, so don't even think of trying to muddy the waters in an attempt to retaliate against me. Know your sources and know just where the information came from and why. There's a rat or two in our office. Ward can scream bloody murder for all I care. I am acting in accordance with our rules and regulations." Ruby hung up and told her brother, "Talk with Anne about her family. She is in danger from Benson and Hedges. Those two are way too concerned about keeping Anne under their control to have this be about helping her. Something is wrong with them, and Anne is just a pawn in their game." Arthur looked at his wife Isla. She walked over to Anne and walked her into the billiards room to talk. She introduced herself to Anne and told her that she understood what she was going through, as Arthur is like her and went through a lot of tough times at her age. She was telling Anne all of this for trust. It was easier to get her to see that they were talking for a good reason, and it was best to cooperate. Isla asked about what she knew about her father. Anne slumped her shoulders and whispered in a barely audible voice, "He was some kind of financial advisor. He talked with Mum's family about their business and how they could save for retirement better. Mum, and he talked for a long time as Grandpa and his brothers decided what to do with their money. Mum fell in love with him, but Grandpa didn't approve of it. Since he only had a daughter and none of his brothers had children, he wanted Mum to marry a friend's son, so he would take over after Grandpa retired. He was the oldest, so he was getting the family business instead of his brothers. Mum didn't listen and ran off with Dad. She married him in a small town in Cornwall and got pregnant. Mom had me, but he didn't stay with us for long. Isla sensed pain and asked why. Anne shed a tear, then told her Mom said that his friends didn't like her and always tried to get Dad to leave her. They would do a lot of things to make Mom look bad until she finally did something that Dad thought was cheating and caused him to leave. The two kissed Mom and took pictures, claiming she tried to have sex with them. Dad believed it since he always believed them. They told Mom that if she ever tried to contact Dad again, they would take me away from her. Mom seems to know that they are around still, but I think Dad is dead. Mom was crying one night when she read the newspaper. It was of a funeral for someone. He died 2 years ago. Mom wasn't the same after that and started to hit me and call me a lot of bad names. The men who took me away from her came by a couple of times to tell her that I was going to get taken away from her if she didn't try to stop. Looking into where Dad was, they told her that they know about her hurting me. They weren't nice men. Isla was writing down everything that Anne told her. She didn't know how important it was, but Anne had just sealed the fate of Benson and Hedges. The two were going down in flames as soon as they got to court the following Monday. As much as she wanted to nail the bastards for their blatant neglect and abuse of the system in how they treated Anne, Isla needed the rest of the week to track down Anne's biological father and whatever records there are regarding him and his family. Isla led Anne back out and proclaimed to her sister-in-law, Ruby, Benson, and Hedges knew full well of the abuse and neglect that Anne's mother was heaping on her. The two threatened her and used Anne as a way of keeping her away from her ex-husband. We have to track down their marriage records. I have to track down their marriage records. I think this is more than it seems. Those two couldn't have cared any less about Anne, but for some reason, they were always close to her to the point of manipulating her situation. Nail them. It's on you now. Ruby was already on the phone with her boss while Arthur was going over his head and calling friends at the council's legal office. Isla contacted Max and had him divert to the General Register office to research Anne's claims about her father. Max saw where this was leading and alerted his father that it was about to become very difficult for him shortly. Sir Charles Evans would likely have to endure visits from a few people who were in the pocket of or close to Benson and Hedges who could cause him trouble, but he would be ready to counterattack whatever they had to threaten him over. Anne felt horrible that all of this was happening and started to cry. Paige hugged her tightly while Isla told her that it was a good thing that she told the truth. They couldn't hurt her anymore, and they would get what they deserved for what they had done to her. The mother in Isla was showing. Arthur shook his head and calmly told Isla, 2 each is enough. It's tough enough as it is with the kids so young. Isla gave him a smile. She played him perfectly. She loved him deeply, but instincts were instincts. Anne needed comforting. Isla was acting more like Aunt Isla than a mom at that moment. The kids were told to go to the nursery and play, keeping them out of earshot while the adults continued to work on their different parts in protecting Anne. Elise was happy to play Anne. She saw Elise's dolls and had to fight the urge to rush over and hug all of them. Elise handed her one of the ones that she never played with and felt the warmth as Anne hugged it tightly as she sat at a small kitchen playset. The girls were lost in thought and never noticed that Brian was calling them to lunch. Anne was tough to part with her doll, but Elise assured her that she would be able to play later. It was going to be a long, boring afternoon anyway, since the adults were so busy working to get the needed information that they would not be able to do much to keep the kids occupied. Lunch was light, just some simple sandwiches and tea. The girls were asked if they wanted to play with Hamish, which both agreed to as they hadn't had the chance to yet. Hamish came into the dining room and led both girls out to the Payne family cottage, with the girls playing on Hamish's game system as he tried to show off to Anne, but couldn't beat her in his fighting game. Anne was surprised to beat him. She never played video games before as she had no game system, let alone the newest system. It was more about her hand-eye coordination than anything. Once she learned the moves, it was easy to put together proper combinations in quick succession that Hamish couldn't counter. Elise was having the time of her life as the normally laid. Back Hamish was fighting swearing as he lost again to the new girl, and lost badly as he barely got in a hit, let alone a combo move before all of his energy was expelled, causing him to lose and Anne to win yet again. Hamish had tried to hold off asking about Anne, as she was just too different than the other Smith kids that he had met. But when his resolve eroded, he asked what the big deal was about Anne being there. Elise just smiled and told him, "She's like Aunt Nicole. She was born a boy, but Aunt Paige and Uncle Brian are helping her become a girl and are probably going to adopt her as their daughter." Hamish didn't believe them. He looked over Anne and couldn't believe that she had what he had in his boxers. Elise whispered to him, "It's just true. I saw it yesterday. She really has a penis." Hamish saw that Anne was going to cry and stopped asking questions, instead changing to a different game so the three could play something else. He kept looking at Anne and felt weird being near her, as she was not what he expected of a boy who was transitioning to being a girl. Elise had to hide a smile as she saw the usually masculine Hamish struggle with what he thought about girls and femininity. The kids played for 3 hours before it was time to go back to the manor. Lucy walked them back and smiled at her little brother as he looked at Anne with a look of deep thought, as all of what he knew about girls came crashing down as he got to see how much he actually didn't really know about girls. It was fun to her. At times he could be so misogynistic thanks to the boys in school, but Anne has just shattered his world and made him see that girls can be better than boys at a lot of things. Elise knew what Lucy was thinking and happily added, "They don't have sisters and their dads are dumb. So they don't know anything about girls. None of the girls like them in school. Maybe he will get a girl to talk to him now." Lucy knew Elise had talked with Hamish a few times over the summer, so it was the truth, even if he didn't quite realize the reason for the girls not liking the boys. Lucy helped keep the girls out of trouble until dinner and was paid for her babysitting, netting her a tidy sum of money that all but paid for her fun for the rest of the school term. Her friends would love a night out on the town, even if she wasn't taking a boy with her, and the boys all knew that she had her heart set on BJ when he came back during his 3 vacations in December, February, and April. The 3 played with dolls for another hour before it was time for dinner. Max was still driving onto the General Registry office in Merseyside to secure copies of the records and had what he needed, but due to the possible hack of their phones and computers, he was picking the information up in person. There was no fight from the registry. They were told the circumstances and were more than happy to help a child who was in need of the information, especially one legally orphaned due to abuse. Max would spend the night with friends in nearby Chiselworks, Greater Manchester, before heading back, creating copies that would be left with those friends just in case something happened to cause the records to be destroyed en route to court or the council offices. His friends would be happy to help him in any way possible. They were Smiths by blood, with one being blood to Emma Peterson, Brian's sister. The Chiselworks branch of the Smiths would demand to Anne help in any way possible. The kids were brought down to their meal, where they were introduced to the newly hired Theo. Elise put on her biggest fake smile while Anne was genuinely afraid of the newcomer. Brian had to explain to Anne that Theo was a professional and was unlike the jerk who was fired and would not treat her wrong for how she looked, nor for how she acted. Theo was there to serve the family, including her. Anne was still unsure about Theo, while the conniving little girl in Elise was brought down to earth by Paige telling her firmly, "Theo is not to be tricked or treated as anything other than the butler. If you even think that he will let you get away with screaming, running through the building, throwing your tantrums, or leaving messes for the maids and housekeeper to clean up, you can just forget it." Theo was taken aback by Paige's candidness, as well as the look on Elise's face, as her little plans were thwarted by her aunt before she had the chance to even consider them. Theo was used to kids being a bit of a pain, but never had he seen them get so badly outsmarted. Sensing what Theo was thinking, Brian explained to him, "She's just like her mother. Paige is her best friend and has been close to her since they started school years ago, so it's experience at work." The family sat down to dinner, with Theo joining them for the meal as a guest, as he wasn't going to start his employment yet. He got to see just how the girls acted and could see how different they were. Anne was, as he expected, she had a right to be afraid of Theo despite her fears being unfounded. The dinner was quiet until the family received word from Marion that there was a car approaching the estate. He counted 2 men inside the car, and they looked upset about something. It was clear who was in the car and why they were coming. Benson and Hedges were coming to take Anne from the Smiths. Ruby had to be moved out of the way, with Arthur and Isla fighting the urge to rip the men to shreds for their blatant violation of Anne's rights. They had no right to be up there. They had no reason to seek her out, and they had no excuse for anything they have done involving Anne so far. It was starting to make sense to the couple. Benson and Hedges were a link to Anne's family and needed investigating. Benson and Hedges parked their car and were greeted by Theo, who asked for their names and why they were there. They ignored him and tried to barge in, only to be met by Theo stating that if they did not state who they were and why they were there, he'd call the police. He wasn't fooling around. He had his cell phone in hand, ready to dial 999 for help. The two were about to fall into Theo's trap and stated, "We are here to remove a boy staying here. He is in danger and needs to come with us for his own protection. If you try to intervene, we will have you arrested for interfering with social services. Now get out of our way before we have you arrested for trying to molest the child, you fake man." That was a huge mistake, as they had just shown that they not only knew who Theo was, but also knew about his gender change and were willing to lie to the police to get at Anne. Few knew about Theo's gender change. The few who did know were not about to talk to those men. That is all except one person, Clarence Harrison. Benson and Hedges were escorted by Theo to the lounge where Bradford and Ophelia were waiting. The two tried to intimidate the elderly nobles, but neither could get a response from them, and only led to Bradford demanding to know why they were there and why they felt the need to try to make up a lie in order to threaten their butler. The 2 men squared off with Bradford again, trying to intimidate him, but Bradford stood firm and signaled to the maids to stay close to witness their tirades. Hedges broke first and demanded Anne be brought to them, or they would have the police there to take her away from the estate. Ophelia asked on what grounds they had to remove Anne, only to be told to shut her mouth as they were about to call the police on them. Ophelia again asked her question, with the full knowledge that they lacked the proper paperwork to do anything involving Anne. Benson threatened Bradford, telling him that if he didn't give up Anne, they would ruin his reputation and ensure that Bradford was disgraced and forced to give up his knighthood. Bradford asked for their paperwork, allowing them to actually remove Anne on behalf of social services, forcing their hand and making the two finally call the police and claim that they were being impeded by the Smiths in their removal. Seeing as they had no reason to actually be there, Bradford told the men to leave, or he would have them arrested, no matter what they claimed to be doing. Hedges tried to threaten Bradford again, this time going after Elise, which now prompted the hidden Ruby to step out and smile at the two. She authoritatively stated, "1. You have just written your own arrest warrants. I know everything that has gone on here, and I know that you are not here with any sort of paperwork allowing the removal of Anil Patel, as you are both suspended pending termination by our office. 2. You have no authorization to remove Anil at all. You are not involved with his case in any way. 3. I was just speaking with Gary Grant, and he would love to know why you were there, as no reports exist regarding those claims of molestation by the Smiths. I have already called the police and have a car. N. Rude to take you in for questioning while the Metropolitan Police Service seek you for an earlier arrest warrant for your actions days ago, for exactly the same actions. Benson and Hedges made a break for it and got to their car before they could be stopped by Theo and Brian. They were long gone when the police constable arrived, telling them that there had been a report on file awaiting pickup that had Benson and Hedges going to talk with the Smiths, but nothing else. He was told the truth about what was really going on, then took the statements of all involved and told them to get ready for court. It wasn't over yet. After he left, Max urgently called to tell them what he had found out. There was a very big reason for the two to continue to go after Anne. They were named as executors of Anne's father's estate. It wasn't the only major thing. They all knew Anne's father, and none of them would be happy about it. Out of all the possible people who could have been Anne's father, to the Smiths, the man who sired her was the worst. He was a man who spent years hating everything that Anne was and represented. He would have never even looked at her mother, let alone marry her, making the whole situation odd. What happened to change Noah Smith? He was the spitting image of his grandfather, the notoriously bigoted Wilson Smith, and was cast out of the family due to his criminal actions toward his own cousin nearly 17 years before. The family had lost contact with him after he finished his community service sentence 16 years before and was last seen living in Essex trying to work as an online investor with only occasional forays to Greater Manchester to meet with clients there. A check of his name online showed that he had built up and eventually sold his company for a vast fortune, estimated at the time to be nearly $200 million. He was in multiple online articles, newspaper columns, and radio shows as he spouted advice for starting small and building nest eggs. It was during this time period that he must have met and married Anne's mother, but what nobody had been able to find out was what was his connection to both Benson and Hedges. Isla immediately went online to check out the probate listings for Noah's will. It was online all right, and it listed Benson and Hedges as trustees for Anne until such time as Anne was able to lay claim to the estate and take her rightful inheritance. He specifically mentioned that Benson and Hedges were to ensure that Anne was properly cared for and, if need be, unite her with her paternal family. The revelation only made things worse for Benson and Hedges, as it meant that Anne had been left to be abused and neglected by her mother for years before Paige came into her life and sought help for Anne. The two as overseers were able to access small amounts of money to use to help Anne, but if it was as Isla suspected, the two had defrauded Noah's estate out of a lot of money in those 6 years. It took all of Ruby's might to not call her bosses to have Benson and Hedges arrested for fraud, but it would not do anything as Isla assured her that they would get their just deserts in front of the justices. Paige asked if the Smiths were coming south for the court case, getting a sigh and pensive. They must. If they don't, you will lose Anne to the system, regardless of Benson and Hedges going to prison. They will make a huge stink and get the public against the council, which will make our department react and force you to give up Anne to them. It was tough to hear, but it was the right thing to do. They had a right to lay claim to Anne as her closest relatives. Paige and Brian walked up to the nursery and relieved Lucy of her duties. She tried to ask what was going on, only to be told that it was something that they needed to talk to Anne about. She didn't press further. It was clear that it was going to be a tough talk and one that was private for Anne. Elise tried to leave, but was held there by Anne. Paige sat next to Anne and explained, "We know who your father was and why you never had the chance to meet your paternal family. He was Brian's 4th cousin, making you and Elise 5th. Cousins, you are a Smith by blood, a member of the branch of the family that lives in Greater Manchester in the town of Chiselworks. You have a lot of cousins, and second, cousins, and are even indirectly related Brian's sister through her cousin. Anne looked up at her with tears in her eyes at hearing the big news. She somberly asked, "Will they take me away from you?" Paige had to tell her the truth. "It could happen. We know all of your aunts and uncles, and they may want to take you into their home to allow you to be around your family. I just don't know. They have more of a right to raise you than we do." It was the worst thing that she could have heard. If she couldn't live with Brian and Paige, she might be forced to become a boy again. To her, that was akin to a death sentence, as she could not bear to go back to acting like a boy, putting up with boys fighting, and especially endure the boys' torment. Downstairs, Bradford's personal cell phone started to ring, and the names on it caused him to sigh as he knew just what they were calling about. Matilda Smith would want to know exactly what her prodigal son had done now, and why Max had been asking a lot of uncomfortable questions about Noah. It took all of his might, but Bradford couldn't say anything. He handed it off to Brian to speak. Brian steeled himself, then explained to the elder Smith, as painful as it may be, Noah married and had a child without anyone knowing. He abandoned them soon after she was born, being duped by friends of his. She is nearly 10 years old, smart, precocious, and beautiful. She is a Smith woman in full. She is just like your daughters and nieces, but she's also like Nicole. She is transgender. Matilda had to take a seat as the tears started to flow from her eyes as she heard Brian's revelation. It was painful to remember Noah, especially as he died so young, but to know that he had brought a new life into the world, and she needed their help, was too much to take. She had to hand off the phone to her husband Archie to talk as she couldn't see due to the tears streaming from her eyes. Archie asked for the full story and listened carefully to Brian. He was upset that Noah had fallen for a lie regarding his wife's fidelity so easily, especially with a child at home, but he was always gullible to vultures such as his great-grandfather Wilson. He did the right thing in the end in leaving his legacy to Anne, but made a huge mistake in allowing the two to oversee it until Anne's mother could claim it for Anne. Archie asked what they were going to do and how they could help. Brian didn't have the specifics, but it was clear that they would be in court on Friday, if not sooner, as it would take that long for Benson and Hedges to convince someone to legally file for the removal, with the two having a place lined up for when they won. Archie growled that they would be there in person. This called for the full might of the Smith family to attend, and that meant all of the Chiselworks branch of the family. Matilda got the word out among her children, nieces and nephews about Noah's scion, and the trouble that she was in. She heard right away from her niece Sienna about Anne, including seeing a picture of Anne taken discreetly by Nicole during her chat with Jamie Samuels. It wasn't the best picture, but there was no mistaking that Anne was a Smith by blood. She was the spitting image of her cousins and was going to be beautiful when she matured. Down in London, Clarence Harrison was awaiting word from Benson and Hedges regarding their trip to snag Anne. He spent the night on his half-brother's couch after telling him all about the new hire at the Smith estate and how they could use him to get at Anne. Harrison had given enough fuel to cause the two to go directly after Anne, with neither of them bothering to make it look official, as they thought they would scare their way into getting her. Harrison was Benson's baby brother, the bastard child of their father. He grew up in the Benson home, but he was treated as less than equal, whose only job would be to serve people. Benson was his worst tormentor, but the two shared a bond that caused Benson to eventually protect Harrison. His brother refused to talk about what happened, but he was right about Anne being there and living as a girl. In town before they arrived, the two gleaned information from the off-duty maids, who had been unknowingly telling them something that they shouldn't be telling others. Benson and Hedges were not above using their identifications to intimidate them, making them answer for fear of harming the kids. The maids were not fully forthcoming with details. They never mentioned the visit to the hospital, nor the visits by Ruby, Isla, or Arthur. They had some standards, and if they were there on behalf of social services, then they would already know about their colleague being there. The fact that they never bothered to mention Ruby gave the maids the impression that something was off about the two, and if they had told them about Ruby, they might have caused something worse to happen. The maids did tell Benson and Hedges about Theo Baker, the new butler, confirming to them what Harrison had told them about Theo. Harrison was a creepy man who had painstakingly kept an eye on Theo through subtle payments to people who lived near Theo, so he was well aware of Theo getting a job with the family, as Theo had told another neighbor that he was leaving to head up to the Smith estate to interview for the new job. That was being offered to him. He knew when Theo was driving out and had them search for information about what he would be doing for the Smiths, which he then turned over to Benson. Hedges had something else going for him, as Max and Ruby had suspected. He had a hacker break into the phones of Paige, Brian, and Ruby, so they could read everything that they had been sending. It was how they knew what Ruby was up to, but hadn't had any idea where she was going that day. Ruby didn't tell anyone other than her parents where she was going, and she did that in person, yet Benson and Hedges had managed to intercept her texts to them, asking to talk about Anne, and realized that she was hot on their trail, making them make the move on Anne 3 days earlier than they wanted to. The plan had been to go after her late Friday evening when the offices and courts were closed. Her going north made them push it forward and get bold, which only served to make them sloppy, as they didn't think that Ruby would go directly to the estate, nor that she would be going with her brother and sister-in-law in tow. It was that lack of insight that cost them. Ruby had them banged to their rights for illegally trying to remove Anne, and had them lying on tape as they threatened the Smiths with crimes they knew to be false, while refusing to show any required paperwork to show they could remove her. Their boss, the frustrated Gary Grant, was caught in a bad spot as he was fighting against Ruby and her ability to make the department change, while having to also support Benson and Hedges, as they had so far been in the right in cases. He had records indicating that it was their colleagues, most recently Toby Ward, who was at fault in the cases where children were harmed while in social services care. Anne was the newest in a long line of errors that Ward was the cause of, with Gary not noticing that there was a common theme among many of the errors. Benson and Hedges did most of the actual interaction with the children and were the ones who made the errors, either accidental or intentional, while those named as being at fault were only at fault on paper. After Gary got off the phone with Ruby, Ward was called into his office to speak about his most recent screw-up involving Anne. Ward knew that he was being readied for yet another dressing down and was in the process of getting his skeevy in order before he was sacked by social services for gross negligence. He was only now starting to see that he was a fool to believe the lies and insinuations that Benson and Hedges had told him since he started at the office 3 years before. It was made worse as the duo were close to the director's secretary, Virginia Goen, meaning that any time he needed to talk with Gary, he had to talk with her. The woman was smart and always ended up revealing his concerns, which the duo had then used to make it look like they were not involved in whatever he was concerned about. She covered things up most of the time, getting others blamed for it. Anne's case stood out to him, though. He had spent a lot of time reviewing the information that he had been given by Benson and Hedges and couldn't fathom why neither took direct action to help Anne in the years that they knew that she was in danger. Every report showed that she was at risk, and her home life was a textbook situation that required their immediate intervention to get both mother and child help. Yet they never acted on it. Ward saw Virginia had her plastic facade on full display and gave him a warm greeting that Ward knew to be totally fake, and whatever she was telling you was a total lie. She was a master of a variety of false feelings of warmth and understanding, while sitting by as you were raked over the coals and alerting others that you had just been disciplined. She would never tell you what to expect. You were always going in unprepared for what Gary wanted, Gary asked him to sit, then told Virginia to take her lunch. She tried to refuse, so Gary removed her phone, making her unable to listen in. She got the message and left them to talk privately, but clearly angry at having her plans for eavesdropping quashed. This greatly concerned Ward, as this was a direct action taken against Virginia, and if he was booting her out of the office, this was too serious for anyone else to hear. Whatever he was about to tell Ward was in the strictest confidence and would mean life or death, both literally and figuratively. Nobody had ever seen this reaction before, but there were rumors of it being used, back when Ruby was in foster care, before she and her twin brother Max were adopted. It was no secret to those in the department that Ruby was one of the most successful placements of any social services department in England. But it came at a cost, as she and Max were put through an ordeal that few would admit to, but was known widely among social services as done out of retribution to the Evans family. Ward had to study the case as part of his degree, and although they were not named, facts would fall into place later. He highly respected Ruby and secretly had a crush on her. She was beautiful and smart and always gave him a warm smile when they talked with one another, making knowing about her past issues with the system all the more troubling to him. Gary told him to sit as he read over his files for the past month. Regarding a specific child, it was clear who Gary was talking about. There was only one child whom he had multiple problems with that could have resulted in the need for an examination by the director. He was thorough, asking about all of the reasons for action and inaction and what he did and didn't do. The more that he read, the more Ward realized that he was getting the full blame for what was, in reality, Benson and Hedges' actions. Ward finally dropped all formality and asked if he would need all of his personal emails and texts, as he had no problem submitting them to Gary for the protection of the agency. It was akin to falling on your sword, and he was fully prepared to accept the consequences, as he would not hide the facts from others to protect the duo, especially as he was foolishly led to inaction by Benson and Hedges. Gary didn't bother to react, only telling him that he would take everything that he had to support his actions, especially emails and text messages, regardless of how minute they may seem. Ward printed off everything that he had, with them showing both Benson and Hedges being directly involved in the inaction on behalf of Anne, despite Ward telling them that they needed to act. He then showed an email that he had sent to Gary but never received a reply about, which caused Gary to swear and tell Ward the timing of that is very suspicious. Miss Golden needs to answer as to why she felt the need to delete an important email to me, especially as I would have ordered intervention a month ago, as the child in the email was clearly being abused to the point that members of the school were in fear, especially one whose family could bring down the wrath of Parliament on us if need be. Ward realized that this might have been his saving grace, as he was not at fault now, as he had followed all proper procedures and only one person had access to Gary's emails. Benson and Hedges were in trouble, as they had been told to investigate, as Ward was unable to do it, due to being in the hospital with emergency appendicitis surgery and was off work for 3 weeks before Anne was removed. It was all on Benson and Hedges now. They were shown to have ignored a necessary removal, while Golden was in trouble for deleting an emergency email to Gary, resulting in Anne being physically harmed. Ward asked if he was going to be let go for this blowing up on them. Gary let him calm down before explaining, "You gave us exactly what we need to place the two under arrest for gross negligence, for allowing a child to be abused. I am also asking the Met to look into the two as a criminal group, as this is a bit too coordinated and targeted to be apathy. As much as I may want to sack you, you proved that it was them, not you. Responsible for what happened, they have attempted to frame you for their actions, especially as they told you to be the worker on the record instead of them." He was told to speak with the Met about what happened and why and turn over copies of all evidence. Ward was unsure how to react. He came into the room thinking that he was about to be sacked, but he was being retained. He wanted to go after the two even more now, but had to follow his orders or else he would have legal issues of his own. Virginia Golden tried to ask what happened and why he was looked upset. Ward didn't entertain her. He simply told her that he had work to do and would be out of contact until further notice to anyone except Gary. She wasn't satisfied with his answer and tried to go at him from other angles, but each time she tried, he had the same answer and didn't give up any information to her. Gary had to inform the borough council that he would have to initiate a police investigation into the Department for Criminal Negligence and Child Abuse. There were complaints from several of them about the cost that it would cost to the council and borough, but he counted that he was following the law and doing his job and was not going to impede any of the inquiries initiated regardless of who was targeted. It was pretty clear that Benson and Hedges had a few members of the council in their pocket. It would only give fuel to the Met to take the two down. Gary called the legal advisors, then detectives at the Met who were involved in Anne's case. He handed over all evidence that he had then explained the new focal point of the investigation, the unanswered email. It was corroborated to show that it was deleted before he ever saw it, as he was on holiday at the time, but able to email his subordinates with the time matching a time when Golden was in the office working while Gary was actually in. Air flying to the US. There was little that Gary could do to help her, as she was hauled in for questioning and tried to claim that it was false, but a log in from the office in Gary's account could only have resulted in his email being deleted. It was irrefutable evidence that she had been the one to delete the email, with Benson and Hedges telling Ward to drop his investigation as Gary clearly had not responded, meaning it wasn't worth it to continue with it, as it wasn't worth his career. Ward wasn't happy and told them that it was going to cause harm to Anne, but both Benson and Hedges said that it was not going to happen and to leave it alone from now on. Golden was unable to counter any of their questions and ended up digging herself deeper as she gave up information about Anne's case that only Benson and Hedges knew, such as her repeated beatings by the kids in the group home that were never reported, or the fact that the kids in the home were never in the system and thus were living together without valid supervision, with most wanted by social services. It was a tough spot for her, but she didn't believe that she was in any real trouble until she told them that she was not going to continue on, and if they did, she would ensure that they were working overnight traffic control. Her threats were further inflated as she called one of the counselors who had threatened Gary earlier for support, and got both of them put under investigation by the detectives. It was turning into a red-letter day for the region as several members of the borough council were on the police's radars for corruption, even before the investigation into Anne started. Benson and Hedges had given them a reason to dig into their finances that they lacked before, especially with Golden's threats being taken seriously. The two were in the line of fire thanks to Max's investigation, but now it was going to be much deeper and expansive, as the two could possibly be the money behind the power of the council. They were going to be sought out by the police just as soon as they returned, but would be tough to contact just yet. Harrison had spent the day laying low and awaiting word from his brother. When he heard just what is going on, he asked if they had gone after the fact that Anne was dressing as a girl. It was a small detail at the time, and ignored by the duo in favor of going after the family via Theo's hiring, but now that they were getting desperate, it was a huge bit of news. Benson and Hedges called on one of the junior social workers, Darcy Mills, and then used her to get a meeting with a judge to order the removal of Anne from the Smiths' care. They didn't have all of the details, but were adamant that she was being abused and used the fact that she was dressing as a girl against them. Darcy tried to ask if they had any supporting evidence and pointed to Harrison, who would give her just what she needed, even if he had to make it up. It was going to take some finagling, but Benson had a few strings that he could pull to get what was needed from the right people. He called his girlfriend at a hospital and asked her to look into Anne's medical records, particularly recently. The inquiry took almost an hour, but she found 2 recent visits to the doctor, one for a psychiatric evaluation and one for bruising around her genital and buttocks area. This was the information that they were looking for, and would be more than enough to force a judge to remove Anne from the care of Paige and Brian. There was a major problem, though. Arthur had any attempt to remove Anne from their care flagged with a warning, with the judges being asked to order an immediate hearing over the rights of Anne. The duo triggered the warning via Darcy, and had an immediate desperate call from her telling them that she had to speak with Gary over the hearing. This was bad for the duo. They would have no way of getting at Anne via the courts, as it wasn't their names on the removal order, and they were already forced to back away from Anne, due to being under investigation by Gary. And the police, along with their existing arrest warrants from their first encounter with Paige at the hospital. They tried to contact Golden, but she kept them at a distance after she was put through the ringer by the police due to their actions and her own stupidity. The desperation took hold as the two ignored proper procedures and rushed north to get at Anne directly via classic fear and intimidation, as well as the police. They never bothered to check in with their other colleagues to garner information about the couple, or where Max and Ruby were, but got Gary to try to get information from Ruby via contacting her directly. She didn't play her part in the game. Benson and Hedges were going in blind, without support, and facing the one person they couldn't beat, Ruby. The hearing was the next day, meaning Benson and Hedges had little time to get things together before then. What they had was insufficient, and how they learned about the medical issues was going to be questioned by whoever was hired by the Smiths, and as there was no legal excuse for them obtaining it, let alone using it, there was no way they could defend it. Their colleague would put them under the spotlight, as she was not one to lie, nor did she have any reason to try to hide the truth. And with her job on the line, she would go after them to save herself, especially as she was battling Ruby's facts. Their only hope was Harrison. He would have to lie in court to get them out of trouble, and even if it went against them, it would be he who would be in legal jeopardy, as he was the one lying in open court. There was little that could be done to help him. He was expendable regardless of family ties. Harrison was told to keep up the act at all costs. If he tried to blame them, he would regret it. He didn't believe that Benson would go after him, but Benson had no qualms about taking out his brother by any means if it meant he stayed out of prison. His brother was stupid enough to be used. He deserved to get whatever was coming to him from the courts. The social services office was afire as Gary forced Darcy to explain just why she felt the need to seek the removal of a child from the care of two highly regarded and well-connected individuals, especially with little actual information on hand. She told the truth about everything. She admitted that Benson and Hedges had her meet with Harrison, and that he told her that the child was being abused by being forced to dress as a girl. She then went further to say that the two had evidence that Anne was being physically abused and was forced to go to a psychiatrist to back up their abuse. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that she knew the Smith name from somewhere else. Gary nodded, telling her firmly, "Lord and Lady Smith are the most qualified foster parents that we have ever had. They would not allow their foster child to dress as a female unless they had support to back them up. That evidence is in the form of an evaluation by a psychiatrist, one who is set to defend the child and the Smiths. Further, the Smiths have multiple people in their family who are transgender and can guide them through any issues with their foster child, including their own sister." She asked about the other abuse, the bruising around the genitals. That was tough to justify, but then he remembered Ruby talking about riding at the estate with the Smiths when she was younger. He smiled and pointed out, "First time riding a horse. I can only guess, but the child wasn't fully stable as they rode. It happens to all of us when we first start and can be painful. I know I've had them myself." He winced as he said that, but it did fit with things as it was a likely unintended injury. He knew full well of those bruises as he rode for pleasure during his holidays, and had his own daughter complain about the bruising she had on her inner thighs and buttocks. He had the same happen as a child, and if not for some padding, he might have had worse injuries to his privates, due to slipping off his horse. It took a while to pinpoint where she went wrong in her attempt to remove Anne, but with the prior action taken by Benson and Hedges, they were forced to follow through on the request and lay out what they knew and accept the admonishment of the court. The biggest issue for them was Harrison and his testimony. He was a valid witness, but what he said was countered by the doctor's clearances. It was going to be a waste of time and money, but they knew they would lose regardless. Gary called Ruby to tell her what the two had done and what to expect. She was ready to be the one to counter everything that the two had done and work out how the department would need to react to the incident. The worst problem would be keeping the case out of the media spotlight, even if it was going to be fatal to their careers and their eyes, and they called for their heads. Ruby talked with Gary for an hour before hanging up and telling the others about what was going on. It was going to be tough, but they would endure whatever was going to happen, as it was not the first time that the media had been onto the family, as it was par the course for people who were rich and had a nobility title. They were ready for battle and had as much support as you could get, and then some. She called her brother and got him to tell them about the situation and asked that Noah's family attend the hearing. As much as the fools had tried to hide Anne from her paternal family, they had grossly ignored that the family could easily negate whatever they were doing by laying claim to Anne as her next of kin and obtain rightful custody. Matilda Smith would have little reason or want to invoke the family's right to obtain custody of Anne, but it remained an option that she would not hesitate to invoke if the judge deemed Paige and Brian bad fits. Max was with Matilda and explained to her what was going on, why it was happening, and who was behind it. It was made even worse by the fact that the two had known about Anne and never informed the family that Noah had a child, let alone was in trouble, as they spoke at Noah's funeral years before. The idea both revolted her, but made her grin, as it was their undoing. The two thought they had thought of everything, but that fact will destroy them in court no matter what. The Chiselwork Smiths were in agreement. They would all be there for the hearing. Both of Matilda's sons, her daughter, as well as all 4 of her brother's daughters and their husbands and wife were going. Their kids would join them, but were forced to wait with her niece's mother-in-law, who was happy to help out at any point, especially as she would be helping the 2 girls that she had heard so much about. Max was talking with Matilda, but realized he had made a huge mistake. He was talking with her with the kids in the room and listening. They were already talking with their distant cousins in the U.S., and it was making the news get around among the U.S. Smith faction fast. It was going to be tough to keep them from rushing to England to support Paige and Brian, but it was unavoidable in their eyes. Max tried to get Nicole and her brothers, Nigel Jr. and Ethan, to back away, but once they heard about the problems, they had a plane booked with their Uncle John, refusing to let them pay for it. John Finn was only able to hold off BJ, Ophelia, Harry, and Lillian from trying to join them, but it was going to be impossible to keep them from talking to Hannah and Pete to get their advice on the situation. John would have an even tougher time with those two. Nobody could stop Hannah if she set her mind on something, especially when it came to protecting her family. The Smiths went to bed early, with Max hating that he was forced to stay the night, due to distance, but he needed to be at the top of his game due to it being a 5. It would have taken just as long to fly and drive, so there was no choice but to drive. He knew that his brother would have the judge stall as he filed multiple legal motions that needed to be reviewed by the social services representatives and the judge, but were legitimate, giving them plenty of time to get to the courthouse. Across the ocean, the eldest Smith children were hard at work plotting and planning and pleading to go. Their great aunt Valerie was fighting a smile as they tried to use every argument possible to get her to let them go with their aunts and uncles. She was just about done talking with BJ and Ophelia when she was told that Hannah was there in person and ready for a battle. Valerie stopped dead in her tracks as Hannah entered the house and living room, then authoritatively told her, "They all come. I called off the rest of my tour to be there for my brother and sister-in-law and won't let my children or theirs get stuck here, no matter what you say. Mom and Dad are already going, as are Emma, David, Auntie Anne, Jenna, George, Miles, and Christina. It's all Smith and Connor's able to go who will be going. And before you ask, the only ones not going are the kids, and that's because they're staying with their grandparents. You'll be watching Miles, Jr. and Violet. For Miles, this is too important for any of us to stay home. But the kids don't need to know what is going on." There was no way Valerie could get Hannah to change her mind. She was pissed off and looked like she was about to fight anyone who tried to stop her. She was in full-blown mother mode. Only the foolish is dumb enough to try to stop her when she is like that. Valerie could only ask, "Will you need me to find you a barrister, or will you only keep this to a verbal beating instead of a literal one?" Hannah didn't humor her. Instead, she told the 4 teenagers, "Get your things together. Your sisters need you. I talked with the school. You are excused for the rest of the week. This is too important to your sisters. They need you there in person." While the adults talked, the kids were put to bed. Anne was scared stiff as she knew that something was going on among the adults. Elise tried to calm her, but it was tough to do as she knew the truth and was herself fighting the urge to go downstairs and demand answers. She did her job as cousin and helped Anne calm to the point that she had to insist that Anne cuddle with Sammy, which worked but resulted in Elise having to cuddle with Anne to fall asleep as well, something that she actually loved but would never tell Anne that she liked doing. The girls slept while Lucy asked what was going on. When she heard everything that they were willing to tell her, she walked off, fighting the urge to swear while getting a smile from Paige. Brian asked what she was thinking. Getting a happy. She loves the girls. She cares about the girls like they were her own sisters. There's little doubt that our son is looking at his future wife. She's too perfect not to be. The others went to bed, trying their hardest to not say something. But to the elder Smiths, it was obvious that Lucy was destined to marry their great-grandson. Lillian had a steady boyfriend, and Ophelia had her eyes on Lillian's boyfriend's twin brother, but so far, only Beej had found true love. At 16, it was tough to call it that, but all of the adults could see that age was but a number to the 2 lovebirds, especially as his parents, aunt and uncle, had found love at nearly the same age, even if they knew their loved one for years before they ever started to date. The whole family slept uneasily, and it took an infusion of tea to steady their nerves at breakfast. It was in complete silence as nobody wanted to say anything, as their focus was on what they would do and what they would say during the hearing. The kids were focused on the reality that they could be separated shortly if they lost the hearing and social services followed through on their threats, even if it would only mean that Anne was taken in by her grandparents to keep her from a group home. Ruby, Arthur, and Isla spent the night with the Smiths and had their parents watching the Evans kids at their home. Sir Charles and Grace would be there for support and to ensure that the situation wasn't swept under the rug by the council once it had gone against social services. It would be impossible to do so with the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Service ensuring that there was a full and impartial investigation undertaken, one that Sir Charles was ordering based on multiple actions before the hearing had even been considered. After breakfast, the kids rushed upstairs to change into their best dress, which had been laid out by the maids for them. The girls dressed in matching dresses by pure luck, with both in tears as they saw the other's choice. It was a sign to the adults that the 2 were meant to be cousins and best friends. They were too closely connected not to be. The kids' belongings were put together, with all of Anne's clothes put into the back of the Range Rover, and Elise's suitcase put in Brian's car, as she would likely be going back home to the US if Anne was removed from the family. None of them wanted to think about it, but it was too much of a possibility, especially as it was the family against the powerful system and being outsiders who weren't seen as real Brits despite both citizenship and titles. It was nothing new to the couple. They had far too many people who wanted to knock them down a peg just to say they embarrassed a noble. The family drove south in 5 cars, meeting Max in the Chiselworks branch of the Smiths outside the courthouse. Max held them back with Matilda, having to fight tears as she saw her beautiful grandchild in the flesh for the first time. Anne never noticed that she was being looked over by anyone. She was too busy being distracted by Elise, who led her inside alongside her new lawyer, Isla. When they were safely inside and in a private room, Isla explained to Anne, "You just passed by your grandparents, uncles, cousins, and aunts. They are here on your behalf. They will fight social services tooth and nail and ensure that you are allowed to become a girl in full. God forbid the judges decide to be stupid. Your grandparents will invoke their rights as your next of kin and be your new guardians. We don't think that is likely to happen, but your grandparents want to be here to ensure that you are all right." Elise knew who they were and gasped as she hugged Anne, calling her cousin, and adding, "Really, you are my cousin. Aunt Paige told us already, but it's really true. Your grandmother is Granddaddy's 3rd cousin. Your daddy was Mommy's 4th. Cousin making you my 5th. Cousin making you my 5th. Cousin by birth. Smith, a blood Smith, and not just an adopted one." Anne looked to Isla for help. Isla explained, "They are really your paternal family. You really are a Smith by blood. What Paige and Brian are doing is bringing you closer to the family by adoption, but you are already part of it by birth. They are here because they want to help you. I have known them for years and even gone shopping with and on dates alongside your aunts. Your daddy wasn't known to be a nice man, but even bad men can do good things when they stop acting like children. He did that with you. You are the greatest thing to happen to him. You are his greatest treasure." Anne was now crying. She had a family no matter what happened to her. She wanted to be adopted by Paige and Brian, but she would have a grandmother and grandfather and aunts and uncles no matter what the judges decided. She was so happy she wasn't all alone anymore. Outside, the Smiths gathered together to brainstorm. Max provided all evidence that he had and had to fight the urge to personally arrest Benson and Hedges for their known crimes before they entered the courthouse. His anger was only rising as he saw the duo enter the courthouse and act like they had the case in the bag and they had nothing to fear from the police despite being wanted criminals. But Ruby whispered to him that they had no right to be there as they have no connection to the case, no matter what. They claim as her colleagues. Toby Ward and Darcy Mills were the ones on record, not them. Max was put in his place by his parents arriving and telling him to calm himself and remember that he would only hurt the case if he tried to intervene early. His mother was the more level, headed of the two, and saw that if they showed they were upset and ready to apprehend them, it could only serve to give the judges reason to question as to whether the Smiths were bullying social services to get what they wanted despite being the best fit for Anne. They had to bide their time, let them make mistakes first before they hit them where it hurt and hit them so often that they had no way to recover. Harrison walked past them and smirked at the Smiths. It was the worst thing that he could have done, as he showed that he was involved, and it immediately made the whole group laugh at the idea that he was going to help Benson and Hedges, but would end up being their downfall, as his statements had to have been what was used to prompt the immediate hearing. The look he gave them was one of victory and of arrogance. He was acting like he was important, but was only a pawn being used by the duo. Paige mumbled a terse, "They know about the visit to the doctor yesterday. It's the only way to force an immediate hearing with that kind of removal order. Their snatch and grab didn't work, but the allegation has to have been serious enough for the judges to want the evidence." Ruby shook her head while Arthur explained, "They are in trouble. They have no right to get any of that information, especially since she's a minor and not under their oversight. Only Ward or Mills could have asked for it, and even then they have to have had a reason. You have your way of putting them away. It's criminal, and I won't let them get away with it. Max was already on the phone with someone who could do something about finding out who had accessed Anne's private medical records, while Charles simply called the team looking into the duo and had more charges added onto the ones that they were already pinning onto Benson and Hedges. It was now illegally accessing medical records on top of the pre-existing charges they were ready to bring against the duo. He only hoped that they didn't get foolish and reveal all to the media yet. Charles got his answer regarding the access to Anne's medical records within minutes, and it was going to cost the two dearly, as they not only had Hedges' girlfriend nailed for breaking the law, they also had it pinned down as happening well after Ruby had cleared Paige and Brian. The two were going to have to answer why they used illegally obtained information about a child not in their care to try to remove her when they had no involvement with the child. Their arrogance was laughable to the point of crying. The group finally stopped stalling and entered the courthouse, with the Smiths taking one side of the courtroom while Benson and Hedges stood in the other. The judges entered and started to look at the case and make notes while the two groups stood awkwardly as time clicked by. It seemed like it was taking forever, but it was only a few minutes with the way the whole group was feeling on edge. As they were about to start the hearing, officially, two groups entered and caused Benson and Hedges to get uneasy. They recognized their boss, Gary Grant, the director of Borough of Autumn Social Services, but didn't recognize the other group of people who entered but did see that they were coming in force. The way they were acting, they were pissed off, and the way they glared at Benson and Hedges showed they wanted blood. The Smiths hugged the arriving us branch, then the three Connors branches, with Anne Connors being the last to enter and bringing with her two uniformed men, whose large sizes made Benson and Hedges become uneasy, especially as they saw that the men were wearing police uniforms, albeit ones for their us counterparts. David Peterson and Miles Finn were there to support their in-laws and to present the most damaging evidence possible. The reason for Benson and Hedges' actions, thanks to the family's 5 accountants and a court order allowing their investigation into Anne's inheritance account. The judges saw just how large the crowd was and demanded to know just who they all were. Benson and Hedges had to introduce themselves as well as their only witness, Harrison. Arthur carefully stated, "My lords, it would take too long to introduce each of them individually, but each and every one of the men and women behind me are members of my client's immediate family. The rest are members of the child's immediate family, as in the ones who rightfully should have been contacted upon the death of one Noah Smith, father of the child at the center of today's hearing." The judges looked at Benson and Hedges for a response, to which Gary smirked as they realized that they had just blundered big time in not being thorough in covering their tracks. The judges asked what Harrison's role was, to which Benson and Hedges proclaimed that he was an eyewitness to the abuse allegations against Brian and Hannah. Arthur casually stated, "We will allow this witness to speak only as we have evidence that his testimony will impact." The judges asked Benson and Hedges to begin and saw the two laying out everything that they had to offer against Brian and Paige, while showing just how little actual evidence they really had, as it was all countered by the hard evidence that Arthur possessed. Ruby had to be held firmly by Charles at times as she heard all of what Benson and Hedges were spewing. She looked over at the two and couldn't see how they had ever lasted as social workers, let alone respected members of the department that the two had seemed to be to anyone outside the office. Toby Ward entered, followed by Darcy Mills, the one who offered the initial request to remove Anne from Paige and Brian's care. The two saw Ruby sitting with her parents and realized that they were about to get ripped apart by her brother Arthur, when he put them on the stand to counter Benson and Hedges' claims and account for their decisions. They had at least one thing going for them. They were in the clear thanks to the emails and texts from the duo, but it was still going to be tough for them. Benson was the most vocal in his claims, while Hedges coordinated the evidence that they presented to the judges while trying to look like some of what was said wasn't fully the truth. It was clear that he was trying to act like Benson was the mastermind and going to make him take most of the fall should it backfire on the two. Hedges was no fool. He was just as smart as Benson and was used to being looked at as being the lesser of the two, but in reality, he was the one who made most of the plans for them. The judges could see this subtle action and were letting the two work themselves into a corner so as to force the truth from them one way or another. It didn't take much to make them see that there was no evidence involved in anything that the two said. It was all illusions and baseless claims. The way they were working the judges over, there was a big reveal coming and the judges were ready for it. When Benson ran out of steam, he had no choice but to go for the heart of the matter and claimed Mrs. Smith and her husband are deviants. They have dressed Anil Patel in dresses and forced him to act like he is a girl. They went to a psychiatrist to get support for their claims, then sexually abused him when they got him out of London. They are a danger to Anil and belong in prison. We are hereby seeking the removal and sole custody of Anil Patel for his own safety. This was the bombshell that the judges had been waiting for, the only possible reason for them to go to the courts to get what they wanted, instead of using social services directly. The judges asked for their supporting evidence and were handed the claims by Harrison, then the doctor visitation statements. There was nothing in the forms that stated abuse. One was a standard evaluation, and the other stated that Anil had bruising in his genital area that was explained but no mention of sexual assault. Curious as to what else they had, they called Harrison forward and had him sworn in as a witness, with the duo questioning him immediately about what he saw and what he believed was going on. The two were leading him on, guiding him through the statements and giving him ideas as to what may have gone on and why, letting Harrison fill in the gaps on his own. Hannah was foaming at the mouth to rip him to shreds. Everything that he said was a complete fabrication, but the judges seemed to believe it. Harrison thought he did a good job of getting revenge on Brian, but it was about to all come crashing down on him. He saw Arthur get up, read over some notes, then state, "I need to retrace some facts. You said you saw the molestation, yet you didn't go to the police or to the Lincolnshire Social Services. Why did you wait hours taking a train south to seek out your brother for help, when it could have been much more rapidly given by local authorities instead of ones traveling over 3 hours north?" The judges saw the logic there and demanded an answer from him. Harrison tried to blame it on fear of the Smith family and the retaliation against him for knowing that he had witnessed the actions and firing him for it. Arthur pressed further, but Harrison couldn't come up with a good excuse. Arthur asked how much interaction he actually had with the children before he was sacked by Bradford for insulting the children of members of the estate. Harrison tried to play it off like he was there for the entire day and saw everything, but when pressed for further information, his claims started to fall apart. Arthur then asked him if he still had the train ticket that had been purchased by Bradford, which he acted like wasn't a big deal and didn't matter, but Arthur knew to be important. Arthur smirked, then told him, "I have the record of the ticket. You were on approach to London during the time that Ladies Ophelia and Paige were eating lunch in Boston. The maids and chef claim that you were not present during breakfast, and the ladies were gone when you appeared that morning. I have the receipts for their meals and the clothes that they purchased before and after their meal. You could not have seen any of what you claimed to have seen at the times you claimed to have seen it, as you were in the process of being removed from the property or in London at the time." "Exactly. When did it occur?" Harrison tried to make up a time, which was counted with a quick, "That's impossible," as they were en route to the estate during that time. He tried another time, only to be told they were already in bed. We know this as we have texts from Lord Brian asking just where the kids were at the time and of the receipts for petrol and teat at a motorway filling station at that time. Harrison's entire claims were called into question. Bradford and Ophelia stepped forward and were sworn in to testify. Both gave exact times that Harrison was around Anne, which was the total sum of 2 minutes, which was during their initial confrontation in the foyer, directly refuting his claims. Bradford then went on to explain why Harrison was fired and when, with him verifying that he had the train ticket purchased and had Baldrick, his chauffeur, drive Harrison away. He had seen little of Anne, and his own words had shown that he had a strong bias against her for no reason whatsoever. It took all of his might, but Bradford kept his heart rate down, but he was showing signs of stress, weakening him. Arthur asked about Harrison's sources inside the house, who told him about Anne's gender change. He tried to play it off as being nothing, but Arthur produced multiple sheets of paper, stating that they were talking about Anne's being so cute and couldn't believe how sweet she was. He tried to deny that they were his source, but when compared with how little contact he actually had with Anne, it was hard to deny that he was using third-hand information from the maids that was later supported by Benson and Hedges, seeking him out later, that showed the truth about what he knew of her. Arthur went for the jugular and asked where Benson and Hedges got the medical information from, as it was private medical information that Anne nor Brian and Paige, her legal guardians, had given any sort of permission to access. The two tried to claim that they were told by Harrison, but Arthur reiterated that he had claimed that he had seen the abuse, not that he had copied it from her medical records. It was tough to claim that they got medical records from him when he said something entirely different and worse. He was working against them, as his claims were hard to believe due to the lack of urgency in reporting the abuses and how they had a personal relationship with him. Arthur started to ask about their past interactions with Anne. He was starting to lead the duo toward the already known lack of intervention based on Anne's own claims, and then of the use of Toby as the new patsy for not removing Anne. The duo tried to claim that they were unaware of any past abuse and were caught off guard when Paige forced Cole Hill to call for help from the police and social services, with both immediately removing Anne from her mother. This was the turning point for social services, as Gary officially stated. It has come to our attention that Mr. Benson and Mr. Hedges were fully aware of the neglect and abuse performed against Anil Patel for weeks prior to being forced to act after Lady Smith and Mr. Hill called for help directly. We have email and text messages that claim they were going to act, but when asked to react by their colleague, they did no such thing. Further, we have located a deleted email sent to me from Mr. Toby Ward, asking for the removal of Miss Patel from her mother's care. This email was deleted by my secretary, One Mass, Virginia Golden. She has stated to police that she deleted the email under orders from Mr. Hedges, as he did not want Miss Patel to leave her mother's care yet, and Mr. Benson and Mr. Hedges were awaiting a certain time when they could remove Miss Patel and ensure that she was never located by social services. Gary produced the statement that Golden had given to police after she had been arrested for her role in the plot. She was not afraid to go after the men, as they had offered her no way to defend herself and refused to pay for a solicitor to spring her from prison. It was an act of self-preservation, but it was just what was needed to directly contradict Benson and Hedges and put them up on charges. Gary read her statement fully, then had Toby get up and show the texts and emails that he had sent to Benson and Hedges, claiming that Anne was in immediate danger and would remove her in short order. They tried to dissuade him, telling him that it wasn't worth his career, which he backed down at. The judges asked why he did so, getting a meek, "They are my superiors. They have more experience than I have, and until Anil Patel's case, they had far better track records. I didn't see that they were using me to take the fall for them, but I stupidly believed that they'd destroy my career even at her expense." The judges dismissed him and reviewed the emails and texts, which painted a damning picture of the two, as they were openly trying to keep Anne with her mother when all others would have removed her. Toby was trying to seek their advice, but was being told one thing and being put in the line of fire by the duo. When they finally had to remove her, they told Toby to shut his trap, or they'd ensure he took the fall, knowing full well that he was on the hook regardless. The duo glared at Toby, but it was tough to blame him for what they had done, and it was exactly what they would have done to save their own skins. Toby was actually following guidelines in keeping them, as he would have been in even more trouble if he had deleted them. The real reason for the two getting angry at Toby was their only means of blackmail was gone, as they kept their copies and were going to use them against him to have him take the full brunt of the fall. When this collapsed on them, as he was the one who would have been in legal trouble, but those plans were now gone and they were in trouble. It was looking dire for the duo, but it was about to get even worse for them, as Darcy Mills was about to testify about her role in the removal. She was even greener than Toby, but she was asking all of the right questions of Benson and Hedges, and was working hard to get help for Anne, only it was in the wrong form, as she took the word of Harrison and used the stolen medical information to get help without realizing that the information might not be what it appeared to be. When she was sworn in, she confessed that she wanted to appease the duo, as she respected them and looked up to them for how much work they did in the office and how much they had helped children over the years. She was out in the field most of the day, going from place to place, checking on families and children, so she didn't know just what they really did in the office, or else she would never have let them manipulate her into doing their dirty work. She was actually fine with Anne being transgender, and as long as she was seeking help from a qualified doctor, there was no actual reason for going after Brian and Paige for Anne's dressing as a girl. She was immediately asked about the allegations of molestation. She felt sick but confessed. I was in disbelief, but Mr. Harrison was so adamant, and Mr. Hedges had the medical proof that she was being abused sexually. I don't know what was really going on to cause the bruising, but it did fit the allegation, as Mr. Harrison had claimed. She then realized her big mistake and asked if there were any notes attached to the file or police report, as the doctor would have been required to notify them about possible abuse if they felt that the bruises had come from something other than what was claimed. She felt sick at her mistake, but it was actually to her benefit, as there were no notes. It was the only saving grace for her. She would be retrained and accept disciplinary action for her error. But she had helped Arthur's case immensely. Ruby stepped forward and stated, "This is the actual report from the doctor who examined Anil Patel Akayan. She confessed to riding horses with Lady Paige and the Honorable Elise Smith, Lady Page's niece. She was wearing a gaff, a special piece of underwear that hid her male anatomy, but also caused her penis to become bruised due to friction and bumps in the terrain. It was in no way due to sexual abuse, and in fact, was common for first-time riders, especially males and girls like Anne. This was the dagger in Benson and Hedges' case. There was no way back. Their lies were all exposed. None of what they had claimed had hit home. Their only hope of salvaging some face would lay in the bigotry of the judges, which could go either way. Gary stood in front of the judges and stated, "Mr. Benson and Mr. Hedges broke our own rules and did not investigate the health of 4 minors on the premises at the Smith estate. One is just 2 months younger than Mems, Patel, the other 2 older but still underage. It is of no coincidence that they didn't do that, as all 3 are experienced riders, with the elder 2 being the children of the estate's groomsmen, and who were alongside Mies Patel as she rode, and it was the eldest who helped her shower and dress before going to the doctor to be examined." The judges saw the wisdom of mentioning this and asked, "Is there a point?" Gary happily stated, "There was no questioning done at all. They went directly after Anne and tried to remove her without so much as any legal orders, nor the knowledge of myself or Mr. Ward or Mrs. Mills had their colleague, Mrs. Ruby Evans, not being there and already examined and spoken with the children, it would have resulted in the two taking Ms. Patel from her home through the help of the Lincolnshire Constabulary. Mrs. Evans overruled them and contacted me directly, while Mr. and Mrs. Evans prevented any further attempts to take Miss Patel by legal means. This was the final nail in the official request. Gary then stated, "As we know the allegations to be false and made under false pretenses to a person who acted on that information without knowing the facts, we hereby withdraw our request and ask that Lord and Lady Smith be allowed to retain Miss Patel as their foster child with the intent of adoption. We believe that actions so far have proven that they are the best fit and thus have our support. We apologize to them for our wayward social workers and will retrain Mr. Ward and Mrs. Mills to ensure that they do not make the same mistakes." That was the end of social services involvement, but the custody situation was still in jeopardy. The judges asked that Archie and Matilda come forward, as they were the ones who needed to be on record to give their choice in the situation. As Anne's paternal grandparents, they had a right to take her in. Matilda stepped forward and was specifically asked what she knew about her son's life, since being cast out of the family. She shed a tear and explained, "We kept tabs on Noah in so much as we had a few in the financial world. Keep an eye on his dealings just in case he was using our family name to gain an unfair advantage over other traders. He kept to himself and had multiple girlfriends, but he stopped sleeping around 11 years ago. I believe that this coincides with his marriage to Anne's mother, and from it they had Anne. Why he left her, I don't know, but he kept active until he died from pneumonia. He was only then brought back to us with none of us knowing about Anne and his two friends, the same men, standing over there not telling us about Anne." She spat those last words out, which prompted the judges to demand to know why Benson and Hedges failed to follow proper procedure and contact Matilda and Archie after removing Anne from her home. The two refused to answer the question, but the damage was done. They put her in danger for a reason. Matilda went on to explain, those two are overseeing Anne's inheritance. They are only supposed to be the caretakers until such time as Anne is 18 and can look after herself. They have lived off of the fat of the estate and forced my granddaughter to live in squalor and endure constant abuse. Thanks to that. She grew angrier as the words spat out. Archie had to sit her down, then took over, saying, "Their actions will be dealt with by our solicitors soon. We have a crack team of accountants examining the accounts to locate all money and find how much money they have stolen from our granddaughter over the years. What matters now is the fate of our granddaughter. My wife and I have discussed this with our children, and all of us are in agreement that as she has been placed with two people who are members of our family and whom she has latched onto for help and support, she should remain as their daughter. She is old enough to make a decision, and she has decided to be the Honorable M's Anne Smith alongside her future brother and sister." Matilda added, "We know and trust Lord Brian and Lady Paige. They are good parents, and as long as we are able to see our granddaughter, we believe she deserves happiness, and that will be found with the two. She needs them, and we can't stand in the way of her happiness." The judges asked about the gender change. They held off asking about it until the Smiths had their say, as they had to ask, and it would matter more than anything. Benson and Hedges tried to claim that they were harming Anne, but the judges shut them up fast. Their roles were done. Archie turned it around and asked, "What do you know about Lord and Lady Smith's family?" "They are well known among the nobility for multiple reasons. This will be yet another in a long line of intrigues that they have had to happen to them. What do you actually know about them and gender changes? And children, specifically ones as young as Anne?" The judges had no information at all. Archie smirked and explained, "Lady Nicole Smith, Lord Brian's sister, is transgender and the person who brought her father and adoptive mother together. Lady Karen's family has multiple members who are transgender, including the young woman who initially examined Anne and got Lord Brian and Lady Paige to get her a proper psychiatric evaluation. Their family know gender issues inside and out, and from different ages of starting their transitions, including one who started at age 4 and has 2 different psychiatrists who specialize in gender issues, alongside their multiple solicitors and barristers. They know the legal, moral, and medical issues involved with gender issues. They are the best possible people to help. Matilda then added, "Money is no object as the family is worth billions of pounds. There are dozens of people ready, willing, and able to help Anne from all walks of life, so she will never be without care or need for medical, financial, educational, physical help. You see just a small portion of their family." This is just the direct relatives of Lord Brian and Lady Paige, their sisters and brothers and their spouses. They have their children in a side room helping Anne cope with this hearing and offering her the love and support that she sorely needs. She has everything she could need. One by one, the various Smith and Connors factions were asked who they were and what their relations were to Brian and Paige. The Right Honourable Lady Nicole King and her husband Joshua got the most attention, as she was quick to give her full name and post nominal letters, just in case there were any doubts about her, with the fact that she had a PhD, impressing the judges while making the others seem less by comparison. Miles Finn and David Peterson caused some unease as they were in their full class, a Massachusetts State Police uniforms, with David sporting his lieutenant bars and Miles his sergeant stripes, showing that they were career police officers as well as family. The family stood firmly together and caused a big stir as Anne Connors, the young Anne's namesake and Paige's mother, happily told the judges her job, with the judges glaring at Benson and Hedges for ignoring a basic background check of their targets and who they had in their corner to support them. Anne happily stated, "I am a licensed social worker, but haven't been in that role for years. I am the current head of the Massachusetts Executive Office of Health and Human Services, which oversees all social services in the state, and who has more hours investigating the safety and well-being of children than those two have combined." It was damning and went further than anyone realized, as Paige would be in serious trouble with her own family if she had done what Benson and Hedges had claimed she was doing. She was vocal and not afraid to go at you for what you had done wrong. She was the third scariest among her generation, behind John and Valerie Finn, in the eyes of their huge family. The elder Anne didn't need to show her beliefs, as there was nothing more to say. She was ready for a fight, but it wasn't needed. The Connors-Smith family was the perfect support network for a child. The judges asked to speak with the younger Anne, leading Max to get her from the side room. Anne was clutching Elise hard and refused to go without Elise, prompting Max to take her along with him while telling the other Smith and Connors children to stay put. He hoped that their close bond wasn't used against the family, as Elise would explode at the judges if they said the wrong thing to Anne. The 3 walked into the courtroom, and Elise immediately ran for her parents, crying into their chests as she wept over seeing them again. Anne quietly walked to the front and kept her eyes glued to the judges as she awaited their inquisition. It didn't matter what happened now. She had no fight left in her, and in her mind, there was nothing that she could say that would change the minds of adults. Elise pulled herself together and stood by Anne in front of the judges, defying the adults who tried to pull her back and showing to them that she was all business and wouldn't be denied. The judges took notice of Elise and Anne wearing matching outfits and asked if they dressed the same on purpose. Both girls giggled at them, noticing, and gave quick, "It was an accident" response from them. Paige explained they chose their best dresses to wear from what the maids laid out for them. It was entirely their own choices. Grandmother had bought them from the same boutique and gave them to the girls, but neither knew what was chosen until they stepped out of their bedrooms. The judges didn't dwell on it and asked Anne to step forward alone. She wouldn't let go of Elise's hand and stood firm with her, defying the judges and showing that she was not going to do what they said just because they said so. If she was going to lose her new parents, then she was going to lose them for something else, and not because she was pushed around by anyone. The act of defiance was ignored as the judges started to ask about her home life, her mother's family, her schooling, and her health before she came into Brian and Paige's life. Anne told them everything and did not hold back on the anger and frustration as she described her mother's descent into a life of drinking and working long hours for little pay. She hated that her mother had done all of that, but it was not her mother's fault as she knew that Benson and Hedges had forced them to be alone. She went at her mother's family for completely ignoring her, despite knowing that she was in trouble and not even trying to help her. The judges asked how she knew who they were. Getting angry, Mom would point them out to me, and she would get angry yells from her uncles whenever we walked by their storefront. She didn't respond to them, but they would always call her bad names. They were upset at her because she refused to be forced into an arranged marriage so great. Grandpa sold their business, making her cousins have to buy it from the new owners instead of getting half of it for free. Mom hated them for it. They'd chase us and make their wives throw things at us. They knew who I was. They said I should die because I was never going to be English like Dad or Punjabi like them. The judges asked about school and her school's reactions to her. Anne was adamant that they were the most uptight, arrogant, and rowdy group of boys and girls, and no matter what she did, they would find ways of using her mother's destitute state against her. She was spewing off incident after incident of the kids chasing, assaulting, and harassing her, with it only ending when they could no longer do them any longer, due to her being in Paige's care. Her school life itself was asked about, with Anne painting a picture of loneliness and forced isolation due to the children forcing others to treat her poorly. Paige kept her protected in school and would eat with her, prompting the judges to ask why. With Anne to give a loving, she wanted me to not be lonely and to have someone to talk to. She was the only one who cared about me. Elise didn't start to see how bad the kids were until they couldn't use her forgetting things anymore. Elise was nodded furiously while Anne explained how greedy and underhanded the kids really were and how they turned on you as soon as you were of no use to them, making your life miserable and gave you a reputation of being a loser. She hated her school with a passion, and the only saving grace to her was that Paige and Elise were there, but only for as long as Elise was in Paige's care. She looked at Hannah and Pete and knew that things were about to change. She was about to lose the only friend that she had in school and would be back to how things were before. The judges chose to let it go and ask about her gender change, the one thing that they were concerned about. Anne defiantly told them, "I'm a girl. I have a willy and bollocks, but I am a girl. I can't be a boy any longer, not after being a girl since coming into Mom and Dad's care. I can't go back. I won't go back. I would rather die than be forced to go back." She was in tears as she said that, and the way she was shaking showed to them that she was serious about doing harm to herself to keep herself from becoming a boy again. This was not some fanciful attempt to get attention or a hasty jump to do what was needed to be taken into a loving home. This was the defiant action of a child who knew what they were and had a taste of life as their ideal vision of who they were. Anne was a female and was willing to die to stay as a female. The next questions were about Brian and Paige. Anne didn't lie and confessed, "I haven't had much time with Dad because he has to work a lot for his grandparents' estate. He was all over the place doing a lot and getting in late. Mum is what I wanted my mum to be. She loves me as myself and treats me like I am a person, not a freak who everyone has to stay away from. She was the only person who tried to help me. She made Elise see that the others were wrong and made her be my friend. She loves me. I don't want her hurt because I'm a freak. Those men were wrong to lie about her and Dad. They only want me for my daddy's money. They only want me for my daddy's money. Don't care about me. Mom and Dad do. They don't want money. They don't need it. They love me and I love them. She was spewing heavy tears as she said that. Elise hugged her tightly and glared at the judges, daring them to say more to Anne. She couldn't continue on. She had said all that she could say. The judges went into their chambers to mull over their decision. The combined Smith and Connors group didn't leave. Isla went back to check on the other kids and saw them looking at her for word. BJ and Ophelia didn't bother asking. They left the room and went right for their parents to sit with Anne. The judges had their decisions ready, but still sought to debate the issues. One was against allowing Anne to go with Paige and Brian. Another was for it out of fear of the response to their careers should they go against the Smiths. The third waited to join them, watching the family come together as one to show Anne's support and reassure her that she was going to be all right. He was not deterred by the debate among his colleagues. He wanted a clear image of the family without the need for pomp and circumstance and lawyers speaking on their behalf. What he was seeing was a lot of what he wanted to see, and what he was hearing wasn't a facade. It was pure family love. Anne was formally introduced to her grandparents and begged them not to take her away from Brian and Paige. Her aunt and uncle were little better. She shied away from them and latched onto Paige so they couldn't get close to her and potentially hurt her. Their husband and wives got the same reaction. She did not want to let anyone get too close to her and make her leave with them. Elise held her in a hug and led her over to her parents and asked them why they dropped everything to come back early. Pete picked her up and gave her a big hug while Hannah did the same to Anne, with Hannah telling Elise, "I'm done with these long tours. I don't want to miss out on your life any longer. I should have refused to go on the trip and take maternity leave. My books sell themselves now and don't need constant publicity from the large chains anymore. I just can't be without you, especially since you need your mom more than I need to write." Pete hugged Anne, then told Elise, "Your brother is acting up and your mom is trying to hide her being exhausted from me. I know better. She needs to take time off and be with you now." "We both do." Elise was crying now and hugged Anne tightly, with Anne telling her that she got what she wanted. It was everything that Elise had hoped to have happened. She missed her parents more than she would dare to admit to anyone, but Anne saw through it. The two were left to hug out their tears while their parents and grandparents waited for them to calm down enough to talk. Elise finally asked, "Can I go back home?" "I don't like that school. Anne is the only good thing about it. The kids are terrible, and no matter what Mr. Hill tries to do, they ignore him and act badly. Aunt Paige is the best teacher, but the kids don't listen to her and make everyone hate her for no good reason." Hannah sighed and then explained, "It would be wrong to remove you so suddenly. If your aunt and uncle are able to keep Anne, they can't leave the country with her right away. I think it is best for you to remain at the school until the term ends in December. After that, you can transfer back to Winit and go to school with the kids you went to school with before this year." Anne looked upset. So Paige explained to her, "It'll take months to get an adoption approved, and then you have to go through immigration. It's a lot of work for us to do. We can't just take you. We could be accused of kidnapping. You are still in the care of social services until adopted, even if we are your permanent foster parents. They could remove you and put you elsewhere if they feel like it." Pete and Brian were going to say something, but it was right. Until she was legally adopted, she would be at the mercy of social services. It was devastating news to Anne, but she refused to feel like they would lose her. She told them firmly, "I won't go with anyone else. I want Mom and Dad to be my new mummy and daddy." Anne was now crying heavily, while Paige and Brian tried to comfort her. In the back, Matilda and Archie were trying their hardest not to cry as their granddaughter had broken down and made her true feelings known to the world. It was impossible to rip her from Paige and Brian. The two were perfect for Anne and were the only ones who could understand her. She was their flesh and blood, but she was in need of parents, and even if they would only see her once a year, it was better than never seeing her. The couple stepped forward and knelt in front of Anne, with Matilda explaining, "We will fight for your right to stay with Paige and Brian all the way up to His Majesty if we have to. You need parents, and the two of them are the best people to raise you. We will miss you, but we want you safe and happy, and you won't find that here in England with foster parents or with us. You need them, and they need you." She was crying now, with Anne crying as she hugged Matilda back as the little girl accepted that they were happy for her. It was just what the judge needed to tell the dissenter. We are here for the best interest of the child, and the best interest is to be allowed to live and be adopted by Lord and Lady Smith. Gender change is not a disqualifying reason, and there are multiple legal precedents that agree with that. They are fully aware of and prepared to accept the outcome of allowing Anil Patel to become Anne Smith. It isn't our place to force our views on children. It is our job to put them with people who can care for them, and that place is with Lord and Lady Smith. It was 2-1 in favor of allowing Anne to remain with Paige and Brian. It was all it was needed to ensure that Anne was going to remain with the couple for as long as she needed to be. The dissenting judge was not happy to be overruled, but he kept his mouth shut as they exited the chambers and took their places in front of the assembled Smith-Connors family. The group waited with bated breath for the judges to speak and tell them the fate of Anne, with each of them hoping that it would be in Paige and Brian's favor, with Isla and Arthur ready to file an appeal should it go against them. The judge who dissented was morose as he explained, "After discussion and witnessing acts of familial love, it is the belief that in the best interest of Anil Patel that he be placed in the care of Lord Brian and Lady Paige Smith." He didn't say anything more as his true face showed he was anything but happy to make that announcement. He didn't have to say more, his colleague stated, "It is of the belief of my colleague and myself that Anil Patel be adopted by Lord and Lady Smith, and Anil shall be renamed as Anne Hannah Smith. As it is in the interest of the child, adoption is hereby ordered based on a clear history of knowing firsthand Anne's struggles, having a strong support network, and the ability to afford to raise Anne without financial support." The judge who spoke was the one who observed the family unfiltered. He signed the official adoption forms and had Isla and Arthur handle things from there as they would deal with the government agency that would issue Anne's new passport and update her official records. The two just nodded and let it go. This would happen that afternoon when the kids were resting after their tiresome ordeal. It took a bit of time, but Anne was starting to realize the gravity of the situation. She was really Anne Smith, the daughter of Brian and Paige. She had grandparents and great-grandparents and cousins and siblings. She had in 1 minute gone from being alone in the world to being part of a vast family. Elise hugged her tightly and called her cousin while BJ lifted her up and kissed her cheek. Ophelia took over for him when he started to get misty, knowing that he would start to cry and cause cracks in his masculine facade that he barely kept up. She kissed Anne and called her little sister, giving her a special gift that warmed Anne's heart and made her feel like she was really part of the family now. The kids walked Anne to where the other Smith and Connors were, with Anne crying into Matilda's shoulder as she called her grandmom. She did the same to Archie, calling him Grandpa and hugging him while barely keeping from crying again. The family left the courtroom as one, with Anne holding her new parents' hands as they exited. They immediately went to the Smith family townhouse for a small celebration and to give the kids a much-needed nap. They fought their naps, but with the combination of adrenaline wearing off and an early start for the chisel works, Smiths, they were out cold within minutes. Elise and Anne were cuddled together in bed with their 5th cousins, all laying down around them on the floor or in the adjacent room, giving their parents images that would last a lifetime. The Smiths were gathered in the dining room as the family made a call to the U.S. to let the U.S. family members know what was going on. Valerie Finn answered, And she wasn't alone, as she had the legal arm of the Finn family with her. She saw the assembled group and immediately asked, "Is it done?" Brian showed the paperwork and proclaimed, "They were beaten so badly they never had the chance to run away." Harrison, Benson, and Hedges were last seen in handcuffs as Sir Charles placed them into custody to prevent them from fleeing the country with whatever money they had squirreled away. The judges were forced to see that we were the best interest of Anne, and one went further and finalized her adoption and name change. So she is our daughter in full. You now have another greatness to spoil. Valerie nodded to someone off to the side of her, who then started texting furiously to alert the rest of the family that Anne was not leaving the family. Brian told them to start getting paperwork in order for Anne to immigrate to the US with them, as she couldn't remain there much longer. Once the fall term ended in December, she would be immediately moved to the US to live with them and start school alongside Elise as the school's newest student. Valerie was all smiles at hearing that, with her happily telling them to go to the embassy the next day and file the paperwork, and if they had to, they would have an immigration judge force the case to go forward without the bias. Anne had a right to go immediately, but they were going to play it by the numbers and do it the right way. The family was high profile and would be under scrutiny. They were not about to give someone reason to attack them. If they exploited loopholes, others couldn't. The others didn't say anything, but the mothers among them were happy to see the change in Paige as she looked calmer and happier, while Brian was stoic but had a look of content. The family signed off, and Valerie told the couple to tell the 4 twins that they were expected in school the following day, which was the sign that things were going back to normal and had been taken care of by her husband, so they didn't get penalized for missing school that day. The US group waited for the kids to start stirring before giving them hugs and kisses, while Anne Connors gave her namesake and new granddaughter a big kiss and told her that she couldn't wait to show her to the family in December. The kids were happy to get ready to go, but were first fed. The Chiselworks contingent was happy to enjoy the takeaway from a nearby Indian fast food shop, but Hannah and Brian cringed at it. Anne just dug into the food and happily ate it. The stuff she was used to was garbage compared to what she was eating then, and she loved the look of her mother's face as the two enjoyed the food together. Brian and Hannah both told Pete, "Don't even think about it," to which he told Anne, "They're just upset that whenever someone enjoys chicken curry, they get queasy." Anne asked why, to which Paige snorted and Pete shot back. They made jokes about the food the first time they came to England and had to eat it out of punishment. They are the only ones who dislike it. It's not even spicy. Grunkle George eats the super spicy ones and got Uncle John to try it. When he liked it, they both got sick to their stomachs and refused to eat any of his food for a month. They haven't been able to live it down. It's still funny. Anne smiled at hearing that while Hannah and Brian couldn't hold up the angry act much longer and gave her hugs for being a good sport. She then confessed, "Mum tried to make this a few times and it was bad. She hated to make it, but it was cheap and easy to make and it lasted a few days. She used her mother's recipe and said it was just like home, but I didn't like it." Hannah started to feel weird and gasped as she felt her legs get wet and blushed as the others realized what was happening. Hannah looked at Pete, who was in a panic and rushing to get her bag so they could rush to their London doctor to deliver their new son. The other Smiths were in a panic, but got themselves together as the twins got the Chiselworks kids together to go home, while the Connors got their belongings together to head to their plane. Anne Connors took control of the US group and told Harry and Lillian to stay put. They needed to keep an eye on Elise for their parents. The twins were already texting away to let their US relatives know what was going on and had to field calls immediately from Valerie and the others who were home. It was a tough situation, but they coordinated notifications and calls before they all left for the hospital. Hannah was smart in arranging for a doctor in London, just in case her new son decided to join the family before they were ready to go to the US. Her doctor saw he notes on her most recent checkup and had her penciled in just in case she needed him. He was right. Her son wanted out the next day. The Connors left the group with hugs and kisses as the Smiths drove on to the hospital. Miles was done with his role in the investigation and turned over all notes that he had He ensured that the family in the US calmed down. If he was telling them everything was fine, then there was no need to worry. The group flew home and were met by the youngest family members, but were upset that the 4 teens were still in the UK. Miles just grinned and wouldn't say anything more, but it was clear that it was for a good reason and best to not say anything more. There was little word for much of the day, so all of the assembled family were waiting with bated breath for word, eager to hear good news. Over at the hospital, the younger Anne had to calm Elise as she realized that she was really about to be big sister to her baby brother. She looked over at her siblings and smiled. It must have been like this when she was born. She then realized that they didn't feel this way as it came not long after her aunt had lost her baby girl due to her car accident, making her birth a somber affair for them. The large group caught the hospital staff on edge and ready to call security for help, but Nigel Smith and Emma Peterson, nurses by trade, were able to talk with them and get them to see that there was nothing wrong, and the group was there as support for the young Elise. They were all directly related to the expecting couple, so it was within reason to allow them to stay, especially as it was 4 generations of family in attendance for the birth, which was a rare fete for the hospital. It also helped matters that they were a very rich family, and the mother-to-be was a large donor to their very hospital. Not that she wanted anyone to know that, but she had given several million pounds in donations to them before. The delivery took several hours, with Elise and Anne hugging and trying their best to take their mind off of things. Lillian showed Anne pictures of all of their extended family, especially the ones who traveled or who were working hard and rarely around the family. Hearing how many jobs the family had made her smile. The family was big and did a lot of great things for the world. After 3 tense hours of labor, young Pierre Maxwell Smith was born. Hannah was crying as she saw how much he looked like his father, with Elise saying he looked like Mini Daddy. The twins and Elise got into a picture with the happy couple, and Pierre, with the ensuing texts to the family causing a flurry of calls from all of their extended family. Anne, BJ, and Ophelia were shown inside, and Anne immediately stuck close to Ophelia so she didn't get too close to Pierre, lest she cause Hannah to drop the precious baby boy. Paige took pictures of the trio with Pierre and got happy responses from the family, especially as Anne looked so happy in them. It warmed her heart to know that her family was so accepting of Anne, especially as she looked so much like part of the family already that it was hard not to see her as their newest cousin. The group was eventually kicked out so Hannah and Pierre could get some rest, but did ensure that the proper people at her management firm and publishing house knew about the birth so they could let the press know just why she had to cancel her appearances. It was a coincidence that Pierre was born, but it turned into a good reason to keep the press away from Hannah. There was no reason to look into her being in the UK now, especially as she had a good reason for being there in the first place. The family went to bed with smiles on their faces, with Elise and Anne sharing a room while the 2 sets of twins stayed in their old rooms in the townhouse. In the morning, the 4 teens visited Pierre again before being driven to the airport by Brian so they could fly back to the US, where Valerie was waiting to hear more news. They kept quiet about things, but were clearly happy to know that the baby was doing well, and Hannah was feeling better after the tiring delivery. Anne was asked about, with all 4 telling their impressions of her. Valerie read between the lines and smiled. She was doing wonders for Elise. The 4 were happy that Elise was not acting anything like the brat that she used to. Anne had broken her shell and made the good little girl shine through. In London, Karen and Nigel Smith gave their daughter a parting kiss and hug as they bid her goodbye. They were going to put in paperwork so that Nigel could retire from his job and take up his birthright as the new head of the family's estate. He had pushed hard to not do that, but the time had come for him to take over from his father and allow his son and son-in-law to live their own lives. Karen had a tougher job in retiring as she had to have her partners buy her out, which wasn't an easy task. They were happy to do so, with her nephew, Michael Finn, taking over her old duties and working with their younger stockbrokers and investors. She loved her job, but family mattered more, and she was more than happy to help her in-laws in their waning months of life. Hannah and Pierre left the following day, after both were checked out and given the all-clear. He was on the small side, but he had no internal troubles and was putting on weight. He was quiet as well and not afraid to sleep when he was the center of attention for everyone. Paige and Brian tried to keep the girls' minds occupied and took them around London, while Hannah and Pete got Pierre situated at home. They swam in the pool and played in the playroom. But it was a trip to a concert being performed by a famous singer that caused them the biggest bit of excitement that week. Elise had totally forgotten that they were supposed to go to the concert when they got back from the US, but it was easily understood why she had forgotten, especially with the excitement so far. Paige had to explain to Anne, "You are about to meet a famous singer. She has known us for 12 years and has been one of the few in our large family to keep mostly apart from us. She's actually your Aunt Melinda's cousin Tabby Jones' close friend, Anita Dupree. You might have heard of her stage name, Anita Love. She and Tabby work on everything together. Only she and our cousin Trinity, Eliza, can get Anita to make sense of a lot of her songs. She would have come to court to help us, but we asked her to stay away so the media didn't try to sniff around you. She's a great person and loves making us laugh, so expect her to crack jokes. She will treat you like a princess as you enjoy the show, especially as you are so much like her when she was your age." The trip to the arena was quick, especially as they had VIP parking and knew the route well. Anne was astounded to see the large crowd, especially the younger kids. They were taken inside by security and brought to a dressing room where Paige and Brian hugged several people before going inside another larger, more decorated room complete with huge makeup table and multiple dresses and costumes. It was like a dream for Anne. She loved the style of the clothes while Elise pointed out all the makeup scattered across the table. Before Anne could even say something, they heard a woman say, "I told you before, you can wear my makeup when you get older. You are just too pretty to mess up your face with the stuff I have to put on just to make me stand out from the crowds." Elise hugged the woman, then told Anne, "This is Aunt Anita. She's Aunt Tabby's friend." Anita quickly added, "I'm your Aunt Trinity's friend too. Or do you keep forgetting that she's the one who wrote the music that Tabby combined with her lyrics to give me my wonderful songs? I wouldn't have a career without the two of them. But you know how Trinity is. All medicine all of the time. She's going to be a great doctor, but man, she can make amazing music whenever she wants to. I swear we need to get that woman into the studio sometime. She has Grammy Award winner written all over. Well, winner in her own right, since she already won a few with Tabby and me." Anne was overwhelmed, but was happy that she was being treated nicely by everyone that her mom and dad were introducing her to. Anita was by far the most interesting, but she hadn't met all of the family. They were purposely keeping introductions to a trickle, so she didn't get overwhelmed. Anita took them out to where they could enjoy the show and would often smile at them as she sang. It was a fun night, complete with the girls dancing along to the music as Anne recognized some of the songs that were being sung. Anne couldn't believe that she was in such a place and enjoying herself, but her parents smiled and nodded that it was all real. After the show, Anita told Anne how she came to meet the family and why they were so important to her. Anne looked up at her parents, who smiled at some of the memories, especially Anita practically begging Tabby to help her and going out of her way to show that she was worthy of Tabby's lyrics. but having already won over Tabby just by being herself. Anita was happy to tout Trinity working with the two of them, to the point that she was actually the one who put together Anita's first album while having herself kept out of the spotlight by using a fake name for the official album notes, and donated her share of the profits from sales to charity. To keep hidden. They lasted an hour before Paige had to call it quits, but saw the duo taking a bunch of photographs with Anita and her background singers and dancers. Anita told Anne that she was a great girl and had already changed her mum for the better, even if Paige would never agree. It felt great to hear someone say that. Anne could see that Paige was a whole new person now and loved her deeply for it. The kids were exhausted when the car pulled into the house, and both were asleep in minutes. Again, they were cuddled together and hugging Sammy the Cabot while sporting matching smiles on their faces. Pierre had allowed Hannah a chance to relax, and seeing the girls asleep made her shed a tear as Elise was being so affectionate and caring without realizing it, just simply by sharing Sammy. The rest of the weekend was quick as the girls got to help feed, bath, and clothe little Pierre while also enduring calls from their relatives, most of whom wanted progress reports on Pierre. The girls were able to give Hannah and Pete a break as Paige and Brian took over caring for Pierre, so the couple could enjoy a rest and spend time with their new niece. They simply walked around a nearby park, getting to learn about the inner Anne that only a select few had gotten to know so far. Hannah then took them shopping for Anne's own school uniform, with Anne happily telling her that she wanted to wear the skirts instead of the girls' trousers. She refused to even look at trousers. Her heart was set on wearing a skirt and showing how much of a girl she really was, and leaving nothing to the imagination that she was all girl. Hannah looked at Pete, who rolled his eyes and complained to Anne, "You just gave your aunt something she never had before." A girly girl moment. Lillian and Elise always fight her over them not wearing skirts and dresses, but you are fighting to wear them. Congratulations, you have just outgirled your cousins. Anne looked up at Hannah, who smiled and nodded while Elise groaned and told her, "I let Aunt Paige get me skirts and dresses before school." Hannah countered, "You had no choice in the matter since you had to wear uniforms in school here. Back in Winit, you never had to wear them. You refused to even look at a skirt and only wore dresses when we had to go to formal events." It was touching to know that she was so different than her cousins without knowing, and fun to Anne was able to be so different, yet alike to Elise. Pete had a big smile as mother and daughter were acting alike to the point that he saw how much Hannah and Elise resembled one another in more than just looks. Anne was all too happy to try on her clothes, and with Elise's help, learned how to tie her new tie so she was ready for school the next day. Back at home, Anne and Elise tried on their new outfits and showed Paige how they looked. Anne was enjoying her spotlight and gave Paige another bit of mothering that she had missed since Ophelia grew too old to need her help shopping. It was great fun, and Anne was ecstatic at showing her mom how she looked in everything, especially her new school uniform. Things wound down as the kids ate dinner, then went to bed. Anne was scared about the next day, but Elise kept her from going overboard. She would have her to help. Come hell or high water, Anne was going to be all right and would have Elise doing whatever it took to keep her safe. In the morning, the girls were tough to awaken, as they were a bundle of nerves and fearful of what the kids would do. They showered and ate breakfast, then dressed in silence while Paige gathered her work before heading to the school. All 7 were going to the school, so there was no denying they were all a family, and may get some of the biggest jerks to eat crow about Elise being a bastard or unwanted. The drive was short, but it felt like hours to the girls. They were scared, but seeing their parents did help them quell some of their fears. Thankfully for them, Pierre was distracting them by moving around, causing them to hold onto his fingers as he moved his arms around in his car seat. As soon as they parked, all got out and were noticed by the arriving children and parents. Anne being in a skirt, and having her hair brushed out and held in place by barrettes turned heads, with Elise walking with two strangers carrying a newborn, making many stop in their tracks. It was an even split, as the whispers and rumors started to spring up about both girls, with Pete having to hold his temper in check, as some of them were making him want to scream at the offending kids and parents. The group walked to Cole Hill's office to have a private meeting, with Brian and Pete waiting outside so nobody tried to enter and eavesdrop on their conversation. Cole looked at Anne and was speechless, while Ellis, hanging off of Hannah, gave him some concern. The two acted like this was no big deal, as Paige and the woman with her were looking over paperwork without taking any notice of his reaction. Finally, after several minutes, Paige introduced Anne and Hannah. He looked over Hannah and could see that she was indeed her mother, as she was so similar that she could have been her big sister. It took him a while to gather his wits, but Hannah explained, "I cancelled the rest of my book tour to be with my daughter and give Paige and my brothers some relief as they dealt with Anne's issues. I'll be taking an active role so Paige isn't inundated with work and caring for the girls." He turned his attention to Anne, to which Hannah explained, "Anil Patel is no more. Anne Smith will be attending your school until the end of the term. After the term ends, both girls will be transferring to a school in our hometown. Before you ask, it has been cleared by both our family and their new school. Our aunt is the principal at the school that they will attend and has dealt with multiple transgender students, including our younger sister, Lady Nicole. She just happens to be her daughter-in-law." Paige showed the paperwork and added a firm, "She has the full backing of social services. Our friend Ruby Evans will be expecting backlash and has the department's statement ready. Her director, Gary Grant, has the legal might of social services, not even trying to defend any claims against us, as they are in enough trouble already and know all of the facts involving Anne's transition as they were present at the hearing last week. If you try to remove her, you and the school will be liable for the lawsuit that her solicitor will file on her behalf. That's not considering that the Met will not hesitate to investigate you and the school for violating her rights." Cole offered a quick, "I've already cleared it with the borough council, and the few on the council who are against Anne have mysteriously become silent. Just days ago. Rumors among their staff say it likely has to do with the group having ties to the two men who removed Anne from her mother's custody. Did you have any role in that whole situation?" Hannah smirked while Paige angrily explained, "They talked themselves into an investigation by the Met, as they tried to cut off an active investigation by the police at the request of Mr. Grant. We are only the catalyst. Whatever happened involving them was a chain reaction after things had already started. They overstepped their authority and threatened Gary after Benson and Hedges went to them to stop things in hopes of saving their jobs. It failed badly. They are in serious legal trouble due to things that had nothing to do with their jobs but involved Anne. There was little else to talk about, as it could endanger the cases against Benson and Hedges. Cole was happy to be rid of the two, as Anne was now safe and in the hands of a loving family. She looked happy and healthy and full of life, a stark contrast to how she used to look in school 10 days before. The four walked out, and Elise showed her mother their classroom, with Hannah having to hold back a smile as she was getting a little anxious, but was happy. Hannah had to calm her and tell her that it was going to be okay and she was ready to help if she needed, but she had to be mature. Elise understood and calmed down, but was still on edge as Hannah left to rejoin her husband and Brian. The trio walked out with Pierre stirring and then crying, forcing them to change and feed him while enduring stares of parents as Brian handed them what they needed while muttering that they owe him big for being their pack mule. Hannah was about to say something, but was stopped by Pete's look that told her that it wasn't appropriate words for their location. She did have a smirk on her face, which was enough to make Brian roll his eyes at his twin still being a sarcastic brat after nearly 38 years. In class, Paige could hear the whispering of her students as they insulted Elise regarding the mystery people who were with her. They were keeping their words about Anne to themselves, but there were glares and weird looks as they entered. Elise was the easier target. Paige dared them to say something about Anne, but they would have no problem going after Elise. A few did get bold and started to ask Elise about the two people with her. They joked that she got taken away from Paige and was in foster care, while Paige had to make it look like nothing was happening to them. That caused the kids to laugh as they knew the meek Elise wouldn't fight back. Paige was about to say something, but Anne defended Elise by proclaiming, "Those weren't Elise's foster parents, those were her real parents." That was Uncle Pete and Aunt Hannah, Daddy's twin sister and his brother-in-law, or as you know them, Lord and Lady Smith, the Baron and Baroness Gosfield. They are back because Aunt Hannah gave birth to their son last Monday night. Anne was defending Elise, something none of them would have believed was possible, especially as the two were not close before the break. Paige used the shock as a way of moving things along and told the class, "That really was my sister-in-law and her husband. Like my husband and I, they are titled nobles." They returned at their daughter's request, as well as Hannah needing to end her book tour early as she needed a break for health reasons. She suddenly gave birth after I adopted Anne as my own daughter. Yes, she is a girl and will attend school as a girl until the end of the term, at which time she and I will be moving to the U.S. to our hometown of Winit, Massachusetts. She paused, then explained further. Anne is legally my adopted daughter by judicial decree. During our week away, we were able to find her birth father's family. She is my husband's fourth cousin's daughter. She is a Smith by blood. That makes her Elise's fifth cousin. They share a great-great-great-grandfather. Even though Elise isn't a Smith by blood due to her mother and my husband being Smiths by adoption, she is a Smith regardless. Anil is gone. Anne is in his place. Her name is Anne, not Anil. It was changed by the judge who granted her adoption and is protected under the law of the UK as a female. So if you try to bully her, assault her, or in any way act against her rights, you will find out how far our family will go to protect our loved ones. Far too many have fallen for doing just that. Smith is a name that brings terror to the police, social services, and councils throughout this country. She scanned the class and dared them to say or do something. They were all too shocked to do anything, as she had them left with nothing to say. She nipped the issue in the bud right away and stole their only ways of retaliating, making them have to rethink things before they cost themselves dearly. Paige got class underway and didn't get much from the students. Anne and Elise were doing a lot of the work in class for the others. For the first time all year, the students were actually learning instead of trying to outwit Paige and come up with ways of harassing Anne. During lunch, Anne and Elise walked out with pride and ignored the stares while Paige paid for their lunches. When they finished, the duo went outside again to play and acted like they were all alone and ignored anyone who came close to them. None of the kids thought that they were going to do any of that. Anne always holed herself up in the classroom, doing work while Elise followed others around. Their classmates finally had enough of their meals and wanted to get more information, hoping to use it against Paige and the girls, but didn't realize that they were in over their heads with them. Anne was fast becoming like her aunt and uncles, as well as their cousin. Their branch of the family was known for its sly manipulations of people with nefarious interests and using it against you when you least expected. She was her father's daughter, but differed greatly in that she would use her ability for good. The kids asked what else they did during the week. Elise happily said they got to take care of her new baby brother, while Anne said they went to a couple of places with her aunt when she needed some time off from the baby. Both giggled as they watched the reactions, with Elise saying how cute he was. The kids asked if that was all that they had done. Elise smirked, then explained, "We went to the Anita Love concert at the A2 Arena." We were on stage during the show and got to hang out in her dressing room. She told us we were going to her Boston show too when her tour hits the US this winter, but Mom said it depends on how our grades are. The kids laughed at the two, believing that they made it all up. Paige casually asked, "You don't believe them?" The kids said they were lying. The show was sold out, and Anita is a recluse who hates fans. Paige just smiled, then put a couple of photos on the classroom smart screen. The kids gasped in shock as Anne and Elise were hugging the famous singer, with Anita kissing them in another. Paige then put up new pictures that she had just received, telling them, "Anita came by our house to meet Elise's new brother. He is named after her husband Pierre. We know her lyricist and music composer. Her lyricist is Elise and now Anne's aunt's cousin, but Elise just calls her Aunt Tabby. She's an old friend of ours who's like all of the other adults from our generation in that she treats the kids like nieces and nephews. She was in town by pure luck and demanded to meet her newest niece. They really did watch the show from the side of the stage and would have joined her on stage. But I told her not to do that." The girls were all smiles as their classmates' mouths dropped in shock. The two knew the hottest singer in the world and knew the people who were responsible for her success as well. The fact that she went to their home was even cooler, especially as they were shown a photo of an angry Brian changing little Pierre, while a happy Anita, Hannah, and Pete talked in the background. Elise had to laugh at that and added, "Uncle Brian hates changing diapers. He must have told Mom and Dad to sit and talk while he did it for them." Uncle Pierre took the pictures. He's Aunt Anita's husband. Paige let that sink in and started class again, working the kids hard until the day ended. The kids ran off and told anyone who would listen that Anne and Elise knew Anita and had been on stage watching the show. They were spouting off how cool it was that they knew famous people and acting like they were their best friends now, while never noticing that Anne and Elise were disgusted by their behavior. The two just blocked it out while helping Paige put away papers and other things while they waited for the kids to clear out before heading home. They didn't mind the wait. They worked on their homework and did a lot of talking, which Paige had to snicker at hearing. Ophelia and Lillian weren't close, due to Ophelia growing up in another town, and neither were close to girls in their schools, so this was the first experience she had seen how she and Hannah were like as kids. The girls saw her smiling and asked what it was for, getting a happy, "Just seeing what it was like for me, and your mother was your age. Your sisters weren't as close since Ophelia lived in Bradford, rather than Winnissimmet, so they didn't share a bond like you are. It's just so sweet. It's just like we were." The girls smiled and hugged her for saying that. They were acting normal. They had started to become closer than anyone could have hoped, and it was all due to being themselves. Elise just needed to drop her act and show her true self to the world, while Anne just continued to be what she already was. They finally exited the school and saw a crowd of upset parents waiting for them. Paige ignored them and walked onto her car. The girls didn't bother to look at the crowd, as they were just trying to get them to react and cause a fight that Paige and the kids would get blamed for. Paige did text Cole to alert him that the parents were revolting and he needed to be ready for their barrage of complaints. Anne said that none of them were parents of students. She didn't recognize any of them from any of the time she had spent watching them come and go from school. Cole came out and saw the crowd and did a cursory check on them before moving over to the crowd and asking them to leave or he would call the police. The crowd tried to scream at him, but he called the police without looking at them or giving any kind of response, especially as he knew there were cameras pointed at him from close by. Police responded immediately and forced the crowd to move, while Cole told the officers that none of them were parents. Therefore, he would not hesitate to have them arrested for trespassing. The officers moved closer to the crowd, prompting many to run off in fear, while a few angry stalwarts tried to stay and fight the officers. It was a moot point. They couldn't handle the growing crowd, who were there to help the officers, especially as they learned they were trying to harm a child. Cole had the men taken into custody, with the police telling those who were still acting out that they are going to protect the school and all children there, regardless of what the crowd believed. This was just a ploy to get the assailants to react, with several shouting obscenities about Anne's sexuality and being in a skirt and that they would remove her if the police didn't do it. The crowd turned on them and would have led to a riot, but was stopped by Max Evans saying, "As you have made your opinions known, you will be charged with rights offenses. You are all big men trying to harm a kid, one who has no idea who you are, nor do you have any reason to be here in the first place, let alone try to harm a child." The crowd dispersed, with Paige waiting a few more minutes before driving away. Max was already waiting for them at the house and alerted her to what had happened and why. The crowd was there thanks to Virginia, Golden paying them to be there, and had been placed under arrest due to it. Paige asked why she had done that. Max explained she hoped that by them attacking Anne, Anne would lose all rights to her inheritance. As a caretaker of Anne's inheritance as wife, she would have access to the money and was going to remove all of it. It turned out that she is married to Benson and married him for money so she could live the high life at Anne's expense. She violated the conditions of her bail and is now being remanded. Paige asked why Anne would be removed, to which Max grinned and told her there is a clause in her father's will that was to be invoked that would negate her inheritance if she were arrested or shown to be immoral and unfit as a person. Being transgender wasn't one of the conditions. When they tried to use that against Anne a while ago, the judge laughed them out of court. It turns out that they knew all about her dressing and tried to use it against her without her knowledge. She was going to have Anne get assaulted, so she had to retaliate and would have shown that footage to a judge, allowing Golden to take the money in full as caretaker, then drain it dry. She was stopped by Isla before she could do it, with Isla now taking direct control of her assets on behalf of Anne until you can do so for her. Hannah demanded to know how they could still have access to the estate. Max was ready and explained, they don't. In fact, she was placed under arrest for trying to access the estate's accounts soon after the hearing went in your favor. She had spies in the court, but your two brothers-in-law were already 2 steps ahead of them. They had all access cut off and a motion to remove Benson and Hedges as the caretakers placed before the courts. The estate is temporarily frozen, but due to the wording of Noah's will, it becomes Anne's in full whenever she wants. She is a millionaire now. All she has to do is have Isla file a claim on her behalf, and it becomes hers with full access. The lady smiled, as the whole thing was planned by Miles Finn and David Peterson to trap Golden, Benson, and Hedges without anyone knowing they were setting a trap. They knew what they were doing and were really at the hearing to save Anne's wealth, as they knew things were already in hand legally. The two were more than happy to stay quiet. They had done their work en route to the country, then the courthouse, and had Isla's colleague file the motions while the hearing was underway. Anne couldn't believe what she was being told. Max got up to leave, but first looked down at his new namesake and smirked at the sleeping angel. He was happy to see him, but also upset that his parents were about to start in on him, not dating or marrying a young lady. After Max left, the 4 adults sat with Anne and explained what they hoped that she would do with the money she had inherited. Anne didn't want any of it, but Paige and Brian insisted that she keep it. She refused, telling them that her aunts, uncles, and cousins should get it as they knew Noah. Paige hugged her and told her that they wouldn't accept it, but she would try to give them a tidy sum. It was really going to be half, with Anne being shown what she was going to give to them and crying as she nodded. It was past 250 million. It would mean none of them would need to work again, but it was a gift from the heart, and no matter the amount, it was too much in their eyes. Anne went off to do her homework, while the adults started to work with the legal minds to secure the estate split, allowing the Chiselworks branch of the family to know how much they meant to Anne. It took a lot of discussions, but Matilda Smith finally agreed to take the money and split it among the 7 Smith siblings and cousins with their own kids, then getting shares of their parents' portion. The kids were not told what was going on, but the 7 adults were all in tears as Anne's request was explained to them. The kids slept soundly that night, with the 2 getting some time helping feed Maxwell after the frank talk about Anne's inheritance. The girls were blissfully unaware that Pete and Brian were maneuvering to get the court to force injunctions in Anne's favor to protect her from people who were about to go after her publicly. It was a calculated response. Golden, Benson, and Hedges couldn't leave well enough alone, and they had already shown that they were willing to take down Anne by any means. In the morning, Pete was out of the house before the girls were awake. He went right to the courthouse and met with a sympathetic judge who issued an injunction against the reporting of private information about a child as well as violating the rights of the defendants in a criminal case. The judge was cutting off the trio before they could make the claims themselves. It was their actual leak that was about to get the media to harass Anne, but they were going to claim it was harming their case despite that fact. Pete didn't play around and personally delivered the injunction to every reporter spotted around the school. Only a few dared to defy it and were apprehended by police while pleading they had rights. The few parents who were around demanded their removal as their own children would be shown, and they refused to waive their rights in favor of a story about another kid that they didn't know nor care about. Cole was feeling the pressure of Anne's being a student. He had endured hours of phone calls from the borough council trying to fish for information to use against him. It was the same story each time. He refused to give in to pressure and let them vent before telling them that he was not going to give up on a child who had done nothing wrong to warrant being expelled from school, let alone be forced to attend as a male, especially as it is illegal to force her to do so, and the council had already given their support. There were the usual threats against his future, but he countered that they knew full well what they were trying to do to Anne and had issued a memo supporting her being a student in his school, so they were about to go against themselves, making their claims come into question. He went for their throats and knew that their image was going to be tarnished by the revelation that they went back on their support when they received the first complaints. They were playing with fire and would get badly burned, as he was not afraid to use the illegality of their actions against them, and pointed out to the full council, and the media with the council having to pay a lot of money in a losing effort to go after Cole. His job was in jeopardy and he knew it. The most powerful and vocal opponents were in the pockets of Benson and Hedges and were threatening to do whatever it took to get rid of Anne, even if it meant that they would be sued into bankruptcy. They didn't care about the school nor Cole. They only cared about their source of income, especially as it was in danger thanks to Anne's being in the Smiths' care. There was mounting pressure on the few on the council who supported Anne. They were ready to go to war and air every bit of dirty laundry that the opposition had. Anne had more actual support than any person realized. The silent majority were about to make their presence known and ready to fight. In the morning, once the media rodents had been exterminated, Cole addressed the entire student body during their daily assembly. He was not afraid to lay into the few among the students who had seen fit to complain to their parents about Anne, despite not knowing the first thing about her or her past. He knew that they were the worst offenders regarding discipline, so would be easiest to quash as they were suspended or expelled for their actions. He went after everyone and proved that they all had differences, showing that there was not one perfect student in the entire school. He was vocal and angry with the kids who were bullying and using Anne as a way of trying to make a V for power, put on notice that they were known and would face the harshest penalty that any student could endure. He singled out a few who were heard plotting, telling them that they were expelled right then and there. Cole was angry and showing it. The few in the faculty who were disgusted by Anne were told that they were not going to be permitted to remain with the school after the year, and that if they persisted, they would be terminated with a notice put in their file explaining just why they were terminated. That was an even stronger message, as the kids saw just how serious this was if teachers were getting fired. Cole went to his office and awaited the fallout. He expected the union to be after him, but their call did not come, showing that they were not about to help someone who was harming a student. The teachers who did complain were forced to accept their punishments, as they would have to explain just how they should be allowed to retain their jobs after both breaking the law and violating their employment terms, specifically the discrimination clauses. The media did inquire about the non-retention of teachers, but it was to show that the school was trying to protect vulnerable students from the abuse by teachers. It wasn't related to Anne. It was actually part of a longer investigation into schools and teachers as a way of catching those who were the opposite of Cole. He directed them to the right people and didn't say anything on record, but did let the reporters know that students had witnessed the confrontation, which would give them what they needed. Paige had to endure the kids trying to treat Anne better, but still seeing that they were hoping to use her for what they wanted, especially if it got them to meet famous people. She disliked the children more and more as the day wore on and was starting to think that coming back was a mistake. She was losing her will to teach, especially as the kids were uninterested in class and only going through the motions until they could talk freely with Anne to get what they wanted from her. Anne kept quiet, but sensed Paige's frustration. She hated school and wanted a change, even if it meant leaving school. She wanted a new start, in a place nobody knew her, nor cared about her past. Elise endured the kids in class, bugging her about what she was doing after school, and if she was going to go see Anita or someone else famous. She tuned them out. They were resorting to the same spoiled jerks that they were before, and it would be only a matter of time before they forced themselves into her house to swim and have fun with her newest games and computer. It was the same as they were before Anne came to them. Only, it was worse if you consider that they were not even trying to hide their lack of actual interest in her, and only wanted what they could get from her. As school ended, Paige saw the looks on the faces of the students and felt that it was getting to the end of her time with the school. Anne and Elise were looking the same way, with Elise trying to look away in shame as Paige tried to say something to her. Anne just stared silently at her homework while trying to think of how to ask her mother if she could go home for good. Cole entered and saw frustration on all three. Paige sighed and explained to him, "I'm tendering my resignation effective the end of the month. This is getting out of hand. The kids are just too unruly and interested in only what they can get out of the girls. They refuse to learn, and what I try to teach doesn't take. It's starting to harm. Anne and Elise, they are the only ones trying to learn and are doing most of the work in class. I am sorry if this is going to put you in a bind, but I'm not going to let the others harm the girls. They have as much right to an education as these rotten brats." He understood and gave his blessing. The girls mattered most, and he had seen it himself. The class was in chaos as the kids refused to act civilized. Paige had failed to reach them. It would be impossible for any teacher to reach the children of her class with the way their personalities were acting. Paige started to gather her things and leave when she saw the parents of the children that had been expelled waiting outside. Cole confronted them and demanded that they leave, but they refused and wanted blood. Paige held the girls back for their own safety. It was her own fight, not theirs. Paige steeled herself, then proceeded to ask, blood for what? Violating multiple rules by bullying and harassing students, by getting caught planning to harm a student during the middle of an assembly, by trying to intimidate others to do the same. Your children were expelled because they broke multiple major school rules and were willing to harm my daughter because they wanted to show the school that they were the top students and everyone would bow to them. Those were their exact words, as Headmaster Hill will gladly tell you, as he heard them himself. That's why they were expelled so quick. They were caught red-handed and have no excuses and nor defense for their actions. Paige dared them to say something, but all that happened was one trying to grab at her to shut her up, while others tried to go after the children, but were stopped by several other teachers who were angry at the crowd and at Paige. Paige was yelled at by her colleagues for causing a scene, with two insulting her by calling her cheap Yankee trash, which only infuriated her more, causing her to finally react. Paige turned to Cole and angrily told him, "This was the final straw. I am sorry, but this is no longer a place of learning. I can no longer teach here and will withdraw my daughter and niece immediately. These people have the gall to complain about me, yet they took no action until they were forced. 2. They are just lazy brats. It's no wonder their students act the way they do." She walked off to the office as the girls walked quickly behind her. She wasn't bluffing. She signed the paperwork to remove the girls, then wrote out her full and immediate resignation and signed it without looking up at the secretary. She was gone before Cole could reach his office, his secretary already on the phone to arrange for a new teacher as he arrived. What was done was done. Paige had no intention of returning to the school now that she saw just how bad it had gotten, and her own colleagues had shown their true colors. It wasn't what she wanted, but she couldn't stay where she was disliked and even hated. The girls would go to school, even if she had to homeschool them. At home, Elise told her parents what had happened. Hannah sighed and told Elise, "We will spend some time up in Barnstead with your great-grandparents before we head home to Winit. Mom and Dad will have it all arranged, so you start right away. It's not going to be easy for you. Kids will ask why you are back so soon. You don't have to tell them everything, but don't lie to them." Paige was unable to answer Anne's unasked question about whether she could go too. Paige wanted her to go, but it was impossible just yet. They would need to have a meeting with immigration officials so Anne could go with them to the US. When the kids were sent off to do some schoolwork, Paige endured phone calls from Isla and Ruby about what happened. Isla said she would draft lawsuits against the parents who tried to assault her and the girls, while Ruby said it was coordinated by Clarence Harrison. Paige had to fight a swear, but Ruby understood her frustration and had Arthur draft a lawsuit as well as a criminal complaint against him. Harrison had agreed to community service in exchange for testimony against Benson and Hedges, but had gotten his payback by going to the families of the bullying kids to get them to force their kids to act. The kids were just pawns. Their parents were low-paid workers who were trying to get Paige to fight back against them in the hopes of suing Paige. He assured them that Paige was going to attack if they pushed her far enough, but didn't count on others becoming involved in the fighting, or that it may backfire on them, costing the families a hefty sum of money that they had to pay to her. Paige had finally had enough and told Ruby to draft a letter of support so she could legally move to the US with Anne. Ruby had one ready to go with Gary Grant and Toby Ward signing off on it as character witnesses. She would need to show up at the embassy with Anne and all of her legal documents to show that she was ready to move home and only needed a signature. It was what she had wanted to hear. The kids would be happy to know that, but it wasn't time to tell them yet. Anne needed some stability. The next few days would provide her that. The next morning, Paige, Brian, Pete, and Hannah gathered their bags for the trip north. Hannah complained about the number of things they had to pack for Pierre alone, which was mostly things that they didn't have at the estate due to having donated them to charity. When Elise outgrew them, she had been the last Smith child who had stayed in England for any length of time since Ethan Smith left after his parents died and he was adopted by his aunt and uncle as their own son. Elisa was born in the US, but spent 4 years of her life in Barnstead while Pete oversaw the estate and Hannah wrote. The twins were alongside them, but spent their time private schools, teaching the American style of education so as to not get culture shock. The kids were all right staying there and were doted on by their great-grandparents, but still missed the us, thus why they were there then. The stay was really because of Hannah's burnout from Hollywood, as she hated how the industry reacts to things that they can exploit for profit. She was an author of an extremely popular children's book series, but she was also the co-author of her uncle's biography and wrote the screenplay for the movie that was adapted from the book, as well as the screenplay for a movie Anita produced, then the 3 movies based on her cousin Jamie and Uncle John's first 3 years as family. She spent 2 years going back and forth to Hollywood and fighting to get things done right, including finding the perfect actors and actresses for the roles of her family. All of the frustration caused her to take the family to England for several years. Elise loved England, but never really caught on with younger kids there. She had Lucy and Hamish Payne as friends, but things were different with them. They cared about her like family instead of friends. When Elise became old enough for schooling, the family returned to the US, with Hannah feeling better about life and the idiocy and greed of others. Remembering why they were in the UK last time, she lived at the family estate. Elise said that she would help as much as she could with her brother, but was told that she should go with Anne. So Anne was calm on the drive up. It was really due to the number of things that they had in the car, and due to Pete not wanting Elise in his small Porsche, the twin to Brian's car, and one that Pete only drove north because he didn't want to leave it all alone at the house. He had a good reason. He knew people would try to vandalize the house when they were gone, but with nothing visible to vandalize, and with a great security system, they risked burglary charges in being there. Elise was so eager to go with Anne that she never asked to sit in the front seat with Hannah, as Hannah drove north in her own Range Rover, something that she wanted to do for a long time. It was as if she was trying hard not to fight her mother, but she had a good reason. Since Anne was the only one who had to remain in the UK until they had her immigration issue settled, Elise could have gone with Pete and Hannah to the US at any point, since she is a full US citizen by birth, with UK citizenship by birth, through her mother and father being UK citizens as well. Elise was smart, but like her mother and other females from her maternal great-grandmother side of the family, she spent too much time trying to outsmart you when the obvious was right in front of her. She didn't question what she should have questioned, but this time it was with good reason. Hannah felt a sense of pure pride as her little girl was acting so grown up the longer she and Anne were together. It took a while to drive, as the family had to stop several times, thanks to Pierre insisting on having a diaper change and a new bottle, just so he could show he was there to his mother and sister. As much as she wanted to feed Pierre via breast, she inherited the family curse of having issues lactating, making him need to endure special formula and checks by a nurse every week to ensure he was growing well and had no lingering effects of being born a month early. She quietly kept that from Anne and Elise. The girls didn't need to be concerned at that time, but it still pained her a bit to know. The group arrived just after noon, with Theo Baker happily greeting them at the door and directing the maids to bring their bags and Pierre's things inside. Brian was all smiles as Theo was decked out in his typical suit, vest, tie, and gloves. He looked amazing, and his demeanor was one of business and respect. Pete introduced himself and Hannah, while Paige told Theo that he already was miles ahead of his predecessor, getting a smile from Theo, who took it as a major accomplishment. He did have to correct the family, telling Paige and Brian, "Please address me as Baker as is tradition. I wish to keep up formality." Brian and Paige simply smiled and agreed to his request. It felt wrong to call him that, but it was his choice. He had his reasons for doing so, but he had no fear of losing his job because he chose to allow the family to address him by his given name. Hannah and Pete asked what that was about, then got upset at Baker's past. They were more than happy to see the annoying and constantly undermining Clarence Harrison gone. Hannah and he would often come close to blows as he tried to intimidate her, only to cause her to stand up to him and make snide remarks about her being out of line and Pete needing to put her in her place. Done whenever Pete was absent, as the coward in him would never dare to say that in front of Pete. He was smart enough to never make those remarks in front of the elder Smiths, but all on the staff knew about them. Pete had to tell him to stay away from his wife on multiple occasions, with Harrison ignoring them. Pete would have fired him instantly, but chose to stop Hannah from harming him and forget about it. The last time he having done that being before they left on Hannah's book tour, making Pete not need to follow up upon his intentions as Brian had done it for him. It was lunchtime, so the kids were told to wash and eat. Bradford and Ophelia were happy to stay out of the way and allow their grandchildren time to take their things to their rooms, but also proud to see the newest Smith sleeping away with the girls by his side. He was special to them. He gave them a special gift that they hadn't thought would happen, witnessing the birth of another Smith in their country and ensuring that the family could never be called false Brits, as he was born in the country. Paige and Hannah finally came down after running the girls ragged, putting their things away, and were more than happy to tell Bradford and Ophelia that they would be there for a few days before they moved on to Chiselworks to see that branch of the family. It was fine with them. They gave the couple more than they wanted, and the time they spent with their great-grandchildren was valued time. For the couple, any visit by their grandchildren and their kids was time well spent, especially if the youngsters were happy and healthy, and give them lasting images of the two dying elders. Lunch was quiet, but Ophelia did ask about what the children would do during their short stay. Paige simply told them that they would ride and swim and do some schoolwork. There was little need arguing, as it was a solid plan, and the children did need to continue their education. After dessert, the family got the girls settled in their room, with Anne staying in Elise's room at their mutual request. The girls got settled, then helped keep an eye on Pierre, while the adults set up his things in the nursery. Much of it wasn't needed, as the family still held onto antique baby cots and cradles from when Bradford's father was a baby. But it was more along the lines of retaining family history than reusing them again. The little newborn didn't make a noise and slept throughout their hard work, giving Hannah a bit of an annoyed groan as he somehow calmed down around the girls while giving his parents unwanted gifts. The girls loved that comment, especially as it made them feel special for being someone that the little boy liked to have close by. Anne was happy to help out her family, especially her new aunt, even if it was entirely on instinct and he didn't really recognize them yet. She loved mothering. It was her favorite game to play. To actually help with a baby was a dream come true, especially as the baby was her new cousin. Elise could tell just from her reactions that Anne was given something special that none of them could fully understand, but loved being part of that gift. Hannah took the girls to visit the horses and told Anne to remove her gaff so she didn't hurt herself as she rode again, causing Anne to reluctantly comply while Elise offered her a sympathetic nod. It would be a fun afternoon for Anne, now that she didn't have the constriction in her groin area, but it was still a tough time for her. She wanted to feel like a girl so badly. Not having the gaff made her feel like a boy. Riding did calm Anne as she got used to the horses and feeling the saddle under her and corrected her posture, so she didn't suffer the same bruising that she had the previous week. Marion Payne was eager to teach her and had Elise close to Anne so she didn't get spooked or the horses get upset. Anne took to him fast, and after 2 hours she had the basics down and was able to ride around the paddock on her own while Elise and Hannah rode beside her in support. The girls were happy and got happier as Lucy Payne returned home from school and greeted them. She was in near tears as the girls told her that they were staying for a while and not returning. She missed them and wasn't happy that they didn't have much time to enjoy the estate together the previous week. Anne liked Lucy a lot and was happy to have someone else there who enjoyed her, especially as Lucy was like a big sister to her, even if she was only her babysitter. Lucy asked about Anne's brother Beach, as hadn't talked with her for 2 weeks and sounded like he was upset at something the last time she tried to talk with him. Elise wasn't sure if she should tell Lucy or not, but Anne explained He came to the UK to be with us when Mum and Dad had to go to court to keep me with them. He didn't want to upset you, especially as he was only here for the day, and flew back the following day. He was tired and grumpy and had to have Ophelia hold him back from harming the men who wanted to take me away from Mum and Dad. He's not cheating on you. He's just so tired from his sports. Dad said he plays American football and gets tired from that. Something about taking a lot of hits to his arms and legs making him sore and tired. That comforted Lucy. He would have jet lag from the flights and would be tough to get back to normal, especially as he played a tough position. She smiled at the image of him dressed up while Elise giggled at Lucy, now looking quite red and flustered. Anne asked if she was all right, snapping Lucy out of her hormonal fog and prompting Elise to joke. She's picturing BJ all sweaty, causing Lucy to blush again and Anne to gasp in shock and shame over asking that question. The girls walked off while Hannah tried to hide her smile from Lucy. She did casually tell Lucy, "He was asking about you when he was here. We told him to leave you alone as you didn't need to worry about what was going on down in London. He understands that you are upset with him not contacting you. He does love you, all of us can see it. He is being faithful to you. No girl dares to try to date him thanks to Uncle John watching out for him and you." Inside, Hannah saw Baker and one of the maids talking quietly and saw that there was a spark between the two. It was subtle, but Hannah had enough of an idea to get them together. He deserved a shot at love, and the young maid was one of the best maids employed by the family. Baker was actually dating her already. The two had shared a lot of time together during his short time working there and with the Smiths down in London for 3 days. Previously, they got to know one another closely, as there was little to do when the Smiths were away. Baker happily talked with her and the other maids, as he understood them even if he hated what he had internally. He was a man, but he did grow up as a girl and could empathize and sympathize with their stories. It was yet another stark contrast from the fired Clarence Harrison. Baker was a decent manager to them and treated the ladies as equals instead of below him. Harrison was of the belief that as the butler, he could do as he pleased and would often harass the maids to the point of having them refuse to work near him for fear of what he may do to them. The maids would frequently smack him before storming off, with the other maids leaving for the day until Harrison retired to his room for the night before they returned to finish working their shifts. The maids were fine with Baker's gender change and were able to see that he was a great butler and was going to be around for a long time. Baker garnered their respect by asking if they had all of the needed supplies, which Harrison had refused to allow to be bought by the estate despite being part of the job requirements. He had them stock up on what they needed and even had the estate pay them back for the costs that they had incurred due to Harrison's actions, telling them he'd arrange payment soon. The first night that the Smiths were gone, the housekeeper and maids went for a night on the town to blow off some steam and invited Baker to join them. He was reluctant, but the housekeeper insisted that he take a break, as he had little to do and the maids at the house had his number, so they could call him if need be. He happily joined them, and after a pint had found himself and the maid who had caught his eye kissing as the two shared a quiet and intimate talk after a glass of wine each. Baker returned to his room with the maid in tow, with the two enjoying a night of passion that both had not realized they needed but each loved. It was hot and heavy, but it was enjoyed by both, with the lovemaking lasting for 2 hours before exhaustion overtook the couple. Baker didn't mind that he lacked the proper equipment to fully please her, as she enjoyed his anatomy as it was. Hannah was silently plodding away when the housekeeper asked to have a word with her. The kindly woman was well aware of the look on Hannah's face and carefully told her to back away from her scheming, as it was already too late. Hannah raised an eyebrow and smiled as she realized what she meant. He had already done his own matchmaking and was an item without the need of their help. Paige listened to the conversation and gasped in shock while the housekeeper explained, "The two have formed a bond. I know my daughter, and she would not do something unless she saw something in our new butler that she liked. I am proud of her for giving him acceptance and hope that they last. I have been in the service of your family far too long to not know that it is possible to be a grandmother if the couple is to be together in marriage." Paige and Hannah had to hug the proud mother, as she was genuinely happy to see her daughter giving Baker a sense of himself. He had a job, now had a lover, and had Brian backing him as a friend. He may not know it, but Brian was treating Theo Baker as a friend, even if he technically was his boss. The girls asked what was going on. They heard that Baker was dating, but didn't get most of what they were saying. Hannah cursed herself for not noticing them, while Paige was unsure how to explain the whole situation to the young ladies without it getting awkward for her. Hannah was bold and explained, "Baker has started to date one of the maids and has gotten close to her. We were told that her mother is happy for her. Baker is a good man and has the staff's full support already." Elise rolled her eyes and demanded an answer. Paige snickered as Hannah was coming full force with the same attitude that she herself gave others. Hannah finally explained to both girls, "Baker is like your cousin Anne. He was born a girl in body, but is all man. He was shown care by a woman for the first time, and it is blossoming into love. Please don't think that just because he is transgender that we hired him. It would be insulting to his hard work. He's a great butler and should be more than that." That satisfied the girls, while Anne mumbled a soft, "You didn't have to hide that from me. I know that there are others like me out there. He has a right to privacy, and we won't disturb it." Anne's feelings were known. She understood Theo Baker unlike anyone else. It did make her feel better to know that she could be successful and find a good job if he could. He was nice to them and made them feel like they belonged at the family estate. She didn't know if it was part of the role of the butler, but she did like that he never mentioned that she wasn't a real girl, despite having known about it. The kids went upstairs to their room to shower, with both going at the same time, with Elise dragging the scared Anne into it alongside her. She happily told her that she didn't see it as anything but a birth defect, and she shouldn't be afraid of family seeing it. Anne was still reluctant to even look at it, but Elise was encouraging her to ignore it and just do what she needed to do regardless of it. The shower was quick and refreshing for the girls, with the two dressing without looking at one another, as they had finally moved on from the anxiety that Anne had. They relaxed in the nursery as they used the dolls that Elise had left there, with Anne falling in love with one that she couldn't part with. Elise was happy to let Anne have the doll. It was an old doll that her Aunt Nicole owned when she was their age and had told her to hold on to, just in case another girl needed it. Anne didn't believe that story, but the elder Ophelia, Paige, and Hannah were in tears as Anne hugged the doll, with Hannah finally explaining, "It's true. Nicole got it when she first came to live in the US. Mom bought it for her as a gift because it looked so much like her and she didn't have any dolls of her own. It was passed on to our cousin Kat, who passed it on to your cousins, who kept it here. It was going to be donated once Elise grew too old for dolls, but you are the perfect person to keep her. She's your doll now. Keep her safe and clean and love her as your cousins and aunts did." The girls played quietly while the ladies observed. Anne would occasionally look over at them to see if they were watching her, to see if she was handling the doll right, but they never said anything. It was a pure mother-daughter moment, as all of the ladies were calm and peaceful and enjoying something that they had taken for granted a long time ago, simply playing with your own doll. The kids enjoyed their time playing, but soon started to get hungry. Ophelia led them downstairs to the dining room and awaited their dinner, with the kids seeing the sleeping Pierre in Pete's careful hands as he and Brian talked with Bradford about something. Anne loved the sight. Pete was juggling being a new dad while helping run the estate, while Brian was writing something out as Bradford dictated. After a long delay that saw Brian reiterating what Bradford had wanted to do, the trio finally called it a day and sat to eat. with Pierre placed in his carrier so he would have his evening bottle when he finally stirred. The meal was quick, with the girls going to their room to do some assigned schoolwork, while Paige and Hannah worked out a schedule for the following 2 days. The girls were happy to do the work. They were feeling tired and knew they'd fall asleep afterward, so there was no point in doing anything more that evening. Their parents were exhausted as well. Brian and Pete were talking with the Chiselwork Smiths to set up the meetings and had to hold off invitations to stay with them. It didn't work as Maxwell was silent the whole time. They were talking and didn't give Matilda Smith reason to accept their refusal. Matilda was a master manipulator who was immune to the counters that the guys had. There was no reason not to stay with her, as she had space since her children had moved out to their own homes and the neighbors were all away on holiday, so there was no reason to not stay with them. Anne could use the closeness of family. Matilda wanted her to know that she was their family, even if she was now the daughter of Brian and Hannah. Anne would meet all of her cousins and second cousins and visit Noah's final resting place. He was not interred in the Smith family crypt. He chose to be buried instead of joining the family. It was a bit dubious that he wasn't cremated as all other Smiths had been, but nobody had gone into why he wasn't. Paige saw a rat and asked if the arrangements were made by Benson and Hedges, with all now seeing that it was yet another way of keeping Anne a secret from Matilda and her husband. It was going to be Anne's choice as to whether she wanted her father to remain buried or have him join the family. It was a big deal to her, as it was her confronting her past head on while dealing with her feelings about him. In the morning, the girls were told that they would enjoy the day at the estate, then would go to visit the Chiselworks family that evening, with Matilda being mentioned as wanting to see her specifically. It was fine with the girls. They were going to enjoy seeing their distant cousins again. The kids were great fun while they were in the courthouse as they made poor Dora Walker, grandmother of several of Anne's second cousins, ragged, trying to keep them quiet as they played with one another. Anne had more fun with her cousins and second cousins than she ever had with the kids in her classes. They were fun and included her in their games, with the boys not even caring that she wasn't real like the other girls. The boys did ask if it was true that she was born with a penis, but it was more of them trying to believe the truth instead of trying to make fun of her, especially as they were younger than her and were asking out of curiosity. The kids swam, then rode horses until lunch. Anne was still timid on them and needed Paige to steady her, but she did better than expected, even if she wasn't ready to ride on one of the trails. Elise was close by and wasn't that far ahead of Anne. She had the luxury of time on her side, but was still a novice rider. After showering and eating lunch, the family got ready to leave. Baker coordinated their luggage and ensured the girls that their dolls would be safe, with Anne smiling at that. It was intended to show that her doll was her own and was going to be taken care of as a prized possession by the staff. Anne was asked if she wanted to join her father on the ride, but Paige shot that down as she had them ride in the family's people carrier instead. All of them were in it, with the girls safely in the back and told to keep the sleeping Pierre company. The drive was long for the girls as Pierre kept crying for no reason. He had his bottle and a change of diaper, but wasn't happy to be traveling for some strange reason. He only stopped when they were at Dora Walker's clothing design and retail store in Chiselworks. Seeing the buildings made Anne feel odd. It felt like she had been there before, but didn't know when. As she looked around, Paige told her, "You were born here. Your mother spent your first 2 years here, but moved away to a cheaper flat in London when your father stopped providing money to her to take care of you. Those 2 men tore you from your family. Your entire life would have been different if they hadn't lied to your mother or had told your grandparents about you from the start." Paige was getting angry, but quelled her feelings when she saw Anne smiling at some of the places that she was looking at. They were memories long forgotten, happy ones of times when her mother wasn't a bitter, angry woman who resented Anne for being born. She was happy to remember them. They were the few memories of her mother that she wanted to keep. The kids were happy to finally be able to get out and stretch their legs, but were immediately seized by the rushing Sienna and Poppy Smith. Dora Walker, Poppy's mother, told them to let the girls breathe, getting a laugh from the two women, while the girls smiled and hugged them even tighter. They were in a good mood now and were more than happy to see the two designer seamstresses. The ladies ushered the kids into their shop and tried to get them to try on their newest kids' clothing designs. The girls weren't happy and just wanted to relax, with Poppy and Sienna grinning at the adults as they tried their hardest to keep a straight face. The girls didn't know what was going on, but turned around to see Matilda and Auntie Smith there, smiling at them with Anne hugging them tightly. Dora shook her head at her daughter and daughter-in-law, trying to act coy and upsetting the girls, but it was a harmless prank and did buy them some time so the two elders could arrive. Paige and Hannah were happy to see the girls were not too upset, but did want to have a private talk with the elder Smiths without the girls hearing. They directed the girls to help Sienna and Poppy for a bit, while they talked about some plans they had to make for the next day. In Dora's office, the four laid out what they wanted to do and why, and waited for Matilda's response. It was clear that Archie had his mind made up about what to do, but knew that his wife would have a thing or two to say about it. When she finally spoke, she stated, "He's going home to his family. He served his penance and deserves to lay with his ancestors. He tried to make amends with us, but we weren't sure if he was trying to do it to get money or if he was serious." I can't look at Anne and not see that she was the reason for his turnaround. We should have let go of the past and talked with him, but my ego just couldn't let me. I'm sorry to Anne. We should have helped her years ago. It's all my fault. Years of grief were coming to the forefront again as she broke down in tears. Matilda loved her son deeply, but she hated what he had become as a man. Anne was a victim of her own stubbornness. She couldn't help but feel that it was her fault that Anne suffered even when it wasn't her fault at all. Matilda pulled herself together and told the others that it was best to just talk with Anne and ask her what she wanted to do with her father's remains. None of them had a right to tell her what to do. It was her own choice what to do with Noah. Anne needed to know and make her wishes known. Anne was brought in and asked what she wanted to do with her father's remains now that they knew he was kept from the family crypt. Anne looked down at the floor and needed several long minutes to think about the situation. When she finally looked up at Matilda, she explained, "He did a bad thing, but he tried to do the right thing. He was lied to by those men, and he regretted it. He deserved to be with his family, even if they didn't want him. Please don't leave him all alone." It was from the heart and was what they had hoped she would do. Noah was going to return to the fold after nearly 17 years of exile. Anne loved him enough to do the greatest act she could for him, giving her relatives the peace of mind that he had been unable to achieve in life. The family decided to end the discussion and enjoy the evening together. Anne needed to see the Smith family as her own. Even if she was part of it directly, she still acted like she was on the periphery and not a Smith by blood. She needed to know that she was one of them and loved by her grandparents. Matilda led the seven to her home, several blocks away. It was larger than most in the neighborhood, but tiny compared with the Barnstead estate. She showed them around and was a little afraid of what they would say about it. Compared with what they could afford, it was tiny. Hannah loved it, especially as it was nicely furnished and the right size for Matilda's 4 kids. It was not unlike her own home in Winit, except this didn't have a man cave and entertainment room in the basement. Paige had to hide her smile as Hannah enjoyed the place. She happily told Archie, "It's like her own home. It's the same size. This doesn't have the furnished basement, though." Archie understood. He had a smaller car park, but had a storage space in his basement, rather than the furnished basement that his niece Sienna had gushed about. He would have made a similar basement, but his kids were already too old and independent for the space. Compared with Matilda's brother's kids, he would have loved his own office, but he could settle on working in the attic. The family sat around the living room and talked for a while, with Anne being shown pictures of her Aunt Isabel and Uncles Lloyd, and had children. Married and had children. They held off showing pictures of Noah, but when the last of the pictures were shown, she asked about the fourth pile of pictures. As Matilda moved the book, Anne saw just why it was left for last and asked to see it. Noah was a normal kid, but as he grew older, he was always around an older man. Anne asked about the man, getting an angry, "He was your great-grandfather, Wilson Smith. He was a terrible man who did horrible things to people while ruining the lives of hundreds. He would hate you with a passion. He hated all who are different. Your being South Asian and born with a birth defect would have made him demand that you be put up for adoption or tossed into an alley to die. He died in prison 10 years ago, so you will never have to meet him nor fear him." Anne didn't ask any more about Wilson, but Archie added, "He was a rich man, but he lost half of everything to the government. What we could legally keep, we donated to charity, with his ex-wife getting half of his initial fortune in their divorce. She left her half to Matilda and her brother Reggie. They have kept it saved for their children. You are owed the sum of +2 million as the heir of Noah." Paige and Brian shook their heads and shot back a quick, "She has decided to give half of the money that she inherited from her father to her cousins. She inherited 250 million from Noah. I don't think that she will accept a penny of her great-grandmother's money when she has her own that she wants to give to the family." Anne was nodding in approval, as she refused to even touch any of that money and only accepted what she inherited because she had no choice but to accept it. She didn't want any money. She wanted her family, and she got it in spades. To her, money was what cost her knowing both sides of her family in the first place. Matilda was speechless while Archie smirked at her. She was going to say something, but he shut her down with, "She is a Smith. That is a bit of you in her. That is her cousins and aunts. She's no different than any of the children in your family. That is Nicole and Ethan and Nigel. She is her grandmother's granddaughter. There is no doubt about it. She is your granddaughter." Anne was in tears hearing her grandfather say that. She loved knowing that she was part of something, even if she didn't know that she was showing it. To her, it was the world as she was one of them beyond blood. She was a member of the family in full. The Smiths gave her a chance to calm down while preparing for dinner. Pierre made his presence known to all, both with his cries and his smelly diaper, and took great pride in helping change him and cleaning up his mess, giving her a sense of calm that she needed right then and there. Watching Anne help change her cousin caused Archie and Matilda to shed a tear, as Anne was so much like her cousins that it was tough to not see Noah in her. She was no different than the girls. She did all of the same movements and reactions that they did when trying to help change diapers. The girls were so close that the two felt like they were soulmates who belonged together as friends. If they were older, they could have been considered potential girlfriends, but there was nothing beyond friendship there. It helped a lot that Anne shared a lot of similarities in her appearance to her father. She shared his face, his hair, even his laugh. Her only real difference was in her skin color. She had a darker skin tone than any of her cousins, but she was so similar in appearance that it was hard not to see that she was a Smith by birth and by blood. Matilda dished out the stew that she had simmering the whole time, with the kids digging in and loving her cooking. Their parents were little better. They enjoyed Matilda's cooking alongside the girls. She offered to give them the recipe, but was told that if they made it at home, they would be forced to give their uncle a copy of the recipe, and the results would be disastrous for all. Matilda tried to say something about that, but Paige pointed out that they need only ask Sienna and Poppy about John Finn's infamous cooking failures, as they had tried them before. Hannah upped her and joked that he would be barred from ever entering the UK if they knew just how badly he could mangle chicken tikka masala or Yorkshire pudding. Brian laughed at that and added, We aren't joking. He's bad at cooking dishes based on recipes that others have created. He's even banned from making our great-uncle's rice dishes. Thankfully for our family, several of the kids and teens learned how to make it so when great Uncle George passes on. His food will still live through him. That gave the couple a laugh as the girls snickered while Elise nodded in agreement. She whispered to Anne, "Grunkle John is really bad at making anything other than basic dishes. Don't let him talk you into trying any of his new creations. Only accept desserts from him, never new dinners." Once they were finished with dinner, the adults cleaned up and let the girls unwind for a bit before going up to their room while the two couples went in to do others. Matilda and Archie got to see how cute the girls could be when they fell asleep, clutching Elise's Cabot Sammy. It was tough to not cry as she looked so peaceful and beautiful. Matilda had to go to her bedroom and let out some more grief as she saw how much of her son was in Anne, that memories of her eldest child came flooding back. Pierre made for a tough night for Hannah and Pete, but thankfully he didn't awaken Matilda and Archie from their slumber. He was fussy in the morning until he heard the girls coming down to eat. It was as if hearing Anne and Elise's voices made him happy, which Hannah could understand since he seemed to like them the most out of anyone. The kids loved that Archie ate the same cereal that they ate while Matilda groaned that he was just a big kid who never grew up. He just smiled and told her, "It's true, and you love me for it," then continued to eat. The girls were fighting laughs, but managed to hold themselves together until they were finished. The ladies laid out their plans and explained to the girls that they were going to visit the solicitor who filed Noah Smith's will and claim Anne's rightful inheritance, then secure it for the future. Archie would be the one who would handle it, as he was an accountant by trade and handled their daughters' and sons' and niece's trust funds. He would happily handle Anne's for her, with Paige and Brian's blessing. Both agreed to do so, with Pete asking that a contract is drawn up to make it official and keep out any others who may try to exploit it for their own use. Archie was fine with that. He already knew that Miles had gone over the account already, but he would be proud to ensure nothing further was removed. He asked if they were going to get the amount removed by Benson and Hedges put back into the account, getting a joint. "Yes, please do." From Paige and Brian, while Hannah added, "Get all of it, leave nothing behind, then go after every penny they have in retaliation for how they treated her." The group departed for the solicitor's office. One, Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, and a half-hour later was in Miss Cheatham's office, presenting the paperwork to show that Anne was whom she claimed to be and had a right to claim her inheritance in full for herself. Mrs. Cheatham looked over the paperwork, asked if the name change was official, then agreed to release the money to Anne as all she had to do was show up with the right paperwork. In a matter of seconds, Anne was a vastly wealthy young girl with Peace $250 million in her bank account. Mrs. Cheatham asked why Benson and Hedges weren't there. They were listed as Anne's legal guardians in her files. Matilda angrily explained, "They are currently sitting in prison awaiting trial for a variety of crimes involving my granddaughter. What is this you say about them being her legal guardians? This is a first for all of us. I'm her grandmother, and I should have been given legal custody of her, regardless of whatever they claim. And for your information, up until 2 weeks ago, former daughter-in-law, Anne's mother, had full legal custody of Anne. Her losing custody sparked the two of them eventually ending up in prison and awaiting trial in the first place." Ms. Cheatham realized her mistake and carefully explained, "They showed me legal paperwork that they were Anne's legal guardians as her mother had transferred custody over to them. They had full access to her trust. It was already claimed by them, but they didn't close the account. We had no reason to suspect that they didn't have Anne. Their paperwork was sound and showed that Oldham Social Services had removed Anne from her mother's care and she was staying with a trusted foster family." Archie grinned and happily told her, "Give every piece of paperwork to the police." We will be in contact with the Metropolitan Police about their new actions now that it's known. You may have just assured that the two are going to prison for years as you were lied to by them. Anne was never in their care. In fact, she was only in social services care for just 5 days officially. You should have asked to see Anne to prove that she was with them, instead of just taking their word for it. She got a cold chill down her spine as Archie had a look of anger and revenge on his face. Matilda was on the phone with Max Evans and his father, while Paige was talking with Max's sister Ruby. The two were in full agreement that this had just opened up a big can of worms that the police needed, as it was now fraud and theft alongside attempted kidnapping, extortion, lying to police, lying on records, and a variety of other charges against Benson and Hedges. The will was looked at by Pete and Brian, and immediately they spotted that Benson and Hedges had outright ignored multiple parts of the will. These were important parts. They just so happened to involve Anne, her grandparents, and who was supposed to get her once his wife was deemed unfit to retain sole custody of Anne, and the duo were not mentioned as getting custody of her at all. Noah had thought of Anne from the start and had her in mind. She was going to have a family, even if she would never know him. He left her everything that he had, but he also left her a note that she had to read when she was mature enough to handle the news. Anne looked it over and was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she read it over twice. Paige read it and shed a tear herself. Hannah asked what it said, to which Paige told her. He says, "To my dear son Anil, I am gone now, but I will always remember you. I made a mistake when you born. I shouldn't have listened to my friends and believed the worst. I see now that they are nothing but liars, but I couldn't bring myself to. Beg your mother for forgiveness. I loved her deeply, but we just were not compatible. She is a tough person to deal with, more so than any other person I ever met. She has a lot of anger toward her family that she needs help with, but she won't seek it. I am sorry for not being man enough to seek you out when I was alive. You deserve a more loving home. I only hope that when your mother makes a mistake, you find my parents. I don't want you anywhere near my so-called friends, and hope that they are never involved in your life. The name Benson and Hedges is toxic to you. Please find your grandparents, Matilda and Archibald Smith. You deserve them as guardians. They will love you in ways that neither your mother nor I ever could." Paige asked if the will was read, or had Benson and Hedges simply waltzed into the office and forced access to Anne's inheritance without anyone checking. It was a legitimate question, but when she asked Dewey and Howa, the more senior partners, she was told, "We didn't ask. They had the right paperwork with them. We believed that was sufficient enough to release the inheritance." Hannah gave the partners an angry look while Matilda screamed, "You violated my son's rights. They are specifically barred from having anything to do with his will by his own words. You just gave 2 wolves access to a fortune, one that was supposed to be my granddaughter's." Anne was upset at hearing the yelling, so Paige calmly told them, "I am transferring all assets owned by my daughter to a separate account, one that is inaccessible to anyone but a select few. Further, I am asking that this firm be removed from all involvement with Noah Smith's, as it was your own lack of due diligence to follow the will that allowed the theft. You will be forced to reimburse my daughter every penny lost due to your ignorance and lack of oversight." Matilda added, "She, as Anne's mother, has the right to do just that. She has the right to seek damages against your firm for violating the terms of my son's will due to your gross negligence. I'll be speaking with the firm of Bloomfield, Davies, and Evans tomorrow about this. Be glad you aren't facing criminal charges for being part of the conspiracy, as I doubt you were so utterly ignorant as you seem." It was bittersweet for the Smiths, but despite the anger and frustration, Anne was able to put aside her past feelings of abandonment by her father and see that he really did care about her in the end. Pride made you do stupid things. His pride cost him time with Anne, but he still did the right thing in the end. He loved her. Even if he couldn't be with her, he still loved her. It took them a few minutes, but the family gathered their wits and drove to the desolate cemetery where Noah was buried. It was creepy and the wind howled through the trees, but it was made worse as Noah's marker was broken and his burial plot had covered. Matilda was outraged but quelled her anger as she saw Anne fighting tears at seeing her father's name on the headstone with no mention of her mother, herself, or any other person on it. Just a name and dates of birth and death. The family stood back while Elise led Anne closer to her father's grave and stood by her as she silently sobbed at seeing the man's final resting place. Years of anger and sadness over his abandoning her were wiped away as she felt love for him overcome her. She missed him. For some reason, she felt like part of her was no longer with her, despite knowing that he had been dead for years. Anne stood silently while Elise hugged her, showing her support and love. The two didn't need to say anything. They accepted that he was dead and Anne was safe now because of him. He did right in the end. He made up for his past by giving her a future. The girls finally turned around and hugged their fathers, with Pete and Brian carrying them to the cars. It was touching and only served to strengthen the family's resolve to get back at Benson and Hedges. Noah deserved better than being buried and forgotten. He was a terrible person for years, but he turned his life around and finally did some good in the world, with Anne being his biggest accomplishment. The family drove to the Smith home and waited for Matilda and Archie's grandchildren to come by, looking for the girls. The girls needed some time to themselves, and the kids were around their own age, so it was worth the wait for the girls. Most importantly, they didn't care that Anne was transgender and actually liked playing with her when they were in the courthouse 10 days before. The kids loudly burst into the house, giggling at their parents while trying hard to not go over the line and upset their grandparents. When they saw the girls, they ran to them and hugged them. With Anne's cousins, Ava and Emily, her uncles Clyde's and Lloyd's daughters, kissing their cheeks and telling them they were lucky not to have to go to school. Neither girl realized that they had hit a nerve in Anne, but she kept herself together while Elise told them, "We have to do schoolwork. Aunt Paige makes us." The girls led Elise and Anne to the garden to play, while their cousin Hugh plopped down on the floor to play by himself. Hugh ignored the adults and played on his own, working on puzzles before tiring of it and going off to play on his computer. Archie smirked about Hugh, telling the others he's a genius. He can't focus on much for long, though. He hasn't found his calling in life, but he might be a promising scientist if we can get him to focus on something for long. Hugh's parents entered and asked if he was already bored. Archie pointed at the boy working on his computer and smiled. He was writing something on the computer, looking up every few minutes, but not keeping his attention on much for long. He was writing fast and furious. Hannah looked over at Paige, Brian, and Pete, who all said, "Rachel." Hannah explained to Hugh's mother and father, "Our cousin Rachel Sylvester is like that. She's not as advanced in writing like he is, but she's good with computers and can do amazing things when she is looking for evidence for the state police. She gets in that kind of zone at times. He is gifted. He just needs proper guidance. If you get him into a program that honors his skills, he could be a force for good. Otherwise, he might get into the wrong places and cause catastrophic issues or even turn to crime." Hugh heard that and looked up at them. The 13-year-old asked if he was in trouble again, getting the others to look at his parents, who shook their heads and told Hugh, "You aren't in trouble. They're just saying that you could use someone to help guide you so you don't do something that could send you to prison. You are naturally curious, but you need boundaries." Hannah got the name of someone who could help Hugh, and if that person didn't want to help, or if they tried to manipulate him, they gave him Rachel's card. She was a forensic examiner by trade, but she was still a strong hacker who could keep up with the best for a while before her personal boundaries kicked in. Hugh was in good hands. The Smiths would have plenty of help for Hugh if he needed it. Hugh got up and walked outside and watched the girls play. The girls giggled at him on his computer, but Anne said that he was trying to do something so he didn't think about something else. He was too smart for his own good. It was something she read on the computer once in class when the kids were all outside eating lunch and playing with their friends. Matilda's nieces then came by with their kids, which saw Anne hugging her second cousins and getting big kisses from the youngest boys as they played with her for a while, with their sisters and cousins playing with Elise, Ava, and Emily. The boys were energetic but respectful of the older Anne, showing her that she was fun and could play with boys, even if they knew her secret. She loved that not all boys were the same. She could have fun with either sex if they were nice to her in return. Sienna and Poppy's youngest kids did the least among the kids, but loved playing with Anne, even if she didn't know that they did. The trio was quiet and respectful. They were used to people being mean to them, due to their mother's marriage, but Anne tugged at their heartstrings as she was the first girl that they knew who was transgender, who had been abused. They refused to let any harm come to Anne while they were around. They would protect her, even if they didn't really need to. The couple's elder sons were out with friends, so couldn't come, but they were fine with Anne. She knew that not everyone could drop their plans and see them, especially on such short notice. The boys were 15 and had only 2 things on their mind. Once homework was done, football and girls, with the boys having a lot of fun with both, even if their parents ensured they didn't get too far with either. Anne loved hearing that. It was great in her eyes, and she wanted to experience siblings like that. She realized that her own brother and sister were no different. He played American football and went out with friends after school, according to her aunt and uncle. Elise said her brother was the same way, only he didn't have a girlfriend in England like BJ had. The group spent several hours together as they played with the girls while Hugh tapped away on his computer. Lloyd, Clyde, Poppy, Sienna, then Sienna's sisters Imogen, Layla, and Thea and their husbands appeared to pick up their kids but were wrangled into dinner. Sienna joked that they had all there except her parents, which got a groan from her sisters as they were the next to turn up. The only ones not there were Lloyd and Clyde's wives. The 2 women were away on business as they tried to broker new deals with some companies in the US. They didn't say who it was with, but the Smiths had all smiles as they told about the 2 working out new connections to Chiselworks. Reggie Smith didn't want to lie, so told Brian and Hannah, your sister and her mother-in-law had a meeting with them before they had their meeting with the suppliers. You can put it together from there. Neither side wants the other to know that there is a pre-existing connection via Sienna, but they didn't get away from meeting with their distant relatives while there. Your parents can be very persuasive. The 2 groaned while Pete and Paige added a hearty, "Did you really think that I wouldn't want to see them? It's lucky they didn't have Nicole, Nigel, and Ethan over as well." They had to hand it to their spouses. They were right, as their brothers and sister would try to see them, but were busy with their kids and making up for work lost the week before due to flying to the UK for the court hearing. The Smiths enjoyed an evening together, with Anne getting to feel like she was part of the Smith family in more than just name. The kids were great fun, and the younger kids did things with her that she had not had the chance to do before, like play simple board games and chase each other around the garden. When it finally ended and the kids went home, Anne felt sad but happy that she would enjoy seeing them during Christmas break. Anne and Elise were put to bed while plans were made to help Hugh with his issues. If he was a genius as claimed, he should have the chance to challenge himself academically. Sadly, the local universities weren't interested in a child like Hugh, especially if they couldn't exploit him for their own needs. Rachel returned their phone call and explained that she knew a few professors who would be happy to have him as a student of theirs, especially as he was coming with a clean slate and not with a criminal investigation already underway into his actions. He would have to have proof that he no longer needed school, but that was easy to obtain from the school. The family had proof already that he passed the GESE and A-level tests in several subjects, so could go to the US to study so long as he had oversight, which Paige and Brian could provide. Paige and Brian asked to get things settled for the transfer. They would need to have a long talk with Isabella and her husband about Hugh and try to reach an agreement so he wasn't left to sink into a sad boredom that would only lead to trouble. He was a bright kid. He just needed a chance to shine. His parents were kindly people, but inexperienced with kids of his talents. The next morning, Isabella and her husband Beau brought Hugh to talk about Hugh and their plans. He was not interested in what they were planning. He was interested in writing a new computer game and going into a popular website to change some of the colors he disliked. Anne asked him to play with the two girls, which he at first refused, but gave in to, as he saw her pleading face. Isabella loved the idea of Hugh attending college and earning degrees. It was better than forcing him to stay away from certain websites as they normally did. Beau had to ensure that he was offline so he didn't get around their rules, but Hugh didn't push things lest he loses his precious laptop. The two agreed that he was in need of structure, and if it meant they would only see him during winter, summer, and spring breaks, then it was worth it in their eyes. Hugh was asked to come into the living room and saw his mother explaining to him, "We have decided that in the best interest of your education and social well-being, you should attend university in the US. Hannah and Brian's cousin knows several professors who would be thrilled to know you and help. You learn to expand your knowledge and hone your abilities. You are incredibly smart and curious. If we did not get you some outlet that caters to your curiosity, you may be tempted to break the law. Please, let them help you become the man you are meant to be." He asked if it was a joke, getting a soft, "It's what is best for you. You won't be alone. Anne is there, so you have blood relatives close by. Your fifth cousins are also there and willing to help you enjoy life. There are many kids your own age there, so you won't be all alone or without social interactions." Hugh didn't fight them. They had made up their minds. He knew that they were right. He had gotten a few interested people asking him to join them in hacking some places alongside them. He was going to join them, but the meeting, the previous night, shut down those plans. He read online in the morning that the guys who actually participated in it were arrested and charged with multiple crimes, meaning that had his distant relatives not come by, he would be behind bars himself. The family made plans with Hugh giving his blessing. He was happy to hear that he would have his own room in the Smith home, as well as enjoy some freedom that others didn't have, such as fewer school classes and less homework. It was going to be tough, but he loved the idea of the challenge. Isabella asked if Hugh would be signed over to Paige, or would he be with Hannah. The ladies had to think about that, while Matilda happily proclaimed Paige and Brian should care for him. As much as he would enjoy staying with Hannah and Pete, Pierre there will have a lot of sleepless nights ahead, and it will be a problem for Hugh, as he has a short temper and is a light sleeper. Matilda put her foot down, but it was actually pretty smart thinking. He would be better off without the baby waking him every night. He asked if Anne was okay with him staying, getting a nod and hug from her, sealing her approval. He was fine with Anne, and just wanted to know for sure that she was okay. The family drew up official paperwork that withdrew Hugh from school. With the school he was at, more than happy to let him go. His headmaster wasn't too keen on the boy, and as she couldn't use his genius for her gain, he was expendable. She would rather someone else have him as a problem. He was the kind of kid that she despised. Intelligent but unmotivated, disciplined but unexploitable. Hugh asked to go home, so he could get his things together so he could move immediately. After he left, Matilda asked that they ensure that he stayed out of trouble, even if they had to have someone talk with him every day. Paige just gave her a smile and happy. He will have Rachel begging to work with him. He's got her interest already. He should have our cousin Margaret talking with him as well. She does some of what he seems to enjoy. The group waited for an hour, But when Hugh returned, they set about leaving so they could get back to the estate. Hugh asked why they were going there, getting a happy, "It's so we rest for the night before we head south. We need to go to the embassy so we can sign paperwork for you and Anne, and it's too long to drive there directly. Without it, you can't go with us. Your mom has your solicitor waiting for you tomorrow afternoon. He's a great man. He has helped us out a lot over the years." The allusion to Jonas Bloomfield got Hannah snickering while Brian added, "He doesn't get to do a lot of simple things since he took over his law firm as their senior partner when the founders retired. He doesn't mind the easy work. It gives him a reason to keep others on their toes as they underestimate him. Plus, he has a special place in his heart for us." The family got into the 2 Range Rovers and drove on to the family estate in Barnstead, stopping for petrol and a snack, but otherwise not doing much else. The kids were busy talking on their iPads with their us cousins with Hugh, not saying much at all but listening to the talking. They were treated to a fun afternoon as they all wanted to see the sleeping Pierre, but feeling sad that he wasn't moving around much, nor responding to their voices. Hugh got a shock as he received a Skype call from someone he didn't recognize but wanting to speak with him. He looked over at Elise for help, but she only told him, "You need to answer it. She needs to talk with you. She wouldn't call you directly unless it was important." When Hugh finally answered, he saw a beautiful woman with flowing red hair, freckles all across her face and shoulders, and a beautiful body appear, causing him to go into a hormonal fog as he fell in love with her before she ever said a word to him. He tried to form words, but only odd sounds were coming out of his mouth, causing Anne and Elise to snicker at him, becoming so weird. The woman blushed and needed a second to get herself together before she spoke. His reaction caught her off guard, making her feel weird as few guys ever had that reaction to seeing her. Elise finally pulled herself together to ask why she was calling. The woman calmly explained, "Your grandmother and aunt wanted me to talk with Hugh since he is going to be doing some work in the same field as me. They don't want him to be overwhelmed by what he is doing. I'm the only one who is a pure programmer. Rachel is more of a hacker and analyst than a programmer. He can be great at his job, but he needs help from people who have been there already." Elise finally told Hugh, "She's my Aunt Margaret. She writes programs for computers and wrote the most recent Death Dealer Saga game. She talked with the author of the books and Enemies series, and even got to see some of her newest work while giving ideas of her own that weren't used, but did have some impact on the story." Hugh looked up at her and gasped as he loved that game, and played it a lot when he was supposed to be doing schoolwork. It was tough but fun, and the different combat and tactics were far beyond anything anyone else was doing, with others trying hard to copy its success. Margaret started to ask Hugh questions about what he learned so far, what he had written, how much of it he had borrowed from other writers, and a lot of simple things that Elise couldn't understand, but sounded important to her aunt. He was in awe as she was talking to him as an equal and not down to him as a weirdo or not worth the effort to talk to. Margaret could see that she was having a positive impact and asked him to talk with Rachel and her friends when he came west. She would have some work for him to do so. He was able to contribute to her new game and maybe even work out a few of the bugs that she knew had, as well as test his abilities to be truthful to her about what he was doing. The whole conversation took well over an hour, but to Hugh and Margaret, it was time well spent. Hugh never noticed that they were almost to the Smith home, but continued to talk with Margaret. She could have talked with him all night, but her own young kids were looking for her, making him have to cut off the conversation before they got dragged into a long discussion with Hugh before he was ready to talk. Hugh asked about Margaret's story, hoping that this wasn't a too good to be true situation that he was being set up for. From the front, Hannah explained, "She is our sister's best friend. She was the first one to befriend Nicole when she started school and fully accepted her as a friend. Her father has known our uncle since he was a kid and has been the best friend of our Uncle Willie since they could talk. She cares about all of the kids, especially ones who have special talents. She's not just a pretty face. She can dance and sing and play musical instruments. She's not as good as our cousin Trinity, but she is good. Hugh was smitten with Margaret, and it showed all over his face. He finally found someone who was the ideal girl, but was way too old and happily married with kids. He looked sad for a bit, but perked up as he was told that some of their cousins were good with computers, and one was trying to learn to code like he was doing. Only she couldn't find someone to work with due to the guys saying she is too much of a geek and weirdo. He was practically drooling over the prospect of someone his own age wanting to work with him. It was one thing to learn to code properly and earn a degree, but to work with a cute girl and help her to be a coder too was beyond belief. He let out a happy sigh as he settled down for the rest of the trip. It was not going to be as bad as he thought now. The drive to the estate was quick after that, as he was in a world of his own and staring outside at the passing scenery without thinking about much. The girls had to hold their grins as he was acting like a typical teenage boy, albeit one who was on the cusp of puberty. Anne didn't say anything about how he was acting, but he was clearly impacted by the call and was practically a changed person. When they arrived at the estate, Hugh was unsure how to react to the place. He was used to attending the yearly family gatherings with the other chiselwork smiths, but they were tightly controlled by the butler, and he didn't get to do much there, due to there being not much to do that interested him. It was a place that was nice to look at, but to someone who spent hours lost in the world of computers, it was like being trapped in a place with no escape as the boredom of being there overtook him. The group entered and were met by Baker, who helped Pete and Brian bring in the bags. Hugh's being with them caught Bradford and Ophelia's eye, leading to questions that made Hugh cringe and feel like he was about to get booted from the estate. He looked at the adults for help with Hannah, nodding to him to show that it was all right. Hannah smirked, then proudly announced, "Hugh is going to come with us to the US to study at MIT. He has outpaced all of his classmates and passed his exams, so he doesn't need to stay in regular school. He has a standing offer from both Rachel and Margaret to study under them, with Margaret being the one that we think is best to help him. She's not on Rachel's level, but works in a field he has an interest in." That satisfied them and led to them asking the family to sit down to dinner as they looked famished after the long drive. It was the truth, as they hadn't eaten since before Hugh's parents dropped off his things. Hugh was unsure about the meal and was ready to eat in his room, but the girls kept him close, showing that it was okay. Hugh ate in silence while the girls plotted what they were going to do in London the next day, with the two disagreeing on whether they'd get the chance to swim or were going to have to visit places that they were supposed to be learning about in class. He saw the fun they could have together and was a little jealous of them. He tried to rush through the meal and was hoping that he could get a chance to enjoy some more work on his computer, but the girls kept him busy through the meal. The girls led Hugh outside to see the horses and got stopped by Hamish Payne, inviting them over to his cottage to play on his game system. He was clearly bored, and with Lucy out with friends that night, he didn't have much to do. He was so focused on talking about his new game that his friend let him play that he walked right into Hugh and caused both to topple over, causing the girls to giggle at them. Hugh was ready to fight, as he was used to boys doing things like that to him, but Hamish was genuinely sorry for focusing on the girls so much that he wasn't looking where he was going. The two looked at one another for an answer. Neither expected another 13-year-old boy to be there, let alone one who was interested in playing video games. The girls were fighting laughter as Hamish was at a rare loss for words. Elise hadn't seen him like that since her sister caught him looking at her breasts months before. The girls finally told Hamish that they'd go play with him, but Hugh had to go too. They didn't want to leave him alone and get bored, plus he could use time with a boy his own age. Hugh walked behind the trio as they went to the cottage, neither boy knowing what to say to the other as they walked inside and went right to Hamish's game system in the small living room. The girls played for a bit while Hugh watched, then forced him to play with Hamish and give him a big challenge. He was great at the game, putting Hamish to the test as he matched his combo moves and did a few special attacks that Hamish had no clue about. The boys were so engrossed in their game that they never saw the time fly, and without knowing, 2 hours had passed and it was bedtime for Hamish. The girls walked back to the manor house with big smiles as Hugh had saved them from a boring night, as Elise complained that he needed to get a friend. Hugh didn't say anything, but it was clear that he had fun with Hamish, to the point that Hamish had been the closest that he had to a friend in his life. It was a sad fact to him. Every boy his age hated him because of his intelligence and interests. The girls gave a glowing review of their evening and got Hugh to blush at times. The 6 Smiths were all in agreement. It was turning into the best decision possible in having Hugh come with them. It was just the start, but he would have fun with Hamish as the two played online together after school. Hugh went to bed with a smile on his face. Hamish was fun to play against and knew a thing or two about the games, including who made them. He joked that Hugh might get to meet some of the people who created the game they had played, as the studio that created it was based near Winit and is a big player in the computer programming world. When he awoke, he felt great for the first time in a long time. He found his parents had sent him a few texts to let him know that he would have to meet with a representative of the university in London, and if he did well, they would sponsor his visa to study at their school. It was a big thing for him. It was the last hurdle, and one that he would have to pass, or else he would have to go back to being bored at home. He walked down to breakfast and saw the girls coming out of their room. Anne was complaining that it was tough to sleep with Elise pulling Sammy from her, while Elise complained that she kept flopping in the bed, making her move to sleep in a better position. Hugh wisely kept his mouth shut, but it was fun to hear the girls complaining about something so simple, especially as his sisters rarely got along. The girls were different than his sisters. They weren't too interested in one another and barely spoke to the other unless they needed something. They weren't nearly the same age as the girls. They were 2 years apart and had their own circle of friends. Hugh was the go-between for the most of the time, with Hugh having to act as both a referee and advisor for how to deal with their issues. The trio was met by the elder Smiths and a cranky Pierre. Hugh didn't speak but was told that they were going to leave after breakfast and he would need to be ready. Hugh countered that he knew about the meeting in London with representatives from the university, but the message was clear to him. Brian smirked, then explained, "That's actually tomorrow. You have to meet with immigration officials so you can join us. It's an important meeting, one that can't be put off for long." He meekly apologized and finished eating, then rushed upstairs to get his things together. His reaction was as expected. He was so used to rejection and being put in his place by others that he took his rebuke hard. He needed a lot of help and support from Paige and Brian. As much as his parents wanted to be the role models that he needed, their busy schedules and the girls' constant fighting wouldn't allow that. The girls were told to get their things together and to ensure that they grabbed Anne's doll so they didn't have to have it shipped over later. It took an hour, but the girls had everything together and downstairs for Pete and Brian to load into the cars. Hugh's things were put inside the car next to Pete, while Brian told Hugh that he was driving south with him, giving Hugh the thrill of driving in a sports car. The drive was long, but Brian kept Hugh talking throughout the drive, letting him vent his frustrations about being so smart and treated like a freak by his own family, especially his cousins. They loved him, but none of them were able to talk with him on his level, nor were they interested in the same things as him. He wanted acceptance and attention. He wasn't getting that from any of his family members. Brian asked about his sisters, getting a cringe as he admitted that ever since they started puberty, they had treated him like he was a nobody and wasn't worth their time. The two constantly fought and made him miserable, with their friends treating him poorly whenever they were at his house. He was in tears as he confessed that, adding that his parents never saw their treatment because they were careful at it. Brian understood fully. He had seen just how nasty sibling rivalry could be with girls firsthand. Paige was like that with her sister. Christina grew out of it with the help of her future husband, Miles. Hugh felt better after talking with Brian. It felt great to talk with a guy and not feel like garbage for not liking football or bicycling or cricket. Brian listened to him and didn't judge him. It was like he really did understand what Hugh was saying to him and wasn't just listening because he had to. Brian admitted the truth to Hugh and got the response that he wanted. Hugh was grateful and saw that not everyone is the same. And he was listening to him because Hugh needed him to listen. Hugh needed a psychologist to talk with, but Brian would make do until a professional could be located. Paige was a trained psychologist and had been in the process of earning her doctorate, but she was family to Hugh, thus couldn't ethically be his psychologist. The girls kept themselves busy by talking and playing games. Their mothers kept focused on the trip to the embassy and how they would react to people and what they may say. The laws were clear, as were the rules and regulations for immigrating, but that didn't stop people from harboring their own views on things, as the family knew firsthand after experiencing it far too many times. The arrival in London caught them off guard as they drove to the Smithtown house instead of the house in Oldham. Pete and Brian moved their bags inside, then drove with Hugh to the house to pack up the rest of their things from the Oldham house, while the girls got acclimated to their stay in the townhouse. Anne, in particular, was told to pick her own room, as she was now entitled to it. She didn't need Elise to sleep with her anymore, and eventually they would need to separate. The guys were met by Max and his brother, with both giving Hugh odd looks while Brian tried hard to come up with a way of telling them about Hugh without upsetting the boy. When he did come up with a reason, he happily told them. He's getting the chance to shine as his own person in a place that could use his talents. He's a genius. Like my cousin Kat, and especially like Sydney Stoner, he's coming with us so he can put his talents to use and stay away from breaking the law. Max asked about that, to which Hugh mumbled a timid, "The guys who got busted Friday night, hacking the BBC's website, wanted me to join them. I couldn't join them thanks to Mom and Dad making us go to see our grandparents." Max had to laugh as he knew what Hugh was saying and added a happy, "It's a good thing that you didn't join them. I actually think our guys will want to speak with you about it." They let things settled, going inside to move everything out that they need and readied the rest to be sent over when they were ready. It would be a few days, but they would have everything ready to be sent across the pond to the Smith home in Winit, which just happens to be the home that Brian and Paige leased out after they moved north to the town of Bradford. They didn't have the heart to sell it, and it came in handy, as it was able to be rented to a select few people, but the most recent tenants had moved out 3 months before leaving it and able to be used. The four moved faster than expected and had everything boxed up and moved into the Range Rover in an hour, giving them plenty of time to get back to the townhouse and eat lunch. Max was given much of the leftover food, with Hugh having to fight a laugh as Brian handed him boxes of cereal, canned veggies, and other items that weren't needed. Brian smirked while Arthur added a teasing, "You really need that stuff. You eat too many takeaways, little brother." Hugh was seeing brotherly teasing, and it was nothing like the stuff that he had seen his classmates do. It wasn't trying to insult one another. It was fun and with an air of truth. His sisters were nothing like that. They would happily insult you just to show they could, while Max and Arthur joked with great care. The drive back to the townhouse was slow due to traffic, but Hugh enjoyed the solitude, as Brian was so focused on the road and bad drivers that he wasn't able to speak. Hugh did manage to ask him what he really did for a living, as he seemed to be so different than he seemed. Brian didn't take any offense to that, as he was used to people underestimating him as a worker. Brian thought how best to describe his job, then explained, "In my main job, I'm a city planner. I'm the person who has to look at data to decide the best use for space, whether it's businesses that should be in the town, or the way roads are laid out, or how to get people to walk by certain businesses at certain times. It's a tough job as we have to deal with a lot of people who want their way but can't get it as it isn't what is best for the town. We do a lot of work but never get recognized, but are quick to be blamed when bad things happen to the town. It's often boring, but it's what I love, and I was good at my job. Hugh asked about his other job. Getting a humble, I oversaw the estate's operations. I managed the few properties that the family owns across London, Suffolk, Essex, and Cornwall. I had to inspect them, find people to fix them up if there were issues, then go back and check on them after work ended. Then I had to meet with people about our investments, including many hours on boards of directors for many businesses who wanted to exploit our family name for their businesses. It was boring work that took me away from Paige for hours and even days. Our previous manager got a better job with government, so Pete was supposed to do it again. But due to Pierre causing Hannah issues with her health, he had to be alongside Hannah during her book tour. You know how she's a writer. Well, she's also extremely hot-tempered, gets so caught up in her work that she forgets to eat or drink, and can be locked in her room for days unless someone stops her. Pete had to help her or she'd be in serious medical trouble, so I had to take on the job until my father retired from nursing to do the job for us. Unfortunately, things changed and now Dad is retiring effective this new year. He was getting a real insight into Brian's work. He agreed that it sounded boring, but it was still work and different than the boring consultant work his father did for companies around England. Brian at least got to make a big impact on the world, even if it was in his hometown. The two arrived and unloaded the Range Rover while the girls kept quiet. Paige asked what happened as Hugh looked different, getting a soft. He's attention-starved. He was trying to connect with me, but he couldn't break through his insecurities. Add in that his sisters must have done a number on his self-esteem, and we have a lonely young man who is in need of a change. The two let it go as they needed to get lunch settled. The 7 ate quickly as the girls were getting out of hand and needed to get going fast. Hugh didn't say much, but was thinking about a lot of things that he had learned from Brian while comparing him to his own father. Pete drove the Ford to the embassy on the Thames, telling them that he wasn't about to wait around and let them wait for him when they were finished. They could tell that he didn't want to go with them just in case they were met with roadblocks. Pete wasn't one to let people push his family around, especially ones who were supposed to do their job. The group was met outside by the elderly Jonas Bloomfield and his assistants. The group looked they were a bit put off by the group, but seeing their boss greeting the kids warmly and addressing the two by their titles settled some of that arrogance. He was treating them like old friends, something that they hadn't seen since Jonas had been promoted to controlling partner. Jonas asked for the specifics of each, then reviewed the paperwork for each. Anne was okay, but Hugh would need an interview and a phone call and fax between his sponsors. It was a quick fix, especially with multiple sponsors ready to help, but important. Jonas led them inside, then explained to the proper staff people who they were and why they were there, and why he had so many people with him. The show of strength was needed. The chief of staff for the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Office was a notorious hothead who was picky about details. None of those who had minor errors were given slack. You had to have everything in order first before you got the okay for your visa application. Hugh was spoken to with Jonas in attendance, while Anne was spoken to with Paige and Brian, as well as 2 of Jonas's junior associates. Hugh had to have the professors sponsoring him write a statement of support, as well as 2 other people from the U.S. attesting to his abilities and what he would do and why he necessitated special treatment. Jonas had that already in the form of Pete and Hannah, but got Rachel Sylvester and Margaret Pierce to send their statements. Anne had a rough go with her interview. The agent who interviewed her was immediately upset at the visible race. difference between Brian, Paige, and Anne. Anne was South Asian. Her skin was a shade of brown, which contrasted with the tanned Caucasian skin of Brian and Paige. Anne was upset when she was accused of being a cheap street rat who tricked two fine Americans into taking her into their home. He called her a con artist who was trying to steal from Paige and Brian and should have been left on the streets. He called her a wannabe terrorist who was going to use her family to do harm to the US when she got there. Brian had to be held back while Paige stood in disbelief as the junior associate just let them be insulted by the vile racist slander coming from the agent. Jonas entered and asked to speak with his colleague, leading to a war of words and the young woman being sent on her way, while Jonas sat down and went to work, ripping apart every claim that the agent had made. Paige had to hide her smile at the fiery man, now letting his anger out in the only way he knew, through a legal lashing. Jonas calmly stated, "You have just accused my client's parents of multiple slanderous things that I will not hesitate to have you disciplined over. She is South Asian, but she is also a citizen of your country via her adoption by Lord and Lady Smith. She is legally their daughter and has done nothing but make her country better by her actions. She is not looking for anything from her parents. She actually has as much wealth as they do. She is the recipient of a Peace 250 million inheritance. She has family who is vastly wealthy and is part of a titled noble family who has deep ties to her country and now your country. Lord and Lady Smith took her into their home and fell in love with her because she needed a family, and they needed to spread the love that their family exudes all over the United States." He smirked, then added, "She is not now, nor is she ever going to be a terrorist. She is a happy little girl who is ready to live in her parents' hometown and enjoy her parents' closest family. They will not let any pencil pusher refuse their grandchild's rightful entry into their country. Just hope that they are not in contact with Senator James, or else you would be barred from leaving the US for life." He stood firm and dared the woman to say something further, but was stopped by the visibly upset chief of staff entering and asking to speak with the wayward agent in private. He was outraged by the verbal assault on a young child and was about to ask why she felt the need to break just about every rule and regulation regarding interviews, but stopped as she read the application as the agent tried to form an excuse. The chief of staff nearly blew a gasket, as there was nothing wrong with it. It was only in need of a signature from the interviewing agent, allowing Anne to get her visa. The chief sent the agent on her way and told her that he'd have a long talk about her racist claims and to be ready for her trip home. He wasn't one to fool around. He never threatened you. He was infamous for his temper and held the rules firmly. He sat down and asked Anne the required questions, then reviewed the paperwork again, asking the few questions that he needed to ensure that there was no deception by either Anne nor her parents. He heard everything that they said and looked over the court decision as well as the rules for bringing an adopted child to the US and was satisfied that things were in order. He didn't ask about the name change. He saw that they had all supporting documentation for her gender change and explained that they had a doctor lined up for Anne, already allowing her to transition without interference. His final question was one that was serious. He asked about her next of kin and if they were aware that she was about to leave the country. Brian firmly explained, "She has met with her aunts and uncles as well as her grandparents. They are all in agreement that she belongs with us and gave us their blessings to both adopt Anne and bring her to the US. Her grandparents also asked us to take in her cousin. He is being interviewed as we speak. He is a genius who will be attending college in the spring, but will have a few small jobs with my cousin until then." This caught him by surprise, so Paige explained he needed a break from his home life and needs to be around people who understand him. He is capable of great good, but is tempted to do the wrong thing. He is just a kid on the cusp of puberty, but with the mind of an adult and the curiosity that needs limits. But who hasn't been able to have the structure he needs? Coming with us will give him that. He looked on the computer and saw that he had been approved. So it was just a formality now to sign off on Anne's visa. It took a few seconds, but all was cleared. She could leave at any point with her new parents. Hugh would be joining them. The faxes to the office were quick in coming and were all in order with a lengthy legal support document behind them. The man saw multiple signatures on the document and asked about their involvement in Hugh's life. It was signed by Valerie Finn, Melinda Smith, Rachel Sylvester, and Mark Sylvester. Brian smiled and happily stated, "Valerie is our aunt and a lawyer. Mark is our uncle and acting director for DF. Social Services for Massachusetts. Rachel is our cousin and Hugh's mentor for ethical hacking. Melinda is the Countess of Frampton and our sister, in-law as well as an Ada with Suffolk County Ma. She will be seeking an answer regarding Hugh's visa and has her aunt Savannah Stoner ready to go before a judge." There was little need to do that. He had what he wanted, as each had their names run through a computer to ensure they were who they claimed to be. Rachel's employment as a forensic computer analyst, her fur-aged colleagues in the legal and computer community were all well backed. The fact that two of his supporters were lawyers with strong backings was more than enough to get a reaction to ensure it was legitimate, but Hugh was cleared. They walked out with 2 new visas that were good until they chose to end them, but with Anne being on the path to citizenship by default, it didn't matter. Hugh would have to remain in school and keep out of trouble, but he was going to be okay to travel. It was the best news possible for all to hear. The group walked out to Jonas grinning widely. Paige had to tell him. He was all business. He is a good one for them to have around. He makes up for any of the trouble that others cause. Jonas didn't react, just led them to where Pete was waiting. Jonas had him on standby just in case, but he wasn't needed. It was better for them anyway. He hated waiting for word and wanted to be there now. The group drove to the townhouse and were met by a smiling Hannah, who rushed to hug the kids. Elise wasn't happy to have been left behind, but she understood why she wasn't there. When she heard about the woman insulting Anne so badly, she wanted blood, but quelled herself, as she heard how badly she had been verbally smacked down by both her boss and Jonas. They ate a quiet dinner before making preparations for the next day. Everything that could be packed up was put into boxes for shipment. Their clothes would come with them, but a lot of Elise's toys would be taken later. Hugh was asked what he wanted to be shipped and what he was taking with him on the plane. Getting a somber, "I only have my laptop and iPad. Everything else is clothes." The girls hugged him as he needed one. He appreciated the affection and hugged them deeply. The girls were at a rare loss for words, but their parents were smiling at the two, giving him a sisterly moment that he sorely needed. His sisters were merciless. If he hugged them like that, they would have laughed hard. There was little else to do except book the plane tickets and offer Hugh some words of encouragement. He went to bed early and had both girls hug and kiss him goodnight, giving him a sense of love that he needed as the gravity of his life, changing for the better, sank in. The girls were amazing with him, and he loved that they were normal girls, not one so self-centered that they only thought of themselves. The girls realized that they were about to be separated, so spent the night together. It was tough on the two to go to sleep, but eventually exhaustion set in. When they were awoken the next morning, they had to hold off crying as they gathered their clothes together and took their showers separately. When they finally came downstairs, both girls were dressed the same, but with slightly different colors. It was incredibly cute and made their mothers squeal as they saw them. Hugh looked at their fathers and rolled his eyes. It wasn't that big of a deal, but to the ladies, it meant the world. The family ate in silence as they mentally prepared for the trip. Ophelia and Bradford would arrive to take care of their cars, with Baker driving the Range Rover back to the estate for them. The Porsches were going to be shipped over at a later date. Brian and Pete wouldn't let them stay and couldn't part with their toys, as their wives loved to call their cars. When the elder Smiths arrived, the family gathered their suitcases for the drive over. Baker was told to keep an eye on the couple, but he had no plans of letting anything happen to his employers. He was in a good mood as Brian casually told him, "She's going to enjoy working beside you while they stay here. It's easier than up at the estate, but don't let anyone push you around when they do have guests over." Baldrick, the Smith chauffeur, led the group out to the estate's people carrier, then had Baker drive the Range Rover. The elder Smiths would get the luxury of entertaining Pierre for the trip to Heathrow Airport, while Hugh opted to join the guys in the Range Rover for the trip. He was happy to be with the two, but tried not to let on that he was fine being away from the girls. He didn't like how Pierre was in a fussy mood around him, as it made him think that he was upsetting the newborn. When they arrived at the airport, the three kids were handed their passports. Anne looked at hers and was thrilled to see that her new name and picture was on it, especially as it clearly said "Uff" under the gender. She didn't know that they had gotten her one, let alone so fast, but it was smart thinking by her mother and father in doing so right away. The group entered the queue for security and experienced no issues. A first for the two couples. The girls were nearly bouncing off the walls, but they calmed down as they entered the VIP lounge area, so had to quell their rambunctiousness or else they'd upset their Grunkle John. They weren't flying first class this time, due to the short notice, but they were still treated like VIPs, thanks to their family owning a lot of stock in several major airlines, as well as owning Peterson. Manufacturing, a parts supplier for the airlines and the plane manufacturers. Hugh was at a loss for words as he wasn't used to flying. His family had only taken holidays via train and ferry as his sisters refused to fly. It was a strain and cost them 2 days of fun in Paris or Berlin, but they always got their way. Their father couldn't refuse any of his little angel's requests. He was uneasy, but he held himself together as he saw Anne was even more nervous. When it was time to board, Anne held onto Paige's hand tightly while Hugh put on a tough facade but was scared of what was going to happen. When he was seated with the girls, he felt relief while the girls looked like it was the best thing ever to happen to them. Hugh took the window seat so Anne could play with Elise on her iPad. He looked out at the ocean and clouds below and couldn't figure out why his sisters were so adamant that they not fly. Then it hit him. The two were scared and didn't want to show it and put on the bratty act just to hide their fears. He felt relaxed as his sisters were nothing but liars and frauds, while he was braver than they would be just by doing something that they were scared to do. It felt great to be able to actually enjoy himself as he let the anxiety go. He enjoyed himself as he watched the in-flight movie and enjoyed the girls being giggling hyenas as they watched videos on the iPad while ignoring all around them. As they landed, Hugh did feel anxiety, especially as he saw the urban coastline and tall buildings of the city. The landing was easier than he expected. It was gradual, and despite knowing they were traveling pretty fast, it was barely felt. It was nothing like his sisters complained about, especially the landing. The family was the last to exit the plane and took longer to get through customs and immigration, as the two were put under scrutiny due to the suddenness of the move and their special circumstances. The normal questions were asked and all paperwork shown, with the visas checked to ensure that the kids weren't being smuggled out of the UK. It was just a formality, and once all was double-checked, they were let through to meet with the 4 teens and other youngsters awaiting their arrival. The 8 were met by the Smith and Connors families, with Hugh getting big hugs and kisses from his 5th cousins. He blushed as Ophelia and Lillian asked a bunch of questions about why he was there and why he was allowed to go without his parents. It was stopped by their mothers, but it was meant to be a bit of friendly teasing as they were jealous that he didn't have to go to school anymore. Anne Connors sought out her namesake and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. The younger Anne was in tears as the elder told her warmly, "You have a meeting with your new principal tomorrow. She would have been here today, but she had to stay late for a meeting. Brian asked the elder Anne if the houses were ready, getting a big nod and a happy. Their rooms are set, but the twins might need to wait until the weekend to move in. It wouldn't be right to move them today when they have to get back and do their homework. They really have inherited your laziness. At times. Brian blushed as she said that, while Hannah was cut off from replying. She was little better than him. Hannah could delay until the last second, then give you everything in a flash and get good grades. Hugh was looked over by the elder Anne, who asked firmly, "Do you have it all in writing, and do all of the right people know about him not being in the country anymore?" Paige countered with a hard, "If it wasn't all set, he wouldn't have left Chiselworks, let alone the UK. His parents signed over custody to us so he could attend college, and he has the legal statements from the UK education people that he no longer needs to go to school, let alone middle and high. School. He's all set. He just needs to meet with the right folks to finalize his acceptance to college." Her mother was satisfied with the answer, as she knew that the Evans family would be on top of things. It, as their family firm that represented Hugh, Isla's father was a founder while she and Arthur were both junior partners at the firm. Arthur's sister Ruby got Hugh's school to state that he was no longer going there, while her twin brother Max got the ringleader who tried to get Hugh to join in the hacking to say that Hugh was being groomed by them, but was in the clear as he was reluctant to join them. Max really hit pay dirt due to Hugh and had the UK police agencies playing catch-up to his team, as the boy had handed over a gold mine of information that was going to cause a huge break in multiple cases. The fact that he was out of the country was a godsend to them. He would be safer with the Smiths than in his home. Those who knew where he was going told everyone to back away, or else they would face the full wrath of the US Smith arm, one that carried the might of multiple police agencies and was not afraid to protect those in their care, especially against those who intend to use them to harm others. The family drove on to the Smith homes, with the girls finally having to separate for the final time. It was a tearful goodbye for the younger Anne. She was missing her best friend already, even if she was just a few blocks away. Hugh didn't seem to care. He had his own room and had people close who would keep him working hard and focused on other things. Paige and Brian had to introduce the kids to their neighbors, with the two unsure about how they were going to react to them. Paige knelt down in front of Anne and explained, "Uncle Cameron and Aunt Lupe's daughter Raina are like you. Raina is married to Rachel, so she will be around at times. Uncle Cameron is also like Baker. He transitioned after having 2 sons, so he understands you more than any of us ever will. You are going to meet a few people like yourself. They will ensure that you will enjoy your life and grow to be the beautiful young woman that you truly are." The kids were told to put away their things and get ready for lunch. Both were unsure what to do, as the two didn't want to go into the wrong room, especially as the twins were going to move in over the weekend. Paige led them up to the rooms and told them either of the smaller rooms was fine. Anne chose the room off the front porch while Hugh chose the one overlooking the backyard. She liked the early morning sunlight while he liked the trees and shade. As they were putting away their clothes, both were startled by the sound of the twins coming inside, demanding their parents. Anne went rushing out to see BJ and Ophelia, while Hugh shied away to let the siblings get their affections out of the way. Ophelia wasn't about to let him get away easily, and gave him a big hug and kiss on his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark on it, causing Anne to snicker at him. The twins were asked if they had their homework done, getting a glare from the two, followed by, "We did it already." There wasn't much to do. You know already why there wasn't much. Brian shook his head at the 4 teachers, purposely making their day easier, especially their grunkle John. The twins asked if they were going shopping. "Getting a Swift. We have to. There's no food here, and the kids will need something to eat shortly." Paige told the two to try to nap for a bit while they sorted out a shopping list, leading to the two going upstairs and Hugh getting an odd look over not fighting being told to do something a little kid would be told to do. He didn't mind. He was falling asleep anyway. When the kids were down, the twins told their parents about the plans for the next 4 days and how much time they weren't going to spend with their new sister. It was understood they needed to do a lot of things for Anne, and the two had homework and plans with friends to take care of. They would be back at home that Saturday. There was no way they would stay away any longer than they had to. The twins talked with their parents for an hour before it was time to wake the two up. Hugh grumbled about having to get up while Anne was recharged. Hugh was more tired than he let on and was clearly not at full strength, but they couldn't leave him home alone, so he had to reluctantly come along. They had an issue, though. They didn't have a car there. Their old car was still in Bradford, but that was solved by BJ telling them that it was en route to the house thanks to their cousins. That meant that they were about to get a forced meeting with Brian's cousins, specifically Miles and Michael Finn. The two arrived and happily turned over the minivan to Brian, with Michael joking, "Did they have a 2-for-1 sale on kids?" Hugh was ready to defend himself, but Brian shot back, "Keep it up, and I'll have Rachel have a little fun with your computer again. How does cute pink cabbage dancing across the desktop sound? She has been dying to try her newest program on you guys." Miles didn't say anything, but did hug his new niece and told Michael, "He's another Sydney. Give him a bit of time, and he might write the hottest game for the Z-Box or newest Apple's oft operating system. His sisters are little pests. Max told me about some of the things they pulled on him that nobody else knows about, especially their parents. Leave him alone. He is likely to snap soon if you keep it up." Hugh didn't respond to that. He was still ready to fight to protect himself. Michael could see by how he was standing that he was used to fighting, making Miles' statements sink in. He trusted Max's assessment, but he wasn't happy to get put on the spot like that by his brother. The two left in Miles' car with Anne asking what that was about. Paige explained, "We know a girl who is like you. She's incredibly smart and successful. She's also like you, so she will be stopping by if her kids can give her a chance to get out of the house. She really wants to help you deal with being a child prodigy, but helping a girl get off on the right foot is even better." The couple got the kids into the car and drove on to the supermarket to get the shopping done, with the two being asked what they liked to eat so they could make it for them. Anne wasn't sure, while Hugh gave them a reluctant anything but mushy peas and mushrooms. "I hate those." Anne nodded furiously while Brian added, "Trust us, nobody in the family likes them." The two got the usual kid-friendly food while telling them that they'd ease them into eating American favorites that are not regularly eaten in the UK. Brian then added, "We will try to make curry and chicken tikka masala for you two. It'll be a change from the normal burgers, pizza, pasta, and meatloaf that the twins eat. It'll also give them something to hang over Hannah's head, since she won't even look at those anymore." The two liked the idea of pizza, which only served to cause the couple to go to the in-store shop to get a large pizza for the 4 of them. They then went and got snacks, with the kids being told that the snacks were not to be eaten right away. They were just happy to get things that looked interesting and were an easy thing to enjoy, even if they wouldn't admit to liking them. Back at the house, the couple had to hold off the neighbor's grandchildren, but it was tough as the young kids saw a chance to play with new people. Anne reluctantly played with the rambunctious Sylvester kids as they wouldn't let their new second cousin get away from them easily. Hugh was given a pass by them. They didn't want to play with the older boy, nor did they want to upset him by forcing him to do what he didn't want to do, even if they meant well. The kids played for an hour before hunger overtook Anne, forcing the kids to seek out their parents and allowing Anne her needed meal. Anne dug in and loved it. She was used to cheap pizzas that the school served, as well as the stuff she could slap together at home when her birth mother was either unable or unwilling to cook her a meal. It tasted great, even if it was considered terrible by pizza snobs. Hugh didn't care about the food. He ate it without making any reaction and was fine with how it tasted and loved that his sisters would have scoffed at him eating something so greasy and messy. Anne tried her hardest not to get anything on her clothes, while Hugh didn't care. It didn't matter to him anymore. The fact that he could accidentally make a mess and then not get humiliated gave him a strong sense of pride. He was no longer fearing anyone's reactions and could be himself without fear of retribution. When the kids finished, Paige asked Hugh to come next door with her. He reluctantly agreed, knowing that it was important or else she wouldn't ask it of him. She sensed that he, a little timid, so told him it was important and that it was best to get it out of the way that afternoon. They were greeted at the door by several women, with Hugh feeling awkward as his hormones were in overdrive. The ladies had to fight grins while the little kids giggled at his reaction. Paige led him inside and told the kids that they better have their homework done, prompting them to quickly rush off and finish the work that they had clearly not finished. In the dining room, Paige introduced Reina and Rachel Sylvester alongside Reina's parents Cameron and Lupe Byrne Toro. Hugh asked if she was the Rachel that he was supposed to mentor him in college, which got a happy yes from Paige and smirk from Reina. Rachel looked him over and just smiled at seeing that he was going to be a good student if he could get his head out of the clouds and not let his hormones run wild. A tough task for a 13-year-old boy. The ladies asked what he knew, and when he learned it, Hugh told how he found books online that taught you to code, then started fooling around on training websites before understanding the codes well enough to try writing and rewriting his own codes. It was a lot like how Rachel learned to do coding when she was his age, only he didn't have the luxury of parents who encouraged his behavior, even if her birth parents did so for selfish reasons. Rachel asked about the coders and hackers he corresponded with online and whether he was willing to give up talking to them for his own sake. Hugh had to think about that, but then remembered that they were all going to prison for what they had done to the BP website. He looked around at Rachel, then at Paige and confessed, they were going to use me as a patsy. Weren't they? They were going to use me to make it look like I was the one who was doing the damage. Rachel smiled at hearing that, then asked again, "Are you through with your little curiosity quests?" He nodded silently, trying not to show shame over being used by others. Rachel looked at Paige, who told her to tell him her story, so Rachel added, "I know the feeling. It'll go away once you show that you are not that person. They have done that before to other script kiddies. You backed out just in time and may be the key to all of their plans falling through." No, patsy meant they were fighting one another to not get caught by the police, leading to them actually getting caught in the act. Paige asked if Rachel was satisfied with Hugh getting a swift. He has a lot of potentials and has a huge upside to what he can do for himself and others. He just needs to be shown the right path. He can be a great programmer and examiner. He just needs guidance. This was all that they needed, so the duo left. Hugh asked what that was really about. Getting a soft, the school wanted to ensure that you really were trying to learn and not escaping justice. They don't want to teach you to hack. They want to teach you to be a better programmer and help others. Rachel is one of their best graduates, but she could just as easily gone to the dark side. Her story is even worse than what your so-called friends would do. She actually could have allowed others to die. She chose to be a good person and fight back, even if it cost her everything. She came out stronger and with more support than any person could get. Friends, family, and eventually a girlfriend. Hugh understood why they were doing it and was happy to know that he wasn't being singled out. If she was going to risk her own reputation for his sake, he had no intention of disappointing her. It helped that he had a crush on her, even if he would never admit to it. He was told that he should go to bed as jet lag would catch up to him. He was running on pure anxiety, fueled adrenaline, and would crash soon if he didn't go to sleep. He didn't fight her, but first he did send off an email to his parents to show that he was okay and had met with Rachel and her wife. In the morning, Paige got the kids up and was met by complaints from the tired Hugh. Anne was little better. She was exhausted from being run ragged by the kids, while also feeling the effects of realizing that she was about to get registered for school. She hid her anxiety, but it was tough not to see that she was fighting her fears over her new principal and teacher. The kids ate in silence while Brian was forced to sit down and eat as well, before he left to check on their Bradford house. Hugh asked to go with Brian, but was stopped by Paige. It would cause way too many questions from the nosy neighbors, and he had a meeting with his university after lunch. He was forced to back off, but there was a clear disappointment in his voice. Brian left once he had eaten enough to satisfy Paige, but hugged the kids first and kissed Anne's cheek, making her smile and kiss him back. Hugh didn't say anything about the hug. It was just fine with him, but he drew the line at getting kissed by anyone. Kisses were too unmanly, especially from a guy. He didn't want to appear any less masculine, even if Paige and Brian didn't care about masculinity in him. Hugh noticed that they had no car to get where they needed to go and asked about that. Paige grinned and happily explained to him, "Hannah is driving. She still had her minivan here and has enough space in it for all 6 of us. I'm sure that you don't mind being driven, as I don't think you are quite ready yet for walking or taking the bus, especially since it's a real eye-opener for out-of-towners." Hannah arrived but didn't get out of the minivan. Instead, Elise ran inside to get the trio. Paige took her time getting the paperwork together, which only caused the anxious Elise to complain about her taking too long. She hated to delay things. She was impatient to the point of pulling you, just like her mother. Paige smirked as she got the files she needed, then locked the door. Hugh was sitting in the middle and looking perplexed as Anne and Elise squished in next to Pierre's car seat. He was going to ask about that, to which Hannah explained. It was easier to let them calm down and keep him quiet. They have a bottle ready just in case, but he should be out for a while. Hannah drove on to City Hall and re-registered Elise while Paige registered Anne. They were met by a big smile as they got special treatment by the staff, with the secretary not even flinching at seeing Anne was transgender and stating for the record that she was attending school as a girl. It helped greatly that Paige's great-uncle was a city councillor and had multiple relatives who were teachers and not afraid to take you to task for violating the rights of a student. Hugh was given an odd look and questioned about whether he was being signed up for school. Hannah explained firmly. He legally finished with school and is going to be officially offered a place in MIT by the school this afternoon. Before you ask, he is too intelligent for school. He's a certified genius. There was no way to argue against that, as it was clear that he wouldn't be allowed to forgo school if he didn't already have something else lined up. The group walked out and drove onto the city's elementary school complex, with Elise telling the two that it looks big, but it's not that bit. It really was big, but it is a combination of 4 schools in one complex, making it closer to what they were used to in England. Anne started to get scared as she saw kids milling about, going between classes to music, the gym, and to the computer lab. Elise had her arm around her to assure her that it was going to be all right, but it was a tough situation due to Anne's horrible school experiences. Elise would be by her side and give her all the support she needed, especially as they were going to be put in the same class at their own request. The ladies led the kids to the main office of one of the schools and were immediately greeted by the secretary. Hannah grinned and happily proclaimed, "My brother and sister-in-law have seen fit to bring home a souvenir from their stay in England. Sadly, she has had a rough go for a lot of reasons, but she is the perfect person to make this little pest pay attention in class now." Elise glared at her mother, while the secretary tried hard not to laugh at the little teasing. She asked for the paperwork and gave Elise's paperwork a cursory glance while reading Anne's over several times. She was about to ask if they had everything in order, but was stopped by a quick, I would have thought you two would have signed Anne up yesterday after my meeting finished." Anne looked over and saw a woman in her late 50s standing in the doorway of an inner office. Hannah tried to say something, but Paige explained, "We had to go food shopping first, then had to take care of another issue after that. You would have been long gone yesterday, so it was easier to do it today." Paige hugged the woman, then explained to Anne, "This is your new principal, our Aunt Yvette King. She is a lot like Mr. Hill, but without the parents and council trying to force their views. She has known your grandmother Karen since they were little kids, but she doesn't let anyone get away with being bad." Anne said a meek hello, but still stood beside Elise. Yvette hugged Anne, then added, "It's all right. You will be in Elise's class and your teacher knows to expect you tomorrow." Looking at the time, Yvette suggested that they visit their new class as they could be told about Anne's situation, then let lunch settle them down. Yvette walked them upstairs to a 4th grade classroom, then asked to speak with the teacher, Marion Morrison, while telling the kids to settle down for a few minutes. Anne was a bit scared, but Elise's smile told her that it will be all right if she kept calm. Mrs. Morrison looked over Elise, then at Anne, and asked what was going on. Yvette explained to her, "Elise and Anne Smith will be attending school starting tomorrow. I am assigning them to your class as Elise knows most of the students already, and they have shown to be the strongest academically. Anne has one issue that needs to be addressed. She is transgender and under the care of a psychiatrist. She has our full backing as well as the union's backing. I don't need to explain how she is connected to all, but it would be tough to continue on if you upset both Elisa's, Finn, Stoner, Carter, both Hermans, Peterson, Bollinger, both Taylors and Bollinger, along with my husband and myself. That's not even considering our beloved superintendent and her brother. And that's just the ones who are close to them by family. That also isn't even considering that she is the daughter of a union employee, albeit one who is not employed at this time. She's a good student. She just needs a chance to show her worth to the world." Anne was looked over while Elise waited for her to say something. Yvette led them inside and told the class, "Tomorrow you will have 2 new students joining you. Elise Smith and her cousin Anne Smith are joining your class after spending some time in the UK. Many of you know Elise already, but Anne is new to our country, so please give her the benefit of the doubt in her word usage and spelling. There's one other concern. Anne is transitioning from a boy to a girl, so she will use a separate restroom. You are all aware of the school rules, so if any of you try to bully Anne, you will be expelled. There is no excuse. We don't take bullying on the basis of gender change lightly. Anne's family wrote the book on rules regarding treatment of kids changing gender. Literally, please be respectful and know that she has a lot of powerful people backing her." Anne said a meek hello, which got the kids asking if she was British and if she was a noble and other things like that. Elise giggled and told them, "She's like me. Her older brother is going to be a noble, but that won't be for a long time. We are officially the right honorable, but over here we are just normal. We are back because our old school sucked. You guys are a lot better than those stuck-up rats. They make the idiots from Pullin Point look like nice kids by comparison." Elise's harsh criticism was met with laughter while Anne furiously nodded. Elise smiled at her former friends, ones who she had to say goodbye to 4 months before. They knew that she was now back and she fully expected them to come over to play with her again, especially if they took to Anne. The 2 were led outside with Anne smiling as Elise whispered, "They are okay with you, but the boys are going to be boys and probably pull your hair or act weird around you because it's what they always do." Both Hannah and Paige had to fight giggles while Yvette complained, "She's definitely your little girl. I swear you had her just so you could see what it was like when you were a little girl. It's the same thing that your grandmother said to us when you were in school. Like mother, like daughter." The group walked out to the car and drove on to a restaurant for lunch. Hugh didn't say anything about the food. It was normal takeaway food, but with an American twist. Elise explained that it tasted better than it looked, especially the chicken nuggets. Lunch was faster than Hugh wanted and saw them driving to Cambridge to meet with representatives of the university, as well as Hugh's sponsors and future mentors. He was met by a group of adults who were looking him over intently and trying to assess him just from his reactions. He kept quiet, but it was clear that they were thinking that he wasn't their kind of person without actually talking to him. There was little talk as the officials read over the recommendations. Rachel's support was key, but so was support from others who had met him. Surprisingly, he had UK support that he never knew about. The wait was tense and nerve-wracking, but Hugh held strong. He got up and left. It was a waste of time to bother them. He knew the look when he saw it. They wanted to exploit him, but he wasn't going to be used by them the way they wanted, so they had no interest in him anymore, now that others had set their sights on helping him learn rather than using him for monetary gain. Paige got up alongside him while Hannah calmly told the gathered officials that they'll have to explain to her cousin and several others why they broke the heart of a 13-year-old boy who came all the way to the US to study at their school at their insistence but disregarded him when he wasn't. Worth it to them. She happily added, the Peterson Institute will likely work with another school as the head of the charity is directly related to him. He is a Smith by blood, but her fourth cousin's son. Hannah happily called her sister Emma and explained what happened and why, with Emma calling the school to seek an explanation for why they committed their actions against her relative, especially as he was an invited guest and his acceptance was already approved by the head of the computer sciences department. She didn't let them get away. She demanded an answer. Emma held the purse strings of $1 billion endowment that was the culmination of contributions from her entire family, with the Peterson name being at the forefront instead of the Finn name due to it being more well known, and it attracted a lot less vultures from exploiting the charity. In the car, Paige had to find an alternative for Hugh, or else he would have to return to the UK and face both disgrace and humiliation. She found one from a friend who was employed at UMass, who had a lot of sway at the school, thanks to her family being long-time donors to the school's major programs. Hugh was the perfect candidate for her support, especially as he was going to great heights as a student if he had a proper support network that only a school could give. The group drove on to UMass and were met by the heads of the computer sciences department, as well as the university's legal representatives. The only real issue was who would keep an eye on Hugh and how would he get to and from the school. Hannah happily stated, "My brother is a student here. He will be able to take Hugh. He shouldn't have any problems with you. The only trouble is if you try to use him the same way everyone else has. He isn't a token student. He is here to learn." It was settled. Hugh signed the paperwork, as did Paige on his parents' behalf. Hugh's sponsors didn't change, as Rachel was still sponsoring him, and her colleague was outraged at MIT, and had full support for Hugh still. She had ties to UMass, so it was just a lateral transfer of support in her eyes. Hugh wouldn't start until January and could do preliminary classes online to show that he was up to par as a college student, getting the required classes out of the way. He was going to have to spend a lot of time with Paige, but it was fine in his eyes. She was a great caretaker. Hugh smiled as he went through the typical things that all college students went through, with a picture for his new school ID, filling out paperwork for payments, buying books, and signing up for classes. Hannah smirked as she spotted her brother Nigel Jr. walking by and tried to rush off in the other direction from her. She authoritatively stated, "Get over here, or Mom hears about this." Nigel rushed over to her and gave Elise and Anne hugs and kisses, then nodded to the shy Hugh, who was clearly intimidated. Hannah smirked while Paige explained, "You are going to be hired by us to drive Hugh to and from the school. He starts next semester, so your job is months away. Keep him out of trouble, and don't you dare try to pawn him off on others, as it's your job as the elder cousin to help him out." There was little way out of it. He was drafted to be Hugh's escort chauffeur, confidant, protector. He was not about to shirk his duties, but thankfully for him, he didn't have to do much at all, as he was a major in biology and wouldn't have any classes with Hugh. He did have to explain what was going on to his awaiting classmates, but that was easier than enduring his parents' wrath if he refused to help Hugh. The group left for home, but first had to stop as the sleeping Pierre gave them an unwanted gift as he awoke from his slumber. Hugh struggled to not gag as the infant created something that should be seen as hazardous materials. Pierre simply took his bottle and went back to bed. He was not in any mood to fuss for attention or to play a game of, "Why am I really crying?" with his mother. Home brought them more visitors as they were visited by Jamie and Rick Samuels and their kids. The girl and boy were reluctantly going at their parents' request as their mother needed Anne to talk to her about a few things in private while their father set out legal paperwork on behalf of Hugh. Their son Eli was reluctant to hang out with Hugh as he looked like he was a twig compared with him, but Hugh wasn't about to let Eli intimidate him and went about playing Ellie's game system, as the adults were busy with Anne and the girls played with Elise in the yard. Elise told them about Anne, which caused the young Olivia, Liv Samuels, to hug Elise for bringing yet another girl like herself to the family. Liv was the same grade as the girls, but in a different school, so she wasn't with Anne and Elise in school, but she was still another girl who was transitioning and had someone close to her age who understood her. Liv and Anne were just 2 of the 5 kids in school that were part of the family and transitioning, with 2 more girls and 1 boy, but were the only ones in the elementary school complex at the time. Inside, Rick went through a battery of questions about Hugh as well as ones regarding Anne. He had to know a lot of things on Anne's behalf, but most of it was covered already by Cameron Byron, tour the previous night. He was mostly trying to ensure that the school didn't violate Anne's rights, as well as trying to ensure that Hugh wasn't put in jeopardy due to his not being in school. When they were finished, Jamie took Anne up to her room and did her own informal assessment so she could start seeing Anne as a patient. The 2 talked for an hour, with Anne crying at times as she told Jamie all about her past, her family life since coming into the Smiths, her fears, her feelings for Elise, and anything that Jamie could think of that would be relevant to discuss. She left nothing untouched and asked her just about everything she could think of to get the truth from Anne that she needed. When it was all finished, she told Anne, "You have nothing to fear in school. The kids are used to Liv and know that not to try to go after our family. Liv is like you. I am only telling you this because she knows about you, and it's not right for her to know about you, and you not to know about you, and you not to know about her. She is 2 doors down and will be seeing a lot of you, so I believe it'll help both of you to have someone to talk to about your shared past." Anne hugged her for caring so much about her and her new second cousin. It would help her to know a girl like her is close by and needs Anne as much as Anne needed her. Jamie understood their special bond that only girls like them could have. She didn't have the same kind of bond with Raina Sylvester, but she saw it with her cousin Nicole and second cousin Kylie King. The 2 walked downstairs, after Anne washed her tears from her face and stopped for a second to see the boys playing silently as Hugh was fighting to keep Eli at bay on Ellie's game system. Jamie had to shake her head at her youngest being so bold as to take his game system from home and bring it over without asking either her or husband. But it was keeping him out of trouble, and Hugh was interacting with a boy who wasn't mistreating him due to his intelligence. Eli was a bit rough around the edges, due to his life being less than ideal until recently, but he was acting well around Hugh, with the 2 not even trying to act as if they were better than the other or fighting with one another. The boys had gotten along once the initial fears evaporated. Hugh wasn't a threat. He was older, but he was the same size as Eli. Eli was more afraid for his sister. Hugh had shown he was okay with her there. The boys ignored one another until Eli got bored and asked his father if he could go home. Rick refused and told him to bring his game system over if he had to. Being the newest socks, it was just a matter of unplugging it into the TV. But it was more of a matter of discipline to be told to go get it. Hugh complained that he was doing it all wrong and getting beaten in his fighting game because he was too focused on trying to win and not focused on using weaknesses against the fighters. He showed Eli how it was supposed to be done and beat a guy Eli had been stuck on for weeks. Eli asked how he did it and was given a terse. The guys at my old school joked that I was too much of a geek to beat them, but once you play it enough times, you see the patterns that you were supposed to notice and use the openings to beat the guys. They never bothered. They went ahead full speed and got hit hard by attacks. Like you, Hugh helped Eli beat the next two guys, then played himself to show that he wasn't a fluke and beat the entire game before. The two battled one another silently. Eli was actually good at countering Hugh's few combo moves, while Hugh knew enough of the character's weaknesses to hit at the right times, as Eli was recovering from his own moves. It was actually a good stalemate, with the boys loving their time together, as they shared something in common. They were looked down upon by others because of who they are as people and who they had as family. The family was interrupted by the arrival of Lillian, Harry, BJ, Ophelia, and Eli, and Liv's elder sister Sylvia. Sylvia hugged her parents, then meekly said hello to Hugh before making her way out back to hug her sister and Elise. Seeing Anne, Sylvia waited until given the oak from her parents, as she didn't want to frighten Anne by doing the wrong thing, especially if she didn't like being hugged. Anne asked Elise who the girl was, getting a big smile and happy. "She's our second cousin Sylvia. She's Aunt Jamie and Uncle Rick's daughter. She spends too much time kissing her boyfriend and not enough time doing schoolwork. Or at least that's what Mom says." Sylvia heard that and stopped in her tracks while the others laughed. She was notorious for forgetting to do her homework and spending up to 3 hours a night talking with her boyfriend, Chance Carter, on the phone. Chance was the only one who could ever get her to focus on anything. The two were so close that it was felt that they were almost mirror images of their parents, as they were the same way. The mothers called it an afternoon and split up, with the boys reluctantly parting ways. It was touching to see Eli having someone to look up to and live in tears as the girls were forced to go their separate ways for the day. They were assured time the next day if Liv wanted to come by. It was a rhetorical question as her eyes begged her mother for permission, which was granted. Hugh went to bed happy. It was the first time in a long time that he had fun with a boy, and Eli was good at getting him to stop thinking logically and start to think about what was going on in front of him. He was not realizing it, but his isolation was starting to crack, and the genius in him was starting to become more than just book intelligence and more well-rounded smarts, thanks to Eli's influence. Hannah left with Elise and Pierre, while Jamie stayed until Brian returned. Hugh and Eli were told to play for another hour. Then Eli was to go home and finish his homework. Eli grumbled about it, but it was a non-issue. He had no choice but to comply, or he'd lose his game system for a week. Again. When Brian finally returned, he complained that the company they hired to maintain their home had let people move in and left it trashed. They didn't lose anything important, but they would have to pay a lot of money to contractors to fix up the place. Rick just smirked and asked for the information about the company, then started to sharpen his teeth for taking a bite out of the caretaker company, while also going after the insurance company if they chose to deny Brian's homeowner insurance claim. Anne was seeing the family at work firsthand and loving how they were so quick to help one another, at no expense to themselves. Her former mother would have never fought for her rights, nor would any of her maternal relatives help one another unless they got something more in return. The more she was around the family, the more she couldn't believe how lucky she had been in finding Paige as a mother. Eventually, the Samuels family left, allowing the kids to get ready for bed. Elise hugged Anne and told her that she would have plenty of help the next day. She trusted her friends to do the right thing. It was a bold move, but Elise knew the kids better than anyone. Their eyes showed they wanted to know Anne. Hugh was allowed to stay up a little later than Anne, but it was mostly as a show of faith, to which was a good move by Brian and Paige, but unneeded as he was exhausted and didn't want to appear to be tired in front of the adults. He went to bed and woke up the next day to Anne poking him awake, feeling like he had just gone to bed instead of sleeping 10 hours. He rolled over and complained about her being in his room, getting a terse. "Fine then, don't eat." He got up and ran to the bathroom, then went downstairs to eat while Anne slowly walked down and had to hide a laugh as he was rushing for no reason. She was trying to tease him, but he must have been hungry as he dug into his food before she even sat down. Hugh was too hungry to offer a response to Anne's teasing. He could not care less about it, as it was nothing compared with his sister's teasing. Anne ate fast as well, while Paige finished her coffee and bagel with Brian saying that he was going to drop them off at the school while Hannah would take them home. Anne asked about Hugh, getting him to say, "I have to start doing work or I can't take the classes I need in January. It's not like I'll spend the day playing on my computer. I still have work to do too." Anne just nodded and went back upstairs to change into her school clothes. Paige brought out her new backpack and school supplies, while also including her new iPad and cell phone. Neither were to be in use during school without permission of her teacher, but Anne was happy to have them in the first place. The drive to school felt like forever to the kids, but to Paige, it was quick, and soon saw Elise rushing to the door to drag Anne off to meet their new classmates. Elise introduced Anne to her old friends, with the girls all smiling as they heard Elise calling her cousin, and not explaining Anne wasn't unofficial, like several other older kids and teens. Anne was asked a bunch of questions, including how she met the Smiths and how she came to be Elise's newest cousin. Anne knew that she couldn't lie, so she told about what happened to her from the time Paige came to be her teacher to the times Paige helped keep her company in school to Paige's forcing of social services to help her after she was visibly abused. The kids were enthralled and listening to every word. Elise was nodding at everything but letting Anne tell her story alone. There was no hint of lying, and from the sound of things, it was what Paige would do for someone, especially a kid in need. The kids asked about Hugh, with the girls whispering, "He's cute," as they snickered at seeing the waiting boy standing with Paige and Brian. Anne explained, "He's my cousin. We are both Elise's 5th cousins." It was weird to hear, but Elise explained, "Our great-great-great-grandparents are the same. He doesn't have to go to school anymore because he's a genius. He's in college. Uncle Nigel has to babysit him when he's in school now." The kids were satisfied and walked off together and showed Anne the school while their parents talked to Paige and Brian about Anne and if the rumors about her were true. It was expected. Anne would be something to talk about by the parents, especially those who didn't believe she had a right to be around the other kids. Those people were few and far between, but even nearly a quarter of a century later, there were still stalwarts who refused to accept change and refused to allow in those who were different. There was one person in particular who hated everything about Anne. Her name was Monica Porter. She was the step-sister of Brian's second cousins, Raoul Porter and Stephanie Phillips Porter, and held a long grudge against Brian's family, particularly Jamie, ever since freshman year of high school. She had convicted for assault, statutory rape, and child pornography in 2021, but was given early parole after 5 years in total and required to register as a sex offender, and forced to stay away from her father, Shea Porter, and sister, Rosalind Byron Toro. She was technically related to Brian's family through Rosalind and her step-mother, but refused to acknowledge her father's second wife, nor his adopted son and daughter as being related to her. She had somehow gotten pregnant by, and later married to a rich and successful businessman in the city, and was at the school due to her daughter. It was her worst nightmare as years of anger came to a head as she saw Paige and Brian, with Paige being one of the people that she blamed for ruining her life back in high school, sending her down her path to prison. Seeing that the Smiths were involved in Anne's life caused her to angrily yell out, "Does your family go out of its way to help those freaks, or do you get stuck with the ones nobody wants?" Nobody bothered to humor Monica while Hannah had to be held back by Pete, who shot back a more direct, "Did you get jealous that she found a decent mother while yours is still rotting away in prison? Are you now trying to entice elementary school kids, or are you sticking to sleeping with 14-year-old boys?" Monica glared at him while Pete casually told others, "She's a registered sex offender. She shouldn't be here yet. Somehow managed to slip past notice. She's a mother, but that can change as she is going after the one person in the state whose kids you should never go after, and I'm not talking about Aunt Valerie either." Although she might have some strong words with the school resource officers about Monica, Monica threatened to go after Anne, through duck causing laughs from the four Smiths and all others who heard. Pete happily told her, "For someone who has been a plague to our family for over 21 years, you really know very little about us. Trying to use DF? Really? Jenna Daniels and Jessica Vincent would rip you to shreds while her great Uncle Mark Sylvester and Paige's mother and Anne's namesake, Anne Connors, would laugh themselves silly at the accusations. Those two have been in the social services community since before you were born. Your threats won't work on her either, so whatever your husband can throw at her won't stick because Uncle Mark runs DACF." Monica had lost the crowd, but she never had it to start with. She didn't get the chance to react as she was tapped on the shoulder by a police officer and told to never return to the school and that she had to arrange for her children to be picked up by someone else. Monica's husband would be furious at her for what she had happened to her. All of her bluster and lies of being innocent were about to be exposed by the vengeful Valerie Finn. Payback for harming her daughter 17.5 years before. With Monica gone, Paige expected an onslaught of questions, but found only a few willing to ask them. The ones who were about to ask were the ones Hannah hoped would take part in the questions. They are the few who she trusted with Elise and knew to be good folks. She would know best. They had been her and Paige's classmates, and in the case of two, her teammates, on the cheerleading squad. The questions were fast and furious, with Paige answering them honestly and with the intent that they would not lead to the parents getting angry or upset. There were gasps at Anne's family connection, but smiles as it was fitting. Out of all the people in the UK, she happened to fall into the hands of the few who could help her best. The revelation that the men responsible for all of Anne's troubles being after her for the money her birth father had left her caused angry reactions, but wide smiles as the men falling into an inescapable legal tap got laughs while quelling further questions due to legal sensitivity. The group dispersed and let the Smiths go their separate ways. Brian and Pete went to speak with their insurance agent, then line up their Uncle Dan's contracting firm to do the work on the house. Paige and Hannah would go back home and relax, with Hugh going to his room to work on his classwork. In school, Anne had to speak with Mrs. Morrison and explain what she had done so far in school. She was about the same level as the other kids and would need some time to adjust her writing, but was in a good place overall. Elise would be working with her as Paige had expected, but she also had the help of Elise's friends whenever she needed, especially as they wanted to get to know her better. When class started, Anne was forced to speak to her classmates and tell them her story firsthand. She was not alone in this, as Elise had to do the same, but it was easier for her since 2/3 of the class had known her since kindergarten. Elise spoke first and was done in seconds, All she really had to say was that she was back because her mother had given birth to her new brother and didn't want to live in the UK any longer, especially as the kids were horrible to her over there. Anne steeled herself and explained what happened to her, why it happened, then what happened to the people who had done her wrong. Elise was nodding throughout, with Anne adding how her own family was known to Elise's family, and she was cousins to Elise, albeit they weren't blood relatives. Elise had to explain that one, as it wasn't widely known, but it wasn't too far fetched for the kids to believe either. Anne's gender change wasn't asked about, as Anne and Elise addressed it indirectly as they talked about the kids in their old school. It was able to be used by Miss Morrison to show the kids that there were still some similarities among schools, despite distance and style. It was also used as a transition to start the day and continue with what they had been learning so far, with Elise and Anne playing catch-up all day. When the day ended, Elise and Anne sought out Liv and Eli, with Hannah happily telling the four that she was going to drive them home. Anne was happy to spend time with Liv, while Elise pointed out to her classmates that the two were second cousins through their parents, and Anne lived 2 houses down from them, but attended Mrs. King's husband's school instead of their school. Liv now got some of the kids' attention, which caught her by surprise, but with Elise's encouragement, she accepted it. The kids spent a bit of time asking about Liv and finding her to be no different than them, even if she was adopted and like Anne anatomically. Eli was stuck having to endure the girls' chatter while he was growing anxious about getting home to enjoy his game system and battling his classmates online. He hoped Hugh was willing to play again, but he understood if he wasn't able to due to his classwork. When their friends' and classmates' parents finally intervened to get them moving, the kids all hugged goodbye and left Anne with a strong first impression of her classmates. Liv was just as happy as Anne, especially as the kids were treating her like she was more than just the daughter of the beloved Jamie Samuels. The two were all smiles. They were beginning to see things were better than they appeared, and for once in their lives, they had real friends. At the house, Hugh was told to take a break so he wasn't overloaded. He had done quite a bit that day and had a lot more to do, but plenty of time to do it. Eli was grateful for him putting away his work. He was about to ensure that Hugh made mincemeat of Eli's classmates, especially the biggest trash talkers. The boys were at it until dinner, with Eli finally going home to do his homework, but happy to have had the time with Hugh. Hugh was happy as well. Eli was a great kid, even if a little eager. None of the girls said anything about the two being close, especially as it kept the 8-year-old Eli out of their hair, and it made Hugh feel better and act like a normal kid, even if he was in college. The kids kept busy for the rest of the week, but were told that they were going to a family dinner at the Finn home with the Bollinger, Peterson, King, Smith, Finn, Samuels, and Sylvester branches. The whole of the Blood Branches Finns was attending. It was as close as you could get to a royal summons in the US, especially in Winit. The only ones not going were the Castillo branch of the family. They chose to stay home, as it would have been way too overwhelming for Anne and Hugh to introduce their third cousins and cause even more confusion for them. Hugh tried to beg off of the gathering, as he wasn't part of the family. He was just a Smith. This was not going to be allowed, especially when it was pointed out that the Smiths who were going to all be there were his family too. He finally backed down when he was told that Eli was going and would be upset if he didn't go. Friday night, they were going to see BJ play football and Ophelia cheer, giving the two kids a chance to see the two in action, while also giving Hugh the chance to see the sport in person that kids in the UK had a hard time seeing the value of. He didn't bother to humor them as they complained about it being a pansy. Sport. He knew the physics of the game and knew how hard players were hitting, and how it was easy to get hurt much worse, just by being an inch off in your hit, and how rugby players weren't hitting as hard or as low as American football players were hitting. The kids were unsure what to make of the crowd gathered at the stadium, but seeing some familiar faces among the crowd put them at ease for a bit, especially Ophelia and their cousin Lillian. Lillian grabbed the two and hugged them tightly, kissing each on the cheek and causing Hugh to blush deeply. Lillian smiled at him and knew that he was feeling weird. It was a little teasing, to which she added, "That's for making us look bad. You won't believe how much you have our teachers on us to be like you." Hugh blushed again and stuck by Paige's side to stay out of the line of fire in case anyone didn't like his causing them trouble. He didn't have to wait long before he got sought out by Eli, with Eli dragging him off to their own little spot in the stands so the two could get away from the hugging and kissing. It was fine with Hugh, but they did have to find something more than just gaming to do, as he didn't like to be thought of as only good for doing that. Hugh didn't have a chance to say anything, as he caught sight of someone who made his heart flutter and give a goofy look as he was practically drooling over the person, unable to speak or move much. Eli looked over at who Hugh was staring at and groaned. He knew the girl and knew just why Hugh was acting weird. The girl saw Eli and went right for him. Then seeing Hugh, she stopped and blushed at the boys while trying to fight for words. Eli whined at the girl, telling her, "Can't you go anywhere without making all the boys act like idiots?" She shot back in anger. "It's not my fault Mom and Dad have such good genes. Do you think I like to have to fight off the jerks in school? Uncle Vance has to suspend at least one a week for trying to feel my boobs and snapping my bra." She finally turned to Hugh and introduced herself. "I'm Tracy Daniels. Mom said you were staying with Aunt Paige and Uncle Brian. Mom and Dad said you don't have to go to school anymore." She was bubbly and sweet, but he was struggling to find the right words to speak. He kept looking into her eyes and was lost in them, seeing stars and a shine that he had never seen before, and loving the blue and light green hue to her irises. She felt her own heart flutter as he was looking into eyes. It was a first for her, as no boy before Hugh had made her react that way, and he hadn't said a word yet. The two just stared at one another and were unable to speak. Eli got up and walked away in disgust. He only got as far as where the adults were gathering before he was asked where he was, with him then pointing at the two in anger, while the adults looked at one another with smiles on their faces. Eli complained that he was going to be bored now. His father just smirked and told him firmly, "He's 13. You are 8. I'm sorry, son, but no matter how much he wants to stay with you, his hormones won't let him. Leave him alone for a while. It looks like Tracy is in need of this more than anything." Tracy's parents, George and Jenna Daniels, looked at one another with smiles as their beloved daughter was showing maturity for the first time when dealing with boys. Hugh wasn't a normal boy, but even so, he was still 13 and feeling the effects of puberty. It wasn't hard to read his mind. He was in love with the beautiful young lady in front of him, but unlike so many other boys, he actually acted like a grown man. Tracy pulled herself together and pulled Hugh along to meet the other members of her family. She was acting anxious and happy, with Hugh enjoying being close to her. Hugh couldn't remember any of the people he met. He was so engrossed in Tracy that the words coming out of her mouth was the only thing that mattered to him, and anything else didn't. Anne had a ball meeting all of the kids, especially her second, cousins who weren't related to her but still considered family. As soon as they saw Elise talking with Anne, they rushed over and introduced themselves, telling her how jealous they were that she got to get out of school for over a week while they were stuck with boring schoolwork. They were all eager to hug and kiss her with the younger boys, not even flinching at a girl like her hugging them. Paige had to smile at Anne, seeing how a family should act around one another. It was touching. Even if it was just a normal reaction for the kids, it meant the world to Anne. Just from Anne's reaction alone, she knew that she and Brian had made the right choice in moving to the US so suddenly. Seeing Hugh with Tracy caused Paige to snicker and shake her head. The boy was getting himself a tour of the family and couldn't focus on anything for a second. She sent a text of the two to Hugh's mother, Isabella, along with an apology for the lateness, but seeing her son with a girl and looking lost in her eyes, prompted Isabella to call directly for an answer. Paige smiled, then explained, "That's my niece, Tracy. You met her parents Jenna and George in court. I think she was introducing herself and might have fallen for Hugh as much as he fell for her." Isabella was speechless and could be heard talking to her husband Beau. Beau was smiling at his son and happily told his still awake and rambunctious daughters, "3 days there, your brother has gotten himself a girlfriend already." Hugh's sisters didn't believe it and made snide comments about him being a loser who couldn't get a real girl if he tried. Both were laughing at the idea that their brother was with a girl, let alone a girl who wanted to be with him. Hearing all of that was only causing Paige to grow angry, but she held together. She calmly asked Isabella, "Are they always like that with their brother? They are acting like he is not even capable of getting the interest from someone, let alone a girl he just met. It's no wonder he went with us so easily. I don't think I would be able to stay with others like that." Isabella sighed and confessed, "They just don't like their brother. Part of it is jealousy of his abilities, while part of it is their own personalities. We have tried everything to get them to treat him right, but they are so intent on making him miserable. They are just too different. The girls are one and the same, and are a constant source of troubles for us, but Hugh is an anomaly among our family. Beau and I love him unconditionally, but it is impossible to maintain a balance between the girls and Hugh's needs. I shudder thinking about what he may have done when he gets older. It would only get worse for him. He is better off with you and Brian. You are his saviors." Paige could hear the pain in her voice. It was the voice of a mother realizing that she was losing her child. Hugh was better off with Paige as his mother than Isabella. She loved her son, but she couldn't let him suffer anymore. Hugh would thrive with Paige. She would be able to do what nobody else could. Paige told her that she would never replace Isabella as his mother, but Isabella could see that she had. He just hadn't vocalized it. He was happy. If being away from his real family was what was best, then he needed to stay with Paige and Brian and become the man he deserved to be. Paige was a good person. He would thrive under her care and let him spread his wings and fly on his own. Paige sensed the need to say something and pointed out, "He's still your son no matter what you think. I am not his mother. I'm at best an honorary aunt. He's simply around people who can empathize with a kid like him, and he offers them what they were missing in their life. Tracy is a kind-hearted girl like her mother in so many ways. There's something in Hugh that she likes, and he's still a 13-year-old boy inside that mature, logically thinking, genius mind of his. He probably had the same reactions in Chiselworks with your daughter's friends. I think that's the source of some of their insults and teasing, as they realized that their brother was finding girls attractive and wanted him far away from them. As possible as he may be, a positive influence on the girls which would make his sister's antics be exposed for what they are." Isabella shed a tear and asked, "Tell me about this girl. Do you trust her to treat him right?" Paige smiled and proudly told her, "She's my niece through my sister. She's the daughter of the Chief Cybersecurity Officer Peterson Manufacturing and the head of the nearby Social Services Office. As I said before, you met them, Jenna and George Daniels." Paige smiled again and added, "That might be about the best thing possible for him. George was smaller than Hugh and suppressed his interest in technology until college. He might be able to help Hugh if he gives George a chance. He's used to being all alone with only a single friend for support. Eli is great, and all, but he's still only a normal 8 years old kid." She had to end the call as she was about to get inundated with requests about Hugh, especially from the two who would demand to know who the boy talking with their daughter was. Paige could see the look of anger on George, while Jenna had a look that only a mother could understand. Her baby was growing up. Paige shared the look with her. Hugh was a great boy who could help Tracy blossom further. Paige steeled herself, then told the couple, "That is Hugh Smith with Tracy, Isabella, and Beau's son. You must not have met him at the courthouse after the hearing, but he's staying with us. It's another Sydney situation, but it's much worse at home for him. The poor boy is constantly tormented by two brats who are going to end up pregnant and stuck all alone in a couple of years. Yes, I mean that. They act mature, but are terrible people. Isabella and Beau tried to raise them right, but as you have seen so many times before, sometimes you can't save a person from themselves. Jenna understood her. She had seen it far too many times not to know the signs of being self-destructive, and knew the girls were in for a rough life ahead. Their parents were decent people, but even they have limits. Hugh would be the target of their frustrations and anger at failing in life if he was still there. George tried to put on a tough father act, but an elbow from Jenna caused him to grunt and change the way he was looking at Hugh and stop pretending to be upset that his daughter had found love. Jenna happily said, "It's like us, honey. She's taking after us." George had to smile at the memories, Tracy's channeling them and acting as they did at the same age. The couple watched for a bit, and Hugh wasn't even trying to make a move on Tracy, while Tracy was so lost in his eyes that she could have agreed to anything. Hugh could have kissed Tracy and gotten to feel her breasts if he wanted to, thanks to Tracy's hormonal fog, but he was just as lost in her beauty. The two kids finally stopped their staring contest when interrupted by more kids, their age coming by. It was starting to become a makeshift powwow of the middle school kids, with the couples sitting with their significant others while the single kids hung together. None of them seemed to take offense to Hugh being there. All of them knew who he was and why he was there, and were not about to upset their Aunt Paige or Uncle Brian by upsetting Hugh. Hugh watched the game closely and figured out what was going on and why and how certain things are played differently than others. His analytical mind was starting to get at ease, as the game was giving a big boost to him, as he was right that the kids in his old school were idiots. He could see how hard each team was trying to figure out solutions to problems that kept arising. Rather than the continuous back and forth pushing and running that dominated rugby, it was too much thinking for those kids, and the more you had to think as a player, the less fun it was to them. The game was a tight win for the hometown, Winit High School, with BJ getting a lot of attention in the form of girls swooning over him, but with BJ frequently telling them to back away, but seeing the girls ignore him and continue on. Hugh asked if the girls kept throwing themselves at BJ, getting an upset. They always do that from Tracy. He asked if they believed that he had a girlfriend in England, to which she complained, "They don't believe it. None of the school actually believes it. Some of the guys are starting to say that he is really gay and doesn't have the guts to come out, or that his parents sent him away because of that." Hugh wasn't happy to hear that, saying, "Lucy is a great girlfriend. She loves him and he loves her. It sucks that she lives so far away from him, but she misses him a lot." Tracy kissed his cheek over saying that. It was too sweet not to. She hadn't even realized she had done that until she felt his cheek on her lips. Her cousin snickered at the unintentional move, but it was clear that she liked him a lot. Her parents were caught by surprise. It was something they didn't think that she'd do to him for a while. Over in their own area, the younger kids were busy talking about anything and everything while Eli was moping over Hugh not being next to him. The younger kids happily played with Anne, inducting her into the family through their own little way of bringing out the best in you and giving her a show of force as a family. Liv and she talked and played on their own when the youngest kids got tired, while Elise gave them time to have their special bonding. She understood why they were close and was happy to let them do what they needed to do, as only they could truly understand one another. Elise's friends came by and got the girls to join them, with the girls showing just what Elise had meant as they treated Anne. Like one of them, especially as she was showing that she was one of them in full. It was something that Anne had been hoping to endure. She was part of a group, and they were fine with her as a girl and weren't going to abandon her because she wasn't real. The girls saw her as just what she really was. She was Elise's cousin and their new classmate, but was just like Elise in every way. The kids lost track of time and were soon sought out by their parents, leading to hugs and kisses as the group broke apart. Elise and Anne were sought out by their siblings, with BJ and Ophelia introducing Anne to their teammates. Anne didn't get much notice. It was more of a way to prove that she really did exist, and his sudden absence from school was for a real reason. Elise complained that he needed to go over to the estate to see Lucy soon because she was missing him. BJ blushed and shot back a terse. "She knows I have school and football. I already talked with her last night, so don't provoke me." Elise was smart in what he was doing. She was getting Lucy's name out there and allowing the few who were trying to get BJ to get with a real girl to give others a taste of their views. One bit, telling Elise he doesn't have a real girlfriend. This is just some big joke to keep away from the girls. Geez, just fess up and tell the truth. You are gay. Man up, you don't have to hide in the closet anymore. Anne angrily shot back. She's real. She's beautiful and loves him deeply. Her school doesn't have the same holidays that you have, and her family works hard for our family. He's seen her at Christmas and will see her during her breaks. Mom said she's thinking of flying her out here in the spring. That last part came out without thinking. BJ looked down at her while Elise's brother Harry explained, "You don't have to believe him if you don't want to, but you are going to live with what you said about him. Don't come back to the team. We don't want your attitude here. You might not get detention for this, but it's unlikely since Grunkle Jake heard you and is glaring at you. Seriously, how in the hell did you think that it would slip by unnoticed by the principal?" Harry stood tall over the team, literally, as the tallest player and one of the largest physically. They had the backing of other members of the extended family, especially team captain Antonio Peterson and Johnny Finn. The team was dominated by Finn family members, as it had been for past 21 years. Anne hugged BJ tight and dared someone to say something about her brother. None had the guts to do so, as it would be instant social suicide. Harry moved them on while BJ lifted his sister up and hugged her to calm her down, showing his softer side while she continued to hug him tightly. Hugh reluctantly parted from Tracy, with Tracy giving him a kiss on the lips. The shock of the kiss was so much to them that they never noticed the flashes of Paige and Jenna's cameras, with Paige sending off a picture to England and Jenna having to fight tears as her little girl was now a young woman. Tracy was falling for Hugh. It was hard not to see she was smitten with him, especially after the kiss. The group broke up for the night, with BJ and Ophelia telling their parents that they would have all of their things ready to go the next afternoon. Both were happy to return home. It was what Anne needed from Ophelia, while Hugh could use the presence of BJ. It would start to feel more like home, now that they would have a full house, especially as the family would finally be whole. The two kids were worn out by the time they arrived at home. Hugh was a walking zombie, while Anne needed to be carried inside by Brian. The kids didn't fight their bedtimes. Both were out as soon as their heads hit their pillows. They slept straight through the night, with Anne up later than Hugh, but the two feeling energized and happy. Paige awoke to her phone buzzing with a text demanding to know what was going on in the picture. She texted, "She's my niece, Tracy Daniels. They met through Eli, our cousin Jamie's son. They took a liking to one another. It was love at first sight." She stole that kiss as they parted. The text was immediately followed by a phone call, with Paige explaining Tracy to Isabella again, while both tried to hold back smiles at Hugh's big jump in life with just one simple meeting. Paige added a quiet, "He's on the cusp of becoming a man physically. BJ's moving back in today, so Hugh will have a positive masculine figure to help him through the tough times ahead. He's like his father. He's good with younger kids. BJ will be the older brother Hugh needs." Paige realized her mistake, but Isabella countered, He's family, and sadly, my brothers were content to not have any more children after their daughters were born. His second cousins are all too young for him, so it's just him as the sole boy among us. He's all alone with nobody to understand him. It's best that the closest he has to a brother helps him. Isabella asked about Tracy and the others around her, with Paige explaining how they knew about Hugh and were happy to include him, even if they didn't understand him. The two talked for an hour as they were finding it easier to work out what was best for Hugh, and Paige insisted on Isabella knowing all of the things that her son was going to do and why. She was laying down the law. Isabella was his mother, even if Hugh was not comfortable at home anymore and wanted to remain in Paige's care. Hugh heard a lot of what was being said and blushed as Paige looked at him and smiled. Anne giggled at the boy's reaction, getting him to proclaim, "How long before you start to like boys?" Anne blushed and ran off. Her teasing was turned around on her, and he had hit something that she didn't consider yet. The family ate in silence. Once Paige ended her call, Brian cooked their eggs and bacon with Anne, not even asking what it was, as she appreciated the food, regardless of how different it looked to her. It was understandable. The cut of meat was different, but the usage was the same. They were all right with it, but it wasn't something that the two would want to eat every day. Although some in the family probably would, as Brian later joked. The kids were left with little to do, so spent time in their rooms. Anne was playing with her doll, while Hugh was busy with classwork and coming up with some ideas for games that sounded like fun to him. Neither wanted to do much, and Hugh didn't want to get stuck with Eli again, especially as it was clear to him that Eli only thought of him as a gamer and not as another boy. When the time came to head to the Finn home, Paige prepared them for the onslaught of well-wishers and hugs. Hugh was told that a lot of the ladies would hug him, and likely also some of the younger kids, but he didn't have to stay there and endure the greetings as they were being polite to him. The kids were about to get in the car, but were stopped and walked 2 blocks to the largest house of the whole of the family, John and Valerie Finn's home. Anne asked if it was as big as their old house in Oldham, getting a laugh and happy. "It's smaller. It doesn't have a pool or fitness room." Brian rang the doorbell, then looked next door and across the street at the neighbors. All eyes were on the family, with Hugh getting special attention. It was expected by them. All of those looking at them were members of the extended family, particularly the Herman, Miller, and Pina, and Lopez branches. The door felt like it took forever to open, but it was merely 2 minutes and saw John Finn complain that the 4 kids were getting lazier and lazier. Anne and Hugh were scared when they heard that, but it was only leading to Brian and Paige fighting a laugh, as it was clearly planned by the 4 teens. He opened the door and ushered them in, complaining that they had reached a new low in laziness and are on the verge of getting stuck doing dishes and washing the cars. Once inside, Valerie hugged and kissed the 2 kids, then introduced John, who then called for the 4 teens to come downstairs. Hearing John's tone, they rushed down and apologized for not answering the door, which he didn't believe for a second, and happily told Paige and Brian, "They are your problems now. They have been on edge and pretty much stopped doing anything since Monday." John led them to the living room and told Hugh to go downstairs and play on the game systems, if he wanted to give them some privacy or didn't want to be stuck meeting so many new people. He didn't need to be told twice. He went off to play while leaving the adults and teens to talk and keeping out of the line of sight lest he gets forced to talk about things he didn't want to. Anne didn't budge. She didn't want to get lost in the strange house and walk into the wrong room and end up upsetting the Finns. The talk was basic. John brought them up to speed on what they were learning in school, what they had gotten so far for grades, who their teachers were, and how much trouble they had caused. Brian glared at Day, but it was Ophelia who winced. Paige sternly asked, "What did you do?" Ophelia cringed and confessed, "I got caught in the locker room with a boy. We didn't see that we were being followed by Uncle Thomas until he called out to me. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to do that. Paige looked at John for an explanation, to which he added the boy blackmailed her into going into the locker room. Thomas heard what he was saying to her and dragged him out to the main office. He was expelled for what he did. You weren't told due to being in. We're out here and her wanting to let it drop. She is still under punishment. She should have used her recorder, but she forgot to turn it on. It was a slip of her mind, but given that she was under pressure and in physical danger, it's understandable. Brian let out a sigh and told both, "This is our fault. You shouldn't be punished for our not being here. You were still grounded for a week for breaking curfew, but your previous punishment is lifted." Ophelia hugged him tightly while John was left unable to counter his logic. Valerie told them that the others would be getting there soon, ending the awkwardness. The doorbell rang and multiple little kids entered, followed by several complaining teenagers, giving Anne her first look at her new relatives. The youngest kids ran over to Anne, hugged and kissed her, causing her to smile at them, being so happy to meet her. Valerie introduced each of them as Johnny, Abigail, Ryder, and Quinn Finn. Ryder and Quinn were 8, while Abigail was 10. Johnny was the eldest of the Finn grandchildren at 16. Their parents, Michael and Courtney, said hello, then asked where Hugh was. Brian pointed out, trying to stay out of things downstairs. He's not good with people and already has Eli using him for gaming. He knows that this is really for Anne, so he's trying to not take the spotlight from her. Michael nodded and moved on. Eli was notorious for being forceful, especially when he wanted you to do something for him. Courtney asked if they had gotten a doctor yet. Getting a simple Aunt Sarah will be seeing them soon. We had to get her signed up for school first. It was more important. Before they could respond with Courtney's usual caring, forceful opinion, they were stuck having to endure the entrance of Miles and Christina Finn and their kids. 15-year-old Violet Finn ignored the younger kids and sat down next to Ophelia. 8-year-old Miles Jr. took to his new second cousin right away, fawning over her to the point of making her feel weird. It wasn't anything sexual. He was just happy to have her as a relative and wanted to be close to her as a family member. He was more like his mother than his father. Violet was similar to her dad and was tough to argue with or get the better of, thanks to her observations and instincts. She was happy to sit quietly and watch Anne and see if she was getting anxious before she would help her out. The next to enter were Jamie and Rick Samuels and their 3 kids. Sylvia went right for her cousins and asked if Anne was taking the introductions well. Anne nodded yes, showing she was doing all right. Ely demanded to know where he was, getting his parents to tell him. He's downstairs playing. Don't force him to do what you want to do. He has a right to be alone and not get hassled by you. He was about to say something, but his mother's look shut him up. He was still new to being part of the family, but was known for his ability to manipulate you into doing what he wanted. He liked Hugh and looked up to him, but he didn't know his limits and didn't see that Hugh didn't like being used by him. He went downstairs to play with Hugh, but didn't join him until Hugh made the motion to hop on the other controller and play him. Neither said anything. They only played in silence. Miles Jr. and Ryder came down and tried to play Hugh, but were soundly beaten, then started playing Eli and turned the tables on him as he tried to outwit them, but couldn't get him to fall for his tricks. The 4 were closely observed by Miles' sister and Michael. The kids were a stark contrast to one another, with Hugh being the most naive, Eli the most naive, Eli the most naive, and Miles Jr. the most compassionate. In essence, they were their father's kids. Upstairs, the next group arrived with Sylvia and Mitch Gibson entering with their children, Jamie and Matthew. Sylvia introduced them and asked that Anne call Jamie Jay, as she liked it that way. The teen was apathetic to being there, but knew not to get grumpy at her grandparents' house, or she'd clean up the place after school. Again, for the 6th time. She left them to deal with Anne and sought out her cousins downstairs, stopping as she saw Hugh and felt jealousy over him, landing Tracy already without even trying. Michael and Miles told her not to start trouble. They could tell that she was jealous and couldn't get over her issues over being led down the wrong path by friends in their school. It was not something the family was used to. The kids were normally okay with one another, but Jay had been led astray by girls trying to use her to get at her father. Anne asked how many more were coming, getting a laugh from Paige while Brian explained, our cousins Ella and Logan and their wives, your Uncle Nigel and possibly his girlfriend, your Uncle Ethan and his wife, your Aunts Emma and Nicole and their husbands, Mom, Dad, Aunt Leslie, and Uncle Mark, our cousins Marcus and his best friend Brent, Rachel and Raina and their kids, our cousin Claire and her husband Will, her sister Daisy and her husband, and our cousin Iris and her wife Sam. Yes, all of those people are related to you. They are our first cousins and their children, your second cousins. Ella Finn. Nelson and her wife, Flora, entered and went right for Anne, giving her a big kiss and then whispering to her, "It's nice to see another of us who are starting young." Ella added, "She's like you and had the surgery. It's going to take a long time, so don't get upset. You don't want early. Trust us, you will hear why. It's going to be a long road, and none of us will accept shortcuts, especially at the price that one costs." Flora was visibly pregnant, causing Anne to blush, as she realized it could happen to her if she fell for a girl like Flora. The couple were replaced in the meet and greet by Daisy Peterson and her husband, Matt Fisher. The two were timid around Anne. Neither wanted to say the wrong thing, which may upset her, but each showing her great care and loving how she was acting so far. Daisy was pregnant with their first child. It had an impact on Anne in a positive way, as she knew that she could be a mother in some form, but how was not known to her. She had seen the results firsthand already. She just wasn't sure if she liked boys or if she liked girls, and at her age, it wasn't expected that she would know yet either. Next to enter were Raina and Rachel. With their two toddlers in tow, Anne smiled at the little 4-year-old girl and 18-month-old boy, but the two were scared of her and clung to their mothers for support. They weren't used to new people, especially ones who were so nice to their parents and were always with their parents when they weren't at their grandmother's preschool. They were soon followed by Marcus Sylvester and his friend Brent Jones. The two were an oddity to Anne, but they weren't any different than any others. She expected them to be campy and look like drag queens, but she knew that was a bad image that mean people made you think was true, especially as the fact was that only Brent was gay and Marcus was more like his brother than a boyfriend. Anne hugged both before they went downstairs to meet Hugh. Hugh was caught by surprise by the two guys and was shocked to hear that Brent was gay and Marcus was just a normal guy who loved Brent as a brother. He could hear the kids in his school laughing at him for being so close to a gay teenager, but looking at Marcus, it was like looking at a giant, and seeing Brent, it was like looking into a mirror, as he was geeky and gangly, but looked nice. Brent took over and challenged Hugh, leading to the two having a strong battle and causing cheering and laughs from the boys as the two went at it hard and heavy, and to Hugh's pleasant shock and surprise, was an even match. Brent had his dad's instincts and reactions and could plot ahead while not falling for Hugh's clever traps and tactics. It was the most fun Hugh had so far. It was invigorating to have an intellectual challenge in Brent, even if it was for a short period of time. Upstairs, Iris and Sam York arrived with their 2-year-old toddlers and greeted Anne warmly. The toddlers hugged Anne and jumped in her lap, showing how much they loved her, but were really like that to everyone. It was touching to Anne. She was happy to have their attention, even if it was just normal for them to show their affections to the family. The next in was Logan Finn and his wife Piper. Piper was pregnant with her first child and looked like she wasn't feeling well. Anne didn't want to upset her by making her come there, but Piper complained that she shouldn't have teased her sister-in-law about her pregnancy as Karma was a bitch, and she was feeling the impact way too hard. They were followed by the arrival of the jaded Finn, his wife Candace, and her 3-year-old daughter Skylar. Skylar hugged her grandparents and said a timid hello to Anne before going off with the young kids. Candace was visibly pregnant and hugged Anne before sitting down next to Piper. Jade was upstaged by his twin sister Kat, arriving with her husband Gavin. Gavin hugged Anne tight before seeking out the other husbands and leaving Kat to face her punishment over the joke about her former Cabot Sammy. He was warned that the ladies weren't happy with Kat, so fled before he got put in the crossfire of having to defend Kat and having to agree with her cousins that she was out of line. Kat tried to say something, but was stopped by Paige asking, "Seriously?" A sex joke told to a 4-year-old, "I know you are funny, but even you should have limits. Just be glad she didn't say anything to anyone, or else Hannah would have your head on a platter." Kat just smirked and walked away. She got the fun she wanted even if it came at a price. Paige shook her head while Brian complained to Anne, "She's just like your aunt and cousin, but without their ability to rein in their tongues. We love her, but sometimes she can be a handful. She's going to get her just desserts. Mom said that it's always worse for you when you have a mini. You doing the same things you did, right, Paige?" Paige didn't need to say anything. She just nodded. Anne got the joke. It was blood, and it was how they learned. She was like Hugh, and also not like him. They were family, but still different from one another. The family awaited the arrival of the other members of the Smiths. Nicole King and her husband Joshua arrived next and immediately embraced Anne. They didn't say anything, just hugged her and let her get her tears out over seeing her aunt again. The couple was then replaced by Ethan Smith, his wife Melinda. They carried a sleeping 2-year-old in their arms and set him down for a nap upstairs in one of the bedrooms. They complained about him being sick again and keeping them up at night, somehow just like his namesake, his Uncle Brian. Next in was Nigel Smith Jr. and his girlfriend Patricia. She was intimidated by the group, but knew that they were a large group and even larger in the UK. Both were happy to see Anne, with Patricia being surprised at how pretty she looked, especially for only just starting to live openly as a girl. No sooner had Patricia and Nigel entered that Anne was told to not take any of what the man heard entering was saying to heart. She looked concerned, but was told, "He's a joker. He teases everyone. It'll probably end up blowing up in his face yet again. He's not as funny as he thinks he is." The Bollingers entered and saw Anne introduced to Claire and Will, as well as their 15-year-old son, Simon, 13-year-old Ellie, and 6-year-old Roland. Simon hugged and kissed Anne and asked if they brought back anything else from England, or were they not getting any gifts. Paige smirked, then told him, "We brought her cousin Hugh as well, but you can't have him. You are too old for toys and your sister is too young to play with boys, even if she's the same age as him." Paige got a whack in the head for that joke, but it hit the mark with Simon. She stole his thunder, and the teen couldn't respond without getting in trouble. Lily went over to where the other kids were meeting, while Roland stood by his mother's side. He was like his second, cousins in his anxiety and shyness, and wouldn't leave Claire's side until dinner. Anne didn't take offense either. It was intimidating to be around so many people that you barely knew, especially the adults. Next to enter were Pete, Hannah, Elise, and the sleeping Pierre. He was oblivious to everyone, but as soon as he was removed from his carrier and handed over to John to hold so Hannah could sit down, he started to wail loudly. John openly complained, "Every single one of you. I swear I have been cursed. I should seek out a Wiccan priestess to banish this lousy curse." Anne looked for guidance while everyone laughed at John. Elise explained to her, "Babies hate Grunkle John. None of us liked him until our first birthday. Mommy said it's because babies know he is easy to make fun of, so they tell one another to do that. Pierre doesn't like anyone, just Mommy and Daddy. John stewed while the Petersons entered. Emma and her husband David walked their 15-year-old son Jerry and 18-year-old daughter Sophia, while 13-year-old twins Claire and Vance walked behind them. The teens went for Hugh right away. There was no point in trying to hang around the adults and young kids, especially as he was their age, and they needed to keep the cranky Jay from doing something to the others, especially as she got bored. They were the only two that she listened to. If they told her to knock off her jealousy and let Tracy and Hugh date, then Jay would back away quickly. Vance and Claire lived up to their namesakes. Vance was smart while Claire was empathetic to the needs of others. They could tell that Hugh needed friends and not lovers, something that Jade didn't see. The two walked downstairs, and immediately Jade backed away in fear while Miles told them. She was warned, but she isn't happy. She is trying, but it's pretty clear that she needs some girl time. Talking with Sylvia about what the girls are doing to her did a number on her. She really needs to work things out inside herself. She likes him, but she knows his heart belongs to someone else. Claire led Jay away to the upstairs office. Inside, she explained to Jay that if she didn't stop trying to win a boy who wasn't ready for girls or had already found his true love with her cousin, she would be in serious trouble that she couldn't escape from. Jay started crying and confessed, "I don't understand it. I just saw him and can't stop thinking that I should have a boyfriend like him. None of the guys are like him, and it's tough to see any older or younger boys who are good enough to kiss, let alone date. I keep hearing the girls telling me that I deserve a hot guy and the guys in school aren't that good, and we are going to get the best guys because we have money and power. I want to, but their words are too strong to ignore. They are right. We can do better. But he's the best in the city." Claire hugged her and kissed her forehead. She was feeling the pressure to date, but wasn't ready yet. Claire wisely stated he wasn't ready, and neither was Tracy yet. They saw one another and clicked. "It'll take time, but you'll find someone. We shouldn't be rushing into dating just because some skanks with falsies in their bras landed horny 10th graders. There's a couple of boys in our class who are good with you. Why don't you look closer at them and see that they are good enough for you? I know they like us. I hear them saying how pretty you are whenever you aren't around." The two walked back downstairs and sat quietly in the corner, watching TV as the guys played. Their parents had seen that Claire had calmed Jay, and both were looking better. They didn't need to intervene. Claire had done all of the work, and it would be tough to top it. When Claire and Jay were downstairs, the last of the Smiths entered and were quickly followed by Leslie and Mark Sylvester. Karen and Nigel Sauer hugged Anne and asked if she was doing okay, getting a nod and smile from Anne. The two brought food with them and told the others. They send their regards, but want to meet them soon. They mention next weekend, but understand if they start making plans on their own. He doesn't really need to go, but it would be wrong to not invite him to go as well. Anne asked who they were talking about. Brian gave her a smile and happy, great Uncle George and great Aunt Victoria. They made food for everyone and sent their regards. You are invited to come by next weekend, but knowing Elise's friends, you are going to have a bit of fun at one of their houses. Their parents are fine with you and will encourage them to include you, especially as they trust Elise. The family called the kids upstairs to eat while the sleeping toddler Brian was awoken and given some medicine and soup before being put back down to sleep. The entire group ate, with the kids mostly eating in the living room and games room while the adults ate in the dining room. It was organized chaos, but it was like old times for the family. They rarely got together as a family except in times of need or for the sad funerals of their dearly departed elders. Paige's phone rang during the meal and saw Paige's face turn red in anger. Brian asked what had her so upset. Paige whispered, "It's Camilla and Clara demanding to speak with you. They won't take no for an answer. I don't think it's wise to let them talk. Hugh looked at Paige, who shook her head. Valerie spoke for all of them and said, "Put it on video." They are going to have to explain why they are so intent on upsetting their brother in front of all of us. Hugh tried to tell her no, but Paige smirked and complied. The girls gasped in shock while Hugh asked what they wanted. They were in the middle of a meal. The girls were fighting for words while Karen asked, "Are you trying to start trouble? If so, we will be sure to talk with your grandparents about your attempts to humiliate him in front of family and family of family. They are already upset with you for how you treat him at home. Mistreating him elsewhere will only be hazardous to your freedom." She dared them to try to say something. The girls backed down, but Camilla accidentally let out a quick, "The freak couldn't have kissed anyone." Clara added, "Even if he did, he probably paid her. She's likely a prostitute, or he forced her to do it." Karen growled, "We heard that, and he did indeed kiss a lovely young woman. She is smitten with him, and under no circumstances did he threaten her, or is she a prostitute? You have some nerve to talk about any girls. You two have never even gotten close to a boy, let alone kissed. You also happen to insult the niece of Paige and Christina here. They will be sure to tell father about your actions, and I know that you will be barred from doing anything at the estate the next time you visit. You can also kiss earning any money at your Aunt Sienna and Poppy's store, as they refuse to hire girls like you. Don't try to lie to them because Emma heard you, and she won't leave out any of what you said." The girls were so busy trying to insult Hugh that they didn't notice Miles or Christina. There, let alone the other Smiths, especially not Emma. She was Poppy's cousin, making sure that the news would reach the couple shortly. Emma nodded to Karen and placed her call, with the girls hearing Emma tell Poppy everything while the girls begged and pleaded with Karen to not do it. Karen finally clicked off and hugged Hugh, telling him, "They are jealous of you. They hide it poorly, but they are clearly jealous of you. You're going to do great things while those two are just going to end up pregnant and married and kiss their dreams goodbye. Your parents will cut back on their spending and giving the girls whatever they want whenever they want it. There are few things that scare parents more than the fear of losing their child, especially due to something they cause or can prevent." The meal broke up at that. The kids hugged and kissed goodbye, with Hugh getting a big hug from Jay, as she had to fight tears over feeling terrible about treating Hugh like a sexual object instead of family. The tired Brian hugged and kissed Anne, and telling her, "Pretty," which caused her to blush over the sick boy's honest response. It meant a lot to hear it from him, especially as it was from the heart. The two sets of twins grabbed their personal items and walked over to their car, with Lillian and Harry driving it, while BJ and Ophelia walked home. It took a half hour, but the four twins were now officially home for good and in their parents' care. Beej hugged and kissed Anne, telling her, "Your new big brother won't let his little sister get hurt," which meant the world to her. The two kids went to bed while the teens kept awake. They were fighting their feelings, but finally gave their parents hugs, with Ophelia crying into her father's shoulder. They missed their parents, but would never tell them how much they missed them. Their teenage pride wouldn't let them, but it now showed. The two went up to bed, while Brian and Paige were left to feel the gravity of their house, now feeling full with two kids and two teenagers home. Paige finally felt like she wasn't a failure. The death of her unborn child and ability to have more kids was finally vanquished. Anne's coming into their life had started the change for the better, while Hugh made them feel like they were great parents. The couple hugged for a bit before Brian pulled Paige up to their bedroom to enjoy some private time. The two slept through the night and enjoyed a small breakfast while the twins told them that the kids had been fed and were in their rooms doing homework. The twins were already showing how mature they were and gave the couple their privacy. They needed to adjust to living with parents again. Paige and Brian spent much of the morning watching TV on the couch, while the kids were busy with their homework and the twins chatted with friends on their phones and laptops. Just before lunch, Paige received a phone call from her mother, asking her to bring the kids over for lunch. Paige suspected that she had an ulterior motive and told Anne, "If Tracy is going to be there, please don't go overboard about her and Hugh. The two are at a vulnerable point in their relationship, and he just received a blow from his sisters last night. There's a spark there that is burning hot. But it's too early." Anne understood what she meant and told them to bring the kids over anyway. She would tell Jenna and George to calm themselves when they saw the kids together. If the kids were as infatuated with one another as Paige suspected, Jenna would need to calm herself from making plans for wedding dates while it was going to take all of them to keep George from overreacting to his little girl becoming a woman, even if he had seen the start of their relationship. Already, the six drove over to Anne's home and could already see that it was going to be a packed house, as the Finns were already there with Miles and Christina outside talking with Jenna and George. Paige had to take a deep breath, then told Hugh, "George and Jenna will want to talk with you in private. Please don't think that you are in trouble. It's just their overprotective parent act. Tracy is George's favorite and the one most like her mother, so it's tough on him to see her growing into a woman. No father wants to see his baby girls start liking boys, especially ones as amazing as you." Inside the house, Anne's grandmother observed her namesake with a keen interest. She wasn't alone. Tracy was also looking out at Hugh and was swooning over the sight of the boy. Anne smiled at her biological granddaughter's blossoming love life and couldn't fault her for finding Hugh attractive. The boy was going to be a looker when he filled out as he got older. Tracy's big 15-year-old sister, Emily, teased her sister about her having a boyfriend, causing Tracy to try to counter but failing miserably. Emily hugged her from behind and admitted, "He's got the looks and the brains. Maybe he will pack a big bulge and give you the full package." The grandmother was going to offer a scathing remark, but Tracy countered her sister with a happy, "It must really bug you that no guy wants to upset Dad and Grandpa except Simon. Maybe some more time with your Bob will help relieve some of your built-up tension." Anne asked what she meant, getting a quick just talking about her battery-operated boyfriend that she has hidden under her bed. She got it from her friends since Simon won't go farther than kissing her. The frank sex talk from the girls only caused Anne to shake her head in disappointment, but it wasn't as if they were out of line since it was only them inside, and their younger brother Mario was watching TV in his own room, so hadn't heard the girls' jokes. He was only 8, but being fairly new to the family, he was not inclined to get too enthusiastic at meeting others. He knew enough about his cousin to be fine with her, especially as she was talked about in good terms by her parents and aunts. The Smiths finally entered and introduced the younger Anne to Emily, who proceeded to hug Anne tightly, causing her to blush over the affection. Emily called for her brother to come down, leading the boy to slowly walk down the stairs and give Anne a reluctant hug, then go back up to his room. He didn't say a word to Anne. He was too frightened to say anything to any of the Smiths. Anne looked upset at his sudden departure, but her grandmother calmly explained, "He is not used to meeting new people. He only joined the family in April. He is a lot like you. His parents never wanted him and badly neglected his needs. They moved back to their home country instead of raising him. He was hurt badly by kids in his foster home like you were, and was threatened with death if came back. He's trying hard to fit in, but it's tough for him." Anne understood. It was similar to her own story, except he wasn't transgender. She went up to his room and gave him a hug, telling him to come down because he doesn't have to hide from her. Her look was tough to refuse. She was offering him an understanding hand, and he took it. The Smiths waited for the last two to come. Violet and Miles Jr. were running late, after he got stuck in a battle with his cousins online and refused to leave until it was over. Violet complained to her parents about Eli Trash talking him until he gave in. Getting an upset, he needs to stop that. From Hugh, as well as a quiet nod of agreement from the adults. Tracy took Hugh's hand and sat him down on the couch, while Mario and Anne went up to his room to play on his iPad for a bit. Tracy was swooning over Hugh, who was struggling not to react. He loved the closeness of Tracy. She gave him a warm feeling inside that felt amazing to him. The family simply relaxed and didn't do much at all. George gave Hugh the stink eye that all fathers gave to suitors for their daughters. Hugh didn't notice it, or else he would have moved away and gone up to Mario's room with Anne. Tracy had her head on Hugh's shoulder, which he didn't notice, but he didn't notice her putting her hand in his hand and tried to move it away. This movement was enough to satisfy George that he wasn't trying to take advantage of his daughter. It was the first time he had to deal with boys who weren't family. Emily was dating Simon and being like his father before him. The boy was keen to get on George's good side. Tracy did look like she really did like Hugh, and it wasn't a simple bit of puppy love, but it wasn't full-on love either. Anne and Mario bonded while playing on the iPad. Anne asked why he was adopted, to which he told her, "Mom and Dad had me so they could stay in the country. They didn't want me, and when they were unable to use me for money, they dumped me on other family members. My grandparents took me in, but when they died, I got put into foster care. My parents kept saying I wasn't theirs, but they claimed me as their son, and the police came for them over lying about me living there. They fled the country without me and went to Dad's family home. I got stuck in the worst foster homes in the state because of getting sick a lot, and nobody wanting me. Mom found me and took me in and adopted me. Dad got a bad cancer that made it so he can't make more kids, so he sees me as a son, even if I'm Latino and he's white. They love me more than my real parents ever did. Mom loved me enough to see that she wanted to be a mom again, so is having a baby in a couple of months. Dad might not be its real dad, but he said that he loves it as much as he loves me and Emily and Tracy." Anne nodded at hearing that. It's just like her story, but without a baby. She told him her story and got a hug from him. She did understand him more than anyone else. They weren't the only adopted kids who were orphaned by social services in the family, but they were the most recent and closest in age. Anne gave Mario an ear to listen to, even if he'd never admit that he was happy that she would do that for him. She had a good personality and was gentle with him. Her mistreatment by kids in school was at play and made her appreciate the good qualities of others. Mario was a good person. He just needed to find a way of showing it to others outside the family. Lunch was quiet, with Hugh and Tracy sitting next to one another, and Tracy occasionally rubbing her foot against his, just to have contact with him. Emily saw that, but didn't dare say anything. The look on her sister's face was worth swallowing the potential blackmail material. She did love that her sister was in the process of blossoming into a woman. Next up were breasts and periods, which Emily would have more fun teasing her about than having a boyfriend ever would. When the meal was finished, the family watched the football game on TV and saw Anne and Hugh in shock as they saw Mitch on the TV talking about the New England Patriots players with the local football analysts. It was interesting to see that the man they had met was famous and even a big-time player for years. For the team yet, was nice and showed that he cared about his family. The two looked at the adults for clarification. Violet groaned and complained. Uncle Mitch used to play for the Patriots. He got hired by Channel 10 to be their lead analyst. The other guy used to say a lot of bad things about Uncle Mitch and gets laughed at for his idiocy by everyone who watches. Then, that's one of the funniest shows on TV during the season. The guy is outmatched and always wrong. They enjoyed a quiet afternoon, with Mario and Anne sitting together in silence as they played on his iPad and enjoyed some videos that their cousins were raving about. It was sweet and was helping Mario a lot, as Anne was allowed to get closer to him than any others. The parents were happy that the two were so close so quickly. They hoped it was going to last, but accepted if they drifted apart. After the game, the family split up. Anne hugged and kissed Mario while Hugh hugged Tracy and saw her kissing him on the lips, causing him to gasp for breath. Emily had to lead Tracy away while Hugh was led out by BHA and Ophelia, all three teens shaking their heads but smiling at her boldness. At home, Hugh lay on his bed and felt great about how the day went. Thinking about Tracy made him react physically, causing him to feel weird but also good. It was the start of his jump into puberty. The little boy was becoming a man, thanks to Tracy Kick, starting his hormonal overload. The next day, Anne woke up refreshed and feeling good. Hugh was happier and didn't let Anne teasing him about having a girlfriend bother him. BJ and Ophelia were in good moods as well. Their friends were all happy that they were home and not in any trouble after Ophelia's scare. Elise's friends asked about her weekend and loved hearing about the football game and meeting the full Finn family. Anne wasn't happy to say that she was being summoned by her great-great-aunt and uncle, but the kids snickered and the girls explained. They are really nice. She looks tough, but is the nicest old lady you will ever meet. You are lucky to be related to them. Everyone in the city is jealous of you. Anne was one of them now, with the girls bringing her into their inner circle of friends, with Elise being reintroduced to their circle. They had an even number now. Elise was usually the odd one out at things, but now Anne gave them an even number and caused for more fun. They planned a sleepover and a trip to the mall to get out of the house, provided they were cleared by their parents first. Hugh got to help out Tracy and the teens as they had the end of quarter tests coming up fast. He was able to show that he was more than just a pretty face, as Tracy jokes. He was a good teacher too. The teens were all ears whenever he tutored them, especially as he could explain things that they struggled with that their teachers tried several times to explain. He did have to deal with Eli and his antics, but Eli started to temper his possessiveness of Hugh. Hugh got him to talk with him about things and asked why he never played with Miles Jr. or Ryder or Mario, as the three were his cousins and the same age. It was odd that he didn't do that. They were related to him, but he was never with them and acted like they weren't all that close to him, despite their parents being close to one another. Eli looked down in shame and confessed, Miles and Ryder and Mario have normal families. They don't have to listen to people whispering about them or their parents. Mom and Dad love us. But it's tough to listen to people always reminding me that my mom was once like me down below. Now that Liv is becoming a girl too, they talk about me being next. I hate that. They don't need me to be around them. They have enough troubles. Mario is scared of everyone, but they like him. While Ryder's dad is rich and has a great job that takes them to a lot of fun places, they don't need me around them. He was in tears now. Hugh had gotten him to confess his deepest, darkest secret and the true cause of why he acted the way he did. He asked the hovering Jamie Samuels, "Is he going to be all right?" Jamie smiled and offered a warm, "He will be better now. He just needed to talk to someone about this. He is wrong. His cousins will stand with him. Miles and Ryder are going to be upset at him for thinking that way. Mario will be happy that Eli actually thinks that of him. He needs Eli as much as Eli needs him." Jamie lifted up the sniffling Ellie and took him to his room to talk privately. He went back home but didn't tell Paige or Brian why he was back so early. A text from Jamie satisfied their curiosity, leading to the two to hug Hugh and show him that he did a good job, especially for keeping his confidence. Eli started to ease up after that. Jamie got him to start getting closer to Mario and made him a happy boy in the process. Both Miles and Ryder were upset at Eli, but showed that they wanted him as a friend, despite others trying hard to separate them. The Smiths would spend a lot of time working on friendships and relationships as time wore on. Anne had fully entrenched herself among the girls and enjoyed playing with them at their houses. She was a pleasant guest and got the girls to act like ladies and not rambunctious animals, making her friends' parents happy and earning Anne the respect and admiration of more adults. Elise was her best friend. With the two doing everything together, they would perform ballet and take martial arts classes together, with Anne doing well on both, but with Elise actually outperforming her. Anne actually caused a couple of the girls to act feminine and try new things they refused to try before, with Elise smiling each time one of the girls found herself enjoying being girly and less masculine. With the kids in school and entrenched with friends, Pete and Brian sought out jobs in their chosen field of city planning. They weren't out of work for long, as the cities of Everett and Malden needed new city planners, and they were both ready to take over the job and were completely detached from the cities that they were immovable and not going to let city politics push them around. They were also just what the two cities needed, and got both put on notice that one of them would be the new Winit city planner when the current one retired or was fired, whichever came first. Monica Porter spent a week away from the school, but the urge to cause trouble overtook her logic and caused her to have words with Anne while she was waiting for the delayed Hannah. Anne asked her why she was so angry at her. She didn't know her and had never spoken to her before. Her truthful little question had unintentionally opened up a can of worms that Monica couldn't help spreading all over. Monica screamed at her, "You freaks don't belong around kids. You steal our boys, make us look bad for talking. The truth about how fake your bodies are and make others hate us for daring to speak the truth. You're perverts. It's only a matter of time before you hurt my daughter." Anne was in tears, but her friends defended her. The loudest supporter was the one whose vocal insults shocked Monica the most. Her own daughter, Brooklyn Sanders. She looked at the angry 9-year-old Brooklyn and could see the hatred in her eyes. Monica had unleashed the Porter family temper in Brooklyn, and it wasn't pretty. Monica smacked her daughter for daring to stand up to her and making her look bad in front of all of the other parents. Brooklyn didn't say a word, just rubbed her face and turned to Anne to show that she was going to be all right. She smirked at Anne. It was a sign that things were about to explode. Brooklyn solemnly told Anne, "Daddy is going to hear about this. Mom was told to stay away from here, but she obviously couldn't be bothered to follow the law. Grandpa Shia told me to cover my back just in case Mom tried something. Well, he's going to hear the truth." Brooklyn turned to her mother and happily stated, "I'm calling Daddy right now. He needs to know that you have been arrested for trespassing. Mrs. King called the police as soon as she saw you trying to get close to Anne. That's why she isn't out here confronting you. You were barred from ever setting foot on school grounds, but by the looks of the officers coming right for you, the order is going to be enforced hard. Sergeant Perez isn't happy with you. He told Daddy that if you got caught here again, the city would ask for you to go to prison and force any judge to keep you there." Brooklyn had a bigger grin and dropped a big bombshell on her mother. "Daddy is also going to be given a special video I made of you. It's one where you and a couple of the neighbors have sex while Daddy was out at a conference. I had Grunkle Risardo look over your prenuptial agreement and found some juicy bits that mean you are in a lot of trouble. Something about infidelity and being sent to jail voiding your agreement, so when Daddy divorces you, you don't get a penny from him. Since you tried to hurt me, he will ensure that I never have to see you again. Goodbye, Mom. Don't bother trying to contact me again because I don't want to hear from you. You already cost me my friendship with Live. I don't want to lose friendships with my other friends." Monica tried to run but was caught immediately by the school resource officer. Then Sergeant Fabian Perez arrested Monica on charges of trespassing, assault on a minor, and violating a restraining order. Monica was in tears, but none of those who saw her believed they were real. She was a master of faking all of her reactions to garner sympathy from you in order to gain something. Fabian knew her tricks all too well. She hadn't changed one bit in the past 18 years and was still the oversexed, arrogant, conniving girl who terrorized the high school and made Jamie Finn miserable for 4 years. As Monica was led away in handcuffs, Brooklyn turned away with tears in her eyes while Elise and Anne hugged her. Elise whispered to Anne, She is our third cousin. Her grandpa is married to grandma's cousin. She's family, but her mom hates our family." The girls hugged until Hannah came and asked what happened. She called Brooklyn's father, Jeffrey Sanders, and was told to take her to her house and he'd talk with Ricardo about a divorce. Monica may not have wanted her daughter to be part of the Finn family, but he wasn't about to deny her the right to know her family, nor would he refuse the help of them in order to protect Brooklyn. The divorce was swift, as Brooklyn had made multiple videos of Monica having sex with neighbors over the course of the past year. It was tough to watch, but it was clear that Monica didn't care one bit about her husband and had used Brooklyn as a way of obtaining money from him, so she could live the high life on his hard work. He had to go on frequent business trips and work long shifts to broker multiple deals, but it was all for his family. A family that was imploding under Monica's infidelity. Jeffrey was asked to speak with Karen Smith about his employment and was given an offer that he couldn't refuse, replacing her as the fourth partner at York, Nelson, Smith, and Finn when she departed to take over the Smith family's estate. He was also told that he had shown that he is family even if he had not met them beyond Elise. He would be a fool to refuse the offer. It was for more money and no travel, making him able to take part in Brooklyn's life again. Brooklyn begged Jeffrey to accept, with him barely able to refuse. Brooklyn celebrated by calling her grandparents to thank them for giving her back her father, but was told that he was the best person to replace Karen. The fact that he was the father of Karen's cousin's granddaughter was beside the point. Brooklyn would slowly get integrated into the family and get to know her cousins, both from her Aunt Rosalind and Uncle Ashley Byrne, Toro, and from her new aunts Stephanie and Trina Porter, Phillips and Aunt Avery and Uncle Raoul Porter. The whole Porter branch of the family grew closer due to the inclusion of Jeffrey and Brooklyn, with Brooklyn earning her grandmother's praise for keeping the family close by, staying close with Anne. It was easy for Brooklyn, as she actually loved Anne as her cousin, even more than as a friend, with the two girls playing together whenever they could, especially as Brooklyn's father had to do something at work. Monica saw her bank account wiped out by her infidelity, especially as her lovers turned against her and blamed her for causing them to stray from their wives. It was all a total load of garbage, but it was enough to cause her to lose everything. She ended up being sentenced to prison for another 5 years, with the judge insisting that she serve the full term and was barred from any contact with any member of her family, especially Brooklyn. Jeffrey took no pride in seeing her hauled away, but it was her own doing, and she had damaged his reputation and harmed Brooklyn with her actions. Hannah turned her attention to writing her next children's book and got her inspiration from Anne's story. It would be an allegory for abuse and not letting people push you around, with the storyline becoming so intense that she decided to just make it into a solid young adult novel and use an up-and-do artist to illustrate the story. She worked with Kat Finn to develop the story and had her join her in co-authoring the book and its subsequent series, giving Kat her big break in the publishing world. Hannah never had to work again due to a large number of royalties from her various book series and licensing deals, but she still felt the urge to contribute, so acted as Kat's ghostwriter and closest advisor and confidant, after her husband, that is. She and the two Finns were closer than anyone could have thought, and from her guidance, Kat built up her own highly successful book series while her husband helped edit the books of several colleagues. She was enjoying helping new authors so much that she ended her own series and turned to teaching as a way of encouraging and nurturing future writers to follow their dreams and not give up hope. Paige wasn't as lucky as Hannah, as she couldn't find work for months. She helped the kids of the family with their schoolwork and ensured that their friends were never for want of support in school, but beyond that, she struggled. In her eyes, her place was in the classroom, not in the home, and it pained her to see the kids going off to school while she wallowed away at home in self-pity. In winter, she was given a substitute teaching job at one of the elementary schools, taking over for a sick colleague whose condition wasn't improving. When her colleague died, she was asked to continue on teaching while the school looked for a permanent replacement. It stung her deeply that she wasn't even being considered for the job, but she couldn't argue with the logic of searching for someone who may be more qualified than her. The problem was, the job search was just a ruse to prevent Paige from retaining the job. The principal had already decided on a candidate who was fresh out of college and had no offers of employment and was looking at offers in a distant school district. His own son. It stung Paige to hear that she was not hired because a younger, more connected man was hired over her despite her qualifications for the job. This didn't sit well with the teachers of the city. When the truth was revealed to all at the union meeting and led to the union filing a grievance on Paige's behalf with the family's multiple teachers leading the cause. She had to endure questioning from the city, but it was clear that she was the better choice given that she was a resident, had years of pre-existing teaching experience, and had a higher degree than her counterpart, making the city demand that his employment be rescinded and she be given the job and a letter of apology for ignoring her qualifications. Paige accepted the job offer and was happy to know that she wouldn't be teaching any of the kids of the family, as Eli, Mario, Liv, Ryder, Miles, and Quinn went to another school. She feared having them in her class, especially as she wasn't afraid to clash with the kids over homework and behavior. They were pleased that she got the job and would be close by. It was for the best in their eyes. BJ and his sister Ophelia reaped the rewards of having their parents back by seeing the guys and girls who were throwing themselves at them drop off, especially when the guys saw how big Brian was and how protective he could be as they challenged him. The first month saw two ending up with broken arms from Brian, pulling them off of an upset Ophelia, while another two ended up with broken noses from the punches Ophelia threw at them for getting too frisky with her. Few dared to challenge her after that, fearing the physical outcome more than the social isolation that would always follow. Among the various guys who tried to win over the heart of Ophelia, one stood above all others, her cousin Harry's girlfriend's twin brother, Malcolm Dougal. He impressed Brian when the two met for the first time, and his reaction to Ophelia was one of amazement, not lust. The two were allowed to date, which was both a blessing and a curse for the boy, as everyone who knew him was trying to warn him to take things slow and not rush them, or he'd end up hurt in multiple ways. Malcolm didn't need that warning, as Brian made things clear that he would not allow any shenanigans, and if he hurt Ophelia, the boy would be hurt himself. The two grew close, and on prom night junior year, she gave him the night of his life. He refused to have sex with her, but that didn't stop her from giving him a pleasure that nobody could. The couple graduated near the top of their class and went to the same college together, majoring in the same major and graduating with degrees in geology. It was an odd choice, but the two loved science and kept their decisions from their families, lest they are forced to study what others in the family did. She was lucky as her family was proud of her for standing on her own and allowing him to do the same. They married after college and would go on to have 2 children. Both were the spitting image of their parents and gave their grandparents a run for their money as they took after their aunts in all the wrong ways. Brian and Paige groaned that it was payback for their joking about their parents' reactions to BJ and Ophelia acting the same way, but it was just their ancestors' personalities living on in them. BJ had a tougher time than his twin sister, but that was because he was always flying solo while his sister and cousins were dating others. He tried to get Lucy Payne to date without him, but she was too much in love with him to ever cheat on him. He cried frequently when she told him that. It meant the world to him to know that he had found someone who would put off love to wait for him. The couple talked every weekend, with BJ feeling terrible after each call, but always brightening up as she would send him pictures of herself every day. His friends didn't believe that he was actually dating her and thought she was some model that he hired to send pictures. It got annoying to hear, but it didn't matter overall. Lucy's love for him did. The two spent all of their time together over his Christmas break, then as much time as was possible during February and April vacations with her in school, but enough to satisfy them for the next 2 months. Both were in tears as they parted each trip, with Brian always failing to get her to come to Winit for her own half-term break. The money wasn't the problem. It was leaving him after the break ended that was the real problem for her. He was at his lowest when prom came around. All of his cousins and friends had dates, but he couldn't bring himself to ask someone who he didn't have feelings for. They forced him to attend anyway. He would regret not going. He needed Anne to keep him from refusing to go, as only her pleading looks and irrefutable logic kept him from ignoring all pleas from his sister and parents. When he was finally dressed to their father's satisfaction, he was told to go downstairs and wait. When he got down there, he nearly fainted. Lucy was standing before him in a beautiful blue sequin dress, with her hair styled and her face made up to perfection. He was at a loss for words and hugged her tightly, kissing her cheek and asking, "How? Why did you come?" "You're missing school," Lucy explained. "Your parents asked that I come. I don't have any work due, and my parents agreed to let me come. None of them wanted you to miss out on something so special." The two got into the awaiting limousine, with Malcolm and Ophelia having to hide their smiles at the cute sight, and swiftly arrived at the prom to all eyes on them. Lucy's presence caused a stir among the students, as she was simply breathtaking and might have been the most beautiful girl there. The girls were jealous and the guys were leering at her, making their dates angry or feel inadequate next to her. The two danced closely throughout the night, while BJ had to endure guys constantly trying to cut in and dance with Lucy. She politely declined. It was clear what their intentions were, and it wasn't what she wanted to do. Their girlfriends and dates weren't happy either. Lucy did get some respect from the girls, but there was some jealousy in their reactions. When they did take a short break, BJ was asked about Lucy. He happily told them that she was his girlfriend and had flown all the way to Boston just to give him a memorable prom. They didn't believe it, and several started to make claims of her being a prostitute, and that she was just some girl hired from Boston putting on a fake British accent for the crowd. BJ just smirked while John Finn happily announced, "I've known that girl since she was born, and she is in no way a prostitute. She's a lovely young woman whose parents are employed by BJ's family and who is here at my request. She is staying with me, so don't get any ideas about the two going off to a hotel tonight. Her family is highly protective of her, and if he even thought about sleeping with her, he would be set adrift in the North Sea in a leaky boat with no life vests by her father, with his parents' blessing and encouragement." Lucy heard all of that and hugged John, who happily told her, "I seriously can't believe that you got your father's looks and your mother's wits. Woe be the person who upsets you. Your mother is one of the few people I fear. She and my wife are the scariest combinations of minds imaginable. You are the most stunning young woman I've encountered and the perfect suitor for BJ." The couple had an amazing prom and led to BJ spending the summer with Lucy at the estate. She was treated like she was more than an employee's daughter. She was all but officially part of the family. The two enjoyed hours together as they rode horses, swam, shopped, and met with Lucy's friends. After a tense final year apart that included BJ and Lucy trading trips across the ocean, the couple was wed at the estate. They refused to wait. They wanted to be together, and Lucy needed the stability in her life now that she needed to find employment. BJ arranged for her to study in the US, and through that she was able to study medicine and become a doctor. BJ studied the same and earned his vind alongside his wife, but in different disciplines. She became a general practitioner while he studied radiology. They added on to the growing family medical practice as the newest members at Sarah Jones' private practice. The couple would have 4 kids, with the family welcoming in a little girl who fought for years but lost her battle with her femininity and needed to become a boy. Lucy was devastated to lose one of her 2 daughters, especially the one who was her sitting image, but understood that it was not a choice and she needed to be he. They loved their son all the same and were happy that they had 4 handsome and beautiful children who would carry on their family legacy as Smiths. Over in England, things took a turn for the worse for the Smith family as Bradford passed away in early February and was soon followed 2 days later by his beloved wife, Ophelia. Nigel and Karen Smith inherited their titles and the estate and officially retired from their jobs in the US to take over the family estate. With heavy hearts, the large Smith family interred Ophelia and Bradford together in the family crypt, with everyone crying hard as the greatest era in the family's history had come to a close. When Bradford and Ophelia's wills were read, their grandchildren found out that they would split their grandparents' trusts equally between them. Nigel Jr. was then informed that he was going to be given the family's secondary title, Earl of Boston, as his own, as he had not been given the chance to become his father's heir due to his older brother, Ethan, being adopted into the line of succession ahead of him. Nigel Jr. tried to refuse it as it was rightfully Ethan's, but his siblings refused to allow him to give up what was his own now that Ethan was the heir and had his own title. The secondary was unneeded. Nigel's girlfriend, Patricia, told him to accept it as it was his family's legacy, and they wanted him to make it his own. He reluctantly accepted the title and officially became the newest Earl of Boston and asked Patricia to become his countess. She tearfully accepted his proposal, giving him a loving kiss as she wept with happiness. With the teens finding love, the Smith estate housekeeper asked her daughter and Theo Baker if they were going to stop fooling around and tie the knot. She was blunt, but she had a good reason for doing what he was doing. She was looking to retire and move on with her life. She was hoping to get the line of succession solidified so she could leave her job to her daughter, the undisputed one maid at the estate. Theo had to wait 2 months before he found the courage to ask her to marry him, with the young lady saying yes and crying as he did so. The two moved in together, with both becoming pregnant a month after they were married. Theo continued on for 6 months before he was promoted to being the head of operations for the estate, with a new butler replacing him. Theo accepted the promotion. He couldn't serve as a butler if he was visibly pregnant and dealing with the guests complaining about the insulting visual that he presented to them. Nigel and Karen saw in him something more than a butler. He was more talented than he let on and had enough experience to run the entire estate alongside them. He was good at his new job, especially when Nigel decided that the butler position was no longer needed, now that they were no longer obligated to endure the rituals of hosting other nobles and other rich people, as they had few ties to the aristocracy anymore. Theo and his wife had 3 happy and healthy kids, 1 each, then his wife having a second at the kids' request for a younger sibling, the 2 oldest being so much alike that they were claimed to be twins. When the kids were told the truth about their father, they took it in stride and were happy to know that they were loved enough to have had them in the first place. Their youngest was so happy to know the truth that she said her real dad was Theo, no matter if he wasn't biologically. Clarence Harrison found himself out of work and struggling to get anyone to look at his CV, as nobody would hire a butler or any other member of the household who had a criminal record and who had lied in court, falsely accused their former employer of sexually abusing a minor, and tried to extort others for gain. It was a big eye-opener, as the man was left without any real job, as his only marketable skills were as a servant, but he had proved that he was a likely danger to his employers, ending any chances of reasonable employment. He would find work as a waiter at various restaurants throughout Greater London. He suffered greatly as his ego wouldn't let him stay in a job for long, and saw him frequently switching locations to avoid creditors and angry employers. His actions would catch up to him eventually, as he ended up going to prison for fraud, theft, and failure to pay his taxes, making him get stuck in a cycle that his own actions were constantly creating, until he finally went too far and defrauded the wrong people, ending up dead from having stolen. From organized crime members who beat him to death as penalty. James Benson and George Hedges were arrested in the courtroom after Paige and Brian were granted the right to adopt Anne. Max Evans went at them heavy and hard, charging them with multiple counts of fraud, embezzlement, kidnapping, extortion, assault, and tax evasion. Every penny that they had in their bank accounts went into paying Anne back what they had siphoned from her inheritance account, but they had a lot of money missing and spent even more trying to fight back against the legal might of Jonas Bloomfield and his associates, particularly the vicious Arthur and Issa Evans. Hedges' girlfriend didn't last long under pressure from the police. She turned against him and told all about the times that Hedges asked her to seek out information about a child, and even against parents who were targeted by the duo for extortion. Hedges never repaid her for all of the invasions of privacy, but did leave her on the hook for all of the flack that she received. She was fired from her job and forced to find employment with her family. It turned out to be for the best, as her parents, aunts, uncles, and siblings were all doctors, while she wasn't blessed with the same level of intelligence as them. She slowly earned the trust of the family after getting retrained, and in a job that was less demanding and away from patients, but similar to what she had done. With nobody to use as scapegoats, Benson and Hedges were at odds over their crimes and turned on one another as soon as it was clear that they were about to be convicted on all charges. They were grilled on the witness stand as the Crown prosecutor went after them hard and heavy with every piece of ammunition that they had, and cut their claims to shreds. Each was shown to have known what the other had been doing, to the point that both were equally guilty of their crimes. Despite pleading for mercy, the court took none. The duo was sentenced to 25 years in prison, making it essentially a life sentence. Both broke down as the judge sentenced them, their egos badly broken. The smaller children at the group foster home that Anne was initially assigned to were examined and found to have been kidnapped by the duo through falsifying paperwork or outright extorting their parents into signing over the kids to social services care. The others were a mix of juvenile delinquents or kids who were never in the system and lived there because they paid a fee to Benson and Hedges. The larger boys terrorized the smaller boys into a hierarchy among them that kept things quiet and kept the kids from going to other houses for fear of what the larger boys would do to them. The boys who were actually in the care of social services were split up and sent to different foster homes, with the vulnerable smaller boys put in a special home set up for the care of endangered children. The smaller boys thrived in their new, safer environments and spoke out against their mistreatment by all, particularly by the larger, more abusive boys. They were not afraid anymore and told about all of the terrorism that the boys had endured, and explained that they were in fear of their lives that no longer did so now that they had people actually trying to help them. The boys who assaulted and terrorized the endangered boys were sent to proper juvenile detention facilities after a review of their possessions and actions outside of the home showed that they were a constant source of criminal activities in and around the Oldham area. The boys were known to several police officers, all of whom were prosecuted for taking bribes and committing sexual acts with the boys in exchange for looking the other way. With the boys either incarcerated or undergoing treatment, there was a visible drop in petty crimes, as simple thefts of jewelry and wallets went down, while the officers' beats were shown to have had a drop in crimes directly linked to the boys' actions. Virginia Golden was found to have stolen much of the money that Benson had siphoned off from Anne and was charged with larceny. She tried to claim that Benson had done it himself, but as he was in prison at the time, many of the last transactions took place. She was found guilty and convicted. She swore revenge against Anne and the Smiths, but with no way of getting at them from across the Atlantic and no resources to pay anyone to get at the family. Her threats were all hot air. She suffered the greatest indignity as she was pregnant at the time of her imprisonment and saw her newborn son taken by social services and placed into the care of Darcy Mills, as nobody could be found to take him in on such short notice. Darcy bonded with him and found it tough to part with the newborn child, looking into his needy eyes and crying at the thought of him going to another family. She filed for adoption, insisting on him staying with her as she had fallen in love with a handsome baby boy. Darcy would spend a lot of time with Ruby and Max Evans as they helped her deal with parenthood. Max and Darcy talked a lot as he showed her many secrets. He learned about parenting from helping his own nieces and nephews, getting him to open up to her, about feeling like he wasn't good enough to be related to his brother. The more they talked, the closer they got, and the more their friendship changed to something that was more than friendship. After weeks of talking, Darcy grew bold and kissed Max deeply, which led to an hour-long kissing session, which was only broken by the sound of Darcy's foster son awakening. The two would go on multiple dates before Max slept with Darcy, which was followed by several months of dates and nights out, and at home with a sleeping infant in Darcy's arms, giving the two a sense of happiness with one another. Max waited for a sign to show him that Darcy was the one for him, getting it when he came home to find Darcy crying and holding a positive pregnancy test, prompting him to smile and propose. Max married Darcy, and together, they adopted her foster son. Darcy would go on to have another boy, then a year after that, a little girl. Their marriage was stable as both were deeply in love and were happy to have their 3 kids, with all 3 kids taking after their parents and their personalities. Max and Darcy would prompt Toby Ward to get closer to Ruby as his crush grew larger and larger to the point that he couldn't stop thinking about her. She took little notice of it and kept their relationship professional. After months of trying to talk with Ruby socially, Toby gave up and was on the verge of putting in his resignation to take a job with another borough, so he didn't cause an issue for her. Ruby heard about his attempt to transfer and asked him why he was leaving. He couldn't look at her but confessed, "I like you. Ruby, I like you a lot. But I can't work with you as you have rejected all of my attempts to get you to see me as more than a colleague. I don't want to continue as it would violate our standards and cause you to get upset with our department. Again, and likely cost me my job for sexually harassing you. I'm sorry, but I have to leave for the benefit of both of us." Ruby felt horrible about him feeling that way and agreed to a date with him, just so he could clear his mind and let his feelings go. The plan was to let him down easily, but as the date went on, Ruby actually felt a connection to Toby that had been missing in all of her previous dates. Toby would listen to you and make you feel like the most important person in the world while not talking much about himself. The two dated for 2 months before Toby asked her to marry him. She was in tears as he asked. She had wanted to marry a boy since she was a little girl and feared that she'd never get the chance. She had to take a few seconds before she kissed him full on the lips and said, "Yes, 1,000 times yes." The couple weed over a delightful June weekend on an island in the Caribbean. She had Darcy as her maid of honor while Toby had Max as his best man. The two spent a month away from the office, and when they returned, Ruby was pregnant with twins. The couple would have 2 more children after the fraternal twins were born. Ruby took to mothering fast and found herself enjoying it more so than social work. She cut back her employment at the office, but did assist when things were hectic and they needed another person to help. It helped a great deal that she and her brother had hefty trust funds from when they were in foster care and denied being adopted by the Evans family, making her not even need to work in the first place. Hugh completed his preliminary classes quickly and became a full-time student that January. He was the talk of the school for a week, but the connections to major donors and the fact that he earned his spot in the school quelled any rumors about him not deserving to be there. He was a good student, But the life of an academic bored him to the point that he vowed to not go into teaching when he earned his PhD in computer programming. His relationship with Tracy turned heads at her school as boys took a stronger interest in her, while her non-family friends tried to get her to break up with him. She stood firm and rejected all of them, telling them that she loved Hugh, and if they had a problem with his being a genius and in college, then they were not the friends that she believed them to be. Most backed away from her in disgust, but a few stood by her and were happy to see that she was dating someone who obviously liked her for herself and not for her beauty or family's wealth. To the shock of the school, Jay was the one who helped her the most. The two found common ground in what the girls of their school were doing and found Jay helping Tracy through the feelings of being all alone without real friends. Jay shed tears and told her that it was how she felt every day, especially now that nobody could gain anything from being friends with. The two started to get closer to the point that Tracy told her, "I love you. Cousin. You aren't like Claire or Lily or the other girls. This is what I hoped you'd be. My friend, not just my cousin." The two turned over a new leaf and joined Claire and Lily as a powerful foursome in their school. The girls were like their parents in many ways, especially as they were reflections of their personalities, but had the added benefit of their grandparents' calming influence. Jay thrived with Tracy as a friend, with Lily and Claire both happy to be there for them when they needed them. As he worked on his degree, he was also freelancing with the game developer that Margaret Kelly was employed with. His redesigns and contributions were so good that he was hired to work for the company full-time and offered an internship with them, so he could hone his skills while also earning college credit. He enjoyed the hunter aspect of game design as he could find bugs that others would miss and often rewrite the code to be better and more in line with how the artists had envisioned the game to look like. He was highly popular among Tracy's friends and would make their brothers, fathers, and uncles look bad as they joked about him, then played games that he had a hand in developing or pointing out the glaring bugs that the designers had missed. They were left without responses and on more than a few occasions saw them try to harm Hugh for beating them in their insults. The girls were firmly in his corner and would angrily go to their mothers and aunts about the way Hugh was treated and complain that it was not how guys should act, especially toward a friend who was helping them. Hugh's sisters, Camilla and Clara, refused to ever believe that their skinny, awkward, introverted geek of a brother was capable of landing a girlfriend for a long time. When they met Tracy during one of the family trips to the UK, both girls nearly fainted, as the stories were both true and made them look like they were terrible people. Beau Smith took great pride in pointing out to his daughters that they were acting like terrible people and making their brother refuse to ever have anything to do with either of them again, leading to both girls to back off a few and leave him alone. Their truce didn't last long as they would find anything possible to trash about Tracy. She wasn't about to let two pampered princesses get the better of her and ensured that both were thrashed verbally and looked even worse in the eyes of every member of their family present, humiliating the girls in ways that would go down in the annals of history. Tracy had staked her claim to her boyfriend and would not allow anyone to belittle him in her presence. Hugh got to experience the small things about school life through Tracy, such as dances and the prom. Tracy loved showing him off to her classmates and made many of them jealous as he started to grow to be a bigger man than anyone could have dreamed. He was even larger than his father, Beau, by the time that he earned his first degree at age 16. He went on to start on his master's degree while Tracy graduated high school, with the two going to the same college and featuring Hugh as her constant companion to classes and for study sessions. She wasn't as book smart as Hugh, but she had a strong intuition and could see a lot of things that others did not see or were purposely ignoring. She had inherited her grandfather, Mike's love of law enforcement, and chose to become a forensic technician alongside Raina and Rachel Sylvester, with the couple mentoring her as she improved over time and became one of the best in the state. After them, that is. While earning his master's and PhD degrees, he designed two of the hottest games for the Xbox and Applesoft computers. The games use the bestseller books by Jesse Wolfe and Alicia Snowfall as the basis, but added his own twists to the storyline by having the characters adapt to the situations and see the hard work and planning go out the window immediately, making the player have to think on their feet and figure out what to do, or they'd perish and have to start again. He worked with Jesse and Alicia personally, as he met the real-life authors and had them give their approval to every aspect of the game. He wasn't surprised to learn that Johanna Loop and Autumn Neves, the two people whom he had seen several times in his time with Brian and Paige, talking about the Jesse Wolfe and Alicia Snowfall books, and how he thought they should advance the plot of the next book, were actually the two reclusive authors. The two were pleased that someone could logically link the two, but he had to admit that he suspected something was going on, as there were stories that the family told him that was too close to the stories in the two authors' books. Hugh spent hours talking strategy and movements of the apps and the death dealers, saga with Jesse while talking advanced interrogation and the art of sneaking up on sentries with Alicia. It turned out to be some of the most fun times for him, as the two were both scientifically sound, yet also completely impractical in all of the right ways, showing that they were trying to be entertaining, but not trying to teach people to kill. All of the talks ended up in the games, to the point that the ladies smiled as characters moved a certain way and took out enemies exactly as they described. The game was the biggest sellers of the year and garnered critical acclaim, as well as millions for the two ladies. Neither would dare tell how they got them so realistic, but the insiders in the game design community happily pointed to the child prodigy. Hugh. He made himself a nice sum of money himself, as he was paid a percentage of the gross sales while also earning a salary and bonus from the game developer and publisher. The couple married after Tracy earned her first degree, with the newlyweds becoming parents almost right away, as Tracy refused to delay any longer. They would have 4 kids, all boys and all, a mix of both parents, while one specifically took after his father. The two spent countless hours talking and honing his youngest son's skills as a scientist, particularly one who wanted to work with genetics so that people like her Aunt Anne wouldn't have to suffer as the wrong gender any longer. Liv and Anne were close, and their closeness got Liv new friends, as Anne's friends took her in as their own. The few in her class who were friendly with her understood that she had more in common with Anne's class than them, so didn't take offense to her being around them as much as she could. Liv grew into her own, and actually found her own best friends among the group, allowing Anne to lead her own subgroup alongside them and strengthening them as a whole. The girls were inseparable when not in school or with their own friends, and often had sleepovers at either house. Eli would frequently be a pain to them, but it was standard little brother actions, and it meant that he loved them enough to antagonize them. Anne hugged him every chance she could, just to show that she knew why he was showing that he cared and that she appreciated the effort by him. When Anne started to feel the onset of puberty at age 12, Liv got her to see it was a blessing, as she could now save her some men for the future and start blockers and low doses of hormones. When Liv had it happen to her, Anne returned the favor and showed her that things were going to be all right, and they'd go through it together. Anne helped Liv through her boy troubles, as they would avoid her and try their hardest to annoy her to the point of complaining. Anne saw it as the boys being confused about their sexuality, as they saw the two of them as sexual objects, yet knew that they had penises, yet couldn't look past the 2 mounds on their chests. Liv blushed as she looked down and agreed that they were tough to miss, especially as she had a large chest thanks to breasts growing large in her genetic family. Especially looking at her own biological aunt, adoptive mother, Jamie's own large chest. After several weeks, the girls noticed that one boy, In particular, Jackson Wilson was acting worse than normal around Liv. Seeing Jackson blush and look away while also acting tough got Anne to realize that he might have a crush on Liv, which was too strong to ignore. She gasped at hearing that, but did like what she saw, as he had a muscular frame, yet wasn't a meathead. Elise and Anne got Jackson to confess that yes, he did indeed have a crush on Liv, and that he was having trouble trying to fight it, but he couldn't stop thinking about her whenever he was around her or at home. Liv listened to him and felt bad for him. She walked over and hugged him, then kissed his cheek for being a gentleman toward her. She started to talk with him and liked what she was hearing from him, leading her to boldly ask him out. They weren't going alone, as Elise and Anne would go do, but it turned out to be a great time for both. They grew closer and closer, to the point that by their third week together, they kissed deeply, showing all that they were an item, and he was no longer going to hide his affections for the beautiful girl. Liv was left speechless and gasping for breath while Jackson smiled at her. Anne fought hard against Liv's detractors, especially girls jealous of her having a better boyfriend, or landing the boy that they had their eyes on but didn't dare make a move. Elise set most of them straight and forced several to reveal their bigotry and hatred to the school, ending those girls' social lives in a blaze of glory. Anne was going to be targeted by the girls for retaliation, but her great-uncle John and the other teacher member of the family ensured that the school knew that Anne was not to be harassed for doing the right thing and making them look bad for actions that they themselves had done. Anne developed quickly once the blockers and hormones took to her system, but was going to be on the small side due to her mother and grandmother, each being small-breasted. She was still a stunner, growing over 6 feet tall and staying skinny. She was a naturally attractive girl and had the hearts of boys and a few girls beating fast as she matured. She had a struggle over her sexuality until she was 15, finally admitting to her parents that she loved women and finding one of her friends attractive to the point of wanting sex with her. Anne had to quell her feelings, as the girls in her school were either ignoring her or weren't interested in a girl they felt was a fake and a man in a dress. It took a lot of talks with Raina and Rachel before she was able to accept that people were naturally jerks and hated people because they could hate them or were jealous of the good looks and great personalities they possessed. She could accept idiocy, but it still hurts that even lesbians can hate her because of what she wanted to get rid of between her legs. It took her 2 years, but she finally got her first date, one with a beautiful transfer student from the UK by the name of Holly Dixon, whose family was fleeing due to her sexuality. The two hit it off, and once they had shown that they were not just a quick infatuation, they were allowed to openly date. Liv and Jackson were there as observers, but the couple was actually a great match, with Anne making Holly's heart flutter as they talked with one another. The couple stayed together after high school and enjoyed attending college together for 7 years before they were married. Anne delayed her surgery until she earned her bachelor's degree in education, as she wanted to get her practicums out of the way and have job offers before having her last vestige of masculinity removed. Holly couldn't persuade her to have it before then. It was Anne's choice, and she loved her enough to accept it and support her for it. Holly studied statistics and was hired by the state as a statistician. It was a boring, monotonous job, but it paid well and got Holly lots of connections. Anne was happy for her. She was doing what she loved and would not accept any favors, nor give anyone any favors. Holly would see the downside of her job, as she was constantly given false and misleading numbers that she had to get changed to reflect the facts. This would often cause conflict, as those who were trying to show falsehoods would fight her and try to use her wife and her own sexuality against her. Holly never compromised her integrity and would be the one person in the state who had the guts to stand up to the worst offenders in line to the general public, earning her praise and admiration from the state. They would have 3 children together, with each carrying the beauty of Anne, with Holly's lighter skin tone and fiery red hair. They were the apple of their mother's eyes and made their grandparents run for cover, as they had Anne's compassion and quick offense of others while having Holly's temper. It was tough to not see the two as evenly matched and perfect for one another when looking at all five. Anne failed to get the Smiths to accept any of her inheritance money. The sown $125 million that she wanted to give them was instead put into an account for Anne and Holly's children, with Anne being forced to accept her rightful share of her great-grandmother's inheritance. It was enough to never need to work, with Holly insisting that she accept it, so they had peace of mind and a fallback. In case Anne was laid off by the city, or Holly was unable to get hired because of politicians forcing her out. Their kids were never for want, as they had everything a kid could want and need, but had to earn the right to play their game systems or ride their bikes. The couple was seen as model parents, and the few who knew how affluent they were never told anyone why they acted the way they did. The couple was just seen as they were, caring, strongly disciplined, but fair to their children. Anne and Elise grew closer and were rarely apart from one another, except when Anne needed to have a private talk with Liv or Raina. As they grew older, Anne would always be there for Elise and give her a shoulder to cry on when things weren't going well for her. Far too often, Anne was the only one who could talk Elise out of dating the wrong boys or steer Elise toward the right boy. Elise would fall for one of their classmates, Seth Price, after rejecting his advances for 2 years, with Anne telling her that she was a fool to not see that they were perfect for one another. The couple grew close, and at one of the school dances in 8th grade, they kissed in front of the classmates. Anne was smiling at her the whole time, with Liv and their friends close by for support. Elise and Seth stayed together throughout middle and high school, and parted ways in college. Elise studied history and literature and earned a job as a curator at a small museum in a neighboring town. Seth didn't marry, nor even have sex while at college, and returned with a degree and a ring for Elise. He proposed to her immediately after taking her out to dinner and catching up with her. It took all of her energy not to scream out loud, but Elise said tearfully, yes, then kissed him deeply. She showed him off to the family and had him endure, Pete giving him the tough father act, while Hannah smirked and gave him the even tougher mother act. They would go on to have 4 children and run the museum Elise was hired at when the head curator died. When it was merged into a larger museum in Boston, the couple were promoted to head curator and head of facilities, and were one of the go-to duos for major museums in the region as well as the country. The two never fell out of love and always kept close to their friends, particularly Anne. Seth and Elsie would have 5 children, with the eldest being twins, thus continuing the family curse of multiples along the female line. The two were swamped by their children's activities, but found a balance as their friends and family happily helped, especially as they were not afraid to take them along to museum fundraisers and events. The couple was so closely tied to the small art and history community that they were able to broker special events involving their aunts and uncles' hard work, and bringing new respect to their family via the public seeing that there was more to the name Finn family than just transgender people and money. Anne and Elise carried on their mother's closeness and showed that even though they weren't blood, they were still close as sisters. The two would never stray from their friendships, despite the occasional fight or boys trying to come between them. They were family and had found each other. They would never part. It was simply the one thing neither could ever do.